The young Bai Yi possessed exceptional talent, yet found himself trapped within the confines of the Second Advanced Daoist Academy in Lanshan City, struggling against the limitations of this despite the envy-inducing combination of his past life's experiences and his rare four spiritual roots aptitude, he was acutely aware that his path in this world where cultivation and technology coexisted would be anything but smooth. Bai Yi, ranked 31st in the grade, total score, 669. The moment the mock exam results were projected from his embedded terminal, Bai Yi let out a long sigh of relief. His score had finally surpassed the admission threshold for second-tier academies, allowing him to temporarily set his mind at ease. Amidst the mingling cheers and groans in the classroom, Bai Yi's expression remained calm, his gaze carrying a hint of quiet determination. He was not originally from this world. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary office worker who, on his way home after working overtime, happened to touch an ancient bronze mirror at a street stall. In that instant, the world spun, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the body of a 6-year-old child in this strange realm. Bai Yi initially thought that his past life's knowledge would be enough to change his fate, but reality had other plans. This world not only revolved around cultivation, but also advanced technology. And the combination of the two meant unrelenting competition and a ruthless emphasis on innate talent. Though possessing 4 spiritual roots, this was far from an overwhelming advantage in such a fiercely competitive environment, particularly when a mysterious ancient bronze mirror resided within his sea of consciousness. Ever since his breakthrough to the first level of Qi refinement during elementary school, the intricately patterned mirror had been slowly siphoning his divine sense. This left his performance in the 4 major cultivation arts: alchemy, talisman crafting, artifact refining, and formations consistently mediocre. The lack of divine sense made tasks like drawing talismans, comprehending alchemical principles, and refining artifacts excruciatingly difficult, forcing him to focus most of his energy on honing his combat techniques and swordsmanship. Even so, the rust on the bronze mirror had only slightly faded, leaving him silently hoping to unlock its secrets before the Academy's selection trials. Li Bantu is here. Sit properly, quick. The classroom's noisy chatter instantly quieted down as a middle-aged man in a simple short robe strode in. His sharp gaze swept across the room as he spoke in a cold voice. And you still have the nerve to laugh? With a swipe of his finger, a massive projection of the class rankings appeared above the classroom. The average score for the entire class is 472. Only 7 of you surpassed the private sect admission line, and just 2 reached the second-tier academy threshold. Do you realize there are only 93 days left until the academy selection trials? The pressure of Li Bantu's Qi refinement, 7th layer cultivation weighed heavily on the classroom, forcing the students to lower their heads and focus on their papers. While the teacher's voice thundered from the podium, Bai Yi quietly reviewed the projection on his desk. The results of 3 years of relentless effort were encapsulated in just a few thin sheets of papera reality he had grown accustomed to. Enough, that's all for the exam review. Glancing at the time, Li Bantu paused before announcing, next, I have an important notice. In 3 days, the school will conduct an assessment for the senior year. The top 20 students will form the elite team to participate in the 4 institutes and 10 palaces preliminary trials 2 months from now. The classroom erupted in an instant. The 4 institutes and 10 palaces trials symbolized transcendence, a gateway to the true path of immortality. Yet for the residents of Lanshan City, this was nothing short of a distant dream. In the past decade, not a single person from Lanshan City had passed the trials, and even those eligible to participate were exceedingly rare. The elite class? Probably only Lu Tian and Bai Yi stand a chance in our class, the students murmured among themselves, their gazes shifting toward the back corner of the classroom where Bai Yi sat by the window, and toward Lu Tian, the bespectacled boy in the front row. Ranked 20th in the grade, the odds of making it into the elite class were slim. Yet this slim possibility was enough to inspire admiration and envy among the ordinary students. Bai Yi, however, remained unmoved by the chatter, his focus solely on the clock. The moment the countdown reached 0 and the piercing bell rang, he pushed open the window without hesitation and leaped from the 6th floor. Spiritual energy surged within him, and a streak of azure light burst forth, transforming into a flying sword that caught him midair. Standing atop the sword, Bai Yi became a streak of blue light, soaring straight toward the towering structure behind the school. Damn it, he beat me again. Flying on a sword. Huh? Show off. Windows across the school flew open as students unleashed their own techniques, soaring on fiery talismans, summoning wind arrays, and more. The race to the tower had begun, with Bai Yi's classmates from the second Daoist class scrambling to catch up. Bai Yi reached the tower first. With a swift motion, he activated the access system. Identity confirmed Bai Yi from senior year, second Daoist class. Room 32 in Zone 3 has been unlocked for you. As the access gate opened, a surge of dense spiritual energy rushed forth, enveloping the surroundings. Bai Yi took a deep breath, savoring the pure spiritual energy filling the air. Without hesitation, he stepped confidently into the third zone, arriving at the entrance of training room number 32 with practiced ease. Lifting his wrist, he swiped it lightly, and the door unlocked with a soft click. Identity confirmed. Training room activated. Current spiritual energy concentration, 189. Countdown, 1 hour and 59 minutes remaining. A cold mechanical voice announced. Bai Yi stepped into the training room, the door silently closing behind him. His gaze swept across the familiar enclosed space, and he immediately shifted into focus. Settling himself firmly on the meditation cushion in the center, he crossed his legs, placed his flying sword on his lap, and closed his eyes. Taking a deep, steadying breath, his mind gradually calmed. As he began circulating the lesser 5 elements technique, spiritual energy started flowing through his chi, forming a small cycle. With the technique in motion, faint spiritual light emanated from Bai Yi's body, while 3 layers of energy vortices within him slowly rotated, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The lesser 5 elements technique, a foundational cultivation method carefully selected by the Immortal Dao Alliance, had been refined and perfected over nearly 10,000 years. Now in its 8th iteration, even nascent soul ancestors had contributed to its development, enhancing it to an unparalleled level. Though it was merely a foundational technique for the chi refining stage, it could achieve an astonishing 5-layer vortex realm. For most senior high school students, reaching the 2nd realm was sufficient to pass the academy selection process. Each additional breakthrough beyond that granted an extra 50 points. Bai Yi, having started practicing the lesser 5 elements technique in middle school, had devoted himself to its study day after day. By the first semester of his 2nd year in high school, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd vortex layer, achieving the 4th level of chi refining 3 levels above the academy selection standard. This earned him an additional 50 points. Inside the training room, spiritual energy flowed into Bai Yi's body like a stream, while his consciousness sank into his chi. The 3 energy vortices steadily devoured the spiritual energy, refining it into his own power. Time passed quietly, and after about an hour, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, a faint trace of frustration flickering within them. His meridians were already filled to their limit, leaving no room to absorb more energy in the short term. Letting out a soft sigh, he thought to himself, I still can't grasp the sensation needed for the 4th layer. If I could break through, my spiritual energy capacity would increase by another 50%. He glanced at the countdown on the wall. 30 minutes remained. Not wanting to waste any time, he stood up, stretched his limbs, and formed a sword seal with his fingers. The Qingfeng sword at his back emitted a faint tremor, then shot out of its sheath in a flash of green light, landing firmly in his hand. Gripping the sword tightly, Bai Yi's expression sharpened, and his aura shifted dramatically. With a light push off the ground, his figure shot forward like an arrow, the Qingfeng sword tracing a graceful arc in the air before slashing downward with sudden force. The first movement of the gentle breeze sword technique, breeze brushing the face, was executed in an instant. The sword light danced like willows in the wind, graceful yet deadly. Bai Yi moved fluidly with the breeze, his Qingfeng sword spinning rapidly, transforming into countless streaks of green light weaving through the air. With a light tap of his toes, he pivoted mid-motion, the sword's edge carving a seamless arc before he landed steadily with the blade at his side. Bai Yi brought 2 fingers together and lightly flicked the sword's body, sending a pulse of spiritual energy through it. Buzz! The Qingfeng sword hummed like a dragon's resonant cry, releasing a dazzling sword glow that tore through the air, leaving a sharp, vivid green mark in the void. The sword's hum echoed, its glow slicing through the currents, leaving an unmistakable trace in the air. The 10th form of the Qingfeng sword, Technique A, Gentle Breeze. Bai Yi retracted his flying sword, the blade trembling slightly as he exhaled a deep breath. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. While he had mastered the sword technique's forms over the past 7 months, he still couldn't grasp the profound essence of the Dao embedded within. If he could comprehend even a sliver of it, he was confident he would stand out in the upcoming elite selection. Dao essence, Bai Yi murmured softly, his gaze fixed ahead, as if trying to peer into the depths of the universe through his sword. The so-called Dao essence was the true meaning and spirit infused into the creation of immortal techniques, its very soul and foundation. By using the forms as a medium, one could sense the heavens and earth, integrate the Dao essence, and push the power of the technique to its peak. Take the Qingfeng sword technique as an example. In its practice state, it could only unleash a fraction of its potential. With Dao essence, its power could at least double, reaching up to 30% of its true might. In the entire 2nd Academy, only 4 or 5 individuals had managed to comprehend the Dao essence of their techniques. Calming his mind, Bai Yi glanced at the countdown timer on the wall of the training room. Less than a minute remained. He stood up, activated the intelligent cleaning robot to tidy up, and walked toward the training room's exit. Student Bai Yi, your session in the training room has ended. a mechanical voice announced as the door slowly opened. Bai Yi stepped outside, only to be met by a wave of 7 or 8 students rushing in. They scrambled to secure time in the training room, knowing its efficiency in channeling spiritual energy far surpassed that of practicing at home. Bai Yi sidestepped the crowd and exited the tower. With a thought, the Qingfeng sword on his back shot into the air. He leapt, transforming into a streak of azure light heading toward the floating station outside the school. Mid-flight, he caught a glimpse of 2 figures propelled by talismans and several streaks of magical light, other students rushing back as well. Reaching the floating rail station, he boarded the train with a calm expression, heading back to his neighborhood. The buildings in the area were slightly worn, but Bai Yi paid them no mind, heading straight to his home. After the door lock verified his identity, a mechanical voice greeted him, "Identity verified. Welcome home." Finding that his parents were not there, he went directly to the training room inside. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Yi began circulating the small 5 elements technique. 3 ethereal vortices gradually formed in his energy sea, continuously absorbing and refining spiritual energy. The incantation echoed in his mind. Heaven and earth in harmony. The 5 elements give life, nurturing all things. The Dao resides in the heart, unshaken by abundance or scarcity, clarity of the soul. As the spiritual energy was refined, ripples began to form in Bai Yi's sea of consciousness. Misty white spiritual fog churned within his consciousness, transforming into tiny streams that flowed toward the ancient bronze mirror at its center. The mirror lay still, tarnished and weathered, but as the fog nourished it, a patch of rust at its edge gradually faded, revealing a smooth, jade-like surface that faintly emitted a golden-purple glow. The intricate patterns engraved on it were ancient and mysterious, as if formed by nature itself. A soft, radiant light emanated from the mirror, seeping into Bai Yi's mind. Along with it came an ethereal, ancient Taoist chant. The supreme treasure of the Dao Mirror. Bai Yi's heart trembled, and a surge of joy erupted within him. He had long suspected that the ancient bronze mirror, which had accompanied him through his transmigration, was no ordinary object. Yet, he never imagined it to be a supreme treasure, born of the heavens and embodying the principles of the Dao. 10 years. Bai Yi clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. For 10 years, he had speculated about the secrets of this bronze mirror, and today the truth was finally revealed. Taking a deep breath, he silently recited a calming mantra to steady his emotions before focusing on the information transmitted by the Dao Mirror. Moments later, he fully understood the purpose of this treasure. The Dao Mirror, true to its name, could simulate the Dao of the heavens, assisting its wielder in comprehending the principles of the universe. Though damaged and dulled for reasons unknown, it had gradually regained a fraction of its power after being nurtured by Bai Yi's spiritual consciousness for a decade. Now, it could condense a single strand of enlightenment light each month, aiding in the comprehension of the Dao. Most intriguingly, it could accelerate its restoration by absorbing spiritual artifacts, reducing the time needed to form the enlightenment light. Bai Yi's fists tightened, his eyes blazing with determination. He knew this mirror was his opportunity to rise above. Bai Yi gazed at the faint glimmer of light swirling around the Dao reflection mirror. Though it was only a trace of spiritual brilliance, it was enough to aid him in comprehending the techniques and Taoist spells of the Qi refining stage. He took a deep breath and gradually directed his consciousness toward the faint glow. In an instant, a hazy essence enveloped his mind like a gentle breeze. His vision was soon shrouded in a white mist, and from its depths, a figure holding a sword emerged silently. The figure stood motionless like a statue, then suddenly raised its hand. A sword light tore through the air, the blade sweeping like a swift swallow across the sky. It alternated between striking fiercely midair and descending gracefully, its movements imbued with a natural rhythm, as if a soft breeze accompanied each motion. After a brief demonstration, the figure shifted abruptly, forming a sword seal with its fingers and leaping into the air. The sword moved in harmony with the figure, gliding like a drifting leaf in the breeze, light and agile, yet still sharp and brimming with lethal intent. Bai Yi's focus sharpened, his eyes fixed on the intricate movements of the sword light. The profound essence of the Dao became clearer with each swing of the blade. He held his breath, immersing himself completely, as if he were the sword itself, dancing with the wind and flowing with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a long while, a realization dawned in his heart. "So that's it," he murmured, his eyes lighting up with understanding. "The sword moves like a drifting leaf, carried by the wind, yet it commands the breeze. This is the essence of the small breeze sword technique, imbued with Taoist rhythm." In the cultivation chamber, Bai Yi's eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with determination. He sprang to his feet, leaping up from his seated position like an arrow released from a bow. His hand clenched midair, and the azure-edged sword appeared in his grasp, its tip gleaming with a cold, sharp light. Taking a step forward, he channeled his spiritual energy, thrusting the sword forward with the speed of a tempest. Yet, despite the swiftness of his strike, it lacked a certain grace. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "No, that's not right," slowing his movements. He allowed his spiritual energy to flow more smoothly within him. The sword's azure light traced through the air, gradually forming a breeze that wrapped around the blade. Once, twice, 3 times Bai Yi practiced the small breeze sword technique tirelessly, his movements becoming increasingly fluid. In the quiet chamber, faint breezes began to stir, gently ruffling his hair. The once stiff and mechanical sword light transformed, becoming as agile as a swallow in flight. Its swiftness carried an elusive, ethereal quality. As the sword danced, the surrounding spiritual energy began to condense. A crescent of azure light suddenly emerged, tearing through the air in a sharp arc. Boom! The sword light struck the alloy walls of the cultivation chamber with the force of thunder, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. The tip of the azure-edged sword embedded itself firmly into the wall. Perfect Dao rhythm. Bai Yi stared at the crack in the wall, his heart surging with excitement. Gripping the azure-edged sword tightly, he felt the powerful flow of spiritual energy within him, a radiant smile spreading across his face. The Celestial Alliance's grading system for mastery of techniques ranged from basic familiarity to proficiency, mastery, minor Dao rhythm, major Dao rhythm, and finally perfect Dao rhythm. Now, with the aid of the Dao reflection mirror's enlightening glow and 2 years of relentless training, Bai Yi had leaped past minor and major achievements, reaching the pinnacle of perfect Dao rhythm in one stroke. This was an accomplishment that many disciples from third-rate sects could only dream of. With this single perfected small breeze sword technique, he now had the confidence to compete for a place in a top-tier academy. As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and he muttered under his breath, 2 months left until the preliminary trials for the 4 academies and 10 palaces. With the Dao reflection mirror's help, I just might have a chance. However, just as he was lost in thoughts of the future, a red projection suddenly flickered above the cultivation chamber, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Emergency access request. Emergency access request. The sharp sound jolted Bai Yi out of his reverie. His gaze swept over the sword that had pierced through the wall, and his neck shrank slightly as he realized what had happened. Hurriedly, he stood up and unlocked the door to the chamber. As the door opened, a woman in an apron and a bespectacled middle-aged man rushed in, their expressions filled with urgency. "Dadmom Xiaoyi, are you okay?" Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion lingering in his gaze, but it quickly cleared. He smiled faintly and reassured them, "I'm fine, Mom. I just had a breakthrough and accidentally caused this." Hearing this, Li Qing quickly stepped forward, gently touched Bai Yi's forehead, and carefully examined him. Seeing that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Her furrowed brows relaxed, and her eyes were filled with relief and pride. Bai Guishan, standing to the side, didn't say a word, but the tension on his face gradually eased. His gaze swept over the training room, and his eyes were inevitably drawn to the Qingfeng sword embedded deeply in the wall. A flicker of shock crossed his face. This training room was built with M3 grade alloy at a significant cost. Even cultivators at the late Qi refining stage would find it hard to damage. Bai Guishan thought to himself, astonished. And yet, Xiaoyi managed to pierce the wall with a single strike. What kind of power is this? Xiaoyi, did your Qingfeng sword technique break through? Bai Guishan suppressed his astonishment, his tone tinged with urgency. Bai Yi nodded calmly, replying, "Yes, I've reached perfection in its Dao rhythm." Hearing this, Bai Guishan's pupils contracted sharply. He stared blankly at Bai Yi for several seconds before finally snapping out of it. The usually composed man couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "My son has achieved Dao rhythm perfection in his sword technique, while still in his senior year of high school. Ha ha ha." Li Qing, seeing his excitement, lightly patted Bai Guishan's shoulder and playfully chided, all right, our son must be starving after all that training. Let's eat." She untied her apron as she spoke, her face glowing with a warm smile, and beckoned them both to the living room for dinner. At the dining table, Bai Guishan had mostly composed himself. He took a sip from his glass before carefully placing 2 white jade-like plastic packages on the table. "These are the qi-enhancing pills allocated to you by the family this month." However, he paused and looked at Bai Yi with a serious expression. "Now that your Qingfeng sword technique has reached Dao rhythm perfection, your chances of getting into a top-tier academy are quite high. 2 pills a month won't be enough. They'll speak to the family this afternoon about increasing your resources." As Bai Guishan spoke, Bai Yi nodded obediently while eating, but his mind was deep in thought. On the surface, their family seemed like an ordinary household in Lanshan City. However, his father, Bai Guishan, hailed from the Bai clan, a prestigious golden core family based in Qinghe City, 6,000 kilometers away. Although their branch of the family had severed ties nearly a century ago, their connection was re-established when Bai Yi's elder sister, surpassed the threshold for third-year sects in her mock exams. Now, Bai Yi had been cultivating in the Shangha sect for 5 years and had achieved outstanding results. Similarly, after Bai Yi reached the threshold for third-year sects during his freshman year mock exams, he too began receiving support from the Bai clan. After dinner, Bai Yi returned to the training room, holding the 2 chi-enhancing pills. Channeling his spiritual energy, he carefully unsealed the packaging. A rich medicinal aroma immediately filled the room, saturating the air with its potency. Chi-enhancing pills from the Hongfeng Valley Pharmaceutical Group, truly remarkable, Bai Yi murmured, his eyes glimmering. Compared to the mass-produced lotus gel capsules and 5-element tonics he usually consumed, these pills were leagues ahead in quality. Though also mass-produced, they were crafted with exceptional care and precision, each pill worth 5,000 spirit coins. He let out a soft sigh. His father, Bai Guishan, as a mid-level manager at his company, earned only 10,000 spirit coins a month. These 2 pills represented a significant expense for their family. But this is only the beginning. Bai Yi lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute. With the Dao Mirror, my path of cultivation has only just begun. If I can advance my minor 5 elements technique to the 4th stage and gain a few more vitality pills, I'm confident I'll break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement before the academy selection. Glancing at the vitality pill in his hand, Bai Yi placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, its potent medicinal energy flowing like a gentle stream, quickly merging into his bloodstream, circulating through his body, and finally gathering in his Qi, where it was gradually refined into pure spiritual energy. The faint warmth coursing through his meridians made him feel his spiritual energy growing ever more abundant. 3 days later, behind the second Taoist Academy of Blue Mountain, a large metallic cube, constructed with intricate machinery, hovered midair. Surrounding it were tangible arcs of electricity, flickering under the restraints of high magnetic confinement rings, emitting a low, resonant hum. This was the latest MXAR fully realized virtual realm, jointly developed by the 5 top research groups of the Immortal Alliance. It was a replica modeled after a mystical realm. Only advanced Taoist academies in each city qualified to possess such a system. Standing among the crowd, Bai Yi listened to team leader Li's low explanation, his gaze fixed on the high-tech apparatus. Even though he had been in this world for more than a decade, he still couldn't suppress the sense of awe and disbelief in his heart. The seamless integration of the cultivation system with advanced technology was astonishing, hinting at some unimaginable secret behind it all. The assessment is about to begin. Everyone, enter the fully realized virtual realm. The top 20 scorers will be admitted into the elite group, announced the old principal from the floating platform, his voice firm and commanding, pulling Bai Yi out of his thoughts. His eyes sharpened as he reached out, activating the button with a touch of brown spiritual energy. In an instant, the metallic cube flickered with dazzling electric light, slowly unfolding. The surging energy twisted the surrounding space, forming a blurred, rotating arc. Class 21 of Dao Studies, Class 15, Class 9 as the supervising teacher called out. Students from each class stepped into the vortex in sequence. Around Bai Yi, a few classmates chatted casually, their tone laced with indifference. It's starting. What if I get too nervous? Nervous? What for? You've never scored above 550 in the annual mock exams. What's there to be nervous about? Exactly. If it weren't for the Immortal Alliance's mandatory rules, do you think you'd even get a chance to participate in the assessment? Haha, just focus on whether you'll play mid lane or jungle after the assessment. Even at an advanced Taoist academy like Blue Mountain Second Academy, only about 10% of students manage to meet the admission threshold for third-year sects each year. For most students, graduating and entering a regular cultivation skills training school or an academic research institution was the norm. The admission line for third-year sects was an aspirational goal for the majority. Bai Yi's elder sister, Bai Yi, had secured the family's full support precisely because she had met the standards in the mock exams. Class 4, Class 2. It's our turn. Team leader Li's voice rose with urgency, his sharp gaze sweeping across the class before finally landing on Bai Yi and Lu Tian. No matter what you're like usually, give it everything you've got in there. Especially you two. The difference between academies may seem like just a word, but that single word is a world apart. In cultivation, when it's time to fight, you fight. Bai Yi gave a slight nod, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood team leader Li's point. With his 4-element spiritual root aptitude and comprehension, entering a top-tier academy wouldn't have been out of reach if not for his innate deficiency in divine sense. Now, he could only make up for his shortcomings through relentless effort and seizing every opportunity. The crowd surged forward as Bai Yi followed Class 2 onto the floating platform. The moment he passed through the vortex, a faint dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery had completely transformed. The familiar view of the back mountain was gone, replaced by a vast, towering metallic hall. Its cold, gleaming walls exuded a futuristic aura, as though he had stepped into another world entirely. In the center of the grand hall stood a massive stone pillar, its surface covered in crystalline patterns that shimmered faintly under the dim light. Intricate runes flickered subtly along its surface. A cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the vast chamber, carrying an air of detached indifference. Student ID 100869527, Bai Yi. Attack the spirit testing pillar. Exceeding the power of Qi refining level 4 will pass the current assessment. Bai Yi raised his head slightly, his gaze settling on the spirit testing pillar in front of him. After a brief moment of contemplation, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He was curious to see the full potential of his Qi refining level 4 cultivation, combined with the Dao-infused clear breeze sword technique. His eyes sharpened, and the sword scabbard on his back trembled faintly. Suddenly, a streak of sword light shot out, like a dormant azure dragon awakening from its slumber. The Qingfeng sword floated beside him, its blade vibrating softly as spiritual energy surged around it. The surrounding air rippled, coalescing into an ethereal azure sword shadow. A sharp hum filled the air, clear and resonant like thunder. The Qingfeng sword transformed into a dazzling streak of light, slicing through the air with a piercing momentum as it charged directly toward the spirit testing pillar. Boom! The sword light struck the pillar, and a shimmering protective barrier instantly appeared on its surface, trembling like water under the relentless force of the sword energy. The barrier wavered but was ultimately torn apart by the sheer sharpness of the attack. When the sword's momentum was finally exhausted, the Qingfeng sword spun gracefully through the air and returned precisely to Bai Yi's scabbard, the entire sequence fluid and flawless. For a moment, silence filled the hall. Then, the base of the spirit testing pillar suddenly lit up with one glowing bar, followed by a second, a third, until the sixth bar illuminated in brilliant light, flooding the chamber with radiance. The cold, mechanical voice rang out once more. Student ID 100869527, Bai Yi. Rating: Qi refining level 6. Assessment passed. Meanwhile, outside in the plaza, over 20 supervising instructors had gathered in front of a large observation screen. Among them were the elderly principal and the academic director, their eyes fixed intently on the assessment footage displayed on the screen. The 6 glowing bars on the spirit testing pillar stood out prominently, alongside the names of 3 other students who had already passed the assessment. Class 16, Hua Ming, son of Hua Liyuan, CEO of Tianhua Talisman Corporation, 4 spiritual roots. Class 9, Gua Qingqing, direct descendant of the Gua family in this city, 4 spiritual roots. Class 13, Zhang Xingming, direct descendant of the Zhang family in this city, 4 spiritual roots. One of the instructors read the information aloud in a calm tone, as though the results were expected. Only 3 students. The elderly principal murmured, his expression heavy as he sighed deeply. It had been nearly a decade since any student from Lushan City had passed the preliminary trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces. This year, their school, the second high of Lushan considered the most promising of the city's 5 advanced Taoist institutions, had managed only 3 students who could light up 6 bars on the spirit testing pillar. While not a poor result, it underscored the city's overall lagging cultivation standards. Yet, just as the principal was lamenting, a new window suddenly popped up on the observation screen. Student ID 100869527, Bai Yi. Evaluation. Excellent. All eyes turned simultaneously to the screen, their expressions shifting subtly. The footage replayed Bai Yi's recent sword strike. Is that the clear breeze sword technique? One instructor exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment. Clear breeze ever present. Dao resonance perfected? This doesn't seem like mere Dao resonance perfection. A younger instructor in the group frowned deeply, his gaze glued to the sword light on the screen. In a low voice he said, the power displayed here far exceeds the level of Dao resonance perfection. Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting? Someone asked hesitantly. The younger instructor pressed his lips together, seemingly searching for the right words. This level of power likely surpasses the boundaries of Dao resonance perfection. Haha, precisely. The elderly principal, however, broke into a wide smile. His earlier gloom swept away. He laughed heartily and declared, this is not Dao resonance perfection. This young man's clear breeze sword technique has already reached the realm of Dao resonance mastery. At his words, the room erupted in astonishment. Dao resonance mastery was a realm far beyond what ordinary talent could achieve. The clear breeze sword light replayed again on the screen, drawing everyone's gaze as if magnetized. Shock, admiration, and disbelief filled the air. Bai Yi's name was destined to become the center of everyone's attention. Upon hearing the old principal's words, the many class advisors who had been deep in discussion instantly fell silent. Achieving perfection in Dao resonance was an unattainable height for most of them. Even though it was merely a minor Qingfeng sword art, considered far from superior within the Qi refining realm, it was enough to leave them astonished. After all, Among the more than 20 class advisors present, all of whom were disciples from prestigious sects, each had spent years of cultivation to barely master a single technique at the level of Dao resonance perfection. Yet here was Bai Yi on the screen, who, relying solely on his own efforts, had reached such an achievement even before entering the academy, surpassing the comprehension of Dao resonance of most of them. Unbelievable, this little guy, one of the class advisors murmured under their breath, their gaze filled with complex emotions. Inside the fully immersive virtual arena, the first round of testing concluded. Beneath the spirit testing pillar, a vortex slowly emerged. Bai Yi, his expression calm, stepped forward into it. Moments later, the scenery before him shifted abruptly. He found himself in a verdant forest, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of greenery. However, this tranquil scene was soon shattered by an earth-shaking beastly roar. Bai Yi's brows furrowed slightly as his gaze turned toward the source of the sound. Not far away, atop a hill, a striped tiger slowly emerged. The creature was massive, resembling a small tank, with thick, scaly armor covering its limbs and back. Its eyes glinted with greed and murderous intent. With every step it took, deep claw marks were left on the ground, its body exuding a dense demonic aura. This was clearly a Qi-refining 5th stage demon beast, the scale tiger. Qi-refining 5th stage, a trace of solemnity flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he quickly recalled the knowledge from his demon identification lessons. Unlike humans, the demon race possessed incredibly strong physical bodies and condensed their demonic energy into demon cores, often allowing them to match 2 or 3 human cultivators of the same level. To make matters worse, the scaled tiger before him was 1 level higher than his own cultivation. Roar! The scaled tiger suddenly launched its attack, its massive body leaping into the air. Its claws, shrouded in demonic energy, tore through the atmosphere with explosive force. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed as he swiftly formed a sword seal with his hand. A dazzling sword light burst forth, a streak of green aimed directly at the center of the tiger's claws. The collision between the sword light and the tiger's claws only managed to slow its assault slightly. The scaled tiger let out a furious roar, its blood energy surging. Its enormous claws, heavy with force, struck Bai Yi's flying sword, sending it hurtling away, while its massive figure turned into a blur, charging straight at him. Quite the brute force, Bai Yi muttered coldly. His gaze locked onto the rapidly approaching claws. With a change in his sword seal, the flying sword halted midair and swiftly returned to his side like a homing swallow. As spiritual energy surged, the sword emitted a radiant glow, Dao resonance swirling around it. Bai Yi merged with his sword, transforming into a streak of green light that shot upward, piercing through the demonic aura barrier and striking the weak point on the scaled tiger's claws with precision. Slashed, blood splattered. But the sword barely penetrated half an inch before being clamped tightly by the tiger's tough flesh, unable to advance further. The scaled tiger roared in pain, its ferocity erupting. It struck with even greater force, swatting the flying sword away once more. Too tough, Bai Yi muttered, frowning slightly. With a flick of his fingers, the flying sword, shrouded in green light, reversed its trajectory at high speed, aiming directly for the scaled tiger's head. The beast, sensing danger, turned abruptly and swung its massive claws in an attempt to shatter the sword. But Bai Yi's sword maneuver shifted, the green blade weaving through the air like the wind, evading the claws and diving downward to deliver a flurry of strikes at the tiger's flank. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike sparked against the tiger's scales, leaving only shallow marks. The scaled tiger, enraged by the repeated pain, let out a deafening roar. Its jaws opened wide as it gathered an enormous surge of demonic energy, which erupted as a crimson wave, surging straight toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi remained unfazed. The spiritual energy within him surged to its peak, and as his sword light intensified, Dao resonance enveloped it. A gentle breeze began to stir, swiftly transforming into a fierce gale. With a low shout, Bai Yi channeled all his spiritual energy, unleashing a brilliant green sword light that tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling straight toward the scaled tiger. Where the sword light passed, nothing could stand in its way. Zzz. The sword's brilliance streaked like a rainbow, and after only a brief stalemate, it tore through the pillar of demonic energy. In the terrified eyes of the scaled tiger, the flying sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing into its eye socket and erupting a mist of blood. Roar! The scaled tiger let out a pained howl as crimson demonic energy surged from its body like a torrential flood, forcibly ejecting the sword. Thick blood oozed from its remaining eye, making its visage even more ferocious and terrifying. With a furious roar, it charged at Bai Yi with a force so overwhelming that the very air seemed to freeze for a moment. Bai Yi exhaled lightly, his face slightly pale. Gripping the azure-edged sword tightly, his gaze sharpened as he muttered under his breath, as expected, With my current cultivation level, killing a 5th-layer chi refining beast in one strike is still beyond my reach. Adjusting his spiritual energy swiftly, the flow within his body became as fluid as a mountain stream, carrying faint traces of profound Taoist resonance. At that moment, he pushed the little breeze sword technique to its utmost limit. A faint breeze stirred around him, and the azure sword light danced like drifting leaves, light and graceful, yet hiding a deadly intent. The sword light traced arcs through the air, precisely coiling around the scaled tiger's massive body, forming curved barriers that tightly restrained its movements. The scaled tiger roared in fury, thrashing wildly in an attempt to break free from the binding sword light. Yet Bai Yi's gaze remained icy, and with a shift in his sword technique, the azure-edged sword split into countless sharp projections, striking relentlessly at the tiger's vulnerable spots, its single eye and throat. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light collided with the demonic energy, sending sparks flying. The azure brilliance tore through the tiger's scales, spraying blood across the ground and dyeing it a vivid crimson. The beast's barrier of demonic energy weakened under the relentless assault, its once sagile form growing sluggish and heavy. As the tiger's demonic energy finally collapsed, a cold gleam flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Without hesitation, he poured the last of his spiritual energy into the azure-edged sword. The blade emitted a deafening hum, its sword aura swirling with gale-like ferocity as it plunged toward the tiger's gaping maw. Buzz! The sword light streaked like thunder. The azure-edged sword pierced through the scaled tiger's skull, bursting out from the back of its head in a spray of blood. Boom! The lifeless body of the scaled tiger crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust into the air. Standing at the edge of the blood-soaked battlefield, Bai Yi took a moment to catch his breath. He reached out to brush his fingers across the hovering azure-edged sword, its blade still gleaming with a chilling light. Lowering his gaze to the fallen beast, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Defeating a 5th-layer chi refining beast while only at the 4th layer myself. This kind of achievement should be enough to qualify as a genius in those secondary cities, he murmured, his tone laced with confidence and anticipation. And this is just the beginning, merely the resonance of the little breeze sword technique. If I could comprehend true sword intent and combine it with the technique's essence, I might end battles with a single strike. A surge of emotion welled up in Bai Yi's heart. Without the aid of the faint enlightenment he had gained from the Dao Mirror, he doubted he could have lasted even 10 minutes, let alone overcome the scaled tiger in a higher cultivation realm. Just then, a glowing screen materialized before him, displaying clear text. Student ID 108-69527. Bai Yi. Chi refining 4th layer successfully defeated Chi refining 5th layer scale tiger. Evaluation. Outstanding. Seeing the words, Bai Yi finally exhaled in relief. He looked up at the sky, silently thinking, I don't know how the others performed, but with this result, securing a spot in the top 5 shouldn't be an issue. Meanwhile, in the observation room behind the school mountain, the large screen was divided into 4 sections, each showing the real-time combat performance of 4 examinees. On 3 of the screens, the examinees were also facing 5th-layer chi refining scaled tigers. Despite utilizing their magical tools and techniques, they were barely managing to hold their ground and showed no signs of defeating the beasts anytime soon. In stark contrast, the performance on the bottom left screen, Bai Yi's battle was nothing short of dazzling. The old principal watched intently as Bai Yi struck down the scaled tiger, his eyes brimming with delight. Nodding slightly, he muttered, a 4th-layer chi refining cultivator slaying a 5th-layer scaled tiger and passing the second test with ease. Such talent is rare indeed. Even after witnessing countless prodigies, I can't help but feel impressed. To the old principal, such an accomplishment was truly remarkable. After all, he had seen numerous so-called geniuses from other schools, but now, it was finally their own student who shone so brilliantly. In contrast, the 20 or so homeroom teachers, including Teacher Li, were left utterly speechless, their shock evident. They understood the vast gap between cultivation and actual combat. While surpassing one's level in a fight wasn't unheard of, achieving mastery of a sword technique imbued with Taoist resonance and displaying such sharp combat instincts at the high school level was beyond rarite, was a once-in-a-generation phenomenon. With just these 2 factors, Bai Yi's admission to a top-tier academy is practically guaranteed. Oldly, that's not fair. You've been hiding such a genius in your class all along. An elderly teacher with silver hair shifted his gaze from the screen, his tone tinged with both resignation and envy. His words drew nods of agreement from the other teachers around him. After a moment of contemplation, another senior teacher spoke slowly. Do you think this Bai Yi kid, with a bit more nurturing, could give us a shot at producing a candidate who passes the initial trials of the 4 institutes and 10 palaces this year? The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew quieter. The group exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. Deep down, they were reluctant to admit the truth. But the facts were undeniable. There was a vast chasm between a top-tier academy and the 4 institutes and 10 palaces. Lanshan City, one of the thousands of third-tier cities within the Immortal Alliance, already considered it an achievement to send 1 or 2 students to a top-tier academy each year. But the 4 institutes and 10 palaces? Even passing the initial trial had eluded this city for a decade. The last person to achieve it, 10 years ago, wasn't even a native of Lanshan but a transfer student from a prestigious family in a second-tier city. Let's raise the reward for this round by 2 levels, the old principal finally said after some thought, his tone resolute. I'll cover the excess out of my own pocket. His gaze swept across the 4 screens, a mix of hope and satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Assessment complete. Student ID 108-69527, Bai Yi. Current overall ranking, 1. Wishing you a prosperous path in your immortal journey. The information on the projection screen was unmistakable. Bai Yi stared at the words, momentarily stunned. He had assumed that with his mastery of the clear breeze sword technique reaching the pinnacle of Dao resonance, securing a spot in the top 5 would already be a stretch. After all, the top 3 students had always maintained an unassailable lead. Yet in this assessment, he had leapt from 30-something in the grade rankings to claim the top spot. Seems like my previous goals were a bit too modest, Bai Yi muttered to himself, shaking his head lightly, though a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The enhancement brought by the perfected Dao resonance of the clear breeze sword technique had far exceeded his expectations. This year's cohort was already considered the most outstanding in Lanshan City in the past decade, and among them, Bai Yi had clearly emerged as the brightest star. Suppressing his emotions for now, he strode toward the teleportation platform. As the dizziness faded, even before Bai Yi opened his eyes, a cacophony of voices filled his ears. Hua Ming isn't first? Bai Yi from Class 2? Wasn't he ranked in the 30s during the last assessment? What the hell? Jumping over 30 places in one go? What kind of monster is this? I struggle like crazy just to move up 1 spot from the 300s. In the back mountain plaza, students who had arrived earlier gathered in clusters, staring at the personal terminals on their wrists. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Over the past 2 years and dozens of assessments, the first place ranking had occasionally shifted, but the top 3 positions had always remained unshaken. Hua Ming, Su Wanqing, and Lin Shan. With their 4 spiritual root aptitudes, prestigious family backgrounds, and remarkable comprehension, they had long been the pride of Lanshan City. Bai Yi, though talented, had always fallen into a slightly lower tier. Who could have imagined that in this assessment, just before the initial trial for the 4 institutes and 10 palaces, he would not only surpass Hua Ming and the others, but directly claim the top spot. They're out. The last 4 are finally out. A low exclamation from a student in the crowd drew everyone's attention to the 4 floating platforms at the back. In the center, a young man dressed in a white flowing robe stepped forward slowly. His jet-black hair framed a stern face, and his cold gaze swept across the surroundings before settling directly on Bai Yi in the distance. His expression was somber, a mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. Bai Yi stood calmly, his flying sword quivering faintly behind him, as if resonating with its master's unspoken feelings. Standing beside him was a girl dressed in purple with her hair tied in a bun, and a dark-skinned, muscular young man. Both of them were staring intently at Bai Yi, who stood on the floating platform at the far right. Bai Yi, they silently mouthed his name, their expressions complex. Earlier, they had heard that Hua Ming's mastery of the blazing fire spell had reached the threshold of Dao rhythm perfection. With the aid of the super-frequency talisman board made from golden fire crystal, they had already assumed he was the undisputed top contender. Yet, when the final rankings were revealed, an unfamiliar name had surpassed Hua Ming's, claiming the #1 spot. Their gazes were sharp, almost piercing, as they fixated on Bai Yi. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's eyes lingered on Hua Ming's unwilling expression for a brief moment before shifting away indifferently. If these 3 had once been the targets he aspired to surpass, now, with his newly awakened talents, his sights were set on far greater heights. On the plaza, all the exam participants gradually returned to their respective positions. The old headmaster stepped forward, ascending the high platform. His gaze swept across the crowd as his deep voice rang out. The top 20 candidates entering the elite group are as follows: Lu Xin, Chen Shang, Zhang Xingming, Wu Qingqing, Hua Ming. As he read these names, the headmaster's eyes paused briefly on the trio, nodding in approval. However, when his gaze turned toward the direction of Class 2, his tone suddenly rose. From the second cultivation class, Bai Yi has achieved first place with an overwhelming advantage. Though many had already seen the rankings through the terminal projections, hearing the headmaster personally announce it was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. The students of Class 2 were momentarily stunned. Li Bantu froze in disbelief, while Lu Tian, who had long vied with Bai Yi for the top spot in their class, felt his mind buzzing. Recalling the earlier assessments, he finally realized that Bai Yi had merely been humoring him all along. The headmaster continued with the announcement of rewards. The top 20 will receive 1 essence chi pill each. The top 5 may select an advanced chi refinement technique from the school's library. The first place winner will also be awarded a top-grade first-tier magical artifact. As his words fell, the plaza was filled with the sound of collective gasps. Essence chi pills, advanced cultivation techniques, and top-grade magical artifacts. These prizes were enough to make any cultivator's heart race. Bai Yi's eyes flickered with excitement, and a surge of joy welled up within him. Though the essence chi pill differed from the more common essence chi elixir by only one character, it was a high-quality pill personally refined by a certified alchemist, valued at a staggering 50,000 spirit coins, nearly equivalent to his father's half-year salary. Even more significant were the advanced technique and magical artifact, resources that would undoubtedly propel his cultivation to a new level. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Bai Yi instinctively touched the sword on his back. His current technique, the gentle breeze sword art, had reached its peak, and he was eager for a more advanced swordsmanship method to break through his current limitations. Once the headmaster concluded his announcements, the students began dispersing from the rear mountain plaza under the guidance of their instructors. Only the 20 elite candidates remained. With a flip of his palm, the headmaster conjured 20 crystal-clear bottles, each shimmering with monitored numerical values on their surface. With a simple flick of his hand, the bottles flew accurately to each candidate. For the next 2 months, your access time to the school's cultivation rooms will increase to 4 hours daily. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may come directly to me, the headmaster stated calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The succession of surprises made Bai Yi clench his fists in excitement. The headmaster, a Foundation establishment cultivator rarely seen in person, had offered to provide guidance, a rare and invaluable opportunity. Furthermore, the additional cultivation room time was a significant benefit. Coupled with the previous rewards, Bai Yi felt a growing confidence in facing the upcoming 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary trials. After the headmaster departed, Bai Yi paid no attention to Hua Ming, who was walking toward him hurriedly. Instead, he turned, unsheathing the sword on his back. With a leap, he mounted the blade and sword directly toward the school's library. White. Hua Ming's voice trembled slightly as his steps faltered. His smile froze on his face, a strained and awkward expression betraying the flush of embarrassment creeping up his cheeks. As the direct heir of the Hua family within Tianhua Group, he had never been treated like this before. From a young age, he had been basking in the admiration and deference of others. And now, to be snubbed by someone like Bai Yi, a mere student of humble origins? Even if Bai Yi was talented, talent alone could not guarantee longevity in the path of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Hua Ming forced himself to suppress the anger boiling in his chest, regaining a semblance of composure. His gaze followed Bai Yi's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with a mix of humiliation and determination. Inwardly, he vowed that this slight would not go unanswered, would repay it in full, and then some. On the eastern side of the academy stood a unique building, its design resembling an unfurled scroll. The entire structure was crafted from semi-transparent, advanced molecular glass, which shimmered softly as sunlight passed through it. Above the entrance, a suspended electronic plaque radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, its 3 bold characters glowing brightly. Archives Hall. Bai Yi, riding on a streak of sword light, streaked across the sky like a shooting star, landing gracefully in front of the Archives Hall. With a casual flick of his hand, the sword light dissipated, condensing into a delicate sword-shaped mark that disappeared into his sleeve. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully toward the entrance. By the window near the entrance, an elderly man reclined lazily in a chair, his eyes half closed. Sensing someone approaching, he lifted his eyelids slightly and cast a cursory glance at Bai Yi. With a casual tap on the screen before him, a light projection activated. From the doorway, a grid-like holographic skin swept over Bai Yi, analyzing him from head to toe. Student ID 100869527, Bai Yi, the old man rasped, his tone indifferent. You have 1 chance to claim an advanced chi refining technique. Advanced chi refining. 3rd floor, you can choose yourself. Bai gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, stepping forward as the holographic barriers at the entrance faded away. Inside, the hall was spacious and quiet, with rows of storage cabinets neatly lined up. Each cabinet contained precious cultivation technique data chips, safeguarded by particle barriers. Though the sheer volume of techniques seemed impressive at first glance, Bai Yi's quick survey left him unimpressed. Most were middling, not much better than the gentle breeze sword technique he had previously practiced. Without pausing on the 1st or 2nd floor, Bai Yi ascended directly to the 3rd. The atmosphere here was markedly different, solemn and dignified. Only 3 storage cabinets stood in this space, each enveloped by high-intensity particle barriers, clearly housing the Academy's most valuable techniques. Standing before one of the cabinets, Bai Yi's gaze settled on the less than 20 data chips inside. His heart sank slightly as he sighed inwardly. So this is all the advanced techniques the Second Academy has to offer. Shaking his head, he approached the first cabinet. As he drew near, the cabinet screen lit up. Placing his hand on the screen, Bai Yi watched as a scanning beam passed over him, causing the protective barrier to shimmer and become translucent. A detailed holographic interface appeared, displaying information about the technique stored within. Earth Core Technique. Advanced Qi Refining, focused on cultivating Earth Elemental spiritual energy. 5 levels in total, culminating in steady and robust spiritual power. Primordial Spirit Seal. Advanced Qi Refining, forms spiritual energy seals with suppressive effects. 5 techniques available. Water Shadow Escape. Advanced Qi Refining, utilizes water elemental spiritual energy to merge with water currents for swift evasion. Bai Yi's eyes scanned the description swiftly, his fingers flicking through the options on the screen. He barely spared a glance at techniques related to Qi refining or escape methods. For most students in the Qi refining stage, multi-element cultivation techniques like the minor 5 elements technique were the optimal choice. As for escape techniques, Bai Yi, as a sword cultivator, already had the speed and maneuverability of sword flight far superior to most evasion techniques. As he continued browsing, Bai Yi's thoughts raced. If I don't find a particularly suitable sword technique, cultivating a body refinement technique or a Taoist art might be a viable alternative. While his primary focus was swordsmanship, he had no intention of limiting himself. With the Dao Mirror in his possession, he could far surpass others in swordsmanship while simultaneously addressing the typical weaknesses of sword cultivators, such as their lack of defense. After quickly scanning the first 2 cabinets, Bai Yi's hand suddenly paused, his gaze locking onto a line of text on the screen. Bai Yi's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the sword manual before him, as though his gaze alone could melt it. The white rainbow sword technique, even the name exuded an air of sharpness, like a sword slicing through the heavens, piercing the boundless skies. Yet, his attention didn't linger on the glowing words of the introduction. Instead, his gaze moved directly to the footnote at the end. Comprehension of Dao principles is exceedingly difficult. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. Bai Yi's lips curled into a faint smirk, his eyes flashing with a hint of defiance. Those very words ignited a fire deep within him. Difficult to master? Was there anything in this world that Bai Yi dared not tackle? The more unattainable the peak, the more it revealed the brilliance of a true genius. What he sought was precisely the kind of technique that others would shy away from in fear. Student Bai Yi, please confirm your selection. An icy mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Confirm. Bai Yi pressed the confirmation button, without hesitation. His movements were decisive, as if he had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind. As the confirmation button was pressed, the metallic casing of the storage unit slowly opened, and a dark gray track extended outward. At the track's end, a sealed alloy container opened to reveal a silver chip no larger than a fingernail. The chip's surface, etched with intricate rune-like circuits, shimmered faintly, as if it were a solidified liquid. A subtle aura of spiritual energy emanated from it, reminiscent of a peerless sword still sheathed, its sharpness concealed yet palpably intimidating. A carbon-based neural storage chip, Bai Yi murmured, his tone a mixture of awe and reflection. This technological marvel seemed even more mystical than the legendary jade slips of inheritance described in the novels of his past life. He extended his hand, gently lifting the chip with a wisp of spiritual energy, and carefully inserted it into the interface on his wrist-mounted personal terminal. The moment the chip made contact with the interface, it liquefied like mercury, flowing seamlessly into the terminal's pathways and disappearing from sight. New biochip detected. Proceed with implantation? The electronic voice echoed again in his earpiece. Proceed, Bai Yi replied, his voice steady and resolute. As soon as the words left his lips, a fine needle emerged from the terminal, pricking his skin with the precision of a neural probe. A faint sting registered on his senses, but Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation of the chip's liquid form merging into his body. A cool, refreshing current seemed to flow into his mind, bringing with it a peculiar clarity. Initiating scan. Establishing neural network connection. Connection complete. Proceeding with biochip implantation. With the final notification, Bai Yi's vision shifted as his retinas transformed into a virtual display. Streams of information flashed before his eyes, cascading like a torrent of data. He could distinctly feel a newfound sense of guidance coursing through his body, as if an unseen mentor were whispering instructions teaching him how to channel spiritual energy and master the intricacies of the sword technique. Technology truly surpasses fantasy, Bai Yi mused inwardly. He couldn't help but recall the scenes from novels in his previous life, where cultivators would press jade slips to their foreheads and absorb techniques through divine sense. Yet in this world, just 2 millennia of progress had replaced that ancient method with carbon-based neural chips, completely revolutionizing the process. These chips not only allowed techniques and spells to be directly uploaded to the user's mind, but also utilized virtual memory to assist in the initial stages of practice. Even more astonishingly, after 3 weeks, the chip would be fully absorbed into the body, leaving no side effects while even repairing latent neural damage. White Rainbow Sword Technique. The sword moves like a rainbow, piercing the azure skies, its energy sharp and swift as lightning. Bai Yi silently recited the manual's contents, his heart surging with excitement. Compared to the Gentle Breeze Sword Technique he had previously studied, the White Rainbow Sword Technique was on an entirely different level. Especially its ultimate skill, Sword Light becoming the rainbow, achieved upon mastering its Dao principle sit, was a hallmark technique for every sword cultivator aspiring to reach the pinnacle of the sword path. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Yi's gaze now carried a sharpness reminiscent of an unsheathed blade. He knew that choosing this technique wasn't just about increasing his power, it was about proving himself. A true genius must tread a path that no one else could. Having finalized his selection, Bai Yi left the archive room and headed straight for the nearby artifact chamber. The moment he stepped inside, a teacher responsible for managing the equipment approached him, their tone tinged with admiration. A first-tier high-grade artifact, correct? Principal Qian has already given instructions. You may use his authorization to make your selection. Bai Yi smiled faintly and followed the teacher past layers of security, his mind already calculating his next steps. Currently, on the market, even a low-tier grade 1 magical artifact costs at least 200,000 spirit coins. Most Qi refinement cultivators with aspirations for the Dao often have to save up for years or take out loans from the bank to afford one. Inside the artifact hall, the lighting was soft, illuminating the neatly arranged magical artifacts on display, each protected by a particle barrier and exuding faint glows, either cold or fiery. Standing to the side was the instructor of the hall, his gaze complex as he looked at the young sword cultivator before him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This world really is a playground for geniuses. Only those who have set foot within an academy truly understand sometimes. The gap between people is as vast as heaven and earth. He gathered his thoughts and pointed towards the display area in front of him, speaking with a serious tone. All the low-tier grade 1 artifacts in the school are here 10 in total. Originally, half of them were personal reserves of Principal Qian, but he has granted you special permission to choose one from these 10. Since you're a sword cultivator, the flying swords are located in the innermost section. There are 2 of them. One of them is a flagship model sponsored by the Weiwa Celestial Artifact Manufacturing Group. That sword is so rare that even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy it on the market. Bai Yi nodded in gratitude, his expression calm, but his steps carried a hint of urgency as he walked towards the direction the instructor had pointed. Along the way, various magical artifacts were displayed behind transparent protective barriers, each radiating its own unique brilliance. The golden source seal, shimmering with a golden glow and surrounded by spiritual energy. The frosted sky fan, emanating chilling cold that condensed moisture in the air. The flame source orb, blazing with intense heat. The marvels of the cyber artifact crafting system were on full display, showcasing their splendor. When he reached the deepest section, his eyes were drawn to 2 gleaming blades. Suspended in midair, the 2 flying swords were connected to the central artifact nurturing system, with streams of spiritual energy continuously flowing into them. They emitted distinct orosone blue, and the other silver-like twin stars shining side by side. Bai Yi's gaze first fell on the blue flying sword to the right. A slight smile appeared on his lips. His years of watching flying sword reviews allowed him to recognize this sword at a glance. Triple array dual core, primarily forged from azure crystal rock alloyed with various spiritual materials, crafted using the 5nm Farlight deep engraving technique. What a masterpiece, he thought to himself. This flying sword was priced at a staggering 250,000 spirit coins, equipped with the Guangmi Corporation's 9th generation Micro-Light Spirit Gathering Array Matrix, a 4th generation Edge Array, and a 6th generation Enhanced Swiftwind Array. It also featured dual spiritual energy amplification processors. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, with a silver-gray transmission conduit running along the central ridge, shimmering with light. The intricate array patterns faintly glowed, exuding a futuristic elegance. However, his attention quickly shifted to the other side, where the silver flying sword captivated his full focus. The flagship of the Weiwa Group, the Wunshin series. A flicker of excitement crossed Bai Yi's eyes. This flying sword was forged from a cutting-edge alloy made of silver flower iron ore, with a conduction system reinforced by stone infusion powder. Its configuration of 4 arrays and dual cores pushed the limits of its grade, and it was the first to feature a combat-grade anti-vibration system for the blade. The design of the entire sword was flawless. The only drawback, perhaps, was its exorbitant price. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi approached the Wunshin sword, his gaze carrying a trace of fervor. Raising his wrist, he swiped his terminal across the protective barrier's access panel. The glass casing slowly lifted. He extended a hand, channeling a fine thread of spiritual energy, which descended precisely onto the blade. Clang, the one-sheen sword trembled slightly as the restrictive flow of spiritual energy dissipated. Just as the sword was about to fall, Bai Yi's spiritual energy enveloped its body with precise control, steadying it in midair. Bai Yi formed a sword seal with his hands, and ripples of spiritual consciousness emanated outward, enveloping the one-sheen sword. With a focused expression, Bai Yi held the sword seal steady as a rock. His aura subtly resonated with the sharpness of the one-sheen sword. His spiritual consciousness spread like gentle water ripples, soft yet powerful, completely surrounding the sword. A mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Spiritual consciousness detected. Please maintain connection for 30 seconds. Bai Yi's mind tightened, locking his consciousness firmly onto the one-sheen sword. As the connection gradually completed, a faint spiritual glow emerged on the sword's surface, as if its dormant spirit was awakening. Spiritual connection complete. Flying sword activated. The moment the voice fell silent, the one-sheen sword trembled slightly, its blade shimmering with a flowing light. The nurturing progress indicator displayed 1. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped the air with his finger, shifting the sword seal. The one-sheen sword, like a child taking its first unsteady steps in flight, wobbled its way back to its sheath. Bai Yi caught it effortlessly and secured the sheath onto the magnetic plate on his back, though his expression remained serious. It looks like it will take some time to fully refine and nurture it with the sword-forging technique, Bai Yi muttered softly. He then turned to the teacher overseeing the spiritual artifact chamber, offering a respectful bow of thanks before leaving without lingering. In the next moment, he stepped onto the flying sword, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the cultivation tower. A first-grade height-year magical artifact, Bai Yi's gaze flickered as he flew. Memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind, how he had painstakingly saved resources for years just to acquire an ordinary magical artifact. Comparing his past self to his current situation, the difference was like night and day. Standing before the cultivation tower, Bai Yi carried both the Qingfeng and Wenxin swords on his back as he stepped inside. His stride was steady, but the gazes from his fellow students were filled with envy and jealousy. For a student at the 4th level of Qi refinement, these 2 flying swords were undoubtedly rare treasures. Student ID 100869527, Bai Yi. Remaining time, 3 hours and 59 minutes. A mechanical voice echoed within the tower. Bai Yi glanced at the timer and began calculating silently. With 2 months left until the preliminary trials for the 4 academies and 10 palaces, both his swordsmanship and cultivation level needed significant improvement to ensure success. Raising his head, Bai Yi recalled the speech given by the old principal in the square earlier that day. The faint pride he had felt from earning first place in the assessment was quickly suppressed. Although Blue Mountain City was merely a third-tier city, it was home to numerous influential families. Talented heirs like Hua Ming and Gua Qingqing were abundant. This year's cohort from Blue Mountain City was even hailed as the golden generation of the past 2 decades. Yet despite this, students from the city's top institutions rarely had confidence in passing the 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary trials. The preliminary trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces, Bai Yi sighed softly, his mind conjuring images of the brutal selection process. Within a 5,000-mile radius, encompassing dozens of cities and over 100 academies, thousands of top-tier students would compete, but fewer than 100 would make it through. Such was the intensity of this competition. Time was still too short. Bai Yi's expression darkened, his thoughts becoming crystal clear. At present, he had only 2 small glimpses of enlightenment, an accumulation far too meager to contend with the true competitors in the trials. While the expectations of his academy and the old principal might be for him to simply pass the trials, Bai Yi's goal was to secure a definitive spot in the 4 academies and 10 palaces. Being at the 4th level of Qi refinement is still too low, Bai Yi mused inwardly. There was still significant room for improvement in refining the Wenxin sword and advancing his Baihong sword art. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his wandering thoughts, sat cross-legged on the cultivation mat, and retrieved his final Kai-boosting pill, placing it into his mouth. With his palms facing upward, he began circulating the small 5 elements technique. The Kai-boosting pill dissolved into pure spiritual energy, spreading throughout his body. The abundant spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber was drawn into him, flowing continuously into his dantian. The 3 vortices within him expanded gradually under the influx of energy, his aura growing increasingly robust. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Bai Yi's presence became restrained, as though he had merged with the surrounding heavens and earth. The cultivation chamber fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the faint sound of spiritual energy flowing. Under his inner sight, the dense, mist-like spiritual energy coursing through his meridians was drawn into the vortex of his qi, where it condensed into droplets of liquid spiritual power. These droplets fell into the depths of his qi, causing ripples of spiritual waves. The Shao Wuxing technique began to operate autonomously, channeling the liquid spiritual power throughout Bai Yi's body under the guidance of his will. Like a surging river, it flowed through the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, nourishing his entire body. As the spiritual energy circulated, it continuously broke through the barriers of his meridians, carving out new pathways and making the flow of the small circulation cycle increasingly smooth. After half an hour, Bai Yi let out a long breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. The effects of the I Chi pill had faded, yet the accumulation of spiritual power in his body continued to grow, albeit at a slower pace. Raising a hand, he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy within himself and frowned slightly. At this rate, it'll take me another 3 months to break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, he muttered to himself with a sigh. Even with his 4 spiritual root aptitude, this cultivation speed was already remarkable. After all, he had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement as a sophomore in high school, and if he could achieve the 5th level by the summer before his senior year, he would undoubtedly be among the most talented of those with 4 spiritual root constitutions. However, this progress was largely thanks to the resources provided by the Bai family. For someone from an ordinary family with the same 4 spiritual root aptitude, reaching the 4th level by their senior year would already be an impressive feat. If it really comes to it, I might have to use the Enlightenment Light and focus on mastering the Shao Wuxing technique first. Bai Yi's gaze darkened, as he made up his mind. Rising gracefully from the meditation mat, his posture upright like a pine tree, he extended a finger. A faint glimmer of spiritual light flickered at his fingertips, and a crisp sword hum resonated through the room. The Qingfeng sword unsheathed itself and hovered by his side, trembling slightly as if responding to its master's call. Bai Yi gently ran his fingers along the sword's blade. The crystal storage chip embedded in his wrist terminal emitted a faint glow, and a familiar, deep voice resonated in his mind. The Baihang sword technique is a foundational method of our Tai sword sect. It emphasizes unparalleled speed, swift as a rainbow, fleeting as a shadow. Hearing the words Tai sword sect, Bai Yi's eyebrows twitched, and a trace of doubt flickered across his mind. A sect with sect as its suffix is usually third-rate at best. But for them to use the name Taya, that's not something any ordinary sect would dare to claim. Though he pondered, his movements did not falter. The voice reciting the sword technique's mantra gradually became clearer, and Bai Yi quickly immersed himself in practice. Following the guidance of the Qi circulation principles, he directed his spiritual energy to rise from the Shaocheng point, pass through the 3 burners, and circulate throughout his body. Each flow of spiritual energy felt like an invisible sword carving new paths within him. As his familiarity with the technique increased, the Qingfeng sword began to emit a faint white glow, its sharpness faintly visible, though it quickly dissipated due to unstable spiritual energy. This is the Qi circulation principle of the Baihang sword technique. When the sword is accompanied by Qi, you've reached the entry level. When Qi follows the sword, you achieve mastery, and when the sword follows the mind, you reach the pinnacle. Strive diligently. The deep voice faded, but Bai Yi did not stop. Emptying his mind, he allowed his spiritual energy to flow more smoothly. He practiced the sword technique repeatedly 5 times, 10 times, 20 times until a cold mechanical voice interrupted him. Training session concluded. Please exit the cultivation room. The sudden drop in spiritual energy brought Bai Yi back to reality. Opening his eyes, he saw a floating holographic screen glowing blue before him. The blue light gradually shifted to red, its warning unmistakable. So, it's over already, Bai Yi murmured to himself, stretching his neck and shoulders. The holographic screen followed his gaze as he moved. With a faint smile of resignation, he flicked his fingers, and the Qingfeng sword hummed softly as it returned to its sheath. Gathering his 2 flying swords, he walked briskly toward the exit. As the door slid open, several students were waiting outside, their expressions impatient. The leader, a senior student, was swinging his arms in frustration, grumbling, "Who is it? Overstaying by almost half an hour. Don't they know the rules?" His voice trailed off the moment he turned and saw Bai Yi stepping out of the cultivation room. His steps faltered, and the anger on his face froze instantly. "Well, for someone like you, Bai Yi, a top student, it's completely understandable to lose track of time while cultivating. Apologies for taking up everyone's time." Bai Yi regained his composure and offered an apologetic smile to the few people waiting around him. Without further delay, he turned and walked out of the cultivation tower, mounting his flying sword with swift precision. His movements were clean and decisive, his long robe fluttering slightly in the breeze, leaving behind a graceful and composed figure as he departed. Once Bai Yi had completely disappeared from sight, the surrounding senior students finally exhaled in relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Although nothing had actually happened, it felt as though they had endured a silent but intense pressure. "If I didn't know it was Bai Yi, I wouldn't have dared to say a word," someone murmured, their voice tinged with a mix of awe and resignation. "Well, he is Bai Yi, after all. He's perfected the Dao rhyme of the Shao Qingfeng sword technique, and I heard he's a 4 spirit root talent, ranked first in the entire grade. Another person sighed, shaking their head with a hint of self-deprecation. In 3 months, he'll be a prodigy at one of the top academies, while the rest of us would be lucky to get into an average college, let alone a specialized one. Exactly. The competition on the immortal path starts with cultivation, and the gap is already clear. The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness and reluctance, which ultimately turned into a collective sigh of helplessness. Outside the cultivation tower, Bai Yi's flying sword traced an elegant arc through the night sky before vanishing into the horizon. On board the magnetic levitation train, Bai Yi sat with his eyes slightly closed, his breathing steady as spiritual energy circulated through his chi, forming a small vortex that gradually refined the lingering energy in his meridians. The Baihong sword technique truly lived up to its reputation. As an advanced sword art for the chi refinement stage, the technique not only facilitated smooth energy flow but also laid a solid foundation for swordsmanship. Normally, just reaching the beginner level would take an entire month, yet Bai Yi had grasped the essence of it in just 10 days. I need to break through to the 5th level of chi refinement as soon as possible, Bai Yi thought, his eyes snapping open with a sharp, determined gaze. He halted the flow of his Shao whooshing technique and turned his attention to the view outside. The neon lights flashing past the train window reflected on his refined features, giving him a cool and composed demeanor. Yesterday, his father had received a letter from the Bai family's main lineage. Upon learning that Bai Yi had perfected the Dao rhyme of the Shao Qingfeng sword technique, their attitude had shifted dramatically, and they had confirmed that someone would personally come to Blue Mountain City to meet him. After all, even for the resource-rich main branch of the Bai family, only about a dozen descendants were expected to gain admission to top-tier academies this year. With his 4-spirit root aptitude, Bai Yi had firmly secured his place among the top tier of prodigies. Now arriving at South District Old Town Station, please exit the train in an orderly manner, the announcement echoed through the train. Bai Yi stood up and stepped off the train with the other passengers. Though the South District Old Town wasn't particularly bustling, the streets were illuminated by the cold, sleek glow of neon lights. The area was equipped with a real-time surveillance system, and automated cleaning robots moved efficiently through the streets. While not luxurious, the neighborhood was clean and orderly, making it an ideal choice for middle-class families like Bai Yi's. Walking briskly along the familiar path, Bai Yi returned to the Huayuan New City residential complex. After scanning his entry card at the gate, he entered the 46th floor apartment. As he ascended the stone steps, the dark gray nanoalloy door scanned his body with a holographic projection. Identity verified. Welcome home. The door lock clicked open automatically. As soon as Bai Yi stepped into the living room, he noticed his parents chatting warmly with a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe. The robe's surface shimmered with digital cloud patterns, a clear emblem of the Bai family's main lineage. Standing nearby was a young woman in a denim jacket, her headphones hanging casually around her neck. She was glancing around indifferently, but her eyes lit up the moment they landed on Bai Yi. "Dad, he's back," the young woman called out. Bai Yi's father, Bai Guishan, turned to him with a smile. "Xiao Yi, this is your Uncle Luo. His grandfather was your great-grandfather's 3rd brother. Back then, the 3rd great-uncle stayed with the main family because of his exceptional talent. Your Uncle Luo is now at the 8th level of chi refinement and oversees some of the family's logistical affairs." Bai Guishan patted the shoulder of the man next to him, Bai Luo, his tone carrying a trace of sentimentality. If it hadn't been for his elder daughter Bai Yi re-establishing contact with the Bai family 5 years ago, he might never have imagined that the 3rd brother his grandfather often mentioned had not only achieved foundation establishment, but was now holding a significant position in the main family. With Xiaoyi's talent and potential, it might not even take 2 years after graduating from a top academy for him to surpass me, Bai Luo remarked, his gaze fixed on Bai Yi standing before him. His tone carried a mix of admiration and sentiment. Slowly, he continued, even without the support of the main family's resources, and with some natural limitations in your spiritual sense yet, despite all that, Xiaoyi, you've managed to rise against the odds. Not only have you mastered the Shao Qingfeng sword technique to perfection, but now you're also about 80 to 90% certain you'll make it into a top academy. Such resilience is truly admirable." His voice was deep and steady, each word reflecting his acknowledgement of Bai Yi's determination. A young woman standing nearby subtly tightened her gaze upon hearing this. Her eyes locked onto Bai Yi, as if re-evaluating the seemingly unremarkable young man. Bai Yi responded with a faint smile, calm and composed. "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Luo," he said modestly, though his tone carried a quiet confidence rather than excessive humility. Bai Luo nodded slightly and turned to Guishan, who stood nearby. "Brother Guishan, now that Xiaoyi is back, let's skip the small talk. I'm sure you're eager to know what resources the main family has prepared for him this time." Hearing this, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, His inner thoughts churned with excitement. Over the years, he had carefully crafted his image as a prodigy, securing resources from both his school and family. Now, he eagerly awaited what the main family's support might bring to further his progress. Let the storm hit harder, Bai Yi murmured inwardly, a barely noticeable smirk tugging at his lips. Bai Luo seemed to read his thoughts and chuckled quietly. With a wave of his hand, two items materialized in the Era Jade box and a silver metal case. Suspended by spiritual energy, they gently landed on the table. With a flick of spiritual energy, Bai Luo opened the jade box. The stopper popped off with a soft sound, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance that filled the room like an invisible wave. Bai Yi's attention was immediately drawn to it. Inside the box lay 6 pristine, glowing pills, their soft radiance captivating his gaze. These are 6 key-enhancing pills, enough to support your cultivation until the academy selection, Bai Luo said in an even tone, as if discussing something entirely ordinary. However, Bai Yi couldn't help but pause, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. These weren't just any key-enhancing pills, they were the kind worth 50,000 spiritual coins each. The 6 pills together were valued at a staggering 300,000 spiritual coins, a level of extravagance few could imagine. Uncle Luo, all of this? Bai Yi ventured cautiously, his tone calm, though his heart was pounding. Haha, considering you weren't raised in the main family, these are just the family's way of supporting you. Don't think it's too little, Bai Luo said with a hearty laugh. But his expression soon turned serious as he gestured towards the silver metal case. Spiritual energy lifted the case into the air, and his tone grew solemn. Still, pills and elixirs are merely external aids. What's inside this box is the true foundation of the Bai family's legacy. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed as he instinctively focused on the metal case in Bai Luo's hand. With a soft click, the mechanism unlocked, and the lid slowly opened. Wisps of mist-like spiritual energy drifted out, forming a gauzy veil over the box's contents. As the mist dissipated, a pale blue crystalline chip emerged, emanating a faint glow. This is? Bai Yi asked in a low voice, his tone betraying a trace of restrained excitement. The Chongling scripture, Bai Luo announced, his voice resonating with gravitas. A cultivation secret technique for the Qi refinement stage, spanning 4 layers. Mastering it will allow you to expand your spiritual Qi, enabling you to store more spiritual energy and power. This is a privilege reserved only for the Bai family's most promising disciples. Bai Yi's mind reeled as he stared intently at the crystalline chip. In his 12 years of studying the Dao, he had never come across a technique capable of expanding the spiritual Qi. The ability to store more spiritual energy and power, even a 10% increase, would provide an unparalleled advantage in both cultivation and combat. No wonder the Dao students of the 4 academies and 10 palaces are mostly from powerful family clans, Bai Yi thought, his emotions surging. He had already begun formulating his next steps. With the Chongling scripture and the key-enhancing pills, he felt fully confident in achieving a breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi refinement within a month. Uncle Luo, why have I never heard of such secret techniques in my Dao studies? Bai Yi asked, suppressing his inner turmoil and feigning curiosity. Haha, because techniques like these, which form the very foundation of a family's legacy, aren't something just anyone has access to, Bai Luo replied with a hearty laugh, his tone carrying a hint of pride and confidence. Techniques that embody the essence of a legacy are indeed not common knowledge, Bai Yi mused inwardly, his gaze unwavering as he absorbed the significance of what lay before him. Bai Luo's tone carried a hint of pride as his fingers lightly swiped across the screen of his terminal. A string of data was instantly transmitted to the terminal on Bai Yi's wrist. Accompanied by a notification sound, his account balance suddenly increased by 200,000 yuan. This money is specifically instructed by your 3rd granduncle to be given to you. Take it. No need to be polite. Back then, your sister also received the same amount, Bai Luo said with a faint smile. His gaze lingered on Bai Yi for a moment, as though filled with a mix of satisfaction and expectation. Bai Yi glanced down at the long string of numbers on the terminal, a complex emotion flashing briefly in his eyes. Then, he looked up and grinned. Uncle Luo, we're family, no need to fuss about taking or not taking. Haha, well said. We are family, after all, Bai Luo chuckled, his laughter hearty and genuine. He then brought the young girl standing beside him forward, his tone becoming slightly more serious. Xiao Yi, judging by the flying sword on your back, I assume you've passed the preliminary trial of the 4 halls and 10 palaces of Dao studies? I brought her here today because I have a small favor to ask of you. Bai Yi's gaze shifted to the girl. She was dressed in denim, arms crossed confidently in front of her chest, her eyes carrying a trace of pride and self-assurance. Bai Luo continued, this is my daughter, Bai Xiaojing. She's just started her 1st year of high school. While her talent may not be top-notch, it's still decent. I want her to experience what it's like to cultivate Dao techniques to the realm of Dao resonance, and also to understand the difficulty of the senior year Dao studies assessment. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze brushing over Bai Xiaojing's sharp demeanor, piquing his curiosity. Although Bai Luo's tone seemed casual, Bai Yi could sense the weight behind his words. Bai Luo's eyes were deep, carrying a certain meaning. As for cultivation level, there are indeed many in the family of your generation who surpass you. But when it comes to Dao technique mastery and comprehension, your talent is among the best. Xiao Yi, I leave this matter to you. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. A sparring session? I don't have a problem with that. Seeing this, Bai Xiaojing's lips curved into a faint smile, a glint of battle intent flashing in her eyes. She turned slightly, revealing the flying sword strapped to her back, as though subtly showcasing her strength. In that case, let's head to the training room. There's more space there. Bai Guishan interjected at the right moment, his tone carrying a trace of approval. Years ago, he had specifically converted half of the house into a training room for the siblings' cultivation. Spanning nearly 300 square meters, it was sturdy enough to endure the collision of their Dao techniques. The doors of the training room slowly opened. Bai Yi unfastened the Wenxin sword from his back, leaving only the Qingfeng sword strapped behind him. He turned to face Bai Xiaojing, his expression calm yet exuding an air of quiet confidence. Bai Xiaojing stepped forward, clasping her fists in a respectful gesture. Her voice was firm and clear. Bai Xiaojing, student of Class 1, Grade 10, at Muyuan City's first advanced Dao Academy, humbly seeks guidance from my elder brother. Spiritual energy began to flow faintly around her, as crimson flames gathered in her palm. With a swift motion of her hand, the fire suddenly transformed into a serpent-like blaze, flicking its tongue as it surged toward Bai Yi. Watch yourself, elder brother. Bai Xiaojing's voice was tinged with excitement, her bright eyes reflecting the dancing flames. The wind brushed through his hair as the searing heat of the fiery serpent surged toward him. Behind Bai Yi, the azure-edged sword trembled violently. Buzz. The sword's hum erupted like a dragon's roar. The azure-edged sword transformed into a streak of blue light, darting forward with blinding speed, slicing through the fiery serpent in an instant. Bang! Sparks exploded and scattered like dazzling fireworks, extinguishing on either side of Bai Yi. Amid the shower of sparks, an overwhelming aura suddenly burst forth from Bai Xiaojing. Waves of fiery energy surged around her as her hands formed intricate seals. Intense flames coiled and danced around her, making her look like a goddess of war emerging from a blaze. Raging fire technique blazing flame seal. Bai Xiaojing's voice rang out, laced with confidence. Though she possessed 5 elemental roots, her affinity for fire energy far exceeded her connection to the other elements. Combined with the raging fire techniquian advanced cultivation method for the qi refining stage, she had already earned widespread acclaim at her school, easily defeating even senior students. At this moment, her palms pressed downward slightly, and the raging flames expanded explosively, forming a massive flaming seal that descended from above. The fire energy around the seal swirled violently, faintly imbued with traces of Dao rhythm, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy and amplifying its power several-fold. The ground was scorched by fire, waves of heat rippled outward, and the air itself seemed to warp under the intense temperature. Bai Yi felt the oppressive force of the fiery onslaught. A fleeting thought crossing his mind, such a powerful fire technique, but his gaze quickly turned icy. However, while the fire energy is abundant, it's far too dispersed. The azure-edged sword quivered, and a sharp, cutting aura erupted from Bai Yi's body. The sword energy spiraled around him like a coiled dragon, slicing through the oncoming flames with ease. The sword's hum rose like a tide, its gleam piercing the air. The azure-edged sword emitted a radiant light, its blade condensing into an ethereal sword aura that surged forward with unstoppable momentum, meeting the blazing flame seal Hedon. Amid the fiery glow, countless threads of sword energy pierced the seal, unraveling it bit by bit. In a flash of cold light, the sword beam penetrated the flaming seal entirely. Bai Xiaojing's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily channeled the raging fire technique, unleashing waves of crimson flames in an attempt to block the sword. Yet Bai Yi remained calm, his gaze steady. The azure-edged sword moved with the agility of a serpent, weaving through the flames effortlessly before coming to rest at Bai Xiaojing's neck. The icy chill emanating from the blade sent a shiver down her spine as 2 strands of black hair drifted to the ground. Thank you for letting me win, Bai Yi said calmly. With a thought, the light of the azure-edged sword faded, and it returned to his side, gracefully sheathing itself like a bird returning to its nest. Bai Xiaojing stood frozen, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't the teacher say that sword cultivators in the Immortal Alliance were merely mediocre? She stared at the fading sword light, feeling the extinguished fire energy around her, her expression dazed. Just one strike and her proud blazing flame seal had been utterly destroyed, leaving her no chance to fight back. Such a crushing defeat. Bai Luo approached Bai Xiaojing, his gaze briefly flickering to Bai Yi, whose demeanor remained composed as if nothing had happened. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Bai Luo spoke softly, "Your brother Bai Yi's sword energy is dense and refined, imbued with a perfected Dao rhythm that channels the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, multiplying the power of his sword aura several times over. Your blazing flame seal, though seemingly overwhelming, is scattered and lacks cohesion. It can't compare." There was a hint of helplessness in Bai Luo's tone, accompanied by a faint sigh. Though he had anticipated Bai Yi's strength, he was still deeply shaken by the level of mastery Bai Yi had achieved in swordsmanship. Bai Ziyijing's blazing flame seal, despite its flaws, was no ordinary technique. Yet under the azure-edged sword, it had crumbled like fragile paper. At the same level of cultivation, a practitioner with a mastery of advanced qi refining techniques and a trace of Dao rhythm was astonishingly defeated by a single strike, leaving no time to react. If this had been a fight to the death, they would have been slain on the spot. Bai Luo stood motionless, gazing at Bai Yi with a complicated expression. He sighed inwardly. With Bai Yi's talent, had he been born into the main family, passing the preliminary trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces would have been almost guaranteed, perhaps even earning him a place in the 10 palaces themselves. But reality allowed no what-ifs. After taking care of everything, Bai Luo prepared to leave with Bai Xiaojing, whose eyes were slightly red. Just as they were about to depart, Bai Luo seemed to remember something. He turned back, his previously calm demeanor replaced with a serious expression. "Give it your all to pass the preliminary trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces. Even though it's just the first trial, crossing that threshold will make all the difference." Bai Yi was momentarily startled, but quickly cupped his fists respectfully. "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Luo." As Bai Luo and his daughter walked away, their figures gradually fading into the distance, the smile on Bai Yi's face disappeared, replaced by a somber and contemplative look. The earlier sparring session appeared to be a decisive victory for him, but in truth, Bai Xiaojing was merely a freshman who had just entered the Advanced Dao Studies program. Meanwhile, he held no advantage in terms of cultivation level. If not for the intervention of the Dao Mirror, he would have been no match for his younger sister. If Bai Xiaojing was already this capable as a freshman, how much stronger must the senior students at Muyuan City's top school be? The thought filled Bai Yi with a sense of urgency. Clenching his fists, he silently resolved to elevate his cultivation level as quickly as possible and accelerate the nurturing of his Dao essence. A glance at his terminal revealed a balance of over 200,000 spirit credits. After briefly informing his parents, Bai Yi turned and entered the training chamber. As night fell, the training chamber was suffused with spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Yi gradually calmed the surrounding energy before slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a misty white breath. 4 hours in the training tower had slightly increased his spiritual energy accumulation rate, but without the aid of key-enhancing pills, breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining within 2 months seemed nearly impossible. Tonight's events are crucial, Bai Yi murmured to himself, his mind racing. A single pill worth 50,000 spirit credits would be far more effective if taken after advancing his understanding of the 5 elements technique. He glanced at the time on his wrist terminal, 10:09 p.m. Almost time. I should head out. Leaving the training chamber, Bai Yi donned a black hoodie with a drawstring hood. After casually telling his parents he was going out for some fresh air, he left the residential area and hailed an autonomous special frequency car headed for the southernmost part of Lanshan City. The car sped through the night, and the vibrant cityscape outside the window gradually gave way to dim and desolate surroundings. The buildings on either side of the road grew increasingly dilapidated, flickering neon signs casting sporadic sparks from faulty circuits. The occasional burst of electricity added to the air of bleakness. Old, outdated electric vehicles were overtaken one by one, their passengers shouting provocations that were carried away by the wind. "ZZZU are now entering the old district. Please comply with city regulations," a mechanical voice announced inside the vehicle. Surveillance drones hovered through the streets like dragonflies, their crimson warning lights scanning every corner coldly. After about 10 minutes, the autonomous car came to a steady stop at a station. As Bai Yi stepped out, he was hit with the foul stench of urine, rust, and decaying sewage. Frowning, he pulled a mask from his pocket and put it on. As he walked onto the platform, his eyes swept the surroundings, a sense of vigilance rising within him. Sure enough, a group of men adorned with metal chains emerged from behind a metallic pillar at the center of the platform. They casually discarded the powdery smoke sticks in their mouths as the man leading them sneered, well, a young master riding in a fancy car. The boys and I haven't eaten an age show about you. Give us a little help, eh?" Under the dim lights, the man raised his right arm, revealing a metallic prosthetic that glinted coldly. His left eye had been replaced with a mechanical red lens that flickered ominously, giving him a menacing appearance. The others, who had also undergone mechanical modifications, began to close in with mocking steps. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened slightly, but his footsteps did not falter. Instead, he took a step forward, his voice calm yet laced with a chilling edge. If you want help, you'd better prove you're up to the task. Looks like you've been indulging in some low-quality hallucinogens. Bai Yi's expression turned cold as a ripple of faint, spiritual energy emanated from his body, spreading out like water and forming a thin layer over his skin. His eyes narrowed, and with a slight movement of his foot, his figure blurred, transforming into a faint shadow that darted toward the leading man. A gust of wind rushed past. The man only had time to register the brief darkness before 5 fingers, imbued with spiritual energy, clamped down on his vision like steel claws. In the next instant, a searing pain tore through his shoulder as if his body were being ripped apart. He was yanked into the air like a kite with a broken string before being violently slammed to the ground amidst a dizzying whirl. Boom! The ground trembled as his head struck the pavement with a dull, sickening thud. Bai Yi straightened up slowly, casually dusting off his sleeves as if he'd merely brushed away a speck of dirt. His gaze swept over the scene, and seeing the man sprawled before him still struggling to get up, he tapped his toe lightly before delivering a sharp kick. The man flew several meters like a ragdoll, crashing heavily into a wall at the side of the street. The onlookers, his companions, were frozen in fear, their eyes filled with palpable dread. Bai Yi's expression remained calm. With his hands in his pockets, he turned and walked away, his silhouette cold and unyielding under the flickering neon lights. The nameless street in the old district was a stark contrast of decay and garish brightness, with crumbling buildings juxtaposed against the glimmering neon signs. The air reeked of a nauseating blend of rot and cheap perfume. Advertising screens along the street incessantly displayed product promotions. Link Group's latest cybernetic limb upgrades order now. Chaos Pill 6 capsules for just 10,000 Link credits. The street was a chaotic mix of vagrants with mismatched clothing and cybernetic enhancements, shadowy figures cloaked in black robes, and lethargic shopkeepers slouched at their storefronts. Together, they painted a vivid picture of this unique district. Hey, handsome, why don't you come in and keep us company? We love strong guys like you. A scantily clad woman on the side of the street threw Bai Yi a flirtatious glance, but he paid her no attention. Stepping over a slumped figure lying on the ground, his gaze remained fixed ahead, cutting straight through the chaos of the street as he headed toward a narrow alley on the right. Though called a street, the nameless street actually spanned nearly 60 of the old district. Here, there were no rules, no identities. Everything operated under the concept of namelessness. Visitors were nameless, as were residents. Buyers and sellers neither asked about the past nor the reasons for transactions. Thus, the street earned its name. Here, one could purchase almost anything available in Blue City cultivation techniques, spiritual artifacts, pills, cybernetic limbs, biotechnological enhancements, contraband, and even spiritual implants provided they had enough Ling credits. After about 10 minutes, Bai Yi arrived at the eastern side of the nameless street. Compared to the earlier chaos, this area appeared slightly more orderly. Advertisements for various goods scrolled across projection screens lining the street, and the pedestrians here moved with clear purpose. Everyone wore masks or face coverings, and faint spiritual energy fluctuations emanated from their bodies. All of them were heading toward the same destination, the abandoned mechanical factory in the middle of the district. Show your personal asset verification, barked one of the armored guards stationed at the massive mechanical gate. Dressed in lightweight nano-exoskeletons, these burly men stopped each person attempting to enter, scanning their personal terminals with handheld devices. Only when the green light flashed did they allow entry. The guards emitted spiritual energy levels typical of the first or second stage of chi refinement. Their silver-gray skeletal armor fused tightly with their skin, with web-like tubing embedded into their flesh, linking to veins, nerves, and even meridians. At the base of their spines, subpar chips flickered faintly under the power supply. Standing in line, Bai Yi's gaze swept over the guards, his eyes narrowing slightly. The lowest grade of bio-cybernetic implants, he silently assessed. Without granting access to his personal account's basic verification, he stepped forward calmly, his expression composed but his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. The Xian Alliance, which had risen to prominence on the foundation of advanced technology, had seen nearly 10,000 years of rapid cultivation civilization development. Yet, instead of being rendered obsolete, technological advancements had interwoven deeply with cultivation practices. Using spiritual materials such as heavenly treasures and spirit crystals as a base, the Alliance merged traditional artifact crafting with modern technology, pioneering a new cultivation path known as cyber cultivation, officially termed the Techno-Dao system. Spiritual implants created through this method could seamlessly integrate with a cultivator's spiritual energy, preserving their path to enlightenment and becoming the standard for modern cultivators. With a steady gaze, Bai Yi approached the gates of the mechanical factory, his steps unhurried but resolute. Every sip and every bite follow a pattern. The unparalleled power and lack of side effects of Lingbao implants come at an incredibly steep price. The allure of Lingbao implant technology is undeniable. It offers a dramatic boost in a cultivator's combat capabilities with virtually no side effects. However, this immense power comes with an unbearable cost. The rare spiritual materials and the intricate craftsmanship required make its value far exceed that of traditional spiritual artifacts. Consequently, many cultivators, particularly those who have lost hope in achieving the Great Dao, or those focused solely on short-term gains, settle for modifications using ordinary technological materials. These inferior Lingbao implants might provide a temporary boost of 20-30 in power, but they come with severe consequences: tainted spiritual energy and a permanent ceiling on future cultivation. The two men standing before Bai Yi were clearly victims of such modifications. Their implants were so crude that they were almost painful to look at. Cheap materials and shoddy craftsmanship barely kept them functional. Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was the harsh reality of the lower strata of this world. The Xian Alliance governed a population of over 1 trillion, and though more than 90 were born with 5 spiritual roots, the resources required for universal cultivation were far from sufficient for such a vast population. For an average family, even gaining admission into an advanced Dao Academy was a life-changing milestone. In Lanshan City, among the tens of thousands of youths in Bai Yi's cohort, fewer than 6,000 ultimately made it into the top 5 advanced Dao Academies. In stark contrast, these two robust men, already in their 30s, were still stuck at the first or second level of Qi refinement, a truly disheartening sight. "You're clear. Go in," one of the men said coldly, scanning Bai Yi's terminal with a detector before turning his attention to the next person. Following the crowd, Bai Yi walked through a pitch-black corridor, his ears gradually filling with the din of voices. As dim neon lights flickered, a sprawling black market trading hub, covering over 20,000 square meters, unfolded before his eyes. The area was bustling with people, its various stalls arranged haphazardly, exuding an intense atmosphere of commerce. The Lanshan Black Market, a semi-public trading venue, was a hidden haven for cultivators in Lanshan City. Here, countless black market goods and rare items for cultivation were exchanged. Its reputation was matched only by its strict rules of operation. Even illegal goods had to adhere to the market's established order. Bai Yi's goal was clear: the nurturing of his Dao Mirror required spiritual minerals, or spiritual tools crafted using traditional artifact-making methods. However, such tools had become increasingly rare, replaced by products born of the fusion of technology and cultivation. As he scanned the stalls on either side, his gaze landed on one displaying an assortment of mineral materials and fragmented items. "All top-quality minerals here," the stall owner, wearing a goat head mask, said in a deep voice, casually handing over a few pieces of faintly glowing minerals. Bai Yi took them, feeling their texture with his fingertips as his eyes narrowed slightly. The identification skills he had learned in the Dao Academy quickly revealed their true nature: processed in molecular fabrication machines, grooves etched into their surfaces, spiritual powder liquid applied, and then soaked in a solution for days. The craftsmanship was appallingly crude. These were clearly fake spiritual minerals crudely manufactured through technological means. Weighing the minerals in his hand, Bai Yi said calmly, "Not bad, but my standards are higher." The stall owner, realizing Bai Yi was an expert, shook his head, took back the minerals, and leaned against his stall in silence. Without another word, Bai Yi turned and headed toward the next stall selling spiritual minerals. For the next hour, Bai Yi wandered through various stalls in the black market. During this time, he managed to select a few minerals that met his requirements: a low-grade Tier 1 flowstone, a similarly graded coal mount stone, and a small piece of mid-grade brass rock. His sharp eye and decisive actions allowed him to secure these items, but his limited funds prevented him from purchasing more. In particular, he had to pass on a Tier 1 high-grade crimson flame ore weighing 4 to 5 kilograms, which could have satisfied the majority of his needs had he been able to afford it. Scanning the nearby stalls, Bai Yi sighed softly, a trace of helplessness flickering across his expression. For an average family, 200,000 Ling value coins would be more than enough for a comfortable life. However, in this bustling trade hub, such an amount seemed utterly insignificant. The 3 small spirit mines Bai Yi had just purchased had already cost him nearly 50,000 Ling value coins, and their combined weight was less than 3 kilograms. He couldn't help but marvel at the thought. No wonder companies specializing in artifact crafting only mention the primary materials in their advertisements, never the exact quantities. If a heavy artifact like the One Sheen sword were to be considered, the cost of even a single material would be enough to bankrupt them. Traditional artifact crafting seemed far more practical. While it incorporated its share of technology and crafty techniques, it still adhered more closely to its essence. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the Dao Mirror looked down on modern technological artifact crafting. Bai Yi wandered around a few more stalls, but found nothing of interest. He decided not to waste any more time and headed straight to the last and liveliest street. Here, the air was filled with the constant cries of merchants advertising their wares, offering a wide array of strange and exotic items. From Hahuan Valley Hahuan powder, love who you love, think of who you think of, Only 20,000 Ling value coins buy while supplies last. Bloodburst pills, 6-pack. Last bottle. Silver scale chest armor, only 5,000 per piece. Weihua Group's 9th generation flagship Blackwater Electronic Dao Talisman, just add 30,000 to own it. Illusionary Divine Smoke, 50,000 for one set. Experience ecstasy like no other. The bustling crowd and the overlapping shouts made the entire street seem particularly noisy and chaotic. Bai Yi ignored the commotion, his gaze quickly scanning the items laid out on the stalls. When his fingers accidentally brushed against a blue crystal, his steps came to an abrupt halt. The stall owner, a middle-aged man wearing a black mask, immediately greeted him enthusiastically upon noticing Bai Yi's interest. "Good eye, sir. This blue water stone may be of average quality, but it weighs a full 2 kilograms. Definitely worth the price." "How much?" Bai Yi asked indifferently, his tone casual, though his eyes carefully examined the stone. 70,000 Ling value coins. No bargaining. The stall owner proclaimed without hesitation. Bai Yi frowned slightly, his expression darkening. While the blue water stone did seem substantial in weight, its quality was undeniably poor. Paying that price for it would be a waste. He'd be better off looking for better materials elsewhere. Just as he was about to leave, he casually let his fingers brush over a few other items on the stall. When his fingertips touched a short rod of reddish-black color, the Dao Mirror within his consciousness suddenly trembled slightly. Sensing the anomaly in the Dao Mirror, Bai Yi's heart leapt with excitement, though his face remained calm. He picked up the blue water stone again, feigning nonchalance as he said, 40,000. For this quality, that's the most it's worth around here. The stall owner snorted coldly, his tone unfriendly. 60,000. If you don't want it, feel free to look elsewhere. Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly, pretending to be irritated. He looked as though he was about to leave, but hesitated halfway, turning back to say, "Fine, 60,000 it is, but you have to throw in a bonus." The stall owner's eyes flickered with interest, and he spread his hands with a grin. "Pick whatever you like." Bai Yi's hand slowly hovered over the various items on the stall before finally stopping at the reddish-black short rod. However, instead of picking it up, he casually grabbed a compass-like object next to it. The stall owner's eyes flashed with a hint of caution as he quickly pressed down on Bai Yi's hand, chuckling, "Sir, this compass isn't just any ordinary item. Best not to touch it." Bai Yi's expression darkened as he barked in a low voice. "What do you mean by that?" His tone carried a deliberate mix of urgency and anger. The stall owner chuckled coldly, his gaze shrewd. "You and I both know what's going on here. Why don't you tell me how much you think this compass is worth? Maybe I can give you a better deal." Bai Yi scoffed, his tone sharp. "How would I know? I'm just picking a random bonus." "That won't do," the stall owner said, shaking his head. He quickly took the compass from Bai Yi's hand and, almost casually, handed over the reddish-black short rod. "This will be your bonus. The compass stays here." Though Bai Yi was inwardly delighted, he maintained an air of dissatisfaction. He grabbed the blue water stone with a hint of annoyance and said curtly, "Fine." He swiftly transferred the 60,000 Ling value coins via an anonymous account without missing a beat. The stall owner, now satisfied, smiled and nodded. "Pleasure doing business. Payment received. Goods delivered." "Your tricks could use some practice," the stall owner scoffed, clutching a compass with a smug grin. His gaze swept over Bai Yi's seemingly frustrated face, mocking his supposed incompetence. Among the crowd, a man in a suit tightly gripped a ceremonial flagpole, his brows furrowed, and his hawk-like eyes scanning the scene intently. The moment a faint ripple of spiritual energy surfaced, his gaze locked onto the crimson-black rod in Bai Yi's hand. So the pole of the 100 Ghost banner was here. The suited man's expression darkened. Adjusting his tie to suppress the surge of excitement in his chest, he pushed through the crowd and approached Bai Yi directly. "Excuse me," he said, his voice deep and commanding. "The item in your hand is an heirloom of my family. It was accidentally lost some time ago. Could you return it to us?" Bai Yi glanced at him with calm indifference. "Sorry, I've already bought this. It's not for sale." 50,000. The man's voice rose sharply, urgency flickering in his eyes. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden offer, but shook his head again. "Apologies, I'm not selling." 100,000. The man's tone hardened, unwavering. At this, the stall owner's expression shifted dramatically. Gone was the earlier smugness, replaced with regret and disbelief. He had finally realized that Bai Yi's goal from the start had been this crimson-black rod, and he had foolishly handed it over on a silver platter. Yet Bai Yi remained unfazed, his tone as cool as ever. "I'm sorry. As I said, it's not for sale. If there's nothing else, they'll be leaving now." With that, he waved dismissively, turned, and brushed past the suited man's shoulder. His fingers grazed the man's sleeve ever so lightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes for the briefest moment. "You call this a family heirloom in the black market?" What's next, your family's legacy of bankruptcy? Bai Yi sneered as he walked away without a backward glance. The suited man's face twisted with barely contained fury. His hand yanked at his tie, nearly tearing it apart. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his venomous gaze on Bai Yi's retreating figure before quietly following him into the shadows. Half an hour later, Bai Yi had visited several stalls, acquiring a few spiritual minerals before deciding to leave the black market. Taking the path toward Nameless Street, he soon noticed a faint, looming sense of danger. Sweeping his gaze over the bustling crowd, he caught sight of a familiar figure vanishing into the throng. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed. It was the same man in the suit who had tried to buy the Crimson Black Rod earlier. Though the Blue Mountain black market upheld strict rules, those rules ceased to apply beyond its boundaries. The stretch between Nameless Street and the Old District platform was notorious a desolate zone where surveillance drones couldn't reach. A spark of determination lit Bai Yi's eyes. If confrontation was inevitable, he would strike first. Pivoting, he abandoned the open route and veered toward the crumbling ruins on Nameless Street's east side. In the eerie silence of the ruins, moonlight struggled to pierce through a thick veil of mist. The darkness felt suffocating, the desolation oppressive. Crumbling walls and shattered debris painted a scene of ghostly despair. The suited man soon arrived, his expression a mix of ferocity and desperation. His tie was gone, ripped away, and he looked as though consumed by an unrelenting fury. "You can't escape," he growled, his voice hoarse and frenzied. "The pole of the 100 Ghost banner is nearby, I can feel it." His bloodshot eyes gleamed with madness, crimson spiritual energy coiling like flames around his body. Reaching into his coat, he retrieved a pendant adorned with pale bone plaques. As he channeled his spiritual energy into it, a chorus of anguished wails echoed through the night. From the pendant's surface, tormented souls emerged, their forms coalescing into chains of vengeful spirits. At his command, the spectral chains flew outward, scouring the ruins in search of their prey. In the misty darkness, the air grew heavier, the night thick with malice. The vengeful spirits drifted through the crumbling walls and ruins, their piercing wails echoing through the desolate space. A dense, mist-like aura of malevolence spread, shrouding the area in an oppressive gloom. A chilling tide of energy surged forth, and amidst the ruins, distorted apparitions of anguished souls flickered faintly, as if silently weeping. In the center of the wreckage stood a man in a tailored suit, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. His sharp, hawk-like gaze locked onto a specific spot on the dilapidated wall to his left. "Found you," he murmured hoarsely, his voice laced with an icy menace that sent shivers down the spine. In his hand, a bone talisman trembled slightly, producing a faint jingling sound. Suddenly, blood-red chains shot out from the talisman like venomous snakes, piercing the spectral forms of the vengeful spirits. Agonized howls reverberated as the spirits writhed, the sound shaking the ruins. In the next instant, as if compelled by an irresistible force, the spirits surged madly toward the decrepit wall. A thunderous crash shattered the air as the wall collapsed, sending stones and dust flying in all directions. Through the haze, a cold beam of light flashed, its silvery gleam slicing through the gloom. The light, sharp as a comet, tore through the spirits, disintegrating them into countless fragments before they dissolved into nothingness. Yet the sword light did not wane. It streaked forward, aiming directly at the suited man. "Chi Refinement Stage 4, a sword cultivator?" The man sneered, raising an eyebrow in mockery. "The fools from the Immortal Alliance dare to dream of mastering the way of the sword immortal? How laughable!" As he scoffed, the bone talisman rose into the air. The surrounding wind grew colder, and a crimson, blood-like energy oozed from the talisman, so viscous it seemed ready to drip to the ground. Dark, red-black mist erupted and coalesced into a skeletal figure. The ghastly white skeleton, its hollow eye sockets brimming with a suffocating killing intent, let out a bone-chilling roar as it lunged toward the incoming sword light. "Crrrkk," the skeleton's jagged, cracked teeth snapped shut around the sword light, its corrosive aura spreading rapidly and dimming the once brilliant glow. The suited man snorted dismissively, and the skeleton exhaled a dense, fog-like miasma. The sword light dissipated instantly, and the swirling dust settled, revealing a calm and composed Bai Yi standing behind it. Bai Yi's gaze swept over the skeletal figure and the bone talisman, his expression unchanging. Soul extraction, blood sacrifice, the blood demon sect's vile techniques. His voice was cold and steady, his mind racing through memories of what he knew about the sect. The Blood Demon Sect, a notorious organization from the dark arts, rose to power long ago by extracting the essence and souls of living beings to strengthen their cultivation. At its peak a millennium ago, the Blood River Master at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage sacrificed an entire Tier 3 city's population of hundreds of thousands to forge the Blood River, ultimately achieving the nascent Soul stage. However, the Immortal Alliance dispatched 5 nascent soul cultivators, who spent 3 years obliterating the Blood River and vanquishing the Blood River Master. Since then, the sect had been hunted to near extinction. Ghost Banner. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as recognition dawned. The man's methods matched the descriptions of the infamous demonic artifact. With a surge of spiritual energy, Bai Yi's Qingfeng sword let out a resonant hum, dispelling the tainted aura clinging to its blade. The sword's light gleamed once more, radiant and sharp. The Qingfeng sword rose into the air, its blade slicing through the approaching spirits like a whirlwind, reducing them to nothingness. As the air cleared, Bai Yi's eyes shone with determination. With a swift motion, he formed a sword seal with his fingers and pointed forward. The Qingfeng sword transformed into an ethereal blade of azure energy, its unparalleled sharpness piercing toward the skeletal figure. A deafening explosion shattered the stillness as the sword struck the skeleton's chest. The collision of its piercing energy and the skeleton's dark aura sent shockwaves rippling outward, creating countless cracks across the bone structure. The cracks spread rapidly, and with an anguished wail, the skeleton shattered into fragments. Bai Yi's eyes glinted sharply as his sword seal shifted once more. The Qingfeng sword retracted its light, becoming a streak of brilliance that soared through the air, closing in on the suited man's throat. A perfected Dao-infused sword technique? Impossible. The man's expression twisted in shock and fear. Desperately, he raised the bone talisman, unleashing every ounce of his blood-red spiritual energy in a final, frantic defense. The talisman emitted an ear-splitting wail as vengeful spirits screamed, their sound waves crashing against the incoming sword light in a desperate attempt to hold it back. Crimson droplets of blood trickled from the fingertip, merging with the bone token. The moment the blood seeped in, the token seemed to come alive, emitting a low, guttural sound, like the unsettling gulp of something drinking deeply. Instantly, a thick, metallic scent of blood spread from the token, transforming into a scarlet shield that forcefully intercepted the oncoming sword light. The man in the suit sneered, his face lined with ghastly crimson marks. A blood-red glow flickered in his pupils, predatory and ravenous, as his gaze locked onto Bai Yi in the distance. His voice, low and oppressive, carried an air of chilling dominance. I didn't expect you to master the sword technique to the level of Dao Rhyme perfection. If we were both at the 5th level of Qi refining, I might have been cautious, but alas, you're merely at the 4th level. How do you intend to break my blood demon soul-seizing technique? Before the words fully left his lips, the man's aura surged violently. Blood-like spiritual energy erupted from his body, dyeing the bone token in his hand a dark crimson. It trembled fiercely as a dense blood mist swirled out, coalescing into a fearsome ghostly apparition. The specter's blood-red eyes gleamed with a murderous light as it let out a piercing shriek, its clawed hands, formed of solidified blood energy, slashing ferociously toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed. With a precise tap of his foot, he summoned the Qingfeng sword, which had been knocked aside, back into his grasp. The sword light streaked through the air like a meteor, forming a circular ring of sword energy around him that deflected the ghostly claw's onslaught layer by layer. Sparks flew as the blade clashed repeatedly with the blood-forged hands, producing a relentless series of metallic clangs. Yet with each impact, the surrounding blood mist seemed to dim the Qingfeng sword's radiance bit by bit. Feeling the sword's aura gradually being corroded by the tainted blood energy, Bai Yi frowned slightly, his thoughts racing. This needs to end quickly, he resolved. Though his spiritual energy could barely hold the defense, the man's 5th level Qi refining power, combined with the corrupting force of the blood demon sect's dark techniques, posed a significant threat. If the Qingfeng sword were fully tainted, the situation would become far graver. Ultimately, cultivation level is the deciding factor. Bai Yi's gaze turned icy as he analyzed the predicament. He saw it clearly. If not for the man's advantage in cultivation and his reliance on the blood demon sect's vile arts, Bai Yi could have ended this fight in just 2 strikes. With that thought, a surge of spiritual energy roared within Bai Yi, like rivers crashing through their banks. A sharp sword intent burst forth from his body as threads of Dao rhyme gathered along the Qingfeng sword's blade. Its sword light flared brilliantly, illuminating the battlefield in dazzling azure radiance. With a clear, resounding cry, the Qingfeng sword streaked forward like a beam of icy light, slicing straight through the ghostly claw. The cold brilliance severed the ghostly hand cleanly, dispersing the blood energy that sustained it. Maintaining his composed expression, Bai Yi unleashed another flurry of strikes. The Qingfeng sword, now a blazing streak of green light, drove through the specter's other claw before cleaving its ghastly form in half. Qingfeng sword technique, 10th form. Bask in the gentle breeze. Bai Yi intoned, his voice steady yet commanding. The Qingfeng sword's light erupted like a tempest, obliterating the ghostly apparition completely. A sharp crack echoed as the bone token fractured, its surface webbed with cracks like a shattered mirror. The man in the suit paled, his expression twisting with terror. "Dao rhyme perfection?" he exclaimed, stumbling backward. In desperation, his right hand plunged into his chest, blood spurting forth unnaturally to hang suspended in midair. He let out a frenzied roar. "I offer my essence blood form the soul-melting chains." As his blood ignited, the remaining spiritual energy in his body transformed into dozens of crimson chains that emerged from the void behind him. These chains, writhing like living creatures, wailed mournfully as they wove themselves into an impenetrable blood-red net, surging forward to meet Bai Yi's incoming sword light. Bai Yi extended his spiritual awareness, guiding the Qingfeng sword through the labyrinth of chains. The sword light, compressed to an even sharper edge, darted and weaved like a leaf caught in the wind. After countless twists and turns, it broke free of the blood net, streaking straight toward the suited man. A flash of green light, swift as lightning, swept across his neck. With a sickening splat, blood sprayed into the air, blossoming like a crimson flower. The man clutched at his throat, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief. His body swayed for a moment before collapsing heavily to the ground, the sound of the impact echoing in the stillness that followed. This battle seemed effortless, but in truth, he had already used every means at his disposal. Bai Yi's long sword trembled slightly in his hand, its blade emanating a cold, autumn-like gleam. It silently cut through the air, sweeping away the last trace of the foul, blood-tainted aura. His expression remained stoic, yet deep inside, he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. If not for his sword techniques having reached a state of perfect harmony with the Dao, with sword light as pure as a single stream, he might have already succumbed to the blood-taint technique of the suited man. His spiritual energy would have been corrupted, his power significantly diminished, but now, he stood unscathed at the conclusion of the battle. Lowering his gaze slightly, his eyes fell on the lifeless body of the suited man not far away. Though the blood-taint technique was sinister, it ultimately posed no greater threat due to its fragmented spiritual essence. For an average fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, just a touch of that blood taint would have cost them a significant portion of their combat strength or worse, turned them into another victim of the technique. Bai Yi walked slowly toward the corpse, his steps steady yet carrying a hint of cold detachment. With a single hand gesture, his spiritual energy materialized as an invisible force, drawing a cracked bone plate into his palm. The moment the bone plate touched his hand, a strange tremor resonated deep within his consciousness. The Dao Mirror within him quivered faintly, and blurry images flickered through his mind like fleeting shadows. In the vision, the suited man wore a sinister expression, using men and women as material during the Yin hours. He extracted their brow bones, inscribed them with runes using their heart's blood, and refined them into bone plates. He strung 20 such plates together with sinew, forming this chilling tool of the demonic sex. Bai Yi's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze turning somber. Contemplating such cruel methods, he flicked his sleeve, sending a gust of spiritual energy that forcefully swept the corpse into the rubble. As the dust settled, a cold realization surfaced in his heart. The path of cultivation was one of life and death, where the weak were mere sheep awaiting slaughter. Only by treading the great path could one seize control of their own destiny. After calming his thoughts, Bai Yi waved his sleeve once more, using his spiritual energy to tear apart the suited man's clothing. A blackened banner slipped from the tattered fabric, its surface embroidered with countless menacing depictions of malevolent spirits. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened as he drew the banner into his hand. "The 100-ghost banner," he murmured softly, his fingers tightening slightly as he felt the cold, sinister energy flowing through the banner. This was a common artifact of the blood demon sect's demonic cultivators, crafted by harnessing the souls of 100 individuals. The more pain the victims endured before death, the fiercer the principal spirit within the banner. The greater the number of malevolent spirits it contained, the more terrifying its power. During the Allied Immortal Sect's campaign to eradicate the Blood Demon sect, it was said that an elder wielded a 100-ghost banner, unleashing 10,000 ghosts and leaving devastation in his wake. Bai Yi gently traced the surface of the banner, his thoughts churning. The methods used to create the bone plate and the 100-ghost banner were entirely different from the artifact crafting techniques taught by the Allied Immortal Sect. Instead, they bore a striking resemblance to the sinister methods favored by demonic cultivators in the cultivation world of his previous life. A sense of clarity began to form in his mind, though he chose not to delve further for now. With practiced efficiency, he used his spiritual energy to gather the suited man's remaining belongings, including the 100-ghost banner, and stored them in his pouch. His figure then disappeared into the moonlit night. Under the serene moonlight, Bai Yi returned to his apartment complex by car, his expression as composed as ever. Upon entering, he cast a cleansing spell, instantly removing the dust from his body. After casually placing the 100-ghost banner and spirit ores into a supermarket bag, he acted as though nothing unusual had occurred. Following a brief chat with his parents, he retreated to his cultivation room, sealing the door to block out the outside world. Inside the room, Bai Yi emptied the contents of the supermarket bag, his gaze sweeping over the pile of items now laid out before him. A faint smile tugged at his lips. 8 pieces of spirit ore, 5 of lower first grade and 3 of mid first grade stood out, along with 2 particularly rare stones, a blood essence stone and a Yin soul stone, together weighing over 10 kilograms. Additionally, there was a lower first grade demonic artifact, the bone plate, and a higher first grade demonic artifact, the 100 ghost banner. He exhaled softly, a trace of amusement in his voice. The old saying holds true. Great wealth comes from great risks. His eyes lingered on the items, mentally calculating their worth. The 2 artifacts alone were valued at over 400,000 yuan. The 100 ghost banner and the bone-eroding blood token, though demonic artifacts, are already of considerable value. If they were righteous traditional artifacts, their worth might increase by another 40 to 50%. After all, traditional righteous artifacts differ from the mass-produced spiritual tools of the Immortal Alliance. These artifacts are meticulously crafted by artifact refiners using rare and precious materials. Despite lacking modern technological enhancements, their power often surpasses that of contemporary tools. The materials here, combined with the others, have a conservative estimated value of 700,000 spirit stones, enough to sustain an average family for 5 or 6 years without any additional income. Bai Yi shifted his gaze away from the materials and picked up the smallest piece of lower-grade spiritual ore. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind inward, connecting with the long-dormant Dao Mirror. The surface of the mirror shimmered with ancient runes and glyphs, exuding a primordial aura. A thin, invisible stream of energy rapidly flowed into the spiritual ore. In an instant, the excised or lost its luster. Its spiritual essence drained entirely, crumbling into fine powder that trickled through Bai Yi's fingers. Bai Yi quietly observed the Dao Mirror within his sea of consciousness, but found it as still as a deep pool, showing no signs of change. His expression remained calm, unsurprised by the result. After all, the Dao Mirror was a supreme treasure of the Dao. Even in its obscured state, it was far beyond what a mere piece of spiritual ore could awaken. Without hesitation, he picked up another piece of ore, and once again, the energy surged in. This piece, too, turned to dust, while the mirror remained unresponsive. Still within expectations, Bai Yi murmured under his breath, frowning slightly as he continued to test a third, then a fourth piece of ore. Each attempt yielded the same result: no reaction from the mirror. When he picked up the last piece of lower-grade ore, a faint trace of irritation finally appeared on his face. He rolled his neck, gritted his teeth, and infused his energy into the ore. Yet again, the ore disintegrated into powder, and the Dao Mirror only trembled faintly before falling silent once more. Seriously? Bai couldn't help but let out a low growl, his calm demeanor finally breaking. He stared at the powder in his hand, his eyes betraying a mix of helplessness and bitterness. 5 pieces of spiritual ore, totaling over 3 kilograms and valued at nearly 50,000 spirit stones, and yet they failed to stir even the slightest ripple. He cursed inwardly. This level of consumption was nothing short of burning money. He didn't have an endless supply of resources. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and muttered to himself, "The only downside of expensive things is that they're expensive." With that, he grabbed a 2-kilogram piece of blue water stone and decided to keep trying. As the energy flowed in, the spiritual essence within the blue water stone was rapidly extracted, coursing through his arm and into the depths of his sea of consciousness. This time, the Dao Mirror finally showed some signs of change. A faint glow began to appear on its surface, like a gentle mist spreading across the mirror, with tiny points of light shimmering like starlight, forming rippling patterns reminiscent of streams winding through mountains. There's movement. A flicker of joy lit up Bai Yi's eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed 2 more pieces of spiritual ore, one in each hand, and pushed his energy to its limit, frantically drawing out their spiritual essence. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the Dao Mirror absorbed the essence, its glow growing brighter. The tiny points of starlight seemed to outline profound truths of the universe, mysterious and unfathomable. However, when the 2 pieces of ore crumbled into dust, the mirror's glow reached only halfway to its full brilliance, still unable to coalesce into a single ray of enlightenment. Bai Yi's eye twitched uncontrollably, a wave of frustration washing over him. 8 pieces of spiritual ore, all of significant value, and yet not even a single thread of enlightenment could be produced. He glanced down at the remaining artifacts, his gaze settling on the bone-eroding blood token. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally picked it up. As his energy flowed into the token, a cacophony of anguished wails and despairing sobs erupted in his mind, as if thousands of tormented souls were screaming in his ears. The sound was chilling to the bone. Bai Yi's face turned ashen, his mind reeling as if struck by a heavy blow. His spiritual energy became chaotic, and his vision darkened as he nearly collapsed backward. At that critical moment, a soft, milky white glow emerged from the depths of his sea of consciousness, like a refreshing rain after a long drought. The gentle light enveloped his mind, soothing his spirit. Under its radiance, the tormented souls gradually quieted and eventually dissolved into nothingness. As his mind steadied and peace returned, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the bone-eroding blood token in his hand, now transformed into a jade-like, luminous artifact. A trace of lingering fear flickered in his gaze. Unexpectedly, this demonic artifact contained such overwhelming resentment, even in just its spiritual essence. Bai Yi frowned slightly, his gaze deep as he looked into the depths of his spiritual sea. If not for the Yin Dao Mirror protecting his mind at the critical moment, the instant that resentment surged through him, his spiritual energy might have already spiraled out of control, perhaps even leading to a complete inner demon outbreak. However, to his surprise, this perilous encounter brought unexpected gains. The once violent and raging resentment was refined by the Yin Dao Mirror and transformed into pure and serene spiritual essence. A faint, mystical Dao enlightenment glow emerged, gently revolving within. A faint smile tugged at Bai Yi's lips as a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He vividly recalled that the essence extracted from those 8 spirit ores earlier had only barely pushed the nourishment progress of the Yin Dao Mirror to halfway. Yet this crude, low-grade first-tier demonic artifact had directly completed the remaining half. Such efficiency far exceeded his expectations. If the bone-corroding token was like this, then what about the 100 Ghost Banner? Bai Yi muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to the 100 Ghost Banner lying on the ground, now split in two. Compared to the bone-corroding token, the 100 Ghost Banner was superior by several levels in both material and grade. If he could refine it, it might even condense another Dao enlightenment glow. With this thought, Bai Yi did not hesitate further. Forming a hand seal with his left hand, he wove his spiritual consciousness and energy into a thin protective barrier, tightly shielding his meridians and acupoints to ensure he wouldn't suffer as he had earlier. Then, he reached out and picked up the 100 Ghost Banner, carefully connecting his spiritual consciousness to the Yin Dao Mirror, directing a strand of energy into the banner. The moment his energy entered, the 100 Ghost Banner trembled violently, as if it were a living creature trying to break free from his grasp. The banner unfurled, and an overwhelming surge of energy and resentment poured out like a tidal wave. Blood-stained skulls emerged one after another, clawing their way out of the banner and lunging at Bai Yi with ferocious intent. Humph! Bai Yi snorted coldly, his expression unchanging as faint traces of Dao spiritual essence flickered in his eyes. With the Yin Dao Mirror's support, his spiritual energy instantly transformed into a radiant spiritual brilliance, enveloping the sea of crimson skulls. Wherever the brilliance touched, the skulls dissolved like frost under the scorching sun, dissipating into illusory faces. These faces carried expressions of gratitude, casting one last look at Bai Yi before silently vanishing into the void. Time passed slowly. Over an hour later, the final traces of resentment and Yin energy were fully refined into spiritual essence and absorbed into the Yin Dao Mirror. Within Bai Yi's spiritual sea, where once there had been only a single Dao enlightenment glow, now a second glow had appeared. The two intertwined, radiating like stars circling one another. It actually worked? Bai Yi inwardly observed his spiritual sea, his gaze fixed on the 2 Dao enlightenment glows. A wave of excitement surged through him, difficult to suppress. Clenching his fists tightly, a smile spread across his lips. Initially, he had only intended to experiment with refining the demonic artifact to test the Yin Dao Mirror's nourishment progress. Never did he anticipate that the resentment within these artifacts would so significantly enhance the mirror's nourishment and the condensation of Dao enlightenment glows. Perhaps there's a deeper secret to uncover here, Bai Yi thought to himself, his gaze slightly narrowing. Whether it was the resentment in demonic artifacts or other forms of energy with similar properties, he couldn't yet confirm their effectiveness. But one thing was clear. In this realm of cultivation, the disciples of demonic sects and heretical cults had now become walking treasure troves in his eyes. However, Bai Yi's smile quickly faded, replaced by a cold and resolute expression. He murmured softly, "Demonic sects and heretics shall be eradicated by all." As he silently repeated these words, his gaze returned to the 2 Dao enlightenment glows. This was an unexpected blessing and an extraordinary opportunity. After setting his personal terminal to retreat mode, Bai Yi slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his spiritual sea. He approached one of the Dao enlightenment glows, basking in its mystical radiance, and without hesitation, began circulating the small 5 elements technique. His Qingfeng sword art had already reached the realm of Dao resonance perfection, yet compared to those prodigies nurtured by sects and clans from a young age, his greatest shortcoming remained his cultivation level. He knew that this gap would eventually be bridged little by little, step by step. The foundational cultivation technique of the Celestial Alliance, known as the Lesser Five Elements technique, refined over millennia, was precisely what gave him confidence to bridge the gap. As Bai Yi's consciousness was enveloped by the faint glow of enlightenment, his sea of consciousness seemed to be guided by a gentle yet irresistible force. Familiar white mist began to rise once more, quickly spreading and enveloping him like an ethereal realm. At the center of the mist, an ancient and unadorned Dao Mirror slowly emerged, exuding an aura of age and profundity that seemed to pierce directly into the soul. The mirror's light illuminated the surroundings, drawing the white mist toward it, which coalesced into a vague and translucent figure, resembling the formless spirit of heaven and earth. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice echoed from the depths of his consciousness, solemn and distant, like the toll of a bell or the chant of the Tao itself. It reverberated through Bai Yi's heart and mind. Heaven and earth are born of the five elements, nurturing all things, guiding the Tao to the heart, free from excess or deficiency, illuminating the true self. The voice seemed to transcend time and space, carrying an undeniable majesty and wisdom that made the heavens and earth seem to pause in reverence. Bai Yi felt as though he had entered a profound and mysterious state, his mind both chaotic and clear, his spirit drawn by the voice as his body became bathed in the mirror's radiant light. Amid the swirling mists, a hazy, semi-transparent figure materialized. Streams of spiritual light coursed naturally along its meridians, like flowing streams. Each breath and exhalation set the spiritual energy into motion, circulating through the body's pathways. Pure energy rose to the sea of marrow, while impure energy sank to the kidney palace. The spiritual energy flowed through the apertures with alternating sharpness, heat, and gentle nourishment, eventually condensing into a vortex within the sea of energy. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his gaze, as the spiritual energy around him subtly trembled. He took a deep breath, exhaling a mouthful of impure air, his entire body feeling light as a feather. When he examined the vortex within, his heart filled with awe and emotion. This was the true perfection of the first level of the Lesser Five Elements technique. From the age of 8, he had practiced this technique using basic breathing methods, taking 10 years to form his first vortex. Yet now, under the guidance of the enlightenment glow, he realized that what he had once thought to be perfection was riddled with flaws that the glow had swiftly corrected and refined. Bai Yi's consciousness delved inward once more, and as time passed, his meridians and apertures gradually connected. Spiritual energy surged like rivers, and a second vortex began to take shape. As the circulation of energy became smoother, the sea of energy gathered in a dense mist, leading to the formation of a third vortex. The breakthroughs in the Lesser Five Elements technique felt effortless, as if they had naturally fallen into place. As his cultivation progressed, Bai Yi's spiritual energy surged like tidal waves. Under the pull of the vortices, the 12 primary meridians operated at full capacity, their flow becoming increasingly vast. Amid the roiling clouds, a fourth vortex emerged, its energy piercing through the sea of marrow and extending deep into the sea of consciousness. Finally, with the convergence of the 5 elemental vortices, a fifth vortex formed, marking the completion of the Lesser Five Elements technique. The white mist within his consciousness gradually dissipated, and the light in the cultivation chamber brightened once more. Bai Yi's eyelids fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes, returning to full awareness from the profound state induced by the enlightenment glow. He could feel the 5 vortices in his sea of energy spinning and expanding, their ability to absorb spiritual energy akin to a black hole, far surpassing his previous capabilities. If his past cultivation efficiency had been 1, it had now increased tenfold or more, with his spiritual energy recovery rate also significantly enhanced. So this is the 5th level of the Lesser Five Elements technique? Bai Yi murmured softly, a hint of joy and satisfaction flickering in his eyes. As he sensed the immense power of the 5 vortices within his sea of energy, his thoughts surged with emotion. Yet his gaze soon shifted to the final glow of enlightenment lingering beside the Dao Mirror, a contemplative expression crossing his face. While the Lesser Five Elements technique and the Lesser Clear Wind Sword technique were deeply rooted in solid foundations, his remaining techniques, the White Rainbow Sword technique and the Heavy Spirit Scripture, clearly required more than a single enlightenment glow to fully comprehend. A determined glint appeared in Bai Yi's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he began to deliberate on his next course of action. Caught between the two choices, he couldn't make up his mind for the moment. For now, he decided to leave the trace of enlightenment untouched. He would revisit the decision after breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Bai Yi let out a slow breath, his gaze falling on the terminal screen. With a slight swipe of his finger, the time appeared on the display. It had been a full week since he entered the cultivation chamber to seclude himself. The generous rewards from the assessment had allowed him to accumulate 28 hours in the cultivation tower. These hours of intense training had brought him to a point where he could faintly sense the barrier of the 5th level of Qi refinement weakening. Together, These factors would significantly shorten the time needed for his breakthrough. Standing up, Bai Yi slung the Qingfeng sword onto his back, held the one-sheen sword at his side, and pushed open the door to the cultivation chamber. As he stepped into the empty living room, his eyes swept across it with a calm, indifferent gaze. Outside the cultivation tower, morning sunlight cast its rays over the scene. Below the tower, a group of more than 10 senior high school students gathered in small clusters, their hushed conversations tinged with envy and jealousy. I heard Hua Ming has been visiting the old principal every day this week for guidance. That's someone in the foundation establishment stage. One student exclaimed, his tone filled with longing. If you were in the top 5 during the assessment, you'd have the same opportunity, another student retorted, rolling his eyes before lowering his voice. And I've heard that under the old principal's guidance, Hua Ming's flame talisman is nearly perfected with Dao rhyme. Not to mention, his family spent a fortune to acquire a first-tier, top-grade magnetic flame talisman from Guangmi Corporation. Once refined, that artifact could help him pass the 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary trials. Even if he doesn't make it, he's guaranteed a spot in a top-tier academy. Another chimed in, his voice betraying barely concealed jealousy. The group erupted into murmurs, their faces adorned with forced smiles while their eyes betrayed their envy and frustration. Every single person here had been hailed as a genius in the outside world, but at the base of the cultivation tower, even getting into a third-rate sect seemed like a distant dream. So what if Bai Yi from Class 2 managed to snag first place by sheer luck? A lanky student sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. What does he have to compete with Hua Ming? With his family's meager resources, he can't even afford a first-tier, top-grade artifact. Exactly. And his Qingfeng sword technique is just a low-grade skill. Once Hua Ming perfects his flame talisman, he could crush Bai Yi with a single blow. Another student chimed in, his tone filled with contempt. The group grew more animated, seemingly finding some semblance of superiority in belittling others. However, just as one of them was about to speak, his movements froze, his face turning ghostly pale as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. What's wrong with you? Someone nearby began to ask, only to feel a sudden chill at his neck. When he turned his head, his pupils contracted sharply. A sword, radiating a cold, piercing light, hovered silently before him. Not far away, Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back, his calm eyes fixed on them. Bai, it's a misunderstanding, they stammered, their voices trembling. But the Qingfeng sword quivered in the air and transformed into a streak of light, piercing downward with a sharp whistle. The blade cut through the air, its icy edge grazing their necks. The sheer force of the sword's presence left them trembling, their legs giving out as they collapsed to their knees. Strands of their hair, sliced clean by the sword's energy, floated to the ground, adding an eerie stillness to the atmosphere. As the tension reached its peak, the door of the cultivation tower suddenly slid open. Bai Yi retracted the Qingfeng sword without saying another word, turned, and walked into the newly vacated cultivation chamber, leaving the group pale and drenched in cold sweat. Beep. The terminal screen displayed the student's information, student ID 108695527, Bai Yi. Remaining cultivation time, 28 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Current spiritual energy index, 193. Inside the cultivation chamber, dense spiritual energy surged as the gathering spirit array activated. Bai Yi sat cross-legged, his body instinctively channeling the small 5 elements technique. Within his core, the 5 energy whirlpools spun like the 5 elements in harmony, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. There was a faint but unmistakable sign of a breakthrough. The 5th level of Qi refinement was within reach. The location, nearing the second-tier spiritual ground, combined with the perfection of the 5th level of the minor 5 elements technique, allowed Bai Yi to achieve a cultivation speed that rivaled the effects he had only previously attained by consuming Qi-enhancing pills. Bai Yi sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, his entire body surrounded by surging spiritual energy, which ebbed and flowed like tidal waves. The perfected 5th level of the minor 5 elements technique operated at full capacity, with 5 streams of energy converging in his dantian, forming the faint shadow of a 5 elements energy cyclone hovering behind him. This shadow emitted a profound and mysterious pressure. Spiritual energy flowed into the cyclone like a stream, quickly refined into pure spiritual liquid, which dripped into his energy sea. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze focused. With a hand seal formed by his right hand, he completed a simple spiritual energy control technique. A series of pills floated out from his pocket, lining up neatly in front of him. Among them were 1 Qi-enhancing pill and 6 Qi-enhancing elixirs, their medicinal fragrance permeating the air, brimming with spiritual energy. With a flick of Bai Yi's finger, the shell of the Qi-enhancing pill cracked open, revealing its crystal-clear core. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the pill transformed into a streak of light, entering his throat. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, turning into a warm current that flowed through his meridians toward his dantian. Bai Yi closed his eyes again, focusing his mind. His spiritual sense, as fine as a thread, carefully guided the energy to nourish his meridians while accelerating the rotation of the five-element cyclone. The cyclone, like a massive grinding wheel, crushed the impurities within the pill completely. These impurities then seeped out through his pores as faint gray mist, which evaporated under the high temperature of his cultivation technique. Time passed quietly. When the last trace of medicinal energy was fully refined, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing briefly in their depths. He glanced at the projection timer in the cultivation room, his face lighting up with joy. In the past, refining a single key-enhancing pill would have taken him 2 to 3 days, and even then, some of its energy would remain unabsorbed. This time, however, he had fully refined it in just 3 hours. Such efficiency was equivalent to a week of his previous arduous cultivation. Indeed, wealth, companions, techniques, and location make all the difference in cultivation efficiency, Bai Yi thought to himself, his gaze falling on the key-enhancing elixirs in front of him, filled with anticipation. These elixirs, crafted by the alchemists of Hongfeng Valley, were far superior to key-enhancing pills in both potency and absorption efficiency. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and formed another hand seal. A key-enhancing elixir floated into his mouth, dissolving instantly into a surge of spiritual energy that coursed through his body. The five-element cyclone rotated rapidly, his blood rushing like molten silver. The medicinal energy was quickly broken down into the purest spiritual energy, nourishing his organs and meridians. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his expression remained calm and focused, fully immersed in the process. By the time the first light of dawn broke, the last trace of the elixir's energy had been absorbed. Bai Yi exhaled a long breath of turbid air, which shot out like an arrow. He opened his eyes, his brows brimming with delight, as he sensed the changes in his dantian's energy sea. The previously shallow pool of spiritual energy had now become noticeably fuller, as though it were ready to break through to the next realm at any moment. The key-enhancing elixir truly lives up to its reputation. Just one is worth nearly a month's worth of my usual cultivation efforts, Bai Yi murmured to himself, filled with amazement. However, he also noted that refining the elixir was significantly more challenging than refining a pill, taking him an entire day to complete. For an ordinary student, it would likely take at least half a month to achieve the same result. He lowered his head in thought for a moment, his gaze sharpening as he made a decision. With his cultivation room time running out, breaking through his current realm was the top priority. Other matters, such as acquiring the first-tier high-grade flying sword Wenshin sword, could be set aside for now. 10 minutes later, the time allocated for the cultivation room finally expired. Bai Yi rose from the meditation mat, tidied his robes, and stepped out of the room. His figure disappeared into the morning light as he headed straight back home. The day of breakthrough has arrived. Since the last evaluation ended, all students who advanced to the elite group were granted permission to manage their own study schedules. As a result, apart from training in the cultivation tower and seeking guidance from the old dean, all elite group students have been practicing in seclusion at home, making final preparations for the 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary examination. Upon returning home, Bai Yi briefly explained the situation to his parents before locking himself in his cultivation chamber, focusing on refining the remaining key-enhancing pills. 5 days, then 7 days passed. Without the concentrated spiritual energy of the spiritual land, he relied solely on the Xiao Wu Xing technique, taking an entire week to fully refine the 4 key-enhancing pills. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation chamber with his eyes closed, Bai Yi looked inward. Within his Qi Si and Dantian, a torrent of spiritual energy surged like rivers, washing away the layers of barriers in his meridians. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the last key-enhancing pill. As the pill dissolved, its medicinal power spread, saturating his dantian with rich spiritual energy. Under his control, the energy surged like a raging tide, relentlessly impacting his meridians and acupoints. Time ticked by, and when the medicinal power was fully refined, waves of energy suddenly burst outward from his body. Bai Yi felt a warm current washing through him, as the barriers in his meridians finally shattered. His acupoints became filled with spiritual energy, and a faint mist emanated from his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which shone with brilliance, and the aura of the 5th level of Qi refinement erupted. Instinctively, Bai Yi raised his sword fingers. The Qingfeng sword responded with a resonant hum, and a streak of azure sword light shot out, leaving several pale marks on the surrounding walls. Slowly retracting the sword, a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his lips. After breaking through, the power of the Xiao Qingfeng sword technique had at least doubled. If he were to face the Blood Demon sect's evil cultivator from that day again, a single strike would be enough to shatter their dark magic and claim their head. Bai Yi stood up, feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through his body. A wave of emotion surged in his heart. Who would have thought that just a month ago, he was still at the 4th level of Qi refinement, struggling to grasp the Dao rhythm in his swordsmanship? Now, not only had he reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, but he had also perfected the Shao Qingfeng sword technique. Gripping his sword tightly, his eyes grew resolute as the image of the artifact that had accompanied him through his reincarnation, the Yin Dao Mirror, surfaced in his mind. Strive for immortality, Bai Yi murmured softly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he was acutely aware of his mediocre talent. If he wanted to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path, he would have to fight against others and defy the heavens. The heavens leave a chance in the natural order, but if talent is insufficient, then the Yin Dao Mirror and his sword would be his tools to seize that slim opportunity. With a clear mind, Bai Yi felt his foundation become even more stable, and his connection with his sword grew deeper. He looked out the window and noted that there was still more than a month before the 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary examination. After a moment of contemplation, he made a silent decision. First, refine the Wenshin sword and master the Baihang sword technique, then head to that place. He once again sat cross-legged, spending half a day fully familiarizing himself with the power of the 5th level of Qi refinement. Then, he directed his consciousness into the depths of his spiritual sea, where the Yin Dao Mirror resided. Within the mirror, the glow of enlightenment enveloped him, white mist swirled, and the Dao rhythm coalesced into a sea of clouds. Amidst the mist, a humanoid figure gradually formed, and a pure white cloud sword hovered into the air. The sword light swept across the sky, leaving a brilliant white arc that vanished in an instant, leaving only the remnants of its radiance. Bai Yi's consciousness merged with the humanoid figure, carefully sensing the connection between his spiritual energy and the Baihang sword light. Compared to the Shao Qingfeng sword technique, the Baihang sword technique produced a far denser and sharper sword light, its edge several times more formidable. His eyes burned with determination, and fighting spirits surged within him as he envisioned the scene of the sword light sealing the void and cutting down his foes. Sword shadows overlapped, and the Baihang sword light shimmered with radiant brilliance. Bai Yi's figure seemed ethereal, immersed in the isolated space of the training chamber. Amidst the surging sea of clouds, his sword light initially appeared clumsy, like a fledgling bird testing its wings. Yet with each swing, it grew sharper, faster, and more fluid, as though resonating with Bai Yi's intent. Gradually, it transformed into a piercing beam that sliced through the clouds. Within that beam, the faint traces of Dao patterns shimmered like the first flickers of lightning in the clouds, exuding a mysterious and powerful energy. Inside the chamber, Bai Yi suddenly leaped to his feet, his sharp gaze cutting through the air like a blade. Drawing his Qingfeng sword, a cold glint flashed as it cleaved the air. The sword moved like lightning, its strikes swift and graceful, trailing faint arcs of light. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi unleashed hundreds of strikes, each faster than the last. The ephemeral sword light began to take form, solidifying into a radiant streak imbued with faint Dao patterns. Thousands of strikes later, Bai Yi slowly sheathed his Qingfeng sword, the once turbulent sword aura in the chamber now settling into stillness. A hint of satisfaction flickered across his brows as his gaze fell on the sword. The Dao patterns etched faintly upon it were clear yet delicate, signifying his mastery of the Baihang sword technique at a minor level of attainment. Bai Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Baihang sword technique was exceptional, vastly different from his long-practiced Zai-King-Feng sword technique. While the latter provided a solid foundation, it fell short in comprehending the Dao of heaven and earth. In contrast, even a sliver of enlightenment in the Baihang sword technique elevated his swordsmanship to unprecedented heights. A minor attainment in the Baihang sword technique already rivals the perfected Zai-King-Feng sword technique, Bai Yi murmured to himself, a spark of confidence gleaming in his eyes. With the Dao of heaven and earth infused, it might even surpass it. Among techniques for those in the Qi refinement stage, this is undoubtedly top tier. He glanced at the terminal on his wrist, noting that an entire day in the training chamber had quietly passed. Deactivating the seclusion mode, Bai Yi pushed open the door and stepped out. Almost immediately, a projection popped up from his terminal. Bai Yi, please proceed to the principal's office, Blue Mountain 2nd High School Administrative Center. Bai Yi frowned slightly at the message, but soon let out a wry smile. Turning toward his home, he called out, Mom, Dad, I need to head to school for a bit. They'll skip lunch. I already took a fasting pill yesterday. On the top floor of the administrative building, outside the principal's office, Bai Yi stood in the hallway, sensing the flow of spiritual energy around him. Though not as concentrated as in the training chamber, the spiritual energy level here reached an impressive 150, a rarity. Closing his eyes, Bai Yi quietly activated his Zaiwuxing technique, making the most of this naturally rich cultivation environment. With this level of spiritual energy, a commercial training room outside would cost at least 200 or 300 credits per hour. Bai Yi mused to himself with a faint smile. He cultivated for a while until a soft click reached his ears. Click. The electronic door to the principal's office opened slowly. Bai Yi opened his eyes, calming the energy circulating within him, and looked toward the entrance. A familiar face appeared. Hua Ming, the heir of the Tianhua group, stood there, staring at him with a complicated expression. Didn't expect you'd be so easily satisfied, Hua Ming said as he strode forward, his tone carrying a hint of discontent. Born a prodigy, Hua Ming had spent 2 years overshadowing peers like Guo Qingqing and Zhang Xingming, only to find himself eclipsed by Bai Yi's meteoric rise. Though his voice remained steady, a subtle challenge underpinned his words. The dueling platform. I'll be waiting for you, Hua Ming muttered, as if making a solemn vow to himself. Bai Yi, listening to what felt like a self-directed monologue, sighed inwardly and scratched his ear. Why do these so-called prodigies always feel the need to compete with me? He thought to himself, bemused. Hua Ming's gaze sharpened as he continued. 1 bottle of qi enhancement pills, win or lose. Bai Yi froze, about to refuse, but Hua Ming immediately raised 2 fingers. 2 bottles of qi enhancement pills. Bai Yi swallowed hard, his eyes lighting up. Each bottle contained 6 pills, with a market value of 30,000 credits per bottle. 2 bottles meant 60,000 credits, enough to cover a family of 3's living expenses for an entire year. Weighing the value, Bai Yi didn't hesitate for a second. Deal. A grin spread across his face as he felt a wave of excitement. Even a sword cultivator needs to make a living. No shame in earning a little extra, he thought with a chuckle. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the duel platform. Hua Ming cast Bai Yi a deep, meaningful glance before turning away and leaving. Bai Yi watched as Hua Ming's figure disappeared down the long corridor. His lips curved into a faint smile, but it was quickly suppressed. Gathering his thoughts, he turned and made his way toward the principal's office. The sunlight streamed through intricately carved wooden window frames, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Despite the serene play of light and shadow, his steps remained steady and composed. As he pushed open the door to the principal's office, a wave of tranquility and antiquity greeted him. The room was filled with the subtle fragrance of rosewood, its furniture adorned with carvings of mythical beasts and floral motifs, arranged with deliberate elegance. A narrow stream trickled from the corner of the room, its gentle flow culminating in a small waterfall, sending up a fine mist. Within the mist, a few translucent fish glided leisurely, adding a touch of vitality to the space amidst the verdant accents. The stone pillars at the 4 corners of the room exuded a faint metallic sheen, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the intricate mechanical conduits and glowing crystals embedded within. Bai Yi's gaze swept across these formations: portable microcrystal spiritual convergence arrays, ionizing mist arrays, 4 pillars and 4 symbols arrays. Each one was worth no less than 1,000,000 spirit points, and yet, they constituted just a fraction of the principal's office. There are probably no more than 20 or 30 foundation establishment cultivators in all of Lanshan City who could afford such formations, Bai Yi thought to himself with a quiet sigh, though his expression betrayed nothing. Young man, do I need to personally invite you over? An aged yet playful voice echoed from the depths of the stream. As the mist dispersed, an ancient stone table gradually came into view. Sitting beside it was none other than the old principal. He held a black Go piece in his hand, engrossed in a match being played through a holographic network. His brows were furrowed, seemingly caught in a difficult position within the game. That move at the 33 point? I didn't see it. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. The old principal suddenly called out to the air. Clearing his throat with a couple of coughs, he added, as if trying to cover it up, someone's here to see me. Let's call this game a draw. With a quick tap of his finger, he disconnected the network, leaving the board where the black dragon piece was on the verge of collapse. Ahem, you're Bai Yi from class 2, right? Do you have any questions you'd like to ask? The old principal cleared his throat again, straightening his robe as he regained his usual composure. His gaze rested on Bai Yi, though there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. For this student from a humble background, he felt both admiration and helplessness. To provide students like Bai Yi with more opportunities, the principal had made a special promise to personally answer questions for elite group members. Yet, over the past month, those with family or corporate connections had sought him out daily, while Bai Yi had been conspicuously absent, as if he'd forgotten about the offer entirely. In the end, the principal had to use his authority to invite Bai Yi over. Principal, I currently don't have any questions, Bai Yi replied with a slight bow, his tone respectful, though inwardly he couldn't help but smile wryly. He had anticipated the principal's displeasure, but he truly had no pressing questions to ask. For others, guidance from a foundation establishment cultivator was invaluable, a single piece of advice potentially saving them from countless missteps. But for Bai Yi, such guidance seemed unnecessary. He possessed the Dao Mirror, an unparalleled treasure that emanated a guiding light of enlightenment, a direct and flawless interpretation of the path of cultivation, akin to having the Dao itself reveal the way forward. Such a gift was something even nascent soul ancestors would covet. Hmm. The old principal raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Bai Yi. His spiritual sense rippled outward, enveloping Bai Yi in its reach. After a moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Fifth level of chi refining? The principal murmured softly, then nodded with a trace of satisfaction. Breaking through to the fifth level of chi refining in less than a month. It seems your mastery of the minor 5 elements technique has already reached the 4th layer. He was well acquainted with Bai Yi's background. Bai Yi had broken through to the 4th level of chi refining in the 2nd semester of his sophomore year, taking nearly a year to reach the 5th level, not an unimpressive pace, but within the expected range. This recent breakthrough, however, had far exceeded his expectations. In that case, let me explain some of the challenges you might face as you aim to perfect the 5th layer of the minor 5 elements technique, the principal said after a moment's thought, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. The old principal took a sip of tea and was just about to speak when Bai Yi's voice echoed in his ears. Principal, I've reached the 5th and final stage of the minor 5 elements technique. Cough cough. The old principal's squinted eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, and the tea he had just sipped went straight down the wrong pipe. He quickly set his teacup down, his gaze burning as he stared at Bai Yi, as though trying to confirm if he had misheard. Bai Yi rubbed his nose, his tone sincere. I've successfully cultivated the minor 5 elements technique to its 5th and final stage. 5 elements unified, energy circulating through the heavens? The old principal's voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken to his core. He discreetly released his spiritual senses, sensing the natural and harmonious 5 elements aura surrounding Bai Yi. His heart immediately surged with waves of shock. Without any reservation, Bai Yi gave a faint smile and fully activated the minor 5 elements technique. In an instant, the 5 elemental energies erupted within him, spinning like a vortex. The unification of the 5 elements created a force akin to a black hole, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy and converting it into his own. This overwhelming power, which absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, was the hallmark of reaching perfection in the 5th stage of the technique. The old principal coughed lightly, attempting to mask his inner turmoil, but the excitement and joy in his eyes were unmistakable. His gaze became more complex as he studied Bai Yi, as if re-evaluating the young man standing before him. The minor 5 elements technique perfected at the 5th stage, he murmured to himself, disbelief lacing his tone. To achieve this level while still in your senior year of high school, such talent, even in the elite academies of the first-tier cities, would be considered extraordinary. The minor 5 elements technique, a foundational method passed down through the Immortal Alliance for millennia, was notoriously difficult to master. Even prodigies with single spiritual roots would need to reach the 5th stage of perfection during the chi refinement phase to lay a solid foundation for the Dao. Many students in 2nd or 3rd-year academies struggled to break through this barrier even by the time they graduated. The unification of the 5 elements and the seamless circulation of energy had stumped countless cultivators. The old principal's expression gradually calmed, but his heart continued to churn with emotion. He had initially thought Bai Yi to be a rough gem, but now it was clear this young man was a dazzling jewel. The long-awaited seedling from Lanshan City, capable of passing the 4 academies and 10 palaces' initial trials, might very well be standing before him. Slowly withdrawing his gaze, the principal's tone returned to its usual steadiness. Since you've perfected the minor 5 elements technique, let us now discuss the white rainbow sword art. Though not a sword cultivator himself, the old principal had spent considerable time studying the white rainbow sword art in his earlier years. With his foundation establishment-level cultivation and experience, he had confidence in helping Bai Yi achieve minor mastery of the technique's Dao essence. If successful, Bai Yi would possess 2 techniques at the Dao essence level, along with his advancing cultivation. Passing the initial trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces would be almost guaranteed. Very well. With a month's time, the perfected minor 5 elements technique should allow you to further stabilize your cultivation at the 5th stage of chi refinement, the old principal said, stroking his beard with a touch of confidence in his voice. As for the white rainbow sword art, I've dabbled in it during my younger days. Tell me about the difficulties you've encountered, and I may be able to offer some guidance. Bai Yi respectfully cupped his hands. Thank you, Principal. The sword art mentions, the sword light is the edge, the rainbow draws from the heavens, and its essence shapes the form. I've managed to manifest sword light and channel its Dao essence, but am still unclear on the meaning of transforming into a rainbow. The old principal was in the middle of raising his teacup when he froze at Bai Yi's words. His hand stiffened, and his face flushed slightly before he broke into a series of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. To what level have you cultivated the white rainbow sword art? His voice carried a hint of urgency, his gaze filled with disbelief. Minor mastery of the Dao essence, Bai Yi replied calmly. The teacup in the old principal's hand trembled slightly, and for a brief moment, his thoughts seemed to come to a complete halt amidst the shock. In recent days, Bai Yi had managed to cultivate the challenging Bai Hong sword technique to a level of minor mastery in Dao resonance. Standing in the principal's office, Bai Yi slightly lowered his head, though his eyes burned with excitement. He was fully aware of how difficult the Bai Hong sword technique was to master, and yet, within such a short time, he had achieved minor mastery. This progress, even among the prodigies of the great clans, was exceptional. Perhaps he truly had a chance to become the first student in second high school's history to step into the prestigious 4 institutes and 10 palaces. The elderly principal's gaze swept over him, a mixture of gratification and something more complex in his expression. Clearing his throat, he pulled out a silver box from a drawer and pushed it gently toward Bai Yi. Ahem, since you've already gained some insight into the Bai Hong sword technique, I suppose there's nothing more for me to say. This nanoscale particle Dao robe is something I acquired a few days ago. Consider it a gift for you, the principal said, his tone calm but his eyes carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Bai Yi's gaze fell on the box, his pupils narrowing slightly. The prominent Weihua logo on the surface stood out, and his heartbeat quickened. This nanoscale particle Dao robe was a top-tier defensive artifact recently launched by Weihua Group. Made primarily from celestial rock and supplemented by billions of nanoscale particle machines, it was engraved with 2 interlinked formations: spirit condensation and body fortification, using a Mozi M5 micro-engraving device. Such a treasure was not only as valuable as his own heart-seeking sword, but was also extremely rare on the market. The principal was actually giving him such a priceless item so casually? Principal, this Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, his tone tinged with surprise and gratitude. What's the matter? Don't dare accept it? The principal glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. It's of no use to me anymore. Bai Yi's mind raced as he processed the principal's words. A sly smile crept onto his face as he cautiously probed. I recall that when the U7 Dao robe was released, there was a matching pair of boots. Would it be possible? The principal's expression darkened instantly, a mix of exasperation and amusement flashing in his eyes. He rummaged through a cabinet and pulled out a slightly smaller box, tossing it toward Bai Yi with a hint of irritation. Take it all and get out of here. Bai Yi's reflexes were sharp, and he caught the box midair, his grin widening like a blooming flower. Bowing respectfully, he exclaimed, Thank you, principal. I'll take my leave now. Without wasting another second, he dashed out of the office, as if afraid the principal might change his mind and take the items back. Haha, this kid amusing, truly amusing. Watching Bai Yi's retreating figure, the principal chuckled and shook his head. It had been years since a student had dared to talk him into giving away something like this. Still, these items meant little to him now. Perhaps in the hands of a genius like Bai Yi, they would find their true purpose. He turned his gaze toward the window, murmuring to himself that Hua family boy might finally meet his match. Outside the administrative building, Bai Yi paused and eagerly opened the boxes. He carefully examined the nanoscale particle Dao robe and its matching boots. The silver sheen glimmered under the sunlight, and the intricate formation patterns faintly shimmered. His lips curled into an irrepressible smile, his heart brimming with pride and satisfaction. So this is what being a genius feels like, he muttered, clutching the treasures tightly. If not for his recent breakthroughs in the minor 5 elements technique and the Bai Hong sword technique, he wouldn't have stood a chance of receiving such top-tier artifacts. In fact, he'd probably have been scolded by the principal instead. He tucked the Dao robe and boots safely into his arms, turning toward the school gates. Can't forget about those 2 bottles of chi-enhancing pills waiting for me. 6,000 apiece, definitely not something to overlook. With a thought, his heart-seeking sword leapt from its sheath, hovering behind him. Bai Yi stepped lightly onto the blade, activating his sword-riding technique. In an instant, man and sword shot into the sky, speeding toward the dueling platform. The second high school's dueling platform was an essential facility, established centuries ago when the Immortal Alliance incorporated combat skills into academic assessments. This tradition had not only endured but had grown ever more popular over time. Nowadays, even second-tier academies offered special admissions for students excelling in combat disciplines, giving countless students with average cultivation talent a chance to achieve greatness through their fighting prowess. As a result, the dueling platform at second high school was always bustling with students sparring against one another. Among them were top performers from all grades, from freshmen to seniors. But today, the crowd around the platform seemed particularly animated. A group of students whispered among themselves, Why is Senior Hua Ming here at the dueling platform? No idea. He's been standing there for over 10 minutes now, one student replied in a hushed tone, their voice tinged with both curiosity and awe. A group of first-year students whispered among themselves. Around them, a dense crowd had gathered, their gazes fixed on the dueling arena where Hua Ming sat. Is that Senior Hua Ming? I heard he's the top student at second high. Yeah, the last time he stepped into the dueling arena was a year ago, when he narrowly defeated Zhang Xingming. The murmurs spread among the freshmen, while the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Outside the arena, hundreds of students packed the area, leaving no room to spare. All eyes were locked on the figure sitting quietly on the stage. Hua Ming, who was regarded as the strongest and second high, had once again taken the stage, drawing the attention of the entire school. Guo Qingqing is here. Senior Zhang Xingming is here too. The crowd suddenly stirred and parted to create two paths. Guo Qingqing and Zhang Xingming walked side by side toward the front of the arena, their gazes fixed on Hua Ming. Hua Ming, I heard your blazing fire talisman has reached the great perfection of Dao Rhyme. Zhang Xingming's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he spoke coldly. Perfect. This is my chance to erase the shame of last year's narrow defeat. Before his words had fully settled, Zhang Xingming stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble. Like a cannonball, he shot toward the arena. The wind howled as his figure closed in on the stage. Hua Ming, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, a trace of impatience flickering within. He raised his hand, and crimson spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. With a light tap of his fingertip, he drew a rune in the air. Flames surged, transforming into a dozen fiery birds imbued with Dao Rhyme, screeching as they charged toward Zhang Xingming. Boom! The fiery birds exploded like meteors, scattering flames in all directions. Zhang Xingming was forced back to the ground. He shook his arm to extinguish the flames clinging to it, glancing at his slightly scorched forearm with a deepening expression of seriousness. I'm not here for you, Hua Ming said coolly, not sparing Zhang Xingming another glance. Zhang Xingming looked down at his arm, his thoughts churning. The blazing fire talisman, after reaching the great perfection of Dao Rhyme, had managed to burn through his Vajra body. He couldn't help but acknowledge that the current Hua Ming far surpassed his former self from a year ago. Hua Ming might even surpass that individual from First High, becoming the true #1 cultivator in the city of Lanshan. You're waiting for Bai Yi. The name suddenly flashed through Zhang Xingming's mind, and he blurted it out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Bai Yi, a name that had made waves during the last assessment, was once again brought up. Although Bai Yi had swept through his peers as a sword cultivator, he still seemed overshadowed by figures like Hua Ming and Zhang Xingming. Now, with Hua Ming personally calling him out, the anticipation among the crowd soared. Just as the buzz of conversation reached its peak, a beam of sword light shot over from the distance, cutting through the sky and landing squarely in the center of the dueling arena. It's Bai Yi, someone exclaimed. As the sword light faded, Bai Yi leapt down from his heart-seeking sword, landing firmly in the arena. He glanced at the dense crowd surrounding him and let out a faint, wry smile. Judging by the number of people, it feels like half the school came to watch, he murmured to himself. You've arrived, Hua Ming said, his voice calm yet tinged with coldness. A swordsman never breaks his word, Bai Yi replied evenly, locking eyes with Hua Ming, his presence unwavering. Hua Ming flipped his palm, and 2 bottles of chi-enhancing pills appeared out of thin air. He placed them casually on a nearby stone pillar. No matter the outcome, these 2 bottles are yours. Before the words had fully settled, crimson spiritual energy erupted from Hua Ming, surging like a volcanic explosion. The pressure of his aura reached the peak of the 6th stage of chi refinement. Crimson light coiled around his fingertips as a golden-red talisman artifact floated into the air, crackling with arcs of electric light. Blazing Fire Talisman Inferno Array. With Hua Ming's low voice, streams of spiritual light outlined fiery runes. The talisman artifact emitted a flurry of symbols, and intricate patterns materialized in the void. In mere moments, a sea of flames surged into existence, radiating intense heat that swept over the arena. Within the inferno, the talisman artifact's fiery runes sparkled, and one by one, blazing talisman birds emerged, screeching as they carried waves of fire. Like the heavens collapsing, they descended upon Bai Yi with unstoppable force. The magnetic crimson flame talisman could instantly imprint the blazing fire sigil drawn by Hua Ming and amplify its power several-fold. Coupled with the fact that Hua Ming had mastered the blazing fire sigil to the level of complete Dao resonance, it was nearly impossible to resist. The dark red glow of the magnetic crimson flame talisman flickered faintly amidst the flames, like a slumbering beast gradually awakening. In Hua Ming's hands, the blazing fire sigils spun swiftly as flames roared out from the talismans, transforming into fierce, clawing firebirds that soared into the sky. The searing heat wave instantly enveloped the entire dueling arena. Below the stage, Guo Qingqing and Zhang Xingming exchanged a glance, their faces pale. They both knew that the power of Hua Ming's blazing fire sigils, bolstered by the magnetic crimson flame talisman, had reached a level far beyond their grasp. With just this one move, it was clear they stood no chance. On the other side of the sea of fire, Bai Yi showed no sign of retreat. The smile on his lips gradually faded, replaced by a cold and resolute, killing intent. His narrowed eyes gleamed sharply, as though piercing through all obstacles. In an instant, An overwhelming sword aura erupted from his body, sweeping like a tempest and sending shivers through those who witnessed it. The Qingfeng sword and Wenxin sword quivered in resonance, their humming filling the air as if responding to their master's will. With a resonant cry, the Qingfeng sword shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, transforming into a dazzling streak of light that cleaved through the air. Before the fiery sigil birds could approach, they were severed mid-flight by the sword light, their scattered sparks exploding like brilliant fireworks. The sword light spiraled upward, piercing through the sea of flames. Its sword energy surged like a tidal wave, ripping through the void and slicing the blazing inferno cleanly in two. This strike was nothing short of earth-shattering. The spectators below were left dumbfounded. Guo Qingqing and Zhang Xingming wore conflicted expressions, a mixture of bitterness and frustration welling up within them. Zhang Xingming, in particular, clenched his trembling fists tightly. Though his Vajra body had reached the level of minor Dao resonance, he knew he was no match for Bai Yi's sword aura, which had achieved complete Dao resonance. Fifth level of Qi refinement, Bai Yi has broken through. Someone in the crowd of onlookers exclaimed, triggering a wave of astonishment. The audience was deeply shaken by Yi, who had defeated a 5th level Qi refinement demon tiger with his Qingfeng sword technique while still at the 4th level, now stood at an even higher cultivation level. The sword light he wielded now even seemed to suppress Hua Ming's magnetic crimson flame talisman. On the battlefield, Hua Ming's expression darkened. Watching his proud sea of fire being split apart by a single sword strike, his fury surged. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals, and the 3 Qi cyclones in his dantian spun furiously. Crimson spiritual energy surged to his fingertips like a tidal wave, glowing brilliantly. With a low growl, his fingers moved like a calligraphy brush piercing the void, sketching out a complex rune. Blazing fire sigil azure flames. As the rune solidified, the magnetic crimson flame talisman trembled violently, its surface sigils flowing as if alive. In a flash, 3 azure flame sigils were imprinted and suspended in the air. From the sigils erupted azure flames, forming 3 azure flame birds, their searing heat distorting the very air around them. With a resonant cry, the flame birds charged toward the Qingfeng sword's light, their momentum fierce, as though intent on incinerating everything in their path. Yet Bai Yi remained unmoved. With a slight shift in his intent, the Qingfeng sword moved like a feather in the wind, gracefully spiraling in a shaped trajectory to deftly evade the first azure flame bird's attack. Immediately afterward, the sword light coalesced and, with a single slash, shattered the fiery onslaught of the second flame bird. The sword aura swept across, scattering the flames in an instant. The sword light pressed on, heading straight for the 3rd azure flame sigil, forged by the magnetic crimson flame talisman. The 3rd Sangyan talisman hovered high in the air, radiating waves of scorching heat like a blazing furnace, suppressing the sword light that had continuously broken through. Suspended in the air, the talisman unleashed fiery waves, making the entire dueling arena seem as if it were engulfed in flames. The Qingfeng sword struggled amidst the sea of fire. Its light, though agile, appeared increasingly feeble under the relentless heat. Hua Ming's gaze was steady, his fingers subtly shifting in a hand seal. The runes on the magnetic crimson fire talisman shimmered brilliantly, and the power of the 3 Sangyan talismans grew even more terrifying. The Zai Qingfeng sword technique is ultimately a lower-tier sword technique. While nimble, it lacks sufficient power, Hua Ming said with a faint smirk, confidence already blooming in his heart. He muttered under his breath, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. The magnetic crimson fire talisman is fully charged. At full power, it can unleash 3 talismans more than enough to suppress your sword light. The Qingfeng sword continued to struggle in the fiery waves, its light dimming, as if on the verge of being completely consumed. Watching this unfold, Hua Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. Just a little more. Once I completely trap the Qingfeng sword, that basic flying sword from Guangmi Corporation will crumble without its sword light shielding it. However, before Hua Ming's smile could fully bloom, a cold chuckle broke the tension. Bai Yi's voice rang out, calm yet sharp, talisman wielders truly are lavish spenders. Too bad for you, I have more than just this one sword. As his words fell, the breeze-like aura of the Qingfeng sword abruptly dissipated, replaced by a dazzling rainbow light that burst forth from the sea of flames. Buzz! The sword's hum resonated like thunder, shaking the air. In the next instant, the crowd only saw a blinding flash of light. The rainbow streak tore through the air at an incredible speed, slicing the dueling arena in half. The once dominant azure flames of the Sangyan talismans melted away like snow under the sun, extinguished in an instant. Within the fire's remnants, the magnetic crimson fire talisman dimmed, trembling weakly as if it could fall at any moment. At the end of the sword light, Hua Ming stood frozen, his eyes filled with shock and despair. The Qingfeng sword hovered silently before his throat, its blade radiating a chilling aura that made him shiver involuntarily. How is this possible? Hua Ming's voice trembled, disbelief plastered across his face. He had been certain that the third Songyan talisman could suppress the sword light. Yet, this single strike, radiant and unstoppable, had effortlessly shattered all his defenses. This is the Baihang sword technique? Hua Ming's pupils contracted as his voice betrayed his fear and astonishment. He stared at Bai Yi with an expression of newfound realization, as if seeing his opponent clearly for the first time. You've already grasped its Dao resonance? Hua Ming's mind was in chaos. He vividly recalled how, after the last assessment, he had paid close attention to Bai Yi's progress. He had even known that Bai Yi chose the Baihang sword technique for cultivation after all. It was the only upper-tier sword technique for the Qi refinement stage at their academy. Yet, he never imagined that in less than a month, Bai Yi would have mastered the technique to the extent of comprehending its Dao resonance. So this is what it means to be a genius. Hua Ming lowered his head, his clenched fists loosening and tightening repeatedly. His eyes were filled with a mixture of loss and unwillingness. He said nothing more, nor did he bow to Bai Yi. Without acknowledging the watching students, Hua Ming staggered off the dueling platform, disappearing from sight. Hua Ming lost. Did I see that right? Bai Yi only used 3 strikes? One strike to break the group of flame talismans, a second to destroy the Songyan talismans, and the final one. It was the Baihang sword technique. He's already mastered the Dao resonance of the Baihang sword technique? That's monstrous. Only after Hua Ming left did the onlookers snap out of their daze, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Defeating Hua Ming in just 3 strikes was shocking enough, but mastering the Dao resonance of the Baihang sword technique completely overturned their understanding of talent and cultivation. If the last assessment marked Bai Yi's rise to prominence, then this duel has firmly secured his place as the Academy's top prodigy. Hua Ming's Songyan talismans are already at the pinnacle of Qi refinement stage talisman techniques. Coupled with the magnetic Crimson Fire talisman, his strength could have surpassed Li Zixing from Academy 1, making him the top disciple of Blue Mountain. But today, 3 strikes. Just 3 strikes and he was utterly defeated. At the edge of the dueling arena, Zhang Xingming stared at Bai Yi, his thoughts churning like a storm. His expression was complicated as he murmured, if I could cultivate the Vajra body to the level of Dao resonance, how many strikes could I withstand? At most 2, Guo Qingqing replied, as if reading his mind. She turned to look at Zhang Xingming, her gaze still tinged with awe. Bai Yi's silhouette gradually faded into the distance as he walked toward the stone pillar where the Qi-enhancing pills were placed. The dueling arena seemed to still shimmer faintly with the afterimage of that brilliant rainbow light. If it were only the Qingfeng sword technique, its sword light might lack enough power, and you could perhaps block 5 strikes at the cost of your life. But that final strike, the rainbow light sword, you wouldn't even be able to block a single one of those. Cold sweat streamed down Zhang Xingming's face, almost forming a small creek. He stared intently at Bai Yi, standing in the center of the dueling arena, as if looking at an otherworldly being. That rainbow light sword wasn't just an overwhelming display of power, but also a crushing dominance of sword intent. He glanced sideways at Guo Qingqing with a hint of self-mockery, relieved to find that her eyes held only astonishment and nothing else. At least, there was no disappointment in her gaze. Life is already hard enough. No need to rub it in. Zhang Xingming bitterly chuckled to himself, biting his lip as he muttered under his breath, it's bad enough that this guy's so strong. But why does he have to be so ridiculously handsome too? It's like he's leaving no room for the rest of us to survive. He resolved silently that once he passed the academy selection, he would definitely take up swordsmanship as a secondary discipline. Whether or not it made him stronger, it would at least make him look cooler. Back in the dueling arena, Bai Yi sheathed his sword and stood calmly, the sharpness around him gradually fading, replaced by a composed and serene demeanor. Casually, he tucked 2 bottles of Kai-boosting pills into his pocket, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. This match had earned him 60,000 yuan in less than 10 minutes, equivalent to half a year of his father's salary. His gaze swept over Hua Ming, who lay defeated, and he thought to himself, I hope he's learned his lesson this time. If he comes looking for trouble again, maybe he'll break a bone or 2 and charge him 1.5 bottles of pills as compensation. As his eyes shifted to the crowd, Bai Yi spotted Zhang Xingming and Guo Qingqing. There was a trace of anticipation in his gaze, but Zhang Xingming, as if pricked by a needle, quickly waved his hand with an awkward grin before dragging Guo Qingqing away in a hurry. What a joke. You've beaten Hua Ming, and now you want to come after me? Dream on. No matter how handsome you are. Zhang Xingming grumbled internally, though his steps grew faster and faster. Watching the 2 leave, Bai Yi felt a twinge of regret but didn't dwell on it. Glancing briefly at the crowd gathering around him, he leapt into the air, riding his sword toward the magnetic rail metro station. On the metro, Bai Yi leaned back against his seat, his gaze fixed on the rapidly passing cityscape outside the window. His thoughts drifted. 10 years of hard work had culminated in this past month, where had risen from being an obscure student ranked in the 30s at second high to claiming the top spot. Now, he was even regarded as a potential candidate for the prestigious 4 academies and 10 palaces. Determination flickered in his eyes. The 4 academies and 10 palaces, I must step into that realm and witness its wonders for myself. He closed his eyes slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. This visit to the school had turned out to be unexpectedly fruitful. What had anticipated as a scolding turned into a rewarding experience. He touched the exquisite box in his inner pocket and couldn't help but feel grateful. The old principal's gift was a godsend. It saved me a fortune. I had only planned to settle for something cheap, but now I've got a full set of luxurious gear. When Bai Yi returned home, he hadn't even had the chance to sit down before his mother, Li Qing, called him into the living room. You're planning to go to the Blue Mountain Mystic Realm? Li Qing's voice was unusually stern, her normally gentle expression clouded with worry. I won't allow it. That place is nothing like anywhere else. Do you know how many lives are lost there every year? Mom, I'm already at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and I've mastered the white rainbow sword technique to the initial success stage. I can handle it. Bai Yi stepped forward, gently patting his mother's back. His tone was soft but resolute as he laid out his reasoning, trying to ease her concerns. Xiaoyi, with your current achievements, getting into a top-tier academy is already a sure thing. Listen to Medant take unnecessary risks. The Blue Mountain Mystic Realm is too dangerous. Li Qing's eyes reddened, her voice trembling slightly. Your second uncle, your fourth aunt's husband. Back then she trailed off, shaking her head as she stroked Bai Yi's hair, her eyes filled with pain. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi met his mother's gaze heat-in, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Mom, I know it might sound ridiculous right now, but I truly want to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. I want to see this vast and boundless world with my own eyes and ensure that our family can always stay together. His words were warm and resolute, leaving Li Qing momentarily stunned. After a long sigh, she finally relented, no longer pressing the matter. Having stepped into the path of cultivation in this lifetime, and with the aid of the Dao Mirror, he desired to explore the vast and boundless worlds. Moreover, Li Qing and Bai Guishan, though his parents, were of ordinary aptitude, currently only at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refinement. Without external assistance, they would likely return to dust within a century. He couldn't bear the thought of his parents succumbing to the passage of time, so he resolved to carve out a path of longevity for them with his sword. Bai Yi stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. The lone moon hung in the firmament like a piece of cold jade, its pale light casting a glow over his resolute face. Determination flickered in his eyes. Beside him, Bai Guishan remained silent for a long time, his fingers curling slightly into a fist, his expression betraying a trace of inner conflict. However, his gaze soon softened, becoming firm and resolute. Turning to Li Qing, he gently pulled her into his arms and said in a low voice, "Let him go. He has his own path to follow. All we need to do is support him from behind." Hearing this, Li Qing's eyes reddened slightly, but she said nothing. She merely nodded, her gaze complex as she looked at Bai Yi. She understood that her son had his own destiny, and as his parents, they could not become his chains. After dinner, the family of 3 sat together briefly before Bai Yi, without further words, turned and entered the cultivation chamber. The room was softly lit. From his inner pocket, he retrieved 2 small boxes, his expression becoming serious as he took a deep breath and opened the first one. Scanning user's physical data scan complete. The cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the chamber. Bai Yi placed his index finger inside the box, and a beam of holographic light swiftly swept across his body. The box then opened, releasing a silver liquid that flowed like a living entity, climbing up his finger and spreading across his entire body. The liquid shimmered with countless tiny points of light as it adjusted and adhered to his form, eventually transforming into a sleek, silver-hued Taoist robe. "Link," Bai Yi commanded softly, his voice calm yet filled with anticipation. Link established. Initiating function scan complete. Functions include self-cleaning, spiritual energy barrier enhancement, low-grade spiritual energy fluctuation concealment, and emergency energy shield. Do you authorize personal data access? Bai Yi frowned slightly, deliberating for a moment before responding coldly, "No." The mechanical voice continued, emotionless and precise. As the latest flagship product of the Wei Hua Corporation, this Taoist robe represents the pinnacle of first-tier mass-produced defensive artifacts. Gazing at the silver Taoist robe now adorning his body, a trace of complexity flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He knew that without the generous support of his former principal, he could never have afforded such a high-end artifact. Thinking of this, he gave a faint, self-deprecating smile and muttered under his breath, "What an astronomical price." His attention was soon drawn to the holographic interface that appeared before him. Various clothing designs flashed across the screen: traditional long robes, punk-style jackets, and even fantastical outfits with wings and tails. After carefully browsing, he finally selected a simple yet elegant white robe with a classic aesthetic. Such a rip of charging 100 spiritual credits for just a virtual design. Watching his account balance shrink, Bai couldn't help but inwardly grit his teeth, feeling a pang of regret. Wasting no more time, he opened the second box. Like the first, a silver liquid emerged, this time enveloping his feet. His personal terminal on his wrist connected to the network again, and he selected a pair of modest black sneakers much cheaper than the robe, costing only 50 spiritual credits. Fully equipped, Bai Yi leapt lightly into the air. His movements were fluid and weightless, as if gravity itself had loosened its hold on him. He glanced at the sneakers on his feet, marveling silently, as expected of Wei Hua's research team, who spent over a millennium perfecting the 10th generation Wind Spirit Array. The enhancement effect has increased by nearly 50%, while spiritual energy consumption has dropped by over 30%. After familiarizing himself with the equipment, Bai Yi sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. With a mere thought, the sword beside him lengthened and sheathed itself and hovered in midair, its blade gleaming coldly as it suspended before him. Forming a series of hand seals, he infused the sword with his spiritual consciousness, which enveloped the blade like a blazing fire. The sword trembled slightly, as if responding to his call. Spiritual link established current nurturing progress. 26. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more as Wenshin's sword spun gently in front of him, emitting a low, resonant hum. Fixing his gaze on the sword, Bai Yi's eyes deepened, a profound determination flickering within them. He thought to himself, this is only the beginning. Bai Yi let out a weary sigh, a trace of fatigue flickering across his brow. Ever since he had acquired the Wenshin sword, nearly all his time had been consumed by cultivating his skills and mastering the sword techniques. After a month of rigorous training, the Wenshin sword had been partially refined, reaching the point where he could barely use it for sword flight. However, fully mastering its power was still far off. On the other hand, the Qingfeng sword, worn down by frequent use, was already showing signs of decline. Reflecting on his duel with Hua Ming that afternoon, Bai Yi realized that if the second Songyan talisman of the Wenshin sword had activated instantly, the third wouldn't have been needed to suppress Hua Ming's sword light, which had forced him into a more passive position. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. He focused his spiritual energy, fully channeling it into his sword-refining technique. Now that the devouring mirror no longer restrained his spiritual senses, they had not only recovered but had also grown significantly stronger due to years of accumulated refinement. His spiritual strength and capacity now rivaled those of a latest-stage Qi refinement cultivator. What once took a month to refine could now be accomplished in just 7 days. Time flowed by like water. 7 days later, the training chamber was filled with an intense sword aura. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. As a clear, resonant hum echoed through the room, the Wenshin sword shimmered with radiant light. Its sword energy coiled like a dragon before merging completely into the blade. The sword's nurturing progress now displayed a perfect 100. Bai Yi grasped the Wenshin sword, feeling how seamlessly it responded to his will. A faint smile curved his lips. With a quick gesture, he activated the sword's spiritual array. As it absorbed energy, a silver arc of sword light erupted like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the training chamber in an instant. The speed of the sword's light had increased by nearly 40, and its sharpness was now unmatched. A casual swing of the sword left behind a faint, barely perceptible spatial ripple in its wake. Glancing at the terminal on his wrist, Bai Yi noted the data. The initial speed of that swing had exceeded 400 milliseconds, and this was merely achieved using the Qingfeng sword technique. If he employed the more powerful Baihong sword technique, the speed could easily surpass 700 milliseconds. For comparison, the muzzle velocity of a standard rifle bullet was only around 800 milliseconds. Such power was more than enough to overwhelm any formidable adversary. He sheathed the Wenshin sword and slung it across his back alongside the Qingfeng sword. Turning, he pushed open the door of the training chamber. It was time to set out. In the living room, Bai Guishan was seated on the sofa, his terminal displaying information about the Lanshan secret realm. Hearing footsteps, he calmly switched off the screen and looked up at Bai Yi, his tone steady. Are you ready? Bai Yi nodded firmly. Yes. I'll head to the secret realm registration office and leave right after. The door to the bedroom opened softly, and Li Qing stepped out, holding 4 jade bottles. She handed them to Bai Yi, her eyes betraying a faint trace of worry. Xiao Yi, these are 2 bottles of vitality pills and 2 bottles of Qi recovery pills. Keep them with you. And remember, don't push yourself too hard if things get dangerous. She gently brushed her hand against Bai Yi's cheek, forcing a smile. Then, she opened her terminal and transferred 150,000 spirit points to Bai Yi's account. The screen immediately displayed a notification. Personal account deposit. 150,000. Bai Guishan approached, placing a firm hand on Bai Yi's shoulder. All right, It's not like he's going away for long. Just go and come back as soon as you can. After bidding farewell to his parents, Bai Yi stepped out of the house, hopped onto his hoverboard, and glided out of the residential area. Boarding the maglev train, he sped toward the northern district of Lanshan City, where towering skyscrapers dominated the skyline. In Lanshan City's northern district, an eclectic mix of futuristic architecture stretched as far as the eye could see. On the streets, high-definition holographic billboards featured cheerful virtual idols waving and greeting passers-by. Above, floating advertisements bathed the area in vibrant neon lights, captivating the attention of tourists and locals alike. It was time to make the final preparations and set off. In the northern district of Lanshan City, a futuristic metropolis seems to come alive. Through the subway window, the city's metallic framework gleams coldly under the sunlight, as tracks and roads form an impenetrable network. Vehicles, guided by intelligent driving systems, move in an orderly manner through streets lined with towering skyscrapers. Amid this modern setting, a few traditional courtyards stand out, their ancient charm creating a stark contrast to the contemporary surroundings. These historic buildings are mostly located in the core streets of the northern district, surrounded by establishments such as chain elixir shops, artifact workshops, and flagship brain machine interface stores, catering to both cultivation and technological needs. The northern district serves as Lanshan City's hub for both the economy and cultivation, holding over 80 of the city's technological and cultivation resources. Its logistical network connects the entire city, distributing resources to the other 7 districts. Unsurprisingly, property prices in this area are sky-high, reaching 50,000 spiritual credits per square meter. Only the administrative institutions of the Immortal Alliance, top-tier local corporations, or wealthy cultivation families can afford to establish themselves here. This land has become the ultimate embodiment of the land in the traditional cultivation mantra of wealth, companions, methods, and land. Bai Yi leaned against a corner of the subway car, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the real-time spiritual energy concentration. The number showed 102, just barely meeting the standard for a first-grade spiritual zone. Comparing it to his home district, where the concentration barely reached 80, it was clear that the northern district offered a significantly superior cultivation environment. Changming Street Station. Please exit before boarding, announced the mechanical female voice. Bai Yi followed the crowd out of the station. After crossing 2 streets, he spotted a massive building shaped like an ancient cauldron standing in the center of a plaza. The area was bustling with people, and the plaza was filled with various secret realm hunting teams. Among them were not only local independent cultivators from Lanshan City, but also professional teams who traveled between secret realms across the region. Walking through the crowd, Bai Yi's eyes scanned the cultivators around him. Some held prayer beads shimmering with spiritual light in one hand, while carrying heavy machine guns in the other, their eyes replaced with glowing red cybernetic implants. Others carried long sniper rifles on their backs, dressed in traditional robes but equipped with jet-powered mechanical wings. These individuals were clearly not traditional cultivators, but a unique breed of survivors-independent cultivators, or scattered cultivators. Unlike the students of Taoist academies, who are trained for the path of longevity, these scattered cultivators often abandon such ideals due to limited aptitude or other constraints. Instead, they focus on enhancing their combat capabilities, with over 80 relying on technological augmentations. Some even resort to crude alloy skeletal implants to modify their bodies. Bai Yi recalled an encounter with a bodyguard in the Black Market, a man who, despite being at only the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage, could overpower latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators thanks to the explosive strength of his technological enhancements. Bai Yi couldn't help but reflect on why advanced Taoist academies strongly discourage their students from venturing into urban secret realms during their first 3 years of cultivation. Judging by the combat prowess of these scattered cultivators, even a 1st or 2nd level Qi refinement scattered cultivator could easily overwhelm an average Taoist student. His gaze paused on a burly man at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, who carried dual heavy machine guns on his shoulders and was accompanied by 4 armed mechanical hounds. With such a setup, an ordinary Taoist student would stand little chance of escape. However, considering Bai Yi's sword-flying speed, these purely technological devices posed no real threat to him. Weaving through the crowd, Bai Yi arrived at the registration center for the Lanshan Secret Realm. The spacious and well-lit hall was filled with neatly queued individuals. Dressed in white robes and carrying a long sword on his back, Bai Yi stood out among the oddly dressed, scattered cultivators, drawing curious glances. Yet, his expression remained calm and composed as he joined the line. When it was his turn, he stepped forward, placing his wrist terminal near the scanner for verification. Identity: Bai Yi, a senior student at Lanshan 2nd Advanced Dao Academy. Cultivation level: Qi Refinement Stage 4. Secret Realm entries: 0. Please proceed with the Spiritual Energy Attribute Test. The registration officer spoke slowly. When his gaze landed on the information displayed on the projection screen, his brows furrowed slightly. He looked up at Bai Yi, his tone tinged with a hint of surprise. You're a student from the Second Academy?
Yes.
Bai Yi nodded, his expression calm. The registration officer paused his actions, his eyes sizing Bai Yi up and down. His tone carried a trace of doubt and a hint of caution. Haven't your teachers told you that it's not advisable to enter the city's secret realm before enrolling in the Dao Academy? Someone like you, who has already reached Qi Refinement Stage 4 in your senior year, and has the potential to enter a third or private sect, doesn't need to take such risks at this stage. Bai Yi's tone remained indifferent. They did. But I still want to give it a try. The registration officer shook his head, his tone resigned. I've given my warning. If you're determined to go, proceed to the testing area and pay the fee. Bai Yi nodded and turned toward the nearby testing device. The setup resembled a security checkpoint, where a few individuals in gray robes were already lined up. Their expressions were cold as they took turns channeling their spiritual energy into the device. The man overseeing the tests observed the results while commenting in a detached voice. How many techniques have you all been cultivating? Your spiritual energy is so mixed and impure. At least there's no trace of demonic techniques. With that, he waved them off, signaling they could proceed after paying the fee. He handed them their secret realm access cards. Once the group in gray robes left, Bai Yi stepped forward and infused his spiritual energy into the device. Instantly, the crystal on the apparatus emitted a radiant and pure light. Such purity. The examiner's eyes flashed with surprise as he glanced at Bai Yi and then at the information displayed on the screen. He couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. I have to admit, cultivators from advanced Dao academies really do have a foundation of spiritual energy purity that we rogue cultivators can't compare to. Verification complete. Blue Mountain Secret Realm, 1-month access. Fee: 50,000 spiritual credits. The examiner set his astonishment aside and reverted to his professional tone. Bai Yi scanned his terminal over the payment area, instantly deducting 50,000 spiritual credits. The examiner handed him a secret realm access card. Taking the card, Bai Yi turned and left the registration area, heading toward the secret realm's entrance. Along the bustling streets, rows of flagship stores selling elixirs and weapons lined both sides. His gaze fell on a tech flagship store marked with a wing emblem in the center of the street. After a brief pause, he stepped inside. Welcome to Skywing Smart Drones, North District Flagship Store. Inside, 2 sales associates in professional attire quickly approached, followed by a few intelligent robots. I'm looking for some reconnaissance drones with spiritual sense link capabilities, Bai Yi said calmly as he scanned the surroundings. According to the regulations of the Immortal Alliance, the purchase of lethal technological weaponry was strictly controlled, but auxiliary equipment was relatively unrestricted. Although his refined heart-seeking sword, combined with 2 Dao-infused sword techniques, was sufficient to ensure his safety against latest-stage Qi refinement opponents, the Blue Mountain Secret Realm spanned over 100,000 square kilometers and was teeming with dangerous beasts. Venturing alone required thorough preparation, and reconnaissance drones were a necessity. Spiritual sense link models? The lead sales associate's eyes lit up as she guided Bai Yi to a glass display case on the left. Inside the case, a sleek, silver-gray drone no larger than the palm of a hand rested quietly. Its surface was impeccably smooth. This model can extend your spiritual sense range by approximately 20, the sales associate explained confidently as she handed the sample drone to Bai Yi. Bai Yi took the sample, and with a slight focus, his spiritual sense connected to the device. A complex network of linkage frameworks appeared within his mind's eye. Detecting the drone accessory, a system notification sounded in Bai Yi's mind. A faint smile appeared on his face as he activated his divine sense and chose to bind it with ease. The drone in his hand gave a slight tremor before soaring out of the shop and ascending rapidly to a height of 500 meters. His divine sense followed closely, allowing him to clearly perceive the bird's-eye view from above. Meanwhile, the drone's intelligence system pushed the altitude further to 600 meters. Bai Yi closed his eyes, sensing the vivid and seamless images in his mind, as if he were seeing them with his own eyes. Satisfied, he nodded slightly. The strength and range of my divine sense have long surpassed that of an average cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement. Adding the 100-meter enhancement from the drone's intelligent technology, those below the 8th level won't even notice it. Even a cultivator at the 9th level might not detect it, Bai Yi silently assessed in his mind. Not bad. How much is it? He asked the shop assistant. The assistant beamed with enthusiasm and replied warmly. We're running a promotion today, 1 for just 49,900 spirit coins, or 2 for only 90,000. Bai Yi carefully examined the drone once more and, after confirming its quality, decisively swiped his account card. The transaction for 90,000 spirit coins was completed in an instant. He casually placed the 2 drones into his bag, slung it across his chest, and left the shop. After exiting the shop, Bai Yi crossed 2 streets, purchasing various essential items for exploring the secret realm, including antidotes, maps, and other necessities. He meticulously selected each item to ensure everything was perfect. Shortly after, he arrived at a massive square. Spanning an area larger than 4 football fields, the square was wide and bustling with activity. At the center of the square stood a towering bronze arch entwined with vines. The surface of the arch was engraved with intricate and mysterious runes. Despite its weathered and corroded appearance, it emitted an aura of profound majesty. Within the arch, a swirling spatial vortex twisted endlessly, resembling a bottomless abyss. Under the supervision of the Blue Mountain Secret Realm Management Office, rows of small exploration teams and solo cultivators passed through the arch in an orderly manner, disappearing into the vortex. The outskirts of the square were alive with chatter and recruitment calls. Rakshasa team, average chi refinement level 3, technology gear worth 300,000 spirit coins. Anyone interested? Come join us. Solo cultivator at chi refinement level 2, technology gear worth 200,000 spirit coins, looking for a team to explore together. Seeking a chi refinement level 4 augmented cultivator to join our team for exploring Miyu Valley. The calls blended into a chaotic cacophony, resembling the clamor of a marketplace. Bai Yi's gaze swept over the crowd as he silently reflected. This is the harsh reality of survival for lower-tier cultivators. Without talent or backing, they struggle at the bottom of the cultivation world, where resources are scarce. And yet, these individuals are considered better off than many others. His expression gradually hardened with determination. On this path to immortality, there is no room for hesitation. One must fight for it. With resolve in his heart, he joined the queue, inching closer to the central entrance of the secret realm. After waiting for more than half an hour, Bai Yi finally reached the bronze arch. He handed his secret realm pass to the management personnel. Once verified, he stepped onto the stone steps without hesitation and entered the swirling vortex. A wave of dizziness, akin to intoxication, washed over him. Bai Yi closed his eyes briefly to steady himself. Soon, the sounds of chirping birds and roaring beasts reached his ears, and a mix of fresh fragrances and earthy scents filled his nostrils. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a breathtaking scene. Towering, verdant trees stretched endlessly into the horizon. Jagged, majestic peaks stood tall, while crystal-clear streams meandered through the landscape. The vibrant scenery resembled a vivid painting full of life. Bai Yi took a deep breath, sensing that while the spiritual energy here was not as abundant as a second-grade spiritual land, its purity far exceeded that of Blue Mountain City. His internal cultivation method, the 5 elements technique, naturally began to operate, absorbing the spiritual energy and converting it into pure spiritual power without the need for refinement. So this is the Blue Mountain secret realm? Bai Yi murmured, his gaze sharpening. Suddenly, the Qingfeng sword on his back emitted a faint huma warning of imminent danger. Bai Yi's eyes gleamed coldly as he raised his right hand. The Qingfeng sword sprang from its sheath with a sharp metallic hiss, its blade slicing through the air in a swift arc toward the void ahead. Zing! The sword energy burst forth as a green shadow shot down from the shadows of the treetops. It was a venomous green-scaled serpent, its jaws wide open, fangs glinting menacingly. However, the sword energy, as fast as lightning, pierced through the serpent's body with precision, slicing it cleanly in two. Thud! The serpent's lifeless body crashed heavily onto the ground, dark purple blood splattering in all directions. Its scaly form twitched briefly before succumbing to stillness. Bai Yi stretched his body and glanced down at the corpse of the azure-scaled venomous python. With a swift flick of his sword, the Qingfeng sword pierced the serpent's vital point, drawing out a blood-stained demon core that floated before him. So this is a demon core, Bai Yi murmured, his gaze sharpening. With a flick of his fingertips, he used his spiritual energy to cleanse the bloodstains from the core. The moment his fingers made contact with it, the Dao Mirror deep within his sea of consciousness began to tremble. HM? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Clutching the peanut-sized demon core in his palm, he focused his thoughts, and the Dao Mirror's energy surged forth, flowing along his arm and into the core. The violent demonic energy within the core erupted instantly, scattering in all directions, causing the surrounding grass and leaves to wither silently. Yet, moments later, the chaotic energy was replaced by a rich, life-infused spiritual essence. Guided by the Dao Mirror's energy, this essence was gradually drawn into the mirror. The Dao Mirror can extract the life essence from a demon core? Bai Yi stared at the faintly glowing Dao Mirror within his sea of consciousness, a trace of delight rising in his heart. Originally, he had planned to enter the Blue Mountain secret realm to search for spirit mines and rare treasures to nourish the Dao Mirror, hoping to catalyze more flashes of enlightenment. Unexpectedly, even demon cores could serve this purpose. Although the effect was not as potent as spirit mines, the azure-scaled venomous python was merely a third-tier chi refining beast, and its demon core was no larger than a palm. If it were a stronger demon beast, the results might be even more significant. Moreover, while treasures in the Blue Mountain secret realm were hard to find, demon beasts were everywhere. This realization made his plans far more feasible. Bai Yi summoned his terminal, and a holographic map appeared before him. With a swipe of his finger, the jagged silhouette of Flying Stone Peak emerged, its midsection marked with 3 abandoned spirit mines: the Diamond Crystal Mine, the Jadeite Mine, and the Heartwood Iron Mine. Although the mines had been depleted by the Immortal Alliance, rogue cultivators occasionally unearthed residual spirit minerals there. It's right on the way, Bai Yi thought, his plan taking shape. Closing the map, he swiped across the terminal screen, and the nanofabric of his robe transformed into a short, fitted outfit. As the nanoparticles shifted, a thin cloth mask covered his nose and mouth. While he could act freely within Blue Mountain City, the loose rules of the secret realm made it prudent to conceal his face and suppress his presence. The Qinfeng sword hummed softly at his side as Bai Yi's figure flickered and vanished into the dense forest. The forest was a labyrinth of towering trees with gnarled roots and serpentine vines that coiled and twisted, some hanging from branches, others clinging to trunks. Strange, vividly colored flowers and herbs dotted the forest floor, exuding an eerie aura. The thick canopy blocked out most sunlight, allowing only fragmented beams to pierce through, illuminating the withered undergrowth. Russell Bai Yi moved like lightning, leaping onto the treetops. Suddenly, a sharp cry shattered the stillness. Ahead, perched atop a tree, was a black-feathered sparrow with a wingspan of about 2 meters. It flapped its wings fiercely, its eyes glowing with malice as it glared at Bai Yi, who had intruded into its territory. Black-gray demonic energy surged from its body, coalescing into 2 wind blades that howled as they descended, slicing through the trees in their path. Bai Yi's gaze turned cold. The Qinfeng sword flashed from its sheath, its blade gleaming like a rainbow as it met the wind blade's heat. In the dim light, a flash of cyan sword energy effortlessly shattered the wind blades, pierced through the tree trunk, and skewered the head of the black-feathered sparrow. The Qinfeng sword moved like a serpent striking from its lair, its light slicing through the wind blades into fragments, continuing seamlessly through the tree trunk to target the black-feathered sparrow's head. As the sword's glow whirled, the sparrow's lifeless body fell from the treetop, its abdomen splitting open. A demon core, no larger than a pea, was drawn out by the sword's energy and landed precisely in Bai Yi's hand. He caught the core, casually tossed it into the air, and watched as it dissolved into a stream of pure spiritual energy that merged into his body. Glancing at the faint light of the Dao Mirror in his hand, his brow twitched slightly. In just half a day, he had slain 3 Qi refining stage level 2 and 3 demon beasts, along with a green-scaled venomous python, collecting only 4 demon cores in total. Yet these 4 cores barely advanced the light of the Dao Mirror by even 1/20th of its full progression. Bai Yi frowned slightly, quickly calculating in his mind. To fully nurture a single glimmer of enlightenment in the Dao Mirror, he would need at least 100 demon cores from Qi refining stage level 2 or 3 beasts to be certain. 100 demon beasts converted to market value would amount to 20 to 30,000 spirit points. He sighed softly, but soon relaxed his furrowed brow. 100 was a daunting number, but at least it gave him a clear goal. Moreover, within the Blue Mountain secret realm, there were not only these low-level demon beasts, but also mid- and latest-stage Qi refining demons. If he could hunt down a mid-stage Qi refining demon, its core could be worth dozens of ordinary ones, potentially speeding up his progress significantly. As he pondered, a sudden, needle-like sharpness pricked his spiritual sense. Bai Yi's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he leapt down from the tree canopy. At the very moment he landed, a massive black shadow lunged toward the black-feathered sparrow's corpse. Under the sparse sunlight, the shadow's form gradually emerged, its fur sharp as black needles, for arms, a long tail, and a face grotesquely resembling a wolf's. It was a black cloud wolf ape. Grabbing the sparrow's body, it sank its fangs into it with a loud crunch, snapping the bones in its abdomen. Blood and shredded flesh dripped from its teeth. However, the wolf ape seemed to sense no demon core within the corpse and immediately spat out the mangled remains. Its vertical pupils, filled with ferocity, locked onto Bai Yi with a murderous glare. The Qi refining stage level 4 demon's aura erupted like a storm, its figure transforming into a black blur as it darted through the treetops. Its claw, wrapped in demon energy, tore through the air, attacking Bai Yi from behind with lethal speed. Yet Bai Yi appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this. Without even turning his head, the Qinfeng sword shot out from behind him like a streak of lightning. The sword's motion was agile and ethereal, yet carried an overwhelming sharpness. It tore through the demon energy, shattered the claw, and pierced the wolf ape's skull. A spray of red and white matter erupted alongside the sword's light. The wolf ape staggered a few steps forward under the force of inertia before collapsing heavily to the ground. Thud. The black cloud wolf ape's corpse hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Its lifeless face remained frozen in a grotesque snarl. Bai Yi retrieved the Qingfeng sword, and with a flick of its light, extracted a demon core the size of a glass bead from the wolf ape. After cleansing it of bloodstains with spiritual energy, he smiled faintly. Equivalent to the spiritual essence of 4-chi refining stage level 3 demon cores, he murmured to himself. As his internal energy circulated, the demon core disintegrated into powder and transformed into pure spiritual energy, merging into his body. He glanced at the wolf ape's corpse, sliced off its most valuable fangs with a swift stroke, and then leapt toward the direction of Flying Stone Peak. At the base of Flying Stone Peak, a clear spring shimmered under the sunlight. Bai Yi crouched beside a peony plant glowing faintly with spiritual light. Infusing the soil with his spiritual energy, he gently uprooted the entire stalk of white jade grass and placed it into a sealed pouch on the side of his bag. A first-grade superior white jade grass worth at least 10,000 spirit points on the market, Bai Yi muttered, patting the bag that was now half full. He looked up toward the distant peak of Flying Stone. Over the past week, he had traversed more than 300 kilometers of dense forest, slaying nearly 60 demon beasts, including 10 at Chi refining stage level 4 or higher, and even a Chi refining stage level 6 Azure Ripple Whitehorn Bull. Yet, this was only the central region of the 3 dense forests he roamed. The deeper areas, marked by the occasional earth-shaking roars reverberating through the woods, were intimidating enough to deter him from venturing further. Bai Yi steadied his breath, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surrounding forest. Though the demonic aura here wasn't overwhelming, it carried a suffocating pressure, as if some unknown danger lurked in the shadows. He reached down and lightly touched the Dao Mirror at his waist. With a thought, its surface glimmered faintly, displaying the progress of nurturing its faint Dao light. It was just shy of 1/5 complete. Just a sliver of fortune more, and I could cultivate a trace of enlightenment light, he murmured softly, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a faint tremor emanating from the ground beneath. His head snapped up, and his gaze locked onto a spot halfway up the distant Fasher Peak. At the edge of his vision, a cloud of dust rose like a gray dragon spiraling into the sky. Bai Yi extended his spiritual sense, detecting 2 drones cloaked in optical camouflage weaving through the forest, making their way rapidly toward Fasher Peak. When the drones reached within 600 meters, a real-time image appeared in his pupils. The footage revealed a massive demonic beast. Standing 4 meters tall, its back was covered in a thick, earthen yellow shell resembling a tortoise's carapace. Its 4 muscular heads, reminiscent of monstrous crocodiles, exuded a menacing aura of 7th stage Chi refining cultivation. It let out low growls, its limbs pounding the ground with force, causing countless stone pillars to erupt from the earth like deadly spears, relentlessly attacking a nearby team of rogue cultivators. Diamond alligator turtle, Bai Yi muttered under his breath, his gaze shifting to the glimmering crystal behind the beast that emanated a metallic and imposing aura. His pupils narrowed slightly. A diamond essence crystal? And such a large piece at that. Once he confirmed his observation, he didn't hesitate. Clenching his hand, the sword on his back, Qingfeng, unsheathed itself with a flash of light. He leapt onto the sword, soaring toward the mountainside of Fasher Peak. Meanwhile, the battle on the mountainside grew increasingly dire. The leader of the rogue cultivator team, Guolin, stood with a grim expression as he stared down the overwhelmingly powerful diamond alligator turtle. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his spiritual energy, summoning an electronic-etched thunder talisman in his palm. With a swift motion, he hurled it at the beast. Suspended midair, the talisman flared with bright runes. A bolt of thunder, as thick as an arm, descended from the sky and struck the top of the diamond alligator turtle's head with a deafening crash. The lightning tore through the beast's protective demonic aura, revealing its ferocious true form. Roar! The beast howled in pain, its demonic aura surging like a tide as the earth element responded to its fury. It raised a massive forelimb and stomped heavily on the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward like water. A young rogue cultivator, caught off guard, was crushed by the earth's force, his body reduced to a mangled, bloody mess, staining the battlefield with crimson. Use the magnetic heavens lock to bind it, Guolin roared, pulling out the spirit-converging electro-cannon from his back. Thunder element's spiritual energy surged within him, pouring into the cannon as its charge indicator lit up instantly. While a thin, wiry man temporarily restrained the diamond alligator turtle with a magical chain, Guolin decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! With a powerful recoil, a beam of spiritual energy laced with crackling electricity tore through the air, smashing into the beast's reformed demonic barrier. The barrier shattered with a resounding explosion. However, Even such a devastating attack enough to severely wound a 6th-stage chi-refining cultivator was met with the diamond alligator turtle retracting its heads and limbs into its shell. Its bloodline aura surged, and demonic runes surfaced across its carapace, allowing it to withstand the blow. As the dust settled, the diamond alligator turtle emerged once more. Thin cracks on its shell only fueled its rage. It let out a thunderous roar, its predatory eyes locking onto the exhausted and collapsed Guilin. Around it, earthen spikes began to form again, exuding an aura of murderous intent. In the low growl of the beast, the earth trembled as the spikes around the diamond alligator turtle began to solidify. The two middle-aged individuals standing nearby moved fluidly, forming intricate hand seals as the surrounding air grew sharply colder. Wisps of mist coalesced in the void, drawn by an intangible force that carried faint traces of Taoist energy. In an instant, the mist transformed into two water serpents as thick as a bowl's rim. Their icy, tangible forms slithered deftly to the left and right, shattering the earthen spikes summoned by the Vajra alligator turtle into fragments. Taking advantage of the opening, the pair swiftly retrieved several electromagnetic grenades from their belts. Without hesitation, they armed the devices and hurled them at the massive creature. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated through the forest, and the shockwaves of spiritual energy caused nearby trees to rustle violently. Yet, when the smoke cleared, the Vajra alligator turtle's hulking form remained steadfast, its thick, armored shell entirely unscathed. At that moment, the gaunt man standing to the side furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as spiritual energy surged in his hands. A chain crackling with electric light shot forth like a serpent of thunder, undulating through the air. Under the precise control of the gaunt man's spiritual sense, the chain coiled around the turtle's thick limbs and massive head with uncanny accuracy. It's restrained. Guilin and the others felt a surge of elation. Just as they were about to cry out in triumph, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy erupted from the creature's body, far surpassing its earlier ferocity. The murky yellow aura surged like a tide, battering the chain. With a series of sharp, snapping sounds, the mid-grade spiritual artifact shattered into countless glowing fragments. So this is the power of a latest-stage chi refinement beast. Guilin and his companions turned pale, their eyes filled with unwillingness as they glanced toward the golden Vajra crystal behind the turtle. The crystal, roughly the size of a wash basin, shimmered with an alluring radiance, faintly emitting a weak but distinct pulse of energy. Its value was at least 50,000 spirit points, but more importantly, it seemed to harbor some crucial secret. Mechanical hounds, engage and delay it. Guilin gritted his teeth and issued the command. Several armed mechanical hounds immediately charged at the Vajra alligator turtle. However, just as they approached, the demonic energy surrounding the creature surged explosively. The ground quaked, and countless cracks spread like a spiderweb. Stones and debris were hurled into the air, imbued with demonic energy, slicing through the forest like blades and toppling every tree in their path. The gaunt man had no time to retreat before the storm of flying debris enveloped him. In an instant, his body was torn apart, leaving only white bones behind as blood and flesh splattered across the forest floor, staining it a deep red. Everything happened so quickly that Guilin and the others couldn't even react before the overwhelming storm of sand and stone engulfed them. Despair crept into their hearts, but just as the situation seemed hopeless, the whirling debris suddenly froze in midair, as though time itself had been forcibly halted. A brilliant sword light descended from the heavens, radiating an unstoppable sharpness. In a flash, it severed the vortex of demonic energy. The light spun in a graceful arc, slicing the protruding spikes cleanly in half and completely halting the Vajra alligator turtle's assault. A deep, resonant hum echoed from the sword, snapping the trio out of their stunned stupor. They looked up to see a young man in white standing not far away, surrounded by the glowing aura of a sword imbued with Taoist energy. His presence was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean. The man glanced at the skeletal remains on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured to himself, "A few moments too late." Bai Yi had not intervened out of kindness. He was merely concerned that without the gaunt man, the remaining three would struggle to hold the Vajra alligator turtle at bay, even briefly. His cold gaze swept over Guilin and the others, and he sighed inwardly. These three were only at the 4th level of chi refinement. Despite their advanced equipment, their understanding of Taoist techniques was rudimentary at best, far from even achieving minor mastery of Taoist resonance. Otherwise, with their technological weaponry, they wouldn't have fallen so quickly. "Hold it off for 30 seconds, live or die. It's up to you." Bai Yi's voice was calm, yet the icy undertone sent chills down Guilin and the others' spines. They exchanged glances, hesitating for not even a moment. Quickly, they retrieved a few pills from their pockets and swallowed them, then directed the mechanical hounds to continue harassing the Vajra alligator turtle. Taking up a triangular formation, they prepared to engage once more. That first sword strike had already saved their lives. They knew that if not for Bai Yi's intervention, they would have shared the gaunt man's grim fate. Moreover, the sword light's speed and power, its sharpness, imbued with innate Taoist resonance, far outpaced the Vajra alligator turtle's movements. They were acutely aware that defying Bai Yi would only result in the sword turning on them next. The massive head of the iron-jaw alligator snapping turtle suddenly jerked upward, its blood-red eyes locking onto the three human cultivators before it, whose incessant chattering was no less irritating than the buzzing of flies. A furious roar erupted from its throat, shaking the heavens and earth. The surging blood energy within its body erupted like a volcano, while demonic energy churned around it, forming shimmering nodes that glowed like stars. In the next instant, countless orbs of earth-infused demonic energy shot forth like a torrential storm of bullets, each carrying enough destructive force to severely injure or even kill the three cultivators. Their expressions shifted instantly, and their steps faltered. But just as disaster seemed inevitable, a calm yet supremely confident voice rang out. "All you need to do is keep it restrained. Leave the rest to me." No sooner had Bai Yi spoken than his Qingfeng sword returned to its scabbard. In the blink of an eye, the sharp sound of a sword cleaving through the air resonated like a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens. A dazzling streak of silver sword light darted between the three cultivators, blazing like a sunlit rainbow. It surged straight into the oncoming storm of demonic orbs, imbued with profound Taoist energy. The sword's aura danced like a serpentine dragon, shattering the orbs one by one into a cascade of radiant light. What incredible speed! Guolin gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. He exchanged glances with his companions, and in each other's gaze, they saw the same deep shock. Despite their fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivation and the assistance of their intelligent tracking device, they could barely catch glimpses of the afterimage left by Bai Yi's sword. To sense the terrifying power condensed within that blade was utterly beyond their capabilities. Suppressing his astonishment, Guolin quickly regained his composure. He reached into his pouch and retrieved 2 electronic thunder talisman scrolls. With lightning crackling at his fingertips, he swiftly traced symbols in the air. Once complete, he hurled the talismans toward the iron-jaw alligator snapping turtle without hesitation. Simultaneously, he pulled out a thunder net magical artifact, forming a seal with his hands. As arcs of electricity danced across its surface, the thunder net expanded rapidly and descended toward the turtle from above. "Go!" Guolin shouted. The thunder net fell with alarming speed. At the same time, Bai Yi's eyes gleamed sharply as his sword seals shifted. The Qingfeng sword, its radiant glow subdued, surged with spiritual energy, forming an ethereal sword aura. The sword's energy transformed into a colossal blade, slicing through the void with rippling waves as it targeted the turtle's extended head. Sensing a mortal threat, the iron-jaw alligator snapping turtle let out a deafening roar and unleashed a torrent of sand in an attempt to block the oncoming sword light. Just as it tried to retract its head into its shell, the thunder net ensnared it tightly. Lightning crackled and surged as the turtle thrashed violently, its massive jaws biting down on the net with such force that cracks began to form. Yet, the moment it broke free of the net, the ethereal sword aura coalesced into a 100-foot-long blade of energy, slicing toward its head like a storm of razor-sharp winds. With a pained roar, the turtle conjured a protective barrier of demonic energy in the form of a tortoise shell to shield itself from the onslaught. However, a razor-thin beam of sword light suddenly pierced through the air, striking the barrier with pinpoint precision. A sharp cracking sound echoed as fractures rapidly spread across the barrier, which shattered entirely under the relentless barrage of sword energy. The Qingfeng sword pressed forward unrelentingly. Its blade, unimpeded, slashed toward the turtle's scaly neck. A grating metallic screech filled the air as the blade slowly penetrated, unleashing a torrent of searing blood that rained down like a crimson storm. Bai Yi's gaze burned with intensity, his expression steadfast. Channeling his 5-elemental technique to its peak, he poured an unending stream of spiritual energy into the Qingfeng sword, causing its radiance to blaze even brighter. Sensing the looming threat of death, the iron-jaw alligator snapping turtle's eyes turned a deeper shade of red. Its demonic core spun wildly within its body, expelling a massive surge of demonic energy to refine an immense torrent of sand. The sandstorm surged forth like a ferocious tidal wave, crashing against the Qingfeng sword with devastating force. The sword trembled violently. Despite the rapid escalation of its energy, the overwhelming power of the sandstorm forced it back dozens of meters. A thick, oppressive aura of demonic energy. Bai Yi felt the consciousness within his sword falter, while his chest seemed to have been struck by a heavy hammer. His face paled slightly. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi forcibly suppressed the surging energy and blood within him. As his internal energy circulated, He exhaled a turbid breath laced with faint traces of blood mist. With a gentle tap of his fingers on the sword seal, the one-sheen sword regained its brilliance under the nourishment of spiritual energy. The sword gleamed as it once had, its light vibrant and sharp. With a swift motion, it carved a fierce Z in the air, transforming into a streak of white light that shot straight toward the charging Vajra alligator turtle. The Vajra alligator turtle's gaze revealed a hint of fear, but it quickly turned vicious, fixing its eyes on Bai Yi. Having developed a certain level of intelligence, it was fully aware that the terrifying sword light that nearly severed its neck moments ago was unleashed by this human before it. With a thunderous stomp of its claw, layers of massive rocks erupted from the ground, forming a barrier in front of the sword light. Simultaneously, the demonic patterns on its back flickered faintly as it opened its mouth, spewing two whirlwinds mixed with sand and stones, hurtling directly toward Bai Yi. Facing the howling sandstorm, Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly. With a mere thought, the one-sheen sword spiraled back in front of him. The swirling sword light shredded the sand and stones into fine dust. He let out a cold snort, tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, and launched forward with his sword. His figure streaked through the flying sand like a shooting star. In an instant, he was upon the Vajra alligator turtle. The one-sheen sword in his hand transformed into countless sword shadows, enveloping the creature like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. The sword blades struck the edges of the turtle's shell, sparking faint flashes of light, but leaving only minor white marks. Bai Yi sighed inwardly, thinking, with my current sword energy, breaking through this shell is nearly impossible. Prolonging this fight will only drain my spiritual energy in vain. Feeling the rapid depletion of spiritual energy within his dantian, Bai Yi glanced at the three people nearby. His voice was low yet firm, leaving no room for doubt. I will use all my strength to shake its shell. When its head is exposed, you must hold it off for 5 seconds. If we fail in one strike, I won't have the power to get us out of here. The middle-aged couple exchanged a hesitant glance, but eventually gritted their teeth and nodded. Guo Lin clenched his fists tightly and said in a resolute tone, "Understood." Receiving their response, Bai Yi focused his mind. The light of the one-sheen sword shifted abruptly, the dazzling radiance replaced by ethereal, fluid sword shadows. As the sword light danced, Bai Yi precisely targeted the gaps in the Vajra alligator turtle's limbs, striking repeatedly. The creature roared in fury, its limbs stomping the ground with violent tremors, but the ever-changing sword shadows left it struggling to respond. In a fleeting moment of hesitation and confusion in the Vajra alligator turtle's gaze, the sword light suddenly condensed. The one-sheen sword became enveloped in intricate patterns of Dao resonance, its sharpness unleashed. The blade exhaled streams of sword energy, tearing through the air and transforming into a heavy, swift beam of light that aimed directly for the turtle's head. Sensing imminent danger, the Vajra alligator turtle hastily summoned a rock shield while spitting out a mouthful of sand and stones in an attempt to block the attack. It then quickly retracted its head into its shell, confident that as long as its neck was protected, the human cultivator's remaining strikes would pose no threat. The sword light cleaved through the layers of rock and shattered the sandstorm. In the moment it descended, Bai Yi's eyes turned cold. The one-sheen sword abruptly shifted direction, its edge subtly guided by the Dao resonance of heaven and earth. Like a streak of radiant light, it struck the precise spot where the turtle's head had retreated into its shell. Boom! A thunderous impact reverberated, the ground fracturing and collapsing outward from the Vajra alligator turtle's position. The shockwave sent sand and dust flying into the air. Amid the violent collision, the one-sheen sword quivered intensely, its internal anti-shock formations activating rapidly to mitigate the turbulence of spiritual energy. Even so, the recoil from the impact surged back into Bai Yi's body. His face turned pale as he staggered half a step back, a trickle of blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, Bai Yi retrieved a chi restoration pill and a vitality pill from his robe and swallowed them. As the 5-element energy vortex within him began to circulate, a faint flush of color returned to his face. From a distance, the 3 onlookers stood frozen, their eyes wide with astonishment. Their hearts were filled with awe and disbelief. 2 different levels of Dao resonance within his sword techniques. His mastery of swordsmanship is extraordinary. At the 5th layer of chi refinement, he managed to crack the shell of the Vajra alligator turtle, renowned for its defense, with a single strike. Just who was this prodigy, and which 2nd or 3rd academy did he come from? Witnessing the sheer power of that strike, Guo Lin felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily swallowing hard. A cultivator at the 5th level of chi refinement managing to split the hardened shell of a latest-stage chi refinement Vajra crocodile turtle with a single sword strike was beyond anything he could comprehend. For rogue cultivators like them, this level of power was already far beyond their understanding. Despite their internal shock, the 3 of them did not forget their duties. At this moment, The Vajra crocodile turtle, dazed from the impact, poked its head out of its shell, clearly severely injured. The middle-aged man and woman on either side exchanged a determined glance. Perhaps out of shame for their earlier inaction, they gritted their teeth, igniting their essence blood to push their water mist spell to its limit. In an instant, several pale red water serpents, as thick as a bowl, materialized out of thin air. Their forked tongues flicked as they coiled tightly around the turtle's neck, viciously biting and tearing. After executing this move, the pair's faces turned deathly pale. Without hesitation, they each swallowed a recovery pill and retrieved a set of pitch-black spikes from their waists. Infused with spiritual energy, the spikes shot like meteors toward the wound at the base of the turtle's neck, embedding deeply into its flesh. Immediately after, they pulled magnetic-powered rifles from their backs and unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, which rained down on the target. Seeing this, Guilin didn't dare delay. He pulled out a heavy magnetic device from his pocket, crackling with lightning, its surface displaying rolling numbers clearly a single-use item. With a pained expression, he hurled it toward the Vajra crocodile turtle and swiftly drew his handgun, precisely detonating the device. With a deafening explosion, the surrounding gravity abruptly intensified. The unprepared turtle was slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi forced himself to regulate his breathing, channeling his spiritual energy to its peak. Gripping his Wanshin sword, the air around the blade surged with intense gales, and solid streams of Cyan Taoist energy coiled around it like ribbons. But this wasn't enough. Bai Yi's eyes turned resolute, his jaw tightening as the spiritual energy within his meridians surged to its limit, causing traces of blood to seep from his pores. Forming a complex hand seal, he activated the sword imprint. The Wanshin sword soared into the air, its blade radiating a brilliant multicolored light as Taoist patterns faintly shimmered on its surface. Two streams of Taoist energy intertwined, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating an oppressive aura that bore down on the Vajra crocodile turtle like a mountain. Sensing the danger, the turtle thrashed violently, its demonic energy surging to form a protective barrier around itself. Yet the gap in strength was insurmountable. With a muffled crash, the artifacts controlled by the three cultivators dimmed and were flung away. In the final desperate moment before the Vajra crocodile turtle could fully retreat into its shell, the sword light, infused with dual streams of Taoist energy, struck down mercilessly. It tore through the demonic barrier with ease. The sword light, a brilliant streak of cyan and silver, descended from above, slicing into the damaged neck of the turtle. Shrip. Wherever the sword light passed, flesh and scales were torn apart layer by layer. The turtle let out a deafening wail of agony. Finally, with a dull, resounding thud, its ferocious head was severed completely, soaring into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud. Thud. The turtle's massive head and its enormous body hit the earth, raising a cloud of dust. The rampant demonic energy dissipated gradually, while dark red blood gushed forth like a spring, dyeing the cratered ground into a blood-soaked pit. Bai Yi stood unsteadily, his excitement fleeting. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly circulated his inner chi through his meridians using the minor 5 elements technique to nourish his faintly damaged pathways. With a flick of his fingers, the Wanshin sword transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the turtle's body. Moments later, with a sound of tearing flesh, the sword re-emerged, bringing with it a demonic core the size of a chicken egg. The core's surface bore faint demonic patterns, exuding a soft, luminous glow. So this is the core of a latest-stage chi refinement demonic beast. Guilin and the other two collapsed onto the ground, their faces pale, their gazes fixed intently on the demonic core in Bai Yi's hand. A core like this from a latest-stage demonic beast could easily fetch 4 to 500,000 at the Immortal Alliance auctions. A flash of greed passed through their eyes but was quickly suppressed. They understood all too well that the monstrous talent before them was not someone they could afford to provoke. While his methods might seem calculated, the sheer power of that one sword strike was truly terrifying. However, the scene before him completely overturned Guilin's understanding. The shell of the Vajra alligator turtle was as solid as a boulder, further reinforced by an inner armor formed from condensed demonic energy. Even cultivators at the 6th level of chi refinement would struggle to leave the slightest mark on it. Yet, every strike from this young man's sword was precise, leaving behind traces imbued with the essence of Dao, as if the very laws of nature trembled in response. Such mastery of swordsmanship was far beyond the reach of any ordinary rogue cultivator. Even the prodigies of elite academies, known for their unwavering pursuit of the purest forms of Dao, would be hard-pressed to match this level of skill. Struggling to his feet, Guilin cast a complicated gaze at the young man Bai Yi. His clothes were slightly disheveled, and his face pale from exertion, but his presence was like that of an unsheathed sword, sharp and unyielding. Despite the toll on his spiritual energy, He showed no trace of weakness or defeat. A bitter feeling welled up in Gua Lin's heart as he let out a long sigh. The faces of his wife and daughter flashed through his mind, faces that had once fueled his determination to tread this path. Yet now, the dream of immortality seemed impossibly distant, a goal perhaps never meant for someone as ordinary as he was. Bai Yi retrieved the demonic core and, after stabilizing his injuries slightly, walked toward the Vajra crystal hidden behind the turtle. Under the sunlight, the crystal emitted a radiant golden glow, as if it encapsulated the very essence of heaven and earth. He reached out to pull it free but was momentarily taken aback by its weight, managing to extract only half of it on his first attempt. After a brief pause, he channeled his spiritual energy and exerted more force, finally freeing the entire crystal. The basin's eyes gem shimmered brilliantly, even holding Bai Yi's gaze for a moment. The demonic core and this Vajra crystal are mine, Bai Yi said calmly, glancing at the three others. As for the rest of the Vajra alligator turtle, you can take whatever you like from its remains. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Bai Yi's hand gleamed and transformed into a sharp blade for dissection. With swift and precise movements, he worked along the seams of the turtle's shell, reducing the massive creature to neatly separated parts in a matter of moments. Although he had saved the three others, Bai Yi knew that without their assistance, he would not have been able to defeat the turtle alone. Now that he had claimed the demonic core, the Vajra crystal, and the turtle shell, the most valuable rewards, leaving some materials for them, was a small gesture to remain true to his own principles. Seeing Bai Yi divide the spoil so decisively, Gua Lin and the middle-aged couple exchanged glances before stepping forward to bow respectfully. We owe you our lives, brother. This Vajra alligator turtle was slain by your hand, so everything rightfully belongs to you, Gua Lin said earnestly. Bai Yi, however, waved off their gratitude with indifference. The materials are here, take what you want. With that, he sheathed his sword, hoisted the heavy turtle shell with his Qingfeng sword, and swiftly headed toward the mountainside. He knew that the prolonged battle would inevitably attract the attention of other cultivators. In his current condition, he needed to find a secluded place to recover as soon as possible, or the consequences could be dire. As Bai Yi's figure disappeared into the wilderness, the three finally emerged from their hiding spot, their eyes gleaming as they examined the remaining parts of the Vajra alligator turtle. Although the demonic core and shell were gone, the blood, organs, tendons, and bones were still incredibly valuable resources for rogue cultivators. Gua Lin glanced at the couple and spoke in a serious tone. Take all the money we've got and send it to Old Yang's family. They'll keep the head and some of the meat. The rest of the materials are yours to take. The middle-aged man hesitated, then asked, Old Gua, what are you planning? Gua Lin chuckled softly, a newfound sense of peace in his expression. I've let it go. 40 years of cultivation, and this is as far as I've come. This head will be enough for me to bring home and brag about to my daughter and maybe even my future grandchildren. He waved them off, urging them to quickly gather the materials and leave. In a secret realm like this, the dangers posed by other cultivators were often far greater than those posed by the beasts within. As rogue cultivators, they understood this better than anyone. In a secluded cave at the corner of Fasher Peak, Bai Yi casually dealt with a lurking wild beast, his sword slicing through with ease. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept through the cave, clearing out the dust and debris to reveal a clean, bare floor. He tossed a tortoiseshell onto the ground, then unsheathed his Qingfeng sword once more. The blade gleamed as it struck the rocks above the cave entrance, causing a cascade of rubble to seal the opening completely. After storing his drone and ensuring the surroundings were secure, Bai Yi's previously tense expression relaxed, and the color drained slightly from his face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with a swift, practiced motion, his exhaustion evident but his actions precise. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a qi and blood pill along with a vitality pill, consuming them without hesitation. Sitting cross-legged, palms facing upward, he began to channel the energy of the small 5 elements technique, refining the medicinal power within. To defeat the Vajra crocodile turtling opponent at the 7th level of qi refinement while he himself was only at the 5th level, was a feat of sheer determination and risk. Bai Yi closed his eyes, observing the damage within his body. His qi was depleted, and his meridians were severely injured. To secure victory, he had forcibly fused the Dao rhythms of 2 sword techniques, unleashing power equivalent to the peak of the 7th level of qi refinement. However, this immense burst of power had caused his meridians to endure overwhelming spiritual energy, nearly pushing them to the brink of collapse. If not for the retreat of 3 cultivators who had coveted the monster's core, he might have ended up with irreparable damage to his meridians, unable to recover. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi steadied his mind. The 5 elements qi cyclone within him rotated slowly, grinding the pill's essence like a millstone. Streams of pure spiritual energy flowed gently along his damaged meridians, gradually repairing the cracks. Time passed in silence, and the light outside the cave shifted from bright to dim, eventually giving way to dawn once more. After a full day and night, Bai Yi's eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing like a sword, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. A faint smile played on his lips, satisfaction evident. With the small 5 elements technique reaching the 5th level's perfection, his ability to refine spiritual energy had improved significantly, as had his efficiency in absorbing medicinal power. In just one day and night, he had fully recovered from injuries that would have otherwise taken several days of rest. Furthermore, this ordeal had refined the density of his spiritual energy and enhanced his control over it. Perhaps, with sufficient spiritual energy and pills, I could use this opportunity to attempt to break through to the 6th level of chi refinement. Bai Yi murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He once again scanned his inner state, confirming that his chi and meridians were fully restored, before turning his attention to the Vajra crocodile turtle's monster core and the Vajra crystal stone placed beside him. The monster core glimmered faintly, its surface, about the size of an egg, etched with intricate patterns resembling living entities that seemed to shift and flow. Bai Yi picked up the core, his fingers brushing its cold surface. He couldn't help but remark, a monster core from the 7th level of chi refinement, this would fetch at least 400,000 on the outside. This isn't cultivating spiritual energy, this is burning money. Despite his jest, Bai Yi quickly refocused, his mind diving into his sea of consciousness to awaken the Dao Mirror. Sensing its impending meal, the Dao Mirror trembled slightly, releasing a strand of energy that coursed through Bai Yi's meridians and into the monster core. Instantly, the core's internal energy erupted like ignited explosives. However, before the raging energy could escape, an invisible force restrained it, compressing it back into the core. The violent energy was then transformed into pure life essence, which flowed continuously into the Dao Mirror. The surface of the Dao Mirror shimmered with light, gradually coalescing into a faint radiance, the nascent glimmer of Dao enlightenment being nurtured into existence. Having absorbed less than a third of the life essence from the demon core of the diamond alligator turtle, a faint light, akin to a star, began to orbit around the Dao comprehension mirror. A glimmer of enlightenment condensed, yet Bai Yi did not pause. He maintained a steady rhythm of breathing, guiding the residual life essence from the demon core into the mirror. 15 minutes later, as the demon core disintegrated into powder and scattered from his fingertips, the light at the edges of the Dao comprehension mirror had solidified by nearly half, faintly shimmering with a mysterious spiritual energy. The richness of this single demon core's energy was equivalent to that of 60 or 70 demon cores from 3rd stage refining chi beasts. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, a satisfied smile tugging at the corner of his lips. His gaze shifted to the diamond crystal stone beside him. As his fingers lightly brushed its surface, spiritual energy surged, and a faint glow emerged. Bit by bit, the metallic essence was absorbed, causing the outer layer of the crystal to fracture and peel away. Time passed, and by the time the second glimmer of enlightenment was only a quarter short of completion, the once basin-sized diamond crystal stone had shrunk to the size of a goose egg. What a shame. If my earlier intuition was wrong, this would have taken even longer, Bai Yi murmured to himself, his calm gaze fixed on the progress within his sea of consciousness. A trace of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he looked at the remaining fragment of the crystal. He sensed something unusual about this piece of diamond crystal stone and silently hoped his instincts would not betray him. As he pondered, the outer layer of the crystal peeled away once more. In the next instant, a faint golden light burst forth from deep within the crystal, illuminating the entire cavern. Bai Yi's pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat. This is a diamond core? Excitement surged within him as he reached out to grasp the core, radiating a dark golden brilliance. A diamond core, this highly concentrated derivative of the diamond crystal stone, was far superior to ordinary crystals in both quality and value. Its grade had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. If used as the primary material for crafting magical artifacts, it could endow them with sharp metallic properties, making its worth surpass even that of the earlier demon core from the diamond alligator turtle. Bai Yi stared at the diamond core in his hand, his expression contemplative. After a moment, he carefully stowed it away. He understood that continuing to condense the second glimmer of enlightenment at this point was not the optimal choice. With his current resources, mastering the white rainbow sword art to its peak Dao resonance would suffice. Utilizing the diamond core to comprehend the heavy spirit scripture would likely require even more time better spent hunting additional beasts to accumulate spiritual energy. Placing the core into his pouch, Bai Yi quickly formulated a plan. Selling this core could easily fetch 300,000 to 400,000 spirit stones, enough to purchase a bottle of essence-boosting pills to support his next breakthrough. With the backing of the Bai family, once he passed the preliminary trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces, he was confident in advancing to the 6th stage of refining chi before the final admission assessment. After tidying up, Bai Yi sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the Dao comprehension mirror. He focused on the condensed glimmer of enlightenment within. Skillfully guiding his awareness closer, he made contact with the microlight. In an instant, a misty white fog rose around him, enveloping him like a celestial realm. Clouds surged as indistinct figures gradually took shape. Unlike his previous comprehension of the white rainbow sword art, this time, the figure appeared with a cloud sword already formed in its hand. The figure leaped into the air, and as the cloud sword transitioned from stillness to motion, its sharp momentum tore through the sea of clouds, leaving behind a stark, clear trajectory. The sword's brilliance erupted, slicing through the sea of clouds with an unstoppable force, splitting them apart as if overturning rivers and seas. Where the sword light pointed, its sharpness was concealed, leaving no trace of the blade. Only a radiant arc, like a lightning bolt, tore through the heavens, piercing the boundless sky. The sword's energy transformed into light, advancing with unyielding purpose. It seemed simple and straightforward, yet carried an overwhelming power capable of severing all things. A deep and distant resonance echoed, pulling Bai Yi's consciousness into a world of swordsmanship, where figures clashed endlessly. Immersed in this realm, he traced the trajectory of each strike, grasping its profound essence as if standing in the presence of the sword's ultimate truth. After a long while, the mist in his mind gradually dissipated, and Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the heart-seeking sword, lying silently in the cave, began to tremble. Its brilliance flared to life, spiraling into the air. The essence of the Dao coalesced from the void, enveloping the sword. A clear and solid Dao rune emerged, glowing brighter as it took form. The instant the rune fully condensed, a dazzling arc of light burst forth in the darkness, unleashing a storm of sword energy. The chaotic energy swirled violently, forming a tempest of destruction. Where the arc of light reached, the walls of the cave were instantly etched with sword marks. Stones crumbled and fell, only to be pulverized into dust by the sword energy before touching Bai Yi. The energy gradually receded, compressing the light into a nearly tangible form that enshrouded the sword. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the sword energy erupted uncontrollably. A violent surge of power swept outward, shattering the cave. Massive rocks collapsed, and dust filled the air. In the face of danger, Bai Yi calmly swung his azure blade sword. A streak of sword light cleaved through the chaos, slicing the falling debris and smoke as if they were mere paper, revealing a clear path. He stepped out of the collapsing cave, sheathing both the azure blade sword and the heart-seeking sword on his back. However, his expression remained solemn, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Still not enough, Bai Yi murmured to himself, his gaze contemplative. He replayed the earlier strike in his mind, striving to capture the fleeting essence of the sword's intent. Guided by the faint light of enlightenment, his white arc sword technique had achieved the pinnacle of Dao resonance, allowing him to glimpse the true meaning of the swordsmanship technique known as sword light becoming R. Yet, complete mastery still eluded him. Sword energy, like a beacon, condensed into a radiant arc, Bai Yi softly recited. Behind him, the twin swords trembled, their energies entwining like threads around their blades, attempting to manifest as a single arc of light. However, the immense compression caused the swords to shudder violently. The azure blade sword emitted a faint, strained hum, and the energy seemed on the verge of collapsing once more. Just as Bai Yi prepared to release the pressure, a deep beastly roar echoed from above, shattering the silence. His eyes lit up sharply as inspiration struck. "I understand now," Bai Yi whispered, his gaze gleaming with clarity. He had finally grasped the truth. The intense compression of sword energy inevitably led to resistance. However, by channeling that resistance into controlled release appearing outwardly as an outburst, but inwardly as restrained focus, true transformation into an arc of light could be achieved. Lifting his head toward the source of the roar, Bai Yi launched the twin swords into the air. Their energy radiated outward yet remained confined within a precise space. In an instant, two chilling arcs of light streaked through the void, moving so swiftly that the surrounding air seemed to freeze. A black panther leaped down, its eyes still flickering with confusion, only to be struck by the arcs. Thin lines spread across its body, and moments later, its head, torso, and limbs separated into three parts, collapsing to the ground in succession. To the peak of speed, within the arc, Bai Yi murmured, gazing at the black panther, its fragmented form still faintly pulsating with consciousness. His heart surged with a mix of awe and reflection. The technique of sword light becoming arc was not merely a demonstration of swordsmanship, but a testament to the pinnacle of a sword practitioner's cultivation. Having finally mastered it, Bai Yi felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration and accomplishment. In the realm of swords, it is mastery of technique that ultimately defines a swordsman's true brilliance. The techniques of sword light transforming into a rainbow, sword chi like threads, sword Dao thunder sound, and sword light division are revered in the art of swordsmanship. While they lack explicit cultivation barriers, they stand as insurmountable chasms for most sword cultivators. Many foundation establishment stage practitioners devote centuries to mastering even one of these techniques, which is considered a rare achievement. The realm of swordsmanship itself is a pinnacle that many may never reach in their lifetime. The technique he chose to cultivate, the White Rainbow Sword Technique, is less of a sword technique and more of an introductory method crafted by the Tai sword sect to guide disciples toward mastering sword light transforming into a rainbow. Once the White Rainbow Sword Technique is cultivated to its peak, reaching a state of perfect Dao resonance, it opens the gateway to the sword light transforming into a rainbow. Through the insights gained under the Dao Mirror, he pushed the technique to perfection and even glimpsed the profound truths behind this supreme skill through faint remnants of light. Today, the thunderous roar of the Black Panther awakened his latent comprehension, allowing him to finally master the technique. With sword light transforming into a rainbow, the power of my sword increases by 50%. Bai Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement in his heart. He swung his sword, carving a deep trench into the ground. Then, using spiritual energy, he formed a gust of wind to sweep the Black Panther's corpse into the pit and buried it. Though the panther once hunted him as prey, it ultimately sacrificed its life to illuminate a higher realm of swordsmanship for him. Burying its body was his final gesture of gratitude. After glancing back at the collapsed cave, Bai Yi retrieved a drone from his storage pouch and sent it aloft, preparing to explore the other two spiritual ore zones on Flying Stone Peak. However, just as he turned, the drone's indicator began flashing urgently. Frowning, he focused on the screen, zooming the camera to its limit. A chilling scene unfolded before his eyes. Above a vibrant green meadow, wailing ghostly shadows poured out from a man's body, creating a nightmarish spectacle. In front of the man, Guilin and a middle-aged couple lay crumpled on the ground, their bodies withered like dry twigs. The man, his fingers forming a sinister hand seal, was shrouded in dark energy. He reached out toward Guilin's head, clawing forcefully, and extracted a grotesque, translucent soul, which he then absorbed into a green glowing bottle in his hand. An evil cultivator. Bai Yi's brows furrowed deeply, and anger surged in his eyes. He was no saint, but if he turned a blind eye to such a vile and unscrupulous act, how could he ever uphold the principles of his path to immortality? 3 kilometers. Bai Yi let out a cold snort as the asking heart sword unsheathed itself behind him, its radiant light enveloping his form like a rainbow. Abandoning the drone, he transformed into a streak of sword light, speeding toward the location shown on the screen. Meanwhile, on the other side of the meadow, the sinister man crouched over the belongings of a fallen rogue cultivator, rummaging through them. He kicked aside the shattered remains of a mechanical guard dog and discovered the bloodied flesh of a latest Chi refining golden crocodile turtle. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Well, a mere rogue cultivator at the 4th level of Chi refining carrying something this valuable, he sneered, stowing the flesh into his pouch with a satisfied smirk. What had started as a simple hunt for rogue cultivators to extract their blood essence and souls for his plans had turned into an unexpected windfall. With this blood-rich flesh, my corpse puppet can advance even further. If my plan succeeds, I might even reach the 9th level of Chi refining. The man laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with ambition and greed. Breaking through to the 9th level would secure his status as a formal disciple of the Een Mountain sect, granting him access to the sect's secret grounds and the opportunity to glimpse the Foundation establishment stage. By then, even the protection of the Immortal Alliance wouldn't shield those who had wronged him from his vengeance. They will all die. The man licked his lips, his expression twisted with malice. But just as his sinister grin spread across his face, it froze abruptly. A suffocating aura of death surged toward him like an overwhelming tide. He snapped his head up, only to see a dazzling sword light descending from the heavens like a comet, its brilliance expanding rapidly until it consumed his entire field of vision. A flying sword? The somber man's pupils contracted sharply. Even from hundreds of meters away, the piercing sword intent felt almost tangible, stabbing into his mind and making every hair on his body stand on end. It was as if the aura of death had already enveloped him. Instinctively, his hand darted to his waist, drawing out a pale, bone-like staff carved with crude, blood-red patterns that radiated a chilling aura. Dark energy surged into the bone staff like a tidal wave, and in an instant, dozens of ghostly apparitions emerged from its tip. Their forms were grotesque, and their shrill cries echoed as they coalesced into a spectral shield under the man's control, hovering above him. Just as the shield solidified, a brilliant sword light streaked across the sky, slicing mercilessly through the layers of ghostly figures. The sword light erupted with dazzling brilliance, its sharpness cutting through everything in its path. The outermost ghosts were shredded to nothingness by the sword's energy before they could even let out a wail. The man's pupils constricted violently as he watched his painstakingly crafted ghostly barrier disintegrate like paper. His face turned deathly pale, and he swung the bone staff again, summoning another dozen ghostly figures to shield himself. Yet, he knew deep down that such defenses were far from enough to turn the tide. In desperation, he hastily retrieved a small sandalwood coffin from his robe. Barely the size of a palm, the coffin emanated an eerie aura. Biting down on his finger, he let blood drip from its tip, swiftly drawing runes on the coffin lid with his finger as a brush. Each stroke carried an air of slaughter and a faint, metallic scent of blood. With blood as the guide, drink and devour Lefago, he muttered under his breath, his voice low and hoarse. His face turned ashen as an immense amount of dark energy poured out of him like a breached dam, surging into the sandalwood coffin. The coffin swelled rapidly, growing into the size of a small mountain in mere moments before crashing heavily onto the ground, sending dirt and dust flying. Bang! The coffin lid flew open with a deafening sound, releasing a bone-chilling coldness that spread in all directions. From within, a corpse clad in tattered armor leapt out. Its withered body exuded a terrifying aura of malice, and its hollow eyes glowed with an eerie green light. The oppressive energy it radiated was akin to that of a Sciention martial artist. The somber man relaxed slightly, his tightly wound nerves loosening just a bit. He glanced at the corpse with confidence and muttered under his breath, "This corpse, refined from the body of a Sciention warrior from the Lansong Kingdom, has defense comparable to high-grade alloy. It should be enough to block this sword light and buy me time to escape." But his confidence lasted only a fleeting moment. As the sword light tore through the ghostly barrier, he commanded the corpse to intercept the radiant blade. "Stop that flying sword," he barked. The corpse let out a guttural roar, releasing a burst of icy breath before propelling itself upward with a powerful leap, soaring over 10 meters high. Its claw-like hands reached out to grasp the sword light. The clash produced a grating metallic screech, but the stalemate lasted only a few seconds. To the man's utter horror, the corpse's arms were severed cleanly by the sword light. The blade barely faltered before piercing through the corpse's chest, continuing its relentless path toward the somber man. "Impossible!" he screamed, his eyes wide with terror. He had spent over a decade refining this corpse, gathering rare materials like black Eanwood, blood from women born in Ean years, and the hearts of young aligned men. The body had been nurtured in an Ean concentrated site for a full year. When completed, its defenses were said to rival high-grade alloys, and with the infusion of dark energy, it was nearly indestructible. Yet now, it couldn't even withstand a single strike from this sword light. "I have to escape now." Panic surged through him as he realized the sword light's power was unmistakably the work of a latest-stage chi refining sword cultivator. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm against his chest, coughing up a mouthful of dark red blood. The blood mist swirled and momentarily dimmed the brilliance of the sword light. But he knew it wasn't enough. Gritting his teeth, he struck his chest twice more, spitting out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. The mist, under the influence of his incantations, condensed into a crimson skull, which roared as it engulfed the sword light. Taking advantage of the chaos, the gloomy man rolled up the shrunken coffin. With a point of his blood-stained finger, the armless corpse swiftly moved to his side, lifted him up, and fled into the distance. "You actually blocked it." A deep, chilling voice, as if emerging from an icy abyss, pierced into the gloomy man's ears. His body trembled violently, lacking even the courage to look back. Gritting his teeth, he ignited his vital essence and frantically urged the corpse to move faster, desperate to escape the pursuer. But that cold, unyielding voice echoed once again, "You should stay." Bai Yi stood motionless, his gaze as cold as frost. The one-sheen sword in his hand let out a faint hum before unleashing a torrent of sword energy that shredded the blood-red skeleton into pieces. The sword light condensed, transforming into a radiant streak that shot toward the fleeing man. The light tore through the air, swift as lightning, piercing the blood mist and slicing through ghostly shadows. The third strike targeted the corpse's head and legs with precision. Boom! The corpse, unable to withstand the force of the sword energy, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The gloomy man was thrown off its back, landing heavily on the ground. His frail, skeletal frame lay limp like withered wood. Having overdrawn his Ean energy and burned his vital essence to fend off the sword light, he was now too weak to even stand. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." The man felt the icy blade hovering near his neck, and terror consumed him. He dropped to his knees, his voice trembling, his eyes filled with despair. He hadn't even reached the Foundation establishment stage, hadn't yet glimpsed the hope of immortality, couldn't die here. Bai Yi approached slowly, towering over the wretched demonic cultivator. Though the man's face was hidden behind a mask, his terrified eyes and trembling body betrayed his cowardice and greed. Chi Refinement Stage 5. You're only at Chi Refinement Stage 5. The man's pupils constricted, his face contorted in disbelief. His hoarse voice was filled with both despair and fury. He couldn't accept Ithim, a cultivator at Chi Refinement Stage 6, being utterly defeated by a mere Stage 5 sword cultivator. I ask you answer. Bai Yi's voice was as cold as ice. The one-sheen sword quivered slightly before its light flashed, severing the man's right arm in an instant. The sudden pain elicited a scream from the man, but under Bai Yi's icy gaze, he bit back further cries, cold sweat streaming down his face. How did you enter the Blue Mountain secret realm? Bai Yi's sharp gaze bore into him like a blade. The man gritted his teeth, his voice shaking as he replied. The Soul Refinement Sect, they crafted a blood pill using human hearts and souls. This pill alters the nature of spiritual energy within the body, disguising it as ordinary energy to bypass the secret realm's detection. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, letting out a cold snort. The one-sheen sword struck again, its light slicing through the man's right leg. I'll talk. I'll talk. The man's face turned deathly pale from the pain, and he begged for mercy repeatedly. We found a cave dwelling on Huanggu Peak inside the secret realm. It belonged to a Foundation Establishment Stage demonic cultivator, and it might contain valuable treasures. That's why we risked sneaking into the secret realm. Bai Yi's voice was cold, but his tone carried a hint of curiosity. A flicker of venom flashed in the man's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, the Een Mountain Sect and the Blood Demon Sect joined forces for this. They sent over a dozen people in total. The leader is a Chi Refinement Stage 7 cultivator from the Blood Demon Sect. I've told you everything you wanted to know, please, spare me. The man raised his head, his face full of pleading as he looked at Bai Yi. But when he saw Bai Yi's expressionless, icy gaze, the hope in his eyes quickly turned to madness and hatred. In that instant, his expression twisted, his body trembling slightly as if he was preparing for one last desperate act. The moment the blood arrow was unleashed, a dazzling flash of sword light engulfed the gloomy man's entire field of vision. The sword light cleaved down like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the chilling air and severing the last thread of life from the gloomy man in an instant. As the radiance faded, he felt the world spinning, his vision blurring, until his headless body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, sinking into eternal silence. Bai Yi's gaze remained cold as his fingers moved slightly. The one-sheen sword trembled faintly within his spiritual sea before transforming into a streak of light, sweeping up the gloomy man's bone staff and coffin-like artifact. The sword light swirled back, depositing the coffin into Bai Yi's palm. He sensed its aura briefly, his brows furrowing in mild disappointment. Just a first-grade low-tier demonic artifact? Bai Yi murmured, his fingers lightly tracing the surface of the artifact, feeling the energy within. He had initially thought the coffin to be an extraordinary demonic treasure, given its previous eerie transformations. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a common artifact from the Ancient sect, specifically designed for storing zombies far from anything valuable. He recalled the gloomy man's final words before his death, mentioning a residence of a Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator. Bai Yi lowered his head in thought, his expression darkening with contemplation. While it was true that the man, facing inevitable death, might have mixed truth and falsehood in his words, the information about the residence seemed to hold at least an 80% chance of being credible. However, the details regarding the leader's identity, cultivation level, and the number of accompanying demonic cultivators were likely far less reliable. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The secret realm was sealed off from the outside world, and contacting the realm's management would only be possible once it reopened. Yet, opportunities like this were not to be missed, and Bai Yi had already made up his mind. I'll go, but I can't act recklessly, he muttered softly. The path of a sword cultivator demands directness tempered with strategy, daring to challenge both heaven and man. His gaze fell on the gloomy man's tattered gray robe, now torn apart by his strike. With a wave of his hand, a scanning device activated. Scan complete. Commencing simulation. A cold mechanical voice echoed, and Bai Yi's Daoist robes swiftly transformed. In moments, a gray robe identical to the gloomy man's enveloped his figure. He pulled up the hood, concealing his face in shadow, while simultaneously suppressing his aura. Based on the gloomy man's confession, the demonic cultivators involved appeared to have minimal connections with one another, mostly gathered sporadically. Nevertheless, Bai Yi had no intention of exposing his identity outright. Caution was paramount. Once he was fully disguised, Bai Yi returned to the spot where Guilin and his two companions had fallen. Evidently, the three had rested here for a day before their battle with the gloomy man, only to meet their demise due to the vast difference in strength. Though their flesh and blood had been completely devoured by the zombie, Guilin's face still bore traces of yearning for life. Meanwhile, the middle-aged couple beside him, even in death, had their fingers touching, as if expressing their unyielding bond. Rest in peace, Bai Yi murmured under his breath. The Wenshin sword unsheathed itself, its light flowing like water as it carved 2 deep pits into the earth. With a gentle push of his palm, Bai Yi buried the 3 bodies with care. After completing this task, he turned and swiftly headed in the direction of Huanggu Peak. For days later, the eastern plains of the Blue Mountain Range opened up into a vast, unobstructed view. A towering mountain rose abruptly from the flatlands, resembling a massive boulder anchoring the heavens and earth. Streams wound around its base, dense forests sprawled across its slopes, and the calls of birds and monkeys echoed continuously. Huangshe Peak, the tallest summit on the eastern side of the Blue Mountain Secret Realm, was renowned for its abundance of spiritual herbs and mineral deposits, making it a treasure trove for rogue cultivators. Recently, rumors of a hidden residence belonging to a Foundation establishment cultivator had drawn countless rogue cultivators to the peak in a frenzy. Brother Chung, they say this Foundation establishment cultivator's residence has existed alongside the secret realm for countless ages. If we could obtain even a fraction of its resources, we might not break into the Foundation establishment stage, but at least we'd have a chance to reach the late stage of chi refinement. A group of rogue cultivators gazed at Huangshe Peak in the distance, their eyes alight with fervent hope and ambition. For these rogue cultivators, the exorbitantly priced cultivation resources often costing tens of thousands of spirit stones were unattainable luxuries. This rumor, however, offered them a rare glimpse at the possibility of advancing to higher realms. Knowing the dangers of the secret realms, these cultivators, driven by their aspirations, continue to wander between cities, seeking out these perilous places. For rogue cultivators, secret realms are treacherous grounds filled with countless risks, yet they also represent the only opportunity to defy fate and change their destinies. In this resource-scarce land, rogue cultivators lack the innate talent and abundant resources that Dao Academy disciples possess. They can only rely on relentless effort and the camaraderie of their companions to survive. Lin Chung cast a glance at the team beside him, his gaze unwavering as he spoke in a firm tone. If I truly reach the late stage of chi refining, I, Lin Chung, will never forget the brotherhood we share. Haha, well said, old Lin. We're counting on you. A burly man at the front of the group, his right arm exposed with mechanical skeletal enhancements, laughed heartily, prompting the others to join in with boisterous laughter. Though deceit and betrayal are common among rogue cultivators, this team, having fought side by side for so long, had come to see one another as family. However, the laughter was abruptly cut short when a rustling sound emerged from the forest about 100 meters away. The faint tremor of leaves immediately wiped the smiles from their faces, replaced by alert expressions. Spiritual energy surged as talismans were swiftly gripped in hands, and 5 or 6 magnetic rifles were aimed at the trembling foliage. Overhead, a few drones adjusted their cameras in response to the alert, scanning the surroundings carefully. Moments later, a figure dressed in a gray robe and hooded cloak gradually emerged from the treetops. His steps were steady, his face obscured by the shadow of his hood, with only his cold, sharp eyes visible. After briefly surveying the rogue cultivators, he made no move to engage and turned directly to head toward the base of Huangshe Peak. It wasn't until the drone's physical detection systems confirmed that the figure had completely disappeared that the tension within the group eased slightly. Lin Chung furrowed his brows and spoke in a low voice. No implants, no tech gears, likely a Dao Academy disciple from the cultivation system, though it's unclear which tier he belongs to. At the mention of cultivation system, 2 men in the group, each with prosthetic eyes, exchanged glances, their voices tinged with a mix of admiration and envy. The cultivation system, it's practically extinct among rogue cultivators like us. The cultivation system, which seeks to understand the Dao and transcend the self, is the most resource-intensive and talent-demanding path in the Immortal Alliance. Only those with exceptional aptitude or abundant resources such as Dao Academy disciples or members of powerful families can afford to pursue this path. For rogue cultivators, the chi refining stage is merely a foundation, while the Foundation establishment stage marks the true beginning of the path to immortality. Don't dwell on it, Lin Chung said, patting the shoulder of a young man beside him, his tone carrying a mix of resignation and determination. Anyone who dares to traverse the secret realms alone is, at the very least, a near-graduating disciple from a third-rate academy far beyond what we can compare to. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the drone's monitoring screen, before adding in a lower voice. The drones couldn't detect him, likely has some kind of cloaking device. This Foundation establishment cultivator's estate might not be as simple as it seems. At the foot of Huangshe Peak, the rogue cultivators regrouped and pressed onward toward their goal. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, unaware of the discussions behind him, stood at the base of the peak, his eyes scanning the area. What was once a desolate mountain base was now bustling with numerous rogue cultivator teams and solo adventurers. News of the Foundation establishment cultivator's estate had clearly spread far and wide. Though each individual bore a solemn expression, none showed any intention of retreating. They all understood that this could be their final chance, a slim hope, worth risking everything for. So, that demonic cultivator's words were misleading after all, Bai Yi muttered to himself, concealed in the shadows of a grove. His cold gaze swept over the growing crowd of rogue cultivators, his vigilance increasing. With the cunning methods of demonic cultivators, spreading such enticing rumors was unlikely to be a simple ploy to draw a crowd. The sheer number of rogue cultivators here, now exceeding 100, made the situation increasingly ominous. As he pondered, a faint tremor suddenly rippled through the ground beneath his feet. Moments later, a dazzling beam of light shot up from the mountainside of Huangshe Peak, blindingly brilliant before quickly fading away. In the crowd, a young woman clad in a gray robe exclaimed excitedly, "A treasure's radiance. It must be the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's estate." Before her words had even faded, she activated her spiritual energy and raced toward the mountainside. The other rogue cultivators, though harboring doubts, couldn't afford to hesitate in the face of such a fleeting opportunity. One by one, they channeled their spiritual energy and surged toward the mountainside, driven by desperation. In the corner, Bai Yi cast a brief, focused glance at the gray-robed woman who had taken the lead and flown ahead. He walked unhurriedly, keeping to the rear of the group, as his spiritual sense quietly expanded, covering a range comparable to that of a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator. Sure enough, at the back of the crowd, he detected several figures in gray robes similar to his own. These individuals trailed far behind the main group, exchanging only subtle nods when their eyes met, their expressions completely devoid of emotion. It seemed the words of that Inshan sect demonic cultivator were not unfounded. These people were indeed covert agents scattered outside, now gathered here in the Blue Mountain secret realm by the sect's command token. Bai Yi's thoughts churned, but his face betrayed nothing. He observed his surroundings carefully, deliberately mimicking the movements of the other gray-robed demonic cultivators, blending in seamlessly. Occasionally, he would meet the gazes directed his way, nodding back with a calm demeanor. At times, he would even inadvertently reveal the corner of his coffin-shaped magical artifact at his waist, exuding an air of casual indifference. The group pressed on, ascending the treacherous mountain path with remarkable ease. For these cultivators, the steep, rugged terrain of over 10 kilometers posed no challenge. Various light buddy techniques and flight spells were on full display, and within half an hour, they had reached the mountainside. Before them lay a collapsed section of the mountain, suffused with a radiant glow and mist-like spiritual energy. The entrance to a cave shimmered with spiritual light, hinting at immense opportunities within. Nearby, a tree with branches slanting outward grew from the collapsed rock face, its limbs laden with vivid crimson fruits that exuded a rich, spiritual aura. "Vermilion fruits," someone exclaimed in a low voice, their tone brimming with fervor and greed. The tree was indeed heavy with the bright red fruits, their abundant spiritual energy indicating that they were at least 20 to 30 years old. If given to an alchemist, these fruits could be refined into vermilion fire pills, capable of purging impurities from a cultivator's spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their foundation. Even without refinement, a single fruit could fetch a price of 2 to 300,000 spirit points on the market. At this thought, the eyes of the rogue cultivators burned with desire, their breathing growing heavier. Standing at the rear of the group, Bai Yi's gaze lingered on the vermilion fruits only briefly. His focus shifted to the seemingly tranquil cliff face, the cave entrance where spiritual energy swirled after the barrier had been broken, and the vermilion fruit tree itself. The deceptive calmness triggered a sudden unease in his heart. Something's not right, Bai Yi muttered inwardly, frowning slightly as he recalled what he had learned in his alchemy studies. Vermilion fruits belong to the yang element and thrive in areas of intense fire energy. When they ripen, there should be traces of fire spiritual energy in the surroundings yet. While the spiritual energy here was abundant, there was no sign of fire energy. It didn't add up. As he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, he noticed that a few other rogue cultivators in the group also displayed subtle changes in their expressions, as if they, too, had sensed something amiss. However, before any of them could voice their concerns, the cultivators at the front, driven by impatience, surged toward the cliff face, some even flying directly toward the vermilion fruit tree. "Haha, these vermilion fruits are mine," a burly rogue cultivator exclaimed, laughing loudly as he sent a jade blade flying toward the tree trunk with a surge of spiritual energy. His eyes gleamed with greed and exhilaration, as though he could already see himself soaring to new heights thanks to these fruits. But just as the jade blade made contact with the tree trunk, the scene before everyone's eyes abruptly changed. The once radiant spiritual mist and dazzling glow vanished in an instant, replaced by a dim and desolate landscape. The surrounding rocks glimmered faintly with a blood-red hue, and within the cracks between the stones, stark white bones lay scattered, exuding a chilling, sinister aura. What's happening? Someone cried out in alarm. The burly cultivator, Rune, froze in shock, his gaze locked on the vermilion fruit tree before him. Where was the majestic, spirit-filled tree? In its place stood a decayed skeleton, its bones mottled with dried blood and radiating an eerie, menacing presence. Suddenly, the skeletal figure straightened, its bony arms shooting out with lightning speed to seize Rune, pulling him into a tight embrace. Rune had no time to struggle before the skeleton opened its jaw and clamped down on his neck with razor-sharp teeth, severing it in one swift motion. Blood spurted wildly as the skeleton chewed on his flesh, the crunching of its bones producing a nauseating crack sound. A crimson glow began to spread as blood gushed from the ground near the cave entrance, pooling like a spring and soaking the area. The blood coalesced into sinister, blood-red patterns that emanated a chilling, malevolent aura. Faced with this horrifying sight, the rogue cultivators were overcome with terror, and chaos erupted instantly. It's a demonic array. Run for your lives. There's an evil cultivator among us. The blood-red formation, spanning nearly 200 meters, spread rapidly in all directions, sealing off its perimeter like a giant, voracious maw. The blinding crimson light devoured everything in its path as countless skeletal remains burst out from underground. Amid the piercing sound of bone joints grinding together, the skeletons surged like a tide toward the scattered cultivators trapped within the array. They pounced, bit, and tore at their prey, filling the air with unending screams of agony. Beyond the array, nestled between the steep cliffs, over 20 evil cultivators who had been lying in wait finally revealed themselves. Accompanied by undead corpses, ghostly shadows, and blood arts, they charged menacingly at the small teams of rogue cultivators who had sensed the disturbance and avoided delving too deep. Bai Yi stood in the shadows of the mountain, his cold gaze sweeping over the massacre unfolding before him. His gray robe fluttered faintly, and the one-sheen sword hidden in his sleeve trembled subtly. Closing his eyes briefly, Bai Yi recalled the ominous words of the gloomy man from a few days ago. The leader will not be easy to deal with. Sighing softly, he steadied his emotions, suppressing his spiritual energy and divine sense to their absolute limits. His figure melded into the crevice of the mountain, like a phantom shrouded in darkness. With my current strength, taking on an ordinary 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator is already my limit. Bai Yi's sharp gaze locked onto the rogue cultivator teams outside the array. Facing nearly 30 evil cultivators, all averaging the 6th layer of Qi refinement and wielding demonic sect techniques, the rogue cultivators were in a perilous situation. Those with weaker cultivation fell within 10 minutes, their blood essence consumed by the ghosts and skeletons, leaving only dry corpses behind. However, as the weaker ones perished, the remaining cultivators, under the leadership of a few 6th-layer Qi refinement team captains, began to stabilize their efforts. The roar of single-soldier energy cannons filled the air, weaving a web of firepower. Armed mechanical hounds coordinated with defensive spells, momentarily suppressing the evil cultivator's advance. Useless trash. A cold snort came from the evil cultivator's side, the voice sharp and grating like a blade cutting through one's eardrums. Before the words had fully settled, 2 elderly men in black robes, their temples streaked with gray, emerged slowly. Their faces were deeply lined like withered tree bark, and their aura exuded a bone-chilling cold. The elder on the left raised his hand, revealing a blood-stained skull staff from beneath his robe. Dense, sinister energy poured from the staff's tip, instantly materializing into over a dozen pitch-black skeletons, armed with blades and clad in tattered armor. These spectral warriors charged toward the rogue cultivator teams with deadly precision. Qi refinement, 8th layer. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed, his heart stirring with unease. He had suspected that the evil cultivator's claims were half-truths at best, but he hadn't anticipated that the leaders this time would be 2 elders from the Blood Demon sect and the Inshan sect, both at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Observing the scene before him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is a secret realm assigned by the Immortal Alliance, yet such powerful evil cultivators have infiltrated. How could the Alliance have failed to detect this? The spectral skeletons and ghostly shadows swept past, instantly cleaving the once impressive energy cannons in two. The 6th-layer Qi refinement captains among the rogue cultivators couldn't even withstand a single strike, their blood essence and souls extracted entirely, leaving only brittle bones to collapse lifelessly. In mere moments, the rogue cultivators outside the array had been annihilated. The Inshan sect elder waved away the lingering ghostly shadows and retrieved a purple vial from his robes. With a light tap of his blood-stained staff, the essence and souls consumed earlier transformed into streams of blood, flowing into the vial. As the liquid gradually filled the container, a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Not bad. Once we refine the essence and souls of the cultivators within the array, the mansion will be ours to open. His gaze shifted toward the blood-red formation, their ultimate objective. This Blue Mountain's secret realm was said to be a fragment extracted by the Immortal Alliance from a mid-tier plane. The mansion within, belonging to a disciple of a grand demonic sect from that plane, was rumored to hold invaluable treasures and secret techniques. For the Elder, whose lifespan was nearing its end, these resources might just be his last chance to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement and step into the Foundation establishment stage. Oldly, don't forget how our Blood Demon sect claims 40% of the spoils. The Blood Demon sect Elder remarked coldly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. A fleeting flicker of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Inshan sect Elder, but he maintained a calm smile. Naturally, with the mansion master's status, the treasures within should be more than enough for the two of us to enjoy for quite some time. 15 minutes later, the blood-red array gradually dissipated, revealing a harrowing scene. The ground was cracked and scorched, and over 100 rogue cultivators lay lifeless, their corpses scattered chaotically. Their bodies were shriveled, eerily devoid of even a single drop of blood. Witnessing the field strewn with corpses, the old man from the Inshan sect let out a satisfied, chilling chuckle. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a purple bottle into the air, sending it flying towards the center of the pile of corpses. A faint trace of coldness lingered in the old man's smile as the bottle traced a perfect arc through the air, landing precisely at the heart of the mound of bodies. His hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals, and from his palms, black mist surged forth like venomous snakes, racing toward the purple bottle. In an instant, a powerful suction force erupted from the bottle's mouth. The blood flowing deep within the bloodlight formation was drawn upward, defying gravity like a river in reverse, pouring into the bottle. Simultaneously, piercing wails echoed from the pile of corpses as ethereal spirits struggled to break free from the bodies. Yet, no matter how fiercely they resisted, they were ultimately pulled into the bottle, transforming into crimson light that disappeared without a trace. The old man from the Inshan sect retrieved the bottle and gave it a gentle shake, as if to hasten the fusion of the blood and souls within. His gaze swept over the cliffside estate before him, finally landing on a seated corpse. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He stepped forward, his pace seemingly unhurried. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was standing before the corpse. The soul-refining prison technique using the body and soul of a Foundation establishment cultivator to craft a guardian puppet for the estate. Quite impressive, came a voice from behind. It was the old man from the Zumazong sect, his eyes fixed on the seated corpse with a mix of admiration and trepidation. If not for the passage of time weakening its defenses, even the soul-absorbing bottle would have been rendered useless. The owner of this estate clearly possessed means and a background far beyond what we can underestimate. The Inshan sect elder nodded, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Li, old ghost, let's begin." At his words, the Zumazong elder flipped his hands, releasing a surge of blood-red spiritual energy that enveloped the soul-absorbing bottle. The fusion of the blood and souls accelerated dramatically. After a dozen breaths, the bottle's seal slowly loosened. A thick, blood-like liquid began to seep from the bottle's opening, accompanied by anguished wails, dripping onto the corpse. The crimson liquid gradually soaked into the corpse's desiccated flesh, causing its rigid body to swell and regain vitality. Even the faintest signs of a heartbeat began to emerge in its chest. At that moment, the Inshan sect elder let out a low shout, his hands forming seals. Countless black mist condensed into sinister runic symbols, which then transformed into chains that coiled tightly around the corpse. He sliced open his palm, smearing his blood onto a blood-colored bone staff. When the runes converged into a blade of light, he drove it fiercely into the corpse's heart. A sharp hiss echoed as the black mist surged violently. With a muffled rumble, the corpse was enveloped layer by the misty chains, with the blood-colored bone staff at its core. The Inshan sect elder waved his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. "The blood mist heartlock technique will keep this corpse restrained for 3 days. After that, we retrieve the white bone artifact, and it will buy us enough time to retreat." Having dealt with the corpse, the two elders turned their attention to the cave dwelling at the base of the cliff. A chilling aura emanated from the dark entrance, interwoven with faint traces of sharp, cutting energy. The Zumazong elder frowned. "There's something unusual about this chilling aura." "No matter. We'll find out inside," the Inshan sect elder replied dismissively. The two exchanged a glance before summoning their group of dark cultivators to follow them into the cave. Only a few lower-leveled cultivators were left outside to guard the entrance in case of unexpected developments. 1 kilometer away, Bai Yi stood silently, his gaze fixed on the direction of the cave dwelling. His expression was calm, but his thoughts churned like turbulent waves. From afar, he watched as the two elders from the Inshan and Zumazong sects led their dark cultivators into the cave, his heart growing increasingly vigilant. Those two are at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Their presence significantly raises the risk of this operation. If I can't secure my objective, they'll have to retreat immediately. His eyes flicked to the guards stationed at the cave entrance. Resolute, he reached into his belongings and retrieved a drone, releasing it quietly into the air. The drone activated its optical cloaking system, and under Bai Yi's precise control, aided by his latest stage chi refinement spiritual sense, it effortlessly evaded detection by the guards, who were only at the 4th or 5th level of chi refinement. Through the drone's feed, Bai Yi quickly mapped out the placement and cultivation levels of the guards at the entrance. 2 on the right, 3 on the left. The strongest is at the 5th level of chi refinement, he noted silently, his eyes gleaming with calm determination. A plan was already forming in his mind. He only had one chance to strike. If he failed to eliminate the 5 enemies in an instant and allowed them to send a signal, the only option left would be to flee and find a place to hide, waiting for the secret realm to open again before notifying the Immortal Alliance. Bai Yi held his breath, focusing intently as he crept along the edge of the cliff, his feet treading lightly on the scattered gravel. Each step was as silent as possible, as though he feared even disturbing the air, wary of alerting the enemies ahead. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. As the distance shrank to 300 meters, the Wenxin sword and Qingfeng's sword on his back began to tremble, emitting faint, humming vibrations from their sheaths, as if resonating with their master's killing intent. Bai Yi inhaled deeply, his cold eyes flashing with a sharp glint. He pushed his small 5 elements technique to its peak, and the 2 swords, like beasts ready to pounce, burst out of their sheaths with a sudden ferocity. In the dark night, 2 streaks of sword light cut through the air, leaving dazzling arcs. As the sword energy surged, patterns of Taoist rhythm rippled outward like waves, accompanied by a faint, buzzing sound. The 5 demonic cultivators had no inkling of the impending danger until a brilliant sword light suddenly appeared in their vision. The leading demonic cultivator felt a chill on his neck, and before he could even cry out, he collapsed into a pool of blood. The remaining 4 barely had time to react before the 2 flying swords pierced through their vital points, their bodies falling to the ground with a heavy thud. The metallic scent of blood quickly filled the air. In the span of just a few breaths, all 5 demonic cultivators were dead. Bai Yi observed the scene without a trace of emotion, exhaling a long breath before taking out a chi-replenishing pill and swallowing it. He glanced down at the faintly trembling swords, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The simultaneous use of the Wenxin sword and Qingfeng sword to perform the White Rainbow sword technique at full power, instantly killing 5 opponents of similar cultivation levels, had drained nearly half of the spiritual energy in his dantian. Even so, he felt utterly exhausted, the dual depletion of spiritual energy and mental focus making it clear that his cultivation was far from flawless. Zhongling scripture, he murmured to himself, already setting his sights on his next cultivation goal. If he could master the Zhongling scripture, he would be able to control 2 flying swords effortlessly even at the chi refining stage. With that level of skill, facing a similar situation in the future would be much easier. After confirming there were no other threats in the vicinity, Bai Yi used a drone to carefully scan every corner around the cave, ensuring that no enemies had escaped. Only then did he approach the entrance of the cave. With a sweep of the Wenxin sword, he collected all the low-grade demonic artifacts from the 5 demonic cultivators. A brief inspection made him frown. None of the artifacts were even of mid-tier 1st grade. As his gaze moved across the cave entrance, it landed on a corpse pierced through the heart by a sinister bone artifact, its limbs bound by chains of black mist. The eerie aura emanating from the corpse sent chills down his spine. Recalling the earlier events, Bai Yi remembered how the 2 chi refining 8th stage demonic cultivators had gone to great lengths to keep this entity sealed. Clearly, this corpse posed a significant threat to them. The enemy of my enemy might just be my ally, Bai Yi muttered, his eyes narrowing as his mind raced. He understood that with his current strength, it was nearly impossible to seize the treasures in the cave under the watchful eyes of 2 chi refining 8th stage cultivators. However, if he could release the corpse, it might create an opportunity for him to act. 60% chance, he whispered to himself, a steely determination flashing in his eyes. Even if he failed, he was confident in his ability to escape using his flying swords. No one could stop him. The path of cultivation demanded risk. Without daring to fight, how could one hope to achieve immortality? How could one hope to surpass the prodigies of the great families? Having made up his mind, Bai Yi quickly retreated 100 meters. The Wenxin sword trembled with a resonant hum as sword energy surged, transforming into a streak of light that slashed directly at the core of the spell binding the chains and the bone artifact. Boom! The black mist rippled violently, and the chains shuddered but deflected the sword light. Undeterred by his failed first attempt, Bai Yi struck again without hesitation. After a barrage of attacks, the once impenetrable black mist chains began to show cracks. After more than 10 strikes, the chains finally gave way, shattering with a resounding crash and dissolving into fragments of black mist that dispersed into the air. The corpse's chest rose and fell slowly, each labored breath releasing a putrid stench into the air. Its pitch-black eyes gradually opened, their lifeless gaze lowering to the white bone artifact embedded in its chest, as if it no longer felt pain. With deliberate and forceful movements, its hands gripped the artifact and yanked it free in one brutal motion. Thick, viscous decay dripped from the wound as the artifact was pulled out. The corpse tilted its head slightly, and within its hollow eye sockets, a faint glimmer of eerie light seemed to ignite. It turned to face the dark, foreboding cavern behind it. The ground beneath its feet cracked as it wrenched its legs free from the stone in which they were buried. Though its movements were stiff, they were charged with raw power. Its hands shifted into the fluid gestures of a sword technique, as if driven by instinct. In the next instant, it launched forward like a cannonball, hurtling into the depths of the cavern. Its speed was so overwhelming that it seemed to tear a visible path through the very air. Once the figure of the Foundation stage corpse had vanished completely into the shadows, Bai Yi emerged slowly from his concealed position. He stood at the entrance of the cavern, his gaze profound, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he stepped inside. The dim passage sloped downward, extending tens of meters deep. The jagged walls were littered with scattered white bones, resembling a graveyard for the dead. The faint whispers of lingering resentment hung in the stale air. Bai Yi's brows furrowed slightly as he quickened his pace, his spiritual senses and energy heightened to their utmost, vigilant of every detail around him. As he ventured further, the passage widened. The once rough stone walls gave way to black slate, which emitted a faint, unsettling fragrance. The vibrations beneath his feet grew stronger, and the muffled sounds of wailing mixed with the rippling waves of spiritual energy, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Bai Yi soon arrived at the heart of the cavern. Before him lay a massive white jade bone door, now collapsed. Outside the door lay two shriveled corpses in gray robes, evil cultivators drained entirely of their life essence. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. With a flick of his sword light, he collected the dark artifacts from the corpses' hands and stored them away. Then, he looked beyond the ruined door, where the sounds of combat grew increasingly fierce, and the waves of spiritual energy rippled like a storm-tossed sea. Taking a deep breath, he stepped over the threshold of the white jade door and entered the cavern's core. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. The vast cavern resembled a grand hall, but was now in complete disarray. Broken structures and scattered furnishings lay in ruins, while the walls bore deep sword marks, some still faintly emanating residual spiritual energy. The ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of gray-robed evil cultivators. Their wounds were clean, as if sliced by a sword, yet not a drop of blood remained, evidence that their life force had been completely drained by some mysterious power. Bai Yi's expression remained calm as his sword light swept through the air once more, gathering the evil cultivators' artifacts. Though the artifacts were crude, low-grade tools, their sheer quantity made this venture worthwhile. He stored them in his pack and let his gaze scan the surroundings, finally settling on the dense array of sword marks etched into the walls. He approached them slowly, examining the marks with careful attention. Though some of the sword scars were shallow and rough, most were deeply embedded, smooth as a mirror, and layered with years of accumulated dust. Bai Yi extended a finger to touch one of the marks, his fingertips trembling slightly as he felt a faint trace of sharp sword intent emanating from it. Sword intent, he murmured quietly, his expression growing serious. As a sword cultivator, he understood the significance of these marks. Their creator had clearly reached the threshold of sword intent, perhaps even crossed into its domain. The fact that the marks still carried such a potent aura after so many years was a testament to the depth of their swordsmanship. But before he could ponder further, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the cavern, shaking the ground like an earthquake. A dense, almost tangible blood mist surged outward, filling the air with the overpowering stench of blood. Moments later, a white-haired zombie burst into the hall, its abdomen torn open as it collided with the cavern walls, sending rubble flying in all directions with an earth-shattering crash. Hot on its heels, a streak of blood-red light shot out from the depths, revealing the battered form of an elder from the Yinshan sect. The elder's face was ashen, his expression one of utter exhaustion. The blood light dissipated as he staggered to the ground, his sunken cheeks and lifeless complexion betraying his dire state. Behind him, the Foundation stage corpse reappeared, gripping the white bone artifact tightly in its hands. Blood-red sword energy coiled around its body, exuding a chilling and oppressive aura. The Yinshan sect elder coughed violently, blood staining his lips. His dim eyes suddenly flickered with a glimmer of hope as they fell upon Bai Yi, who stood nearby in a gray robe. Almost simultaneously, the elder's withered hand shot out, transforming into a cloud of black mist that surged toward Bai Yi. The mist carried an immense suction force, attempting to draw Bai Yi in to replenish the elder's depleted life force. For these evil cultivators, Notions of camaraderie or loyalty meant nothing compared to their own survival. A chilling wind howled through the air as Bai Yi felt the overwhelming pull of the black mist. His expression shifted slightly, and from beneath his gray robe, the one-sheen sword let out a crisp, resonant hum. The sword's light flashed like lightning as it unsheathed itself, and in the blink of an eye, as Bai Yi formed a sword seal with his hands, the light transformed into a radiant arc. The flowing Dao rhythm surged to its peak, slicing straight through the black mist. As the mist was torn apart, Bai Yi wasted no time. Riding the sword's light, he turned into a streaking rainbow and darted towards the exit of the cave. A sword light? It's him. The two elders from the Inshan sect and the Blood Demon sect watched the scene unfold, their pupils shrinking as fury ignited in their eyes. They had expended tremendous effort to seal the Foundation establishment corpse, only for it to break free and wreak havoc in the cave. And now, this chi-refining fifth-layer sword cultivator was clearly the mastermind behind the chaos. You insolent little pest! The elder from the Blood Demon sect spat through gritted teeth. Suppressing the turbulent injuries within his body, he waved his hand, summoning a massive blood-red skeletal claw that lunged ferociously toward Bai Yi. Feeling the ominous energy closing in from behind, Bai Yi didn't look back. His Qingfeng sword shot out from its sheath with a resounding hum and alternated positions beneath his feet. The sword light condensed once more, and the unleashed sword chi spread wildly, whipping up a fierce, cutting wind. With his gaze sharp and focused, his sword intent unwavering, Bai Yi infused his Dao rhythm into his strike, slashing directly at the blood claw without hesitation. Oomph! A mere flicker of light, the Blood Demon sect elder sneered. To him, a chi-refining fifth-layer sword cultivator was no threat. Even with only half his strength remaining, he could easily crush such an opponent. Yet before his smirk could fully form, the moment the sword met the blood claw, cracks spread across the claw like a spiderweb. With a deafening boom, the claw shattered into countless pieces. The force of the collision sent the one-sheen sword flying back to Bai Yi. Its light dimmed as he caught it, blood spurting from his mouth. Though his figure wavered momentarily, he used the momentum to quicken his escape, his speed surging dramatically. What? The Blood Demon sect elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the remnants of his shattered blood claw. Just as he prepared to strike again, a piercing wail erupted from deep within the cave. The Foundation establishment corpse leapt into the air, its chest splitting open to reveal a shattered heart. With a swing of the bone weapon in its hand, the corpse unleashed a corrosive sword chi that severed the arm of the white-haired zombie in a single blow. As the corpse raised its weapon again, ready to decapitate the zombie, the Inshan sect elder's face drained of color. He hastily spat out a mouthful of vital blood, merging it with the black mist and channeling it into the white-haired zombie. Roar! Empowered by the infusion, the white-haired zombie bared its fangs and claws, its ferocity erupting. It clamped its jaws onto the bone weapon and, with its remaining arm, slammed it fiercely into the corpse's chest. But the Foundation establishment corpse stood firm, enduring the blow. Its left hand formed a blade-like shape, and with a sharp motion, it struck the zombie's head with devastating force, sending it flying several meters away. Retrieving its bone weapon, the corpse's sword light flared once more, tearing through the zombie's chest and hurling it aside in a grievous state. Blood Elder, help me! The white-haired zombie's fate was tied to the Inshan sect elder, and as the zombie suffered heavy injuries, the elder's complexion grew increasingly pale. Desperation filled his voice as he called for aid. The Blood Demon sect elder hesitated, his gaze flicking towards Bai Yi, who was already disappearing beyond the cave's entrance. Frustration twisted his face as he finally turned back. Clenching his teeth, he formed a series of hand seals. Blood light surged around him as a white bone mirror flew from his sleeve, merging with the blood energy to summon dozens of ghastly wraiths that lunged at the Foundation establishment corpse. The two elders exchanged grim looks, their faces dark with fury. The blood they had used earlier to strengthen the bone weapon's binding force had now become their undoing. Nourished by the blood and enhanced by the strange sword chi, the Foundation establishment corpse, though decayed for countless years, was still a formidable force, relentlessly suppressing the two of them. Li, we can't hold back any longer. If we don't deal with this corpse now, we'll both die here. The Blood Demon sect elder roared, his blood cloud once again scattered by the corpse's sword chi, leaving him in a sorry state. The Inshan sect elder took a deep breath, clenching his teeth before nodding. Fine. No more holding back. The elder from the Inshan sect glared furiously in the direction where Bai Yi had fled. A mere fifth-level chi refinement sword cultivator, while somewhat talented, could easily be crushed with a single move once they were free to act. His eyes narrowed, and his hands formed a series of rapid seals. The black mist behind him churned like a tide, quickly condensing into a massive black cocoon that enveloped the white-haired zombie tightly. As the black mist seeped in, The zombie let out agonized howls, its body gradually dissolving into blood within the mist. Eventually, it merged completely with the black fog, transforming into a stream of sinister energy that surged into the elder's body. Roar! A deep growl erupted from his throat as his eyes turned pitch black, and four fang-like spikes protruded from the corners of his mouth. His body swelled, and strands of white hair emerged from his pores, giving him a grotesque and terrifying appearance. The once hunched figure now stood as sturdy as a steel tower, exuding a dense aura of dark energy. He charged at the Foundation Establishment corpse like a shadow-clad iron colossus. This was the corpse refinement blood transformation technique, a perilous and forbidden art. It required feeding a corpse with one's own blood for over a decade until its bloodline fused with the practitioner's. Then, through secret methods, the bloodline would be seized, transforming the practitioner into a half-human, half-corpse entity. Once this technique was activated, there was no turning back. While the Yinshan sect elder acted decisively, the elder from the Blood Demon sect was not to be outdone. His expression darkened, and with a ruthless glint in his eyes, he plunged his demonic artifact into his own abdomen. Strange demonic runes surfaced around the wound, and his blood, seemingly sentient, flowed out and rapidly coated his entire body. As the blood churned, wailing souls spiraled around him, their piercing cries echoing before they surged like a tide toward the Foundation Establishment corpse. The malevolent energies seemed to provoke the lingering consciousness within the corpse. In its hollow, black eye sockets, a faint trace of hatred flickered. The dark energy around it surged violently as the white bone artifact in its hand floated eerily into the air. Tendrils of black sword energy coiled around it, emanating a chilling, killing intent. Slash! A hoarse, grating voice escaped the corpse's throat as the white bone artifact streaked through the air, shattering the swarm of ghostly shadows. The Yinshan sect elder's pupils contracted sharply, but he had no time to react. A sharp slash of sword energy was already cutting toward his corpse energy claws. Rip! The claws were severed instantly, and the sheer force of the strike caused cracks to appear on the elder's body. His face paled as he spat out a mouthful of his core corpse energy, barely managing to deflect the attack from the white bone artifact. He quickly leapt away, relying on his half-human, half-corpse physique to evade and distract the Foundation Establishment corpse, which was unleashing sword techniques in its semi-conscious state. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon sect elder had silently activated his secret technique. His figure split into several ghostly shadows, swiftly surrounding the Foundation Establishment corpse. Seizing an opportunity, one of the blood shadows solidified and ruthlessly tore through the corpse's decayed flesh. Taking advantage of the moment, the elder extracted a piece of the corpse's flesh and began casting a series of spells. The white bone mirror floated into the air, hanging ominously above the corpse's head. The mirror emitted a blood-red light that descended like scorching flames, burning away the corpse's flesh wherever it touched. The decayed flesh quickly melted as though exposed to searing sunlight. The Foundation Establishment corpse let out maddened roars, struggling to retaliate. But the Blood Demon sect elder sneered coldly, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Humph! Once my blood fusion soul scorching technique is in effect, you won't escape unless you die and are reborn." This forbidden art, as dangerous as the Yinshan sect elder's technique, required the caster to ignite their own blood as fuel to refine and destroy the enemy. Upon success, the enemy would be reduced to blood, which the caster could then absorb to replenish themselves. However, the Blood Demon sect elder dared not recklessly absorb the blood of the Foundation Establishment corpse at this moment. Even if the refinement succeeded, he would need years of recovery and the blood of numerous cultivators to restore his strength. The first one will be that insignificant sword cultivator. The Blood Demon sect elder's eyes gleamed coldly as he silently vowed. Meanwhile, under the blood-red glow of the mirror, the Foundation Establishment corpse roared in madness. Its white bone artifact fell powerless to the ground, and it seemed to have lost all strength to resist. The elder from the Yinshan sect, now freed up, joined the encirclement, relentlessly intercepting the Foundation Establishment corpse that was attempting to break through the mirror's light. As the blood fusion soul-burning technique continued, the flesh of the Foundation Establishment corpse melted into blood under wisps of green smoke, releasing a nauseating stench. The two old demonic cultivators exchanged a glance, a flicker of relief crossing their eyes as the tension in their hearts eased slightly. Judging by the current situation, it would take less than half an hour for the Foundation Establishment corpse to be fully refined and transformed into their most formidable weapon. However, just as they began to relax, a crisp and resonant sword hum suddenly echoed from the entrance of the cavern. The sword hum was as thunderous as a crack of lightning, piercing through the dimness of the dwelling. A streak of sword light cut through the air, forming a tangible blade-like shadow. The dazzling sword arc shimmered with Daoist patterns, like a gentle breeze sweeping through the dark night. The sword light surged forward with unstoppable momentum, targeting the white bone mirror atop the Foundation Establishment Corpse's head. The two old cultivators looked up abruptly, their faces a mixture of shock and fury. Yet before they could react, the sword light had already struck down fiercely. Bang! The white bone mirror trembled violently, its surrounding blood-red barrier flaring up to clash with the sword light in a dazzling explosion of brilliance, temporarily deflecting the attack. However, the sword light did not dissipate. A low shout followed. Strike again. The dispersed sword energy from the Wenshin sword quickly coalesced, the sword light transforming into a radiant arc imbued with even sharper Taoist intent, slashing once more at the blood-red barrier encasing the white bone mirror. Crack! The barrier, unable to withstand the intense vibrations, finally shattered under the concentrated onslaught of two refined sword strikes. The sword light surged forward unimpeded, slicing directly into the smooth, jade-like surface of the white bone mirror. No! The elder of the blood demon sect let out a despairing scream, blood gushing from his mouth. The blood shadows around him disintegrated instantly, and his once dominant aura plummeted into weakness. Staggering backward, his face turned deathly pale. Outside the dwelling, Bai Yi's eyes were cold and resolute, his hand clenched tightly, a faint trace of satisfaction flickering across his brow. From the moment he noticed the sword scars on the wall, Bai Yi had suspected that this Foundation Establishment sword cultivator's corpse was not something two 8th level chi refinement cultivators could easily suppress. After enduring the blood demon sect elder's lethal claw strike, Bai Yi had decisively retreated outside the dwelling to catch his breath and bide his time. When the two old cultivators unleashed their trump cards, he keenly sensed their exhaustion and seized the opportunity. He pushed his dual sword techniques to their limits, combining them with the power of his sword's radiant arc to shatter the blood demon sect elder's final defense in one decisive strike. Today, it's still uncertain who will meet their end, Bai Yi said with a cold smile. The Wenshin sword shifted its trajectory, transforming into a radiant arc that streaked toward the blood demon sect elder. This strike was intended to be fatal. The blood demon sect elder suppressed his chaotic spiritual energy, his face twisted with malice as blood-red energy coalesced into a skeletal figure to block the incoming sword light. He sneered, "Arrogant insect. Do you think stopping one of my hurried strikes makes you capable of toppling a mountain? Today, I'll show you the true power of the strong." Sword light and the blood-red skeletal figure collided fiercely in midair. The radiant arc of the Wenshin sword exploded, fragmenting into hundreds of streams of sword energy that rained down like a storm onto the skeletal figure. The blood-red glow on the skeleton's surface wavered and, after a brief moment of resistance, was utterly obliterated by the torrent of sword energy. The blood demon sect elder's pupils contracted sharply in terror as the sword light surged forward, unstoppable, aiming directly for him. "Li, help me," he cried out in desperation, his voice tinged with despair. Hearing the plea for help, the elder from the Inshan sect gritted his teeth and endured a strike from the Foundation Establishment corpse. He then leaped across dozens of meters, his corpse spotted, pale purple hand brimming with energy as he struck toward the Wenshin sword's blade. Shying, the sword light dissipated under the force of his palm strike. Bai Yi's face turned pale, blood welling up in his throat before he coughed it out violently. He quickly recalled the faltering Wenshin sword, pulling it back under his control. Even at the 8th level of chi refinement and running on fumes, he can still disperse my sword light with a single strike, Bai Yi thought to himself with a sigh. Yet within the dwelling, the two old demonic cultivators were now overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. They had never imagined that a mere 5th level chi refinement sword cultivator could hold his ground against their combined assault for so long, even managing to break through the blood demon sect elder's bone soul extraction technique with a single strike. If not for the Inshan sect elder enduring a blow from the Foundation Establishment corpse and intervening just in time, the blood demon sect elder would likely already be dead. This battle was far from over, but the scales of victory had begun to tip ever so subtly. Ignoring the shock in his heart, the elder from the Inshan sect faced yet another charging Foundation Establishment corpse. His body emitted a mix of corpse energy and spiritual power, forming a blurry set of armor that enveloped him. His already corpse-like arm clenched abruptly into a fist, compressing the air with a sharp, deafening crack. In the next moment, his corpse energy-infused fist smashed fiercely against the descending sword blade of the Foundation Establishment corpse. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The clash of sword and fist sent shockwaves surging outward like raging tides, tearing apart the grand hall. The tremors shook the rocky structure, and the continuous battle caused cracks to spread along the walls of the mansion, now vulnerable without the protective formation. Stones and debris rained down from above, as if the entire space teetered on the brink of collapse. Beneath the falling rubble, the elder's face grew even paler. He gritted his teeth and swallowed a mouthful of essence blood, forcibly squeezing out the remnants of his strength. He pounded the sword energy relentlessly with punch after punch. Yet, while the Foundation Establishment Corpse's body gradually crumbled under his assault, the oppressive sword energy remained undiminished. This eerie phenomenon sent chills down his spine, but he dared not stop. Instead, he continued to desperately burn what little essence blood he had left. Blood Elder, if you don't act now, both of us will be buried by this corpse, he roared, enduring the relentless sword energy. However, when his chest was once again torn open by the sword energy, a ruthless gleam surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. His gaze darted toward the blood demon sect elder not far away, who was seated cross-legged, struggling to stabilize his chaotic soul and spiritual power, but to no avail. Seeing the blood demon sect elder remain unresponsive with his eyes shut tight, a flicker of greed flashed through the Inshan elder's eyes. With a sudden punch, he forced the Foundation Establishment Corpse back, his figure transforming into a shadow that shot toward the blood demon sect elder. His sharp, blade-like nails glinted coldly as they mercilessly pierced the blood demon sect elder's heart. Ugh! The blood demon sect elder's eyes snapped open, filled with anger and unwillingness. Yet the Inshan elder sneered, saying, "Since you're of no use anymore, I'll use your essence blood to survive this final ordeal. Once this Foundation Establishment Corpse is destroyed, I'll be reborn in the blood pool." Before he finished speaking, the corpse energy-covered fangs sank viciously into the blood demon sect elder's neck. His throat moved as he swallowed the first mouthful of blood, a look of pleasure spreading across his face. But just then, a familiar sword hum suddenly rang out. From outside the mansion, a streak of sword energy streaked through the air like lightning. Whoosh! The Inshan elder reacted swiftly, releasing a cloud of black mist in an attempt to block it. However, the sword light deftly evaded the mist, circled back, and struck directly at the blood demon sect elder. In a split second, the sword light flashed, severing the blood demon sect elder's neck in one clean stroke. Blood gushed like a fountain, staining the ground. My blood! My blood! The Inshan elder's expression twisted as he frantically lunged toward the spilled blood, trying to reclaim it. But the blood had already seeped into the soil, leaving him howling in vain. I'll tear you to pieces and shatter your soul. Overcome with rage, the Inshan elder let out a furious roar and turned his piercing gaze toward Bai Yi, who stood outside the mansion. He leapt into the air, corpse energy surging around him, and charged straight for Bai Yi. Yet, just as he moved, the Foundation Establishment Corpse he had momentarily repelled came after him again. A bone weapon, massive as a mountain, came crashing down, slamming him back into the rubble. I hate this. The Inshan elder struggled out from the debris, his eyes filled with madness and despair. He could feel the shadow of death looming closer, but he refused to accept it. He glared at the Foundation Establishment Corpse with unbridled fury, screaming in his heart, just one more moment, and I can outlast this Foundation Establishment Corpse. Though he harbored a lingering fear of Bai Yi's sword light, which was only at the 5th level of chi refinement, the Inshan elder still didn't believe it posed a real threat to him. Gritting his teeth, he charged at the Foundation Establishment Corpse again, determined to crush the threat in front of him once and for all. Outside the residence, Bai Yi's gaze was cold and sharp as he watched the old man from the Inshan sect scurrying around, desperately avoiding the Foundation Establishment cadaver, not daring to engage even momentarily. A sinking feeling crept into Bai Yi's heart, but determination soon replaced it. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the last bottle of chi and blood pills and chi supplement pills. "You think you can run? Today, I'll wear you down. No matter what it takes," he muttered to himself, his tone resolute. Without hesitation, he swallowed 2 pills. The medicinal power spread rapidly through his body, causing his aura to strengthen slightly. Fixing his gaze on the old man, who was once again narrowly dodging the cadaver's relentless strikes, Bai Yi formed a sword seal with his fingers. Spiritual energy surged into his sword, when sheen, gathering into a concentrated blade light. In an instant, a streak of sword radiance shot through the air, aimed directly at the old man. The sword radiance moved with incredible speed. Just as the old man summoned a cloud of black mist in an attempt to escape, the blade intercepted him, cutting off his retreat. His expression darkened, and with a furious roar, he bellowed, courting death. Dark energy coalesced around his arm as he struck out with a clawed hand to meet the sword radiance. Clang! The clash between the sword radiance and the dark energy produced a sharp metallic sound. The sword radiance shattered inch by inch, its light dimming as the one-sheen sword was sent spinning back toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi staggered slightly, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he wasted no time, immediately swallowing another prepared pill. The old man's retreat was momentarily halted, giving the Foundation Establishment cadaver an opening. With a sweep of its sword exuding corrosive energy, the cadaver struck again. The old man grunted as he turned to block the next attack with a hastily summoned wall of dark energy. Just as he prepared to flee once more, another familiar streak of sword radiance appeared, sealing his escape route yet again. Despicable insect! Do you dare face me directly? The old man roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Burning a portion of his vital essence, his dark energy surged dramatically, barely holding off the cadaver's relentless assault. Watching this unfold, Bai Yi's face was pale, but a cold smile tugged at his lips. Let's see how much more blood you can burn, he muttered. Continuously swallowing pills like candies, he pushed his spiritual energy to its limit and unleashed another sword strike. The battlefield was chaotic. Sword radiance flew one after another as Bai Yi maintained relentless pressure on the old man. Exhausted and enraged, the old man let out a series of furious roars, forced to burn more and more of his vital essence to survive. Despite his efforts, Bai Yi's attacks were unyielding. After 7 or 8 strikes, Bai Yi himself grew visibly weaker, his complexion ashen. Yet, he consumed his final 2 pills and pressed on. The old man's condition, meanwhile, had deteriorated even further. By now, the old man's hair had turned stark white, and his once robust frame was gaunt and withered. As the Foundation Establishment cadaver's skeletal form began to crumble, the old man let out a desperate, anguished cry. You wretched insect! I was so close to Foundation Establishment, so close to immortality. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. But his cries were abruptly silenced. The cadaver's sword descended one final time, its light illuminating the old man's face, frozen in an expression of bitter regret, as his severed head flew into the air. Thud! The headless body collapsed to the ground. The Foundation Establishment cadaver, its hollow eye sockets eerily fixed on Bai Yi outside the residence, suddenly leapt forward. Its skeletal frame, wielding a bone sword, slashed directly at him. Bai Yi had no time to celebrate the old man's demise. A chilling sword energy surged toward him, freezing the air and pressing down with a suffocating force. His heart pounded. So this is the power of a Foundation Establishment sword cultivator, he thought. But his mind remained steady. Having observed the battle closely, he knew the cadaver was already at its limit after enduring so many attacks. He just needed to hold out a little longer. Dodging swiftly, Bai Yi transformed into a streak of light, his sword technique emphasizing speed to its utmost. He weaved through the ruins of the residence, narrowly evading the cadaver's strikes at every turn. Moments later, the cadaver's skeletal frame began to disintegrate, its bones crumbling into dust. A glimmer of hope flickered in Bai Yi's eyes. However, just as he prepared to act, the cadaver's hollow eye sockets suddenly gleamed with a sharp light. Its remaining arm gripped its bone weapon tightly, and an overwhelming wave of sword intent surged forth, freezing the air around them. Bai Yi's heart sank, his entire being filled with an ominous foreboding. It felt as if time itself had stopped. His face turned grim. This is bad. A hoarse voice emerged from the throat of the skeletal remains of a Foundation Establishment cultivator as the bone artifact was lifted high and gently swung downward. A faint, almost translucent sword energy drifted from the skeletal hand, lazily slicing toward Bai Yi. Though the sword energy appeared crude, like a child's clumsy attempt at wielding a blade, Bai Yi felt an overwhelming pressure surge forth like a torrential flood in that instant. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and his limbs became rigid, as if nailed in place within the void. No matter how he tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, he could not shake off this inexplicable restraint. Within his dantian, the 5 elements chi cyclone spun wildly, and spiritual energy surged like tidal waves, desperately attempting to break free of the invisible suppression. The Qingfeng sword and the rainbow sword resonated together, their sword auras roaring like enraged dragons. Under Bai Yi's control, they erupted with force. The intertwining blue and white sword lights formed a blazing tornado, tearing through the void as they charged toward the seemingly insignificant sword energy. However, the moment the two forces collided, the world seemed to freeze for a second. Then, an intangible shockwave rippled outward like a raging tide. Bai Yi felt a heavy blow to his chest, and his body was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, slamming hard into the rocky wall. The impact caused the entire wall to crack and fracture. He clenched his teeth, stifling a groan, but a mouthful of blood still spurted out, staining his chest red. Meanwhile, the skeletal remains of the Foundation Establishment cultivator crumbled into dust after delivering this final strike, its fragmented bones disintegrating and scattering into the wind. As Bai Yi's consciousness began to fade, a faint, ethereal voice, like a sigh, drifted into his ears. Virtue. Several moments later, Bai Yi slowly regained consciousness through the haze of pain. Using his sword for support, he struggled to his feet, his gaze falling on the spot where the skeleton had disappeared. There, Amidst the remnants of bone dust lay a dull, unremarkable ring. His eyes sharpened, and despite the searing pain coursing through his body, he activated the minor 5 elements technique, extending his hand to draw the ring into his palm. A quick scan with his spiritual sense sent a wave of ecstatic realization surging through his heart. A storage ring. This was actually a storage ring. His hand tightened around the ring, his knuckles turning white as though he feared it might vanish from his grasp in the next instant. In his previous life, he had read countless cultivation novels where storage rings were coveted treasures. In this life, within the world of the Immortal Alliance, storage rings were even rarer. For chi refinement cultivators, they were virtually unattainable. Even among Foundation establishment cultivators, only disciples of powerful sects or heirs of wealthy clans might possess one. After all, the crafting material, void stone, was incredibly scarce, and the intricate spatial folding techniques required to create such items were extraordinarily complex. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully tucked the storage ring into an inner pocket of his robe. His gaze swept over the battlefield, and with a flick of his hand, he collected the bone artifact. He then began searching for other spoils left behind. Approaching the corpse of the Inshan sect elder, he retrieved a bronze coffin artifact and a string of bone beads. From the blood demon sect elder's body, he found a white bone mirror and a set of pitch-black nails. 5 artifacts in total, 4 of them rare mid-grade tier 1 artifacts, and the last a low-grade tier 1 artifact. Bai Yi nodded subtly, his thoughts becoming clearer. In the cultivation world of the Immortal Alliance, resources for demonic cultivators were scarce. These old devils had likely spent decades amassing these artifacts. Even for 2 chi refinement level 8 elders, each could only manage to own 2 mid-grade tier 1 artifacts. After confirming there was nothing else of value, Bai Yi conjured flames to incinerate the 2 corpses until nothing remained. He then turned his gaze toward the depths of the mansion and strode forward, sword in hand. Passing through a collapsed corridor, he entered a ruined meditation chamber. The walls were riddled with countless sword marks, the formation arrays were completely destroyed, and the pills and artifacts within were all shattered. Only a central pool of crimson liquid remained intact, emitting a nauseating stench of blood. Frowning slightly, Bai Yi's nose was overwhelmed by the intense scent of blood energy. As he approached, he noticed the blood pool was no more than 10 square meters in size, with only a shallow layer of liquid remaining at the bottom. Yet the concentrated aura of blood was so intense that it seemed to contain the essence of thousands of chi refinement cultivators. The 2 old devils fought to the death. This blood pool must have been their objective, Bai Yi murmured to himself, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if pondering something profound. Beneath the blood pool, faint traces of formation energy quietly emerged, like the whispers of an ancient force. If those 2 old demons were to obtain it, there was a real possibility they could use it as a foundation to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Deep within the blood pool, the flickering glow of the formation's energy patterns danced like ghostly flames in the night, exuding an ominous aura. Bai Yi ran his fingers across the surface of the Dao Mirror, attempting to stir the energies and investigate. However, the mirror remained unresponsive, as if its connection to the outside world had been severed entirely. His brows furrowed slightly, and a faint trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes as he let out a soft sigh. Without hesitation, he unleashed a streak of sword light, which turned into a sharp arc of radiance, slashing directly at the central pillar of the formation within the blood pool. With a deafening crash, the pillar shattered, and a surge of Dao-infused flame burst from his fingertips, instantly consuming the crimson liquid within the pool. The flames roared upward, illuminating the surroundings like daylight, while the thick, metallic scent of blood mixed with black smoke surged into the sky. Bai Yi soared into the air, his figure cutting through the night like a streak of green light. In the blink of an eye, he vanished above the ruins of the estate, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where a stretch of undulating hills awaited. Without hesitation, he flew toward that direction. In a stone forest where jagged rocks stood like sharp blades, the shadows cast by the formations of stone lent an air of eerie mystery. A dirt-furred mole rat cautiously sniffed the ground, its nose twitching as it followed a trail of scent to a hidden burrow beneath a massive boulder. Just as it squeezed into the entrance, a sharp flash of sword light suddenly appeared, piercing through its skull with precision. The lifeless body of the mole rat was flung several hundred meters by the force of the sword energy, its blood scattering across the stone forest and quickly soaking into the dusty ground. Inside the burrow, Bai Yi sat cross-legged, his silhouette faintly illuminated in the dim light, revealing a slightly weary expression. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a hint of color returned to his pale cheeks, evidence of his recent recovery. Placing a hand over his chest, he felt that much of his injuries had healed roughly 80, though a wry smile crept onto his face. That single strike from the Foundation Establishment Corps had taken him a full week to stabilize his condition. I truly underestimated its power, Bai Yi murmured to himself, recalling the devastating force of that attack. Even now, the memory sent a chill down his spine. That strike, formed purely from the lingering intent and instinct of a sword cultivator, had been powerful enough to breach his defenses despite his mastery of dual sword resonance and the art of merging Dao and sword light to their utmost potential. If not for his own identity as a sword cultivator, his meridians would have been completely shattered. Taking a deep breath, he pushed aside distracting thoughts and focused his attention on the storage ring in his possession. Though his injuries hadn't fully healed, he was confident that his current strength was sufficient to refine the restrictions on the ring. Bai Yi retrieved the storage ring from his robes, channeling his spiritual sense and energy into it. A fragmented pattern of restrictions gradually surfaced on the ring's surface. Suspended before him, the ring floated in midair as Bai Yi formed sword seals with his fingers. His spiritual sense and energy condensed into two ethereal swords, repeatedly striking and wearing down the restrictions on the ring. At the same time, the Dao flame within his dantian flared to life, working in tandem with the sword light to burn away the intricate patterns on the ring. Time flowed by unnoticed in the dim, confined space of the burrow. Days turned into nights, and light gave way to darkness in endless succession. Finally, the last remnants of the restrictions' glow faded, and the storage ring's space opened itself completely to him. Bai Yi's spiritual sense delved into the ring, greeted by a hazy, chaotic void. Within it, he discerned an interior space roughly 50 cubic meters in size. The air inside was rich with spiritual energy, and at the center of the space lay a mound of crystalline minerals, their surfaces shimmering faintly with spiritual light. Nearby, several rows of jade bottles containing pills were neatly arranged, alongside three ancient-looking jade talismans imbued with profound energy. On the other side of the space, a token lay haphazardly, and beside it rested a heavy yellow jade seal radiating an aura of deep Dao resonance. "It's open." Bai Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly, and though excitement surged within him, he wasted no time. His spiritual sense immediately reached further into the ring. With a thought, Bai Yi's focus shifted to the mound of minerals. With a simple motion of his palm, several pieces of the crystalline stones appeared in his grasp. Instinctively, he activated his lesser five elements technique, and in an instant, a surge of pure spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, flooding into his dantian and invigorating his Dao flame. "These are spirit stones?" Bai Yi muttered in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the stones in his hand. For a moment, he was frozen in disbelief. Then, as if needing confirmation, he pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain assured him this was no illusion. A wide, irrepressible grin spread across his face. Spirit stones. These were spirit stones. In the world of cultivators, spirit stones were an invaluable, strategic resource. For countless years, their extraction had been tightly controlled by the Immortal Alliance, with even nascent soul-level true lords overseeing the spiritual veins directly. As a sword cultivator, Bai Yi had never even seen a physical spirit stone in his entire life. His knowledge of them was limited to textbooks and holographic projections. Spirit stones. These are actual spirit stones. The stone in his hand exuded a pure spiritual energy, its entire surface resembling fine jade. Whether it was its concentrated spiritual essence or its flawless exterior, there was no doubt it was a genuine spirit stone. Bai Yi lightly brushed his fingertips over the spirit stone, feeling the gentle flow of energy coursing through it. He lowered his gaze to examine it closely, a flicker of fervor flashing through his eyes. This was indeed a low-grade spirit stone, but even so, the energy it emitted was enough to make his heart tremble. What's more, the storage ring contained a mountain of these spirit stones roughly estimated to be at least 300 or 400. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement surging within him. The value of these spirit stones had far exceeded his expectations for this venture. With these spirit stones, combined with the completion of my small 5 elements technique, he'll undoubtedly break through to the 6th level of chi refining within 2 months. Bai Yi silently vowed, his eyes filled with determination. He was acutely aware that for ordinary cultivators lacking resources, advancing from the 5th to the 6th level of chi refining could take 5 or 6 years, or even longer. Yet, with these spirit stones, he could compress that process into less than 2 months. Such a cultivation speed was unattainable even for the prodigies from prestigious cultivation families. Regaining his composure, Bai Yi turned his attention back to the other treasures inside the storage ring. Next to the spirit stones were over a dozen exquisite jade bottles, each emitting a faint herbal fragrance. He picked up one bottle and gently opened the lid, releasing a rich medicinal aroma. Condensed blood pill, an upper-grade tier 1 pill that rapidly heals injuries and repairs meridians. Detoxification pilto, cleanse poisons and purify blood. Chi gathering pilto, focus the mind and accelerate spiritual energy refinement. Blood ignition pilto, temporarily boost spiritual energy strength by 30%. The names of these pills surfaced in Bai Yi's memory one by one. Upper-grade Tier 1 pills, and from top-tier alchemical formulas, no less. Bai Yi murmured, his fingers trembling slightly. He couldn't help but pinch his thigh to confirm that this wasn't a dream. In the past, the best pill he could afford for cultivation was an inferior chi-enhancing pill, barely reaching lower-grade Tier 1. Yet now, here lay a collection of upper-grade Tier 1 pills. The value of just these pills alone could easily buy 2 properties in the most prosperous district of his hometown. This is incredible, truly incredible. Bai Yi's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, his face glowing with unrestrained joy. He had thought this mission would merely yield a few demonic artifacts to nourish his Dao Mirror. Never did he expect to stumble upon such a treasure trove. The resources within this storage ring were undoubtedly the accumulation of a foundation establishment cultivator, and likely far exceeded the wealth of an average one. This was the hoard of someone at the pinnacle of affluence. Taking another deep breath, Bai Yi forced himself to remain calm and cast his gaze deeper into the storage ring. There, faintly glowing, was a corner of a jade talisman. Carefully, he retrieved 3 jade talismans, each imbued with a soft radiance. Extending his spiritual sense into one, his heart was immediately struck by a wave of shock. The information contained within confirmed a suspicion he had long harbored but could never verify. Beyond the Immortal Alliance, there truly exists a traditional cultivation world, just like the ones described in novels from my previous life. Bai Yi gripped the jade talisman tightly, his heart pounding with exhilaration. This discovery from the demonic cultivator's estate not only significantly enhanced his strength, but also validated a crucial conjecture that could reshape the trajectory of his cultivation journey. Temporarily setting aside his distracting thoughts, Bai Yi refocused his mind, letting his consciousness fall upon the 3 transmission jade talismans before him. The Tsangyun sword technique. A superior sword technique for the chi refinement stage, its sword light vast and boundless like a sea of clouds, exuding both overwhelming grandeur and an elusive, ethereal quality. The Tian Song Heart Inquiry Record. A foundational cultivation method for the foundation establishment stage, its true energy pure and continuous, possessing a profound aura as steady as a mountain. Lastly, the 3 Tsang Sword Cultivation Compendium. A comprehensive collection of insights from the accomplished swordmasters of the 3 Tsang Sword Sect, designed to inspire future generations to seek clarity and mastery in their swordsmanship while encouraging them to forge ahead with courage. The 3 Tsang Sword Cultivation Compendium? Bai Yi's eyes lingered briefly on the first 2 jade talismans before moving on. Though the chi refinement sword technique was precious, it no longer held the same allure for him now as it once did when he was new to cultivation. As for the foundation establishment method, it was currently beyond his reach, as his cultivation level had yet to reach that stage. However, it was this sword cultivation compendium that ignited a deep sense of curiosity and anticipation within him. From the sword marks on the rock walls of the mansion earlier, it was evident that the foundation establishment sword cultivator's mastery of swordsmanship had already touched upon the realm of the Sword Dao. As the sect behind such a cultivator, the 3 Tsang Sword Sect undoubtedly possessed profound and extensive accumulations of knowledge. The collective insights of its accomplished swordmasters across generations surely contained extraordinary Sword Dao wisdom. With a turn of his palm, Bai Yi retrieved the transmission jade talisman and pressed it against his forehead. His consciousness surged into the talisman, and immediately, a torrent of information flowed into his mind like a rushing stream. We of the 3 Tsang Sword Sect, the leading force of the Eastern Heaven domain in the Taiwan Dao realm. Why is this so? It is by the 3-foot blade in our hands. A sword is the pursuit of straightness within curvature, unyielding even to the point of breaking the realms of the Sword Dao. The initial realm of the Sword Dao, sword intent. What is sword intent? Bai Yi closed his eyes, immersing himself fully in the vast contents of the sword cultivation compendium. It was as though he were drifting amidst a sea of stars within the Sword Dao. His consciousness explored continuously, absorbing every fragment of insight and knowledge. Day turned to night, and as a full cycle of day and night passed, he finally opened his eyes, which now brimmed with both awe and excitement. The compendium was not a manual for specific cultivation techniques, but rather a progressive record of the 3 Tsang Sword Sect's history, alongside the Sword Dao insights of 6 nascent soul swordmasters spanning millennia. The 3 Tsang Sword Sect, located in the Eastern Heaven domain of the Taiwan Dao realm, wielded influence comparable to that of the Immortal Alliance, with countless mortal and cultivator disciples numbering in the trillions. The sect's heritage stretched back 10,000 years, and it had consistently produced nascent soul swordmasters without interruption. Its founding patriarch was even hailed as the swordmaster closest to achieving the divine transformation stage. This compendium was more akin to a chronicle of the 3 Tsang Sword Sect and an introduction to the Taiwan Dao realm. Even so, the discussions on the realms of the Sword Dao and the reflections of the 6 nascent soul swordmasters left Bai Yi with invaluable insights. What is a sword cultivator? What does it mean to comprehend the sword? To find clarity within oneself through the sword, To sever the chaos within the heart, this is what it means to be a sword cultivator, Bai Yi murmured softly, repeatedly contemplating this phrase. He reached out and grasped the heart inquiry sword in his hand. The polished blade reflected his deep, contemplative gaze. Threads of sword energy pulsed and flowed across the blade like a gentle breeze sweeping away dust, not only cleansing the sword, but also clearing his heart of distractions. After a long while, a glimmer flashed in Bai Yi's eyes, and the heart inquiry sword in his hand settled into calmness. He exhaled a slow breath of turbid air, his mind as clear as a mirror. The initial insights he had gained into the Sword Dao during his life-and-death battle with the two fiends in the Foundation Establishment Corps had now crystallized under the guidance of the compendium. While his cultivation level and techniques remained unchanged, his familiarity with his sword had deepened to a point of profound unity, as if the sword were an extension of his very being. Indeed, the realms of the Sword Dao cannot be easily attained, Bai Yi murmured, though his gaze now carried a newfound determination. He gently traced the blade with his fingers, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. If the first method doesn't work, then I'll take the second path. And for someone like me, with the Dao Mirror in hand, this second path is the true way to seek the sword. Bai Yi slowly sheathed his long sword, its blade trembling slightly and emitting a faint hum, as if lamenting its unfulfilled potential. His gaze lowered, showing no trace of joy despite his victory, and a hint of contemplation settled between his brows. The comprehensive teachings of the Three Tsang Sword sect resurfaced in his Minda foundational text every inner disciple was required to master, with an especially detailed analysis of the first realm of swordsmanship, sword intent. Sword intent, the essence of the sword's rhythm, transcends the Tao contained within sword techniques. It represents a profound understanding of one's personal path. According to legend, once a swordsman grasps sword intent, they can wield a single blade to command myriad techniques, imbued with the power of the Great Dao. Every move carries overwhelming force, effortlessly surpassing ordinary cultivators. Records from the Three Tsang Sword sect recount that a nascent soul cultivator once glimpsed sword intent at the 9th level of Qi refinement, enabling them to reverse slash and defeat Foundation Establishment cultivators, an undeniable testament to its terrifying strength. Bai Yi recalled the methods for achieving sword intent outlined in the sect's teachings. The experiences of countless swordsmen could be distilled into two paths. The first relies on exceptional talent, achieving a sudden epiphany that results in a uniquely personal sword intent. The second involves mastering numerous sword techniques, allowing quantitative change to drive qualitative transformation, producing a more comprehensive and balanced sword intent. Though neither path is inherently superior, the first demands an extraordinary level of innate talent, leaving most swordsmen to pursue the second. Yet even so, half of the inner disciples within the Three Tsang Sword sect spend their entire lives unable to touch the realm of sword intent. A faint smile tugged at Bai Yi's lips, and a glimmer of confidence flickered in his eyes. He was different from ordinary swordsmen. The presence of the Enlightenment glimmer made him progress through sword techniques with remarkable ease. For most, achieving the Dao rhythm perfection of a Qi refinement sword technique takes at least a year, but for him, it required only 3 days. This meant that the second path, often fraught with challenges for others, became an accelerated ascent for him, rivaling the speed of those rare geniuses who achieved sudden epiphanies. He retrieved a transmission jade talisman containing the Tsangyun sword technique and directed his spiritual consciousness into it. The technique's contents flowed into his mind in an instant. He sighed inwardly, recalling the inner disciple of the Three Tsang Sword sect who had been corrupted by demonic cultivation. That disciple had clearly chosen the second path and was on the verge of breaking into the realm of sword intent. Yet, they had fallen to the hands of the demonic path, truly a tragic end. Bai Yi clenched the jade talisman in his hand, his brows furrowing slightly. The sect's rule of allowing only one sword technique talisman to be exchanged at a time was undoubtedly a hindrance to his plan of quickly accumulating techniques. He rubbed his nose and let out a soft sigh, muttering to himself, dealing with the Dao Mirror is already enough of a headache. And now I have to figure out how to acquire more sword techniques. Truly, the woes of a Padawan cultivator. His gaze swept over the items before him. 3 transmission jade talismans, an inner disciple's identity token, and a first-grade premium artifact, the Huangshan seal. He carefully gathered these items and stored them before taking out his traveling pack. After a series of battles, the pack, once filled with materials from spirit beasts, was now emptied and replaced with a horde of artifacts seized from demonic cultivators. He methodically assessed the collection. 26 first-grade inferior demonic artifacts and 4 first-grade mid-tier demonic artifacts. While none were as precious as the 100 ghost banner he had obtained previously, the 30 artifacts still represented a significant fortune. A sharp glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes, and the corner of his lips curved upward. These demonic artifacts might just help me take my sword technique cultivation to the next level. Bai Yi studied the demonic artifacts before him, each radiating a chilling aura. Though none matched the 100 Ghost Banner's exceptional ability to nearly catalyze the Enlightenment glimmer on its own, these 30 artifacts still held immense value for him. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Yi activated the Dao Mirror deep within his sea of consciousness. Streams of energy surged through his meridians, flowing rapidly toward a drum-like magical artifact before him. The Dao Mirror exuded a faint brilliance of the Great Dao, resembling the radiance of the sun and moon. Its light illuminated the demonic artifact, instantly dissolving the resentment surging within it. The trapped souls seemed to find release, their expressions softening into smiles of relief before transforming into tiny specks of light that dissipated into the heavens and earth. With each artifact purified, Bai Yi's movements became increasingly adept. His gaze was calm as he gripped a demonic artifact in each hand, focusing his mind. The spiritual essence from his sea of consciousness flowed ceaselessly into the Dao Mirror, simultaneously cleansing every trace of rust from the artifact's surface. As the mirror's light circulated, faint gleams of enlightenment gradually coalesced, resembling the first light of dawn breaking through the darkness in his sea of consciousness. Time passed quietly, and within the underground chamber, the spiritual energy surged like waves, synchronizing with Bai Yi's rhythmic breathing to form a peculiar cadence. Hours later, as the final 4 mid-tier first-grade demonic artifacts crumbled into dust, Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, which now shone with clarity. His gaze fell upon the shimmering light rotating beside the Dao Mirror, and an uncontrollable smile curved his lips. 11 threads of enlightenment, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with undisguised excitement. Combined with the one he had accumulated earlier, he now possessed 12 threads of enlightenment in total. If all were used to comprehend sword techniques, at a rate of 2 threads per technique, he could master 6 sword techniques. For an ordinary sword cultivator, even a lifetime might not suffice to comprehend these techniques fully. Bai Yi glanced at the timer on the device strapped to his wrist. There were still 9 days left before the secret realm closed, and the initial trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces began. His eyes sharpened as he picked up the Tsangyan Sword Technique's transmission jade talisman and pressed it to his forehead. The cool touch of the talisman invigorated his spirit, and a deep, resonant voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. He swiftly memorized the general principles and energy circulation methods of the Tsangyan Sword Technique. Without hesitation, he directed 1 thread of enlightenment into his sea of consciousness. Time flew by. 7 days later, the spiritual energy within the underground chamber churned like a tide. A pale blue spiritual aura rose from Bai Yi's body, almost solidifying. Sitting cross-legged with a composed expression, his aura surged like crashing waves, powerful and unyielding. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of spiritual energy, sharp as sword light, shot out, piercing the ground and leaving 2 small fist-sized pits. The heavy spirit manual truly lives up to its reputation as a chi-refining secret technique. Even reaching just the first level has increased my spiritual energy reserves by 20%, Bai Yi thought, marveling at the surge of spiritual energy within his dantian. The flow of spiritual energy and the resilience of my meridians have also improved significantly. It seems the barrier to the 6th level of chi refining is beginning to loosen. He recalled his progress over the past 7 days. On the first day, he had condensed a thread of enlightenment and mastered the Tsangyan sword technique to the point of Dao resonance. He then spent 6 days and another thread of enlightenment to cultivate the first level of the heavy spirit manual. Now, with abundant spiritual energy and strengthened meridians, he could simultaneously employ 2 sword techniques without any hindrance. With my current strength, even if Hua Ming wields a top-tier first-grade magical artifact, I could defeat him with a single strike, Bai Yi remarked, a confident smile playing on his lips. This secret realm expedition might not have elevated his cultivation level, but his overall strength had increased by more than 50%. It's time to leave. Rising to his feet, he used a cleansing technique to remove the dust from his clothes. Then, with a single slash of his sword, he shattered the massive boulder blocking the exit above. As the sword light swept through, rubble scattered in all directions. Sheathing his sword, he turned and sped toward the depths of the mountain range. Over the next 2 days, his sword light streaked across the terrain, cutting down numerous obstructing beasts. Eventually, he arrived at a vast open basin. All around the basin, scattered cultivators were busy hauling materials from slain beasts and gathering various spiritual plants and ores, patiently awaiting the final closure of the secret realm. For rogue cultivators, the Lan Mountain secret realm, which has been open for over 1,000 years, is a place where they have long mastered the ins and outs of its opening and closing cycles. After all, missing the closing time could mean being trapped inside for at least a year. Upon arriving at the basin, Bai Yi casually chose a smooth boulder, sat cross-legged on it, and maintained a calm demeanor, as if the surrounding commotion had nothing to do with him. Noticing this, the other rogue cultivators glanced at him with a hint of wariness in their eyes and instinctively kept their distance. Hey, did you hear about it? They say there's a demonic sect mansion discovered near Huangshe Peak. A middle-aged rogue cultivator whispered, his tone laced with unease. I heard. A lot of people have already lost their lives there. Another quickly chimed in, shaking his head repeatedly. At first, they said it was just a Foundation establishment cultivator's cave. I almost went there myself. Luckily, I didn't, or I'd be dead by now. Exactly. This time, a lot of demonic cultivators have infiltrated the secret realm. Our team has been waiting here at the basin for months to enter, saving up resources for half a year. But now it seems like it's all going to be a waste. The first man sighed heavily, his face full of frustration. As the two conversed, others joined in, venting their grievances. What was once a hopeful venture to gather cultivation resources had turned into a bitter loss. Some angrily complained, what's the secret realm management doing? How could so many demonic cultivators sneak in without them noticing? Yeah, our money can't just go down the drain like this. They need to give us an explanation. Exactly. We demand an explanation. The crowd grew more and more agitated. But just then, the spiritual energy in the center of the basin suddenly surged violently. The space began to distort slightly, and a black dot appeared out of thin air, rapidly expanding into a swirling spatial vortex about 5 or 6 meters high, crackling with lightning. The overwhelming pull emanating from the vortex made everyone's hearts skip a beat, but their anticipation and urgency overpowered any fear. The secret realm entrance is open, someone shouted. The previously enraged rogue cultivators immediately discarded their grievances and rushed toward the vortex, desperate not to miss their chance to enter. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic crowd vanished. Bai Yi glanced calmly in the direction of the surging crowd. After brushing the dust off his clothes, he rose to his feet and followed at a leisurely pace, waiting until the last group of rogue cultivators had entered before stepping into the vortex himself. The moment he entered, the world spun, and the noise around him faded. Soon, the familiar sight of a plaza came into view. In the plaza, the Foundation establishment cultivator from the Immortal Alliance responsible for overseeing the secret realm's opening was conversing with several rogue cultivators. Suddenly, one of them whispered something to him, and his expression instantly grew serious. In the next moment, a spiritual energy barrier enveloped the entire plaza, while squads of Immortal Alliance soldiers quickly assembled on the perimeter. Tanks and spiritual guided artillery turrets locked onto the entrance with precision. The rogue cultivators, sensing the shift in atmosphere, fell silent, their earlier clamor replaced by an air of trepidation. No one dared to act recklessly. Bai Yi stood off to the side, his gaze sweeping across the area before glancing down at the time display on his terminal. It showed that only one day remained until the 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary assessment. He walked briskly toward a soldier clad in standard-issue artifact armor and spoke in a calm yet assertive tone. Excuse me, I'm a senior student at Lawn Mountain Secondary School, and am scheduled to participate in the 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary assessment tomorrow. Could I please be allowed to return to school? Before he finished speaking, he connected his terminal to display his identification credentials. The soldier glanced at the information, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, before nodding. Follow me. The soldier led Bai Yi to the Foundation establishment cultivator, whom he addressed in a low voice, Captain Qin. This student is from Lawn Mountain Secondary School and has the 4 academies and 10 palaces assessment tomorrow. The cultivator, Qin Lianshan, looked up, his piercing gaze landing on Bai Yi. In an instant, a pressure as heavy as a mountain descended upon him. Bai Yi felt his chest tighten, his feet rooted to the ground as if weighed down by a 1,000-ton boulder, and even breathing became difficult. However, he did not use his spiritual energy to resist. Instead, he gritted his teeth and endured the pressure, cold sweat faintly appearing on his forehead. Qin Lianshan's eyebrows rose slightly. His intent was merely to gauge the youth's spiritual energy, but he hadn't expected this young man to withstand the pressure with sheer physical resilience. The pressure suddenly intensified, and the air around Bai Yi seemed to freeze. But then, a sharp force erupted from within him, his spiritual energy surging outward and dispersing the oppressive force in an instant. Qin Lianshan paused briefly, then nodded approvingly. Such sharp determination, pure spiritual energy, and practicing the lesser 5 elements technique. The terminal system confirms his identity as well. Retracting his pressure, Qin Lianshan waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may go. Bai Yi steadied his spiritual energy and exhaled deeply, nodding slightly in acknowledgement before turning to leave. As he stepped out of the plaza, he couldn't help but reflect, Foundation establishment cultivators, just their pressure alone forces me to exert full strength. Cultivation truly begins above Foundation establishment. After leaving the plaza, he boarded the maglev train back to his neighborhood. Meanwhile, back in the plaza, Qin Lianshan's gaze lingered on the projection screen displaying Bai Yi's identification. Moments later, he silently transmitted a message. After returning home by car, Bai Yi and his parents shared a lively dinner together before he headed straight to his room. He casually activated the terminal, and messages flooded the screen. At the very top was a notification from Li Bantu regarding the preliminary assessment for the 4 institutes and 10 palaces. Gather at the square in front of the teaching building at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Bai Yi stared at the message, his expression turning slightly serious. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his breathing for a moment before collapsing onto the bed, lying on his back with his eyes closed to rest. One last night, he reminded himself. Let's take this chance to relax these tightly strung nerves. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the window, they touched Bai Yi's face. He opened his eyes, his gaze clear and composed. After washing up, 2 flying swords, as if imbued with a will of their own, returned to their positions, hovering neatly behind him. After a brief farewell to his parents, he stepped out the door with resolute strides. At the second high school's administrative square, though it was class time, the atmosphere was unusually charged. The windows of the teaching buildings on both sides were crowded with curious faces. Many younger Taoist students leaned out, excitedly discussing the scene below. It really is the old principal leading the team. I heard he's been at the Foundation establishment stage for over 100 years, someone whispered in awe. A Foundation establishment cultivator, after all, could live up to 300 years. However, the older Taoist students from the 2nd and 3rd years displayed a more composed demeanor. Their gazes were fixed on the figures gradually arriving at the square. That's Zhang Xingming. His Vajra body has already advanced to Dao rhyme perfection. A 3rd-year Taoist student murmured, his tone carrying a mix of admiration and concern. But this assessment will still be perilous. It's been 10 years since anyone from Blue Mountain City passed the preliminary test for the 4 institutes and 10 palaces. Even Zhang Xingming, as talented as he is, might only seem average when placed in the 4 institutes assessment. Another student sighed, shaking his head. This year, perhaps only Bai Yi and Hua Ming stand a chance. Before the conversation could continue, a sudden blaze ignited in the sky. A fiery streak, like a meteor, descended rapidly toward the square. From within the flames emerged Hua Ming. His gaze swept over the crowd, but he didn't spot Bai Yi, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and stood at the front of the group, bowing respectfully to the old principal. "Greetings, principal," he said. The old principal slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resting on Hua Ming with a faint nod of approval. "Not bad. Your mastery of the fiery talisman has improved, and your cultivation has progressed as well." His tone was calm, yet carried a note of affirmation. Hua Ming lowered his head, remaining silent, though his heart was in turmoil. Ever since his defeat at Bai Yi's hands, he had not wallowed in self-pity. Instead, with the full support of his family, he had pushed himself harder, making significant advancements in his cultivation. Now, both his mastery of the fiery talisman and the depth of his cultivation had reached the peak of his current stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to a higher level. The old principal studied Hua Ming, letting out a quiet sigh in his heart. What a pity. If he could cultivate the minor 5 elements technique to the point of forming a 5-element cyclone like Bai Yi, he might have already reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement by now. That way, he'd at least have a small chance in the assessment. He shook his head slightly, though a glimmer of expectation still lingered in his eyes. After all, among the past students of the 2nd high school, Hua Ming was already among the best. Yet, in a competition as fierce as the 4 institutes and 10 palaces, even he seemed unseasoned. Still, the old principal couldn't suppress a faint smile. Just yesterday, he had received a message that filled him with confidence. This time, our 2nd high school has a hidden ace up its sleeve, he thought, his lips curling upward and his narrowed eyes reflecting a trace of delight. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned his gaze sharply toward the distant sky. A streak of sword light tore through the air, swift as a shooting star, arriving above the square in an instant. The light faded, revealing a figure descending gracefully to the center of the square. The newcomer stood with hands clasped behind his back, his one-sheen sword returning to its sheath, his expression calm and composed. Bai Yi's arrival immediately silenced the crowd. Countless younger Taoist students held their breath, their eyes fixed on him. The onlookers from the teaching buildings gazed at him with awe and admiration. Bai Yi's expression remained indifferent as he stepped forward, stopping at the front of the group. Bowing slightly, he greeted, "Greetings, principal. All right, you're in. This month, the time you spent in the secret realm will be compensated in the training room after the assessment concludes." Hearing the principal's words, Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly nodded and calmly returned to the front of the team. The surrounding team members, upon hearing the principal's statement, showed varied expressions and instinctively turned their gazes toward Bai Yi. They had assumed Bai Yi's absence over the past month was due to him gaining enlightenment and engaging in secluded cultivation. Little did they expect that he had ventured into the Blue Mountain secret realm. This revelation sent ripples through the crowd, stirring complex emotions: reverence, envy, and even a trace of jealousy. All right, time's up. Let's get moving. The principal's deep voice interrupted their thoughts. As his words fell, a low rumble echoed from above. A sleek, silver triangular wing airship emerged in the distance, its downward jets creating gusts of wind as it slowly descended, eventually landing steadily in the center of the administrative square. The hatch opened, and under the principal's lead, Bai Yi and his group boarded the airship one by one. As the hatch closed, the airship ascended into the sky, gradually disappearing from view. It'll take just over 3 hours to reach Kunlun City, Zhang Xingming, standing beside Bai Yi, remarked casually, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Bai Yi listened quietly, his thoughts drifting to the notice he received yesterday about the 4 academies and 10 palaces assessment. The Immortal Alliance spanned an incomprehensibly vast territory, and the 4 academies and 10 palaces, as the pinnacle institutions of the Alliance, scouted talent from across the entire domain. This preliminary test was a large-scale screening for senior high Dao students throughout the Immortal Alliance. To facilitate participation, the Alliance had established over 100 test centers across its territory. For them, the test center for Blue Mountain City was located in the core of this region, in the first-tier city of Kunlun, over 10,000 kilometers away. After more than 3 hours, the airship began to descend, and the view outside the windows became clearer. Bai Yi gazed out and was greeted by the sight of towering trees that seemed to pierce the heavens. Their massive branches stretched wide like islands, hosting countless buildings that were arranged in an orderly yet natural manner. A magnetic rail network spread out like a spiderweb, with countless intelligent rail vehicles zipping through it. The trees themselves exuded a dense spiritual energy, resembling treasures of heaven and earth. Within the colossal veins of the leaves, countless electrical circuits intertwined, connecting to a central hyperlight photon terminal deep in the roots of the trees. This was the branch terminal of Nuwa, the mother of the Immortal Alliance's hyperethereal network Kunlun's tree. Bai Yi stared at the towering, mountain-like trees outside the window, a flicker of awe in his eyes. Such a seamless fusion of heaven and earth treasures with advanced technology could only be achieved through the immense power of the Immortal Alliance. The airship landed steadily on a massive leaf vane platform. Bai Yi and the others disembarked under the principal's guidance, scanning their surroundings. They noticed many similar teams gathered in the area, evidently participants from various regions. However, as soon as Bai Yi stepped off the airship, he sensed something unusual. The principals of the other 4 advanced Dao schools in Blue Mountain were standing nearby, exchanging tense looks with a group of elderly men. Their expressions were grim. When the group from Second High arrived, the Blue Mountain principals visibly relaxed and quickly approached. "Old Xian, this year, Blue Mountain is counting on your Second High," one of the principals said, his face full of expectation. Before the principal could respond, a voice laced with cold mockery rang out from not far away. "Well, if it isn't Old Xian. I hear Second High is the star this year. I wonder if you'll manage to secure the resource allocation this time." Bai Yi turned toward the voice and saw the elderly men who had been confronting the Blue Mountain principals earlier now approaching leisurely. Their gazes lingered on the principal for a moment, carrying a hint of disdain. The principal responded with a cold laugh, his tone sharp and unyielding. "Oh, it's you, the old dogs from Luan Mountain. I was wondering who it could be." The tension in the air instantly thickened as hostility flared between the two sides. Blue Mountain City and Luan Mountain City, as neighboring third-tier cities, had been locked in fierce competition every year over the Immortal Alliance's resource allocations distributed through Kunlun City. The 4 academies and 10 palaces assessment was a critical battleground for this rivalry. What began as a contest of how many students could pass the preliminary test had evolved into direct confrontations between the elite disciples of the 2 cities. The losing side would have to forfeit their additional resource allocation for the following year. This fierce competition wasn't unique to Blue Mountain and Luan Mountain. It had become a standard practice among third-tier cities throughout the region. The intensity of the resource struggle was evident to all. Scanning the surroundings, the old headmaster's gaze settled momentarily on the sparring ring at the edge of the plaza, where several prodigies from third-tier city Daoist schools were still locked in competition. The headmaster of Lanshan Daoist School swept his eyes across the crowd, his expression briefly hardening as his focus rested on several Daoist students standing behind the headmaster of Lanshan Daoist School. Their proud demeanor was unmistakable. In past years, Lanshan Daoist School had often emerged victorious in such contests, but this year, the situation was less optimistic. The dejected expressions of Lanshan students nearby made it clear that their top disciples had already suffered a string of defeats against the other 4 schools. At this moment, his gaze fell on Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, headmaster, please allow me to give it a try." A clear and confident voice from Hua Ming broke the brief silence. Bai Yi was about to step forward when he noticed Hua Ming already striding out. As Hua Ming passed him, he cast a deep, determined glance at Bai Yi, his resolve unmistakable. "Very well, Let's see how Luanshan Daoist school measures up, the old headmaster said with a faint smile as he stroked his beard. There was a trace of appreciation in his eyes. He had been impressed with Bai Yi, but he nearly forgot that Hua Ming's strength had also grown significantly. Old Qian, I'm curious to see where your confidence comes from, the headmaster of Luanshan Daoist school scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and headed towards the sparring ring. The crowd began to stir, and the entire plaza buzzed with excitement as spectators gathered for this city-level Daoist school's resource competition. Many idol teams from other schools also joined the throng, surrounding the sparring ring until it was completely packed. Luanshan First School, Qiu Yong. Luanshan Second School, Hua Ming. As the referee announced the names, two figures faced off at the center of the sparring ring. Qiu Yong's icy gaze swept over Hua Ming before his eyes shifted slightly to where Bai Yi stood outside the ring. As the top Daoist student of Luanshan First School, Qiu Yong knew that defeating Hua Ming would inevitably draw Bai Yi, the swordsman, into the fray. Watch yourself. Qiu Yong growled, his spiritual energy surging. Lightning crackled around his bent legs as he shot forward like a bolt of electricity. The air exploded with a deafening roar as he closed in on Hua Ming, throwing a punch that tore through the atmosphere with lightning coiling around his fist, a strike of overwhelming power. Hua Ming's eyes sharpened, and with a swift movement of his fingers, crimson spiritual energy surged upward, tracing a glowing rune in the air. A wall of fire erupted between him and Qiu Yong. However, the fire wall shattered instantly under the force of Qiu Yong's thunderous punch, sending waves of spiritual energy rippling outward. Seizing the brief moment as the wall crumbled, Hua Ming's fingers moved again, forming a radiant red rune in the air. A second later, a multi-flame talisman appeared, unleashing a sea of fire that surged towards Qiu Yong. A Great Dao Mastery Flame Talisman? Gasped the onlookers, their eyes filled with astonishment. Among third-tier Daoist schools, reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement in senior year while mastering techniques to Great Dao proficiency was an exceptional achievement, even within top-tier institutions. The intense flames roared, but Qiu Yong remained unfazed. With a cold snort, he channeled his full strength into the Thunder Marsh body refinement technique. Lightning coursed through his body, forming Daoist patterns as his fists struck like thunderbolts, tearing apart the sea of fire. With a powerful leap, he shot through the flames, charging straight at Hua Ming. Hua Ming's pupils constricted. Forming a hand seal, he summoned fiery talismans from the blazing sea, which morphed into flaming birds that screeched as they dove towards Qiu Yong. Using this momentary distraction, Hua Ming's fingers traced another rune in midair. Blue flames flickered to life, forming the Tsangyan Flame Talisman, which merged with the crimson talismans already in place. From the fiery sea, two blazing tigers materialized, roaring as they lunged at Qiu Yong from both sides. The strain of summoning the Tsangyan Flame Talisman left Hua Ming visibly pale. He quickly retreated while continuing to inscribe more flame talismans and multi-flame talismans. The firestorm intensified, and layers of fiery birds swarmed towards Qiu Yong. Qiu Yong let out a furious roar, unleashing his thunderous energy to shatter the fiery tigers. Yet as he destroyed one tiger, more flaming birds struck from behind, their impact slowing his movements. The firestorm grew even more ferocious, enveloping nearly the entire sparring ring in its oppressive heat. Feeling the suffocating heat pressing in from all sides, Qiu Yong's eyes flashed coldly. Raising his arms, he summoned two Thunder Ring artifacts, which pulsed with energy before transforming into a crackling long blade. Leaping high into the air, he brought the blade down with tremendous force, splitting the fiery sea in two with an explosive slash. Lightning cleaved through the flames, and Hua Ming's face grew even paler. Despite this, he remained steadfast in the ring, his gaze burning with unwavering determination as he locked eyes with Qiu Yong. Hua Ming's pale face reflected his growing exhaustion. Qiu Yong's eyes lit up with excitement, and just as he was about to dash forward, he saw Hua Ming's fingers flicker again. Another blazing talisman materialized, mending the severed sea of flames. The unending inferno roared back to life, surging towards him once more. Qiu Yong's expression hardened, and his steps faltered. The dueling arena before him was engulfed in flames, the heat rising in oppressive waves. The rolling fire seemed like a ferocious beast determined to devour everything in its path. He glanced at his own charred, blackened skin, clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately let out a helpless sigh. Tilting his head back, he shouted, "I surrender." The sea of flames gradually subsided. Hua Ming's face had grown pale, a clear sign of his significant depletion of spiritual energy. He took a deep breath, steadying the nearly exhausted energy within him, and then turned his gaze to Bai Yi, who stood outside the arena. A glimmer of confidence and anticipation flickered in his eyes. "Qiu, your disciple's thunder body refinement technique still needs a lot of work," the old headmaster, Jin Laotu, chuckled heartily. His eyes swept over to a burly elder across from him, his tone laced with a hint of smugness. Looks like the spiritual resources for this year will be going to Lanshan. The elder referred to as Qiu Laotu frowned deeply and let out a cold snort. Qin, while my disciple may have fallen short, don't think for a second that Lanshan has lost yet. As his words fell, a sharp-eyed young man stepped forward from the Lanshan Taoist group behind him. With his tall and commanding presence, each confident step he took drew the attention of the entire crowd. The young man walked onto the dueling field, his gaze sweeping over Hua Ming before settling into a faint smile. Your mastery of the flame talisman is indeed commendable. However, he paused, his tone tinged with a trace of apology. If it weren't for the need to secure a spot in a third-tier city's quota, I wouldn't resort to something that feels a bit like bullying. Formerly of UNCU Lan 6th High, now representing Lanshan 1st High Lu Zheng. The young man introduced himself. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner of the field. The announcement sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Even Hua Ming and the spectators' expressions shifted dramatically. A borrowed student from a first-tier city? Whispers rippled through the onlookers. Shameless. The first-tier city exams aren't even supposed to be grouped with ours, someone muttered indignantly. This is ridiculous. What's the point of competing now? Others began to grumble under their breath. It was common knowledge that the cultivation resources and educational standards in first-tier cities far surpassed those of second and third-tier cities, and as such, their examination processes were separate. However, some well-off students, unsure of their own abilities, would opt to downgrade to a second or third-tier city before their senior year to gain an advantage in the initial trials. Though this practice was controversial, the overarching rule of strength above all left many with no choice but to tolerate it. Lu Zheng listened to the murmurs around him, a faint blush creeping to his ears, though his expression remained composed. He had long prepared himself for the criticism in exchange for securing resources after the initial trials. Lan 2nd High, Hua Ming. Hua Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm the turmoil within. He swallowed a pill, quickly restoring his energy to peak condition, and offered a solemn bow to Lu Zheng. Without hesitation, fiery red spiritual energy surged forth, and a blazing talisman floated before him. With a deft movement of his fingers, he conjured a group flame talisman in a single breath. The surrounding fire elemental energy coalesced, transforming into a raging sea of flames. Hua Ming's talisman moved once more, summoning 3 blazing tigers from the inferno. Their fiery forms radiated searing heat as they charged toward Lu Zheng with unrelenting ferocity. Yet Lu Zheng stood motionless, as calm as a mountain. Only when the tigers were almost upon him did he smile faintly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Apologies, my friend, he said softly, but I must be a bit impolite. Before his words had fully settled, his right foot stomped down, and a surge of icy spiritual energy erupted like a tidal wave. Intricate frost-covered runes spread outward from beneath his feet, forming a complex array in an instant. The energy of the heavens and earth roiled, and an extreme cold burst forth from the formation, manifesting as sharp, glimmering icicles that rapidly expanded in all directions. The flaming tigers barely made contact with the icy aura before they froze mid-pounce. A layer of frost crept over their fiery forms, and the frost spread swiftly through the sea of flames, turning the entire arena into a frozen wasteland within moments. Lu Zheng formed a seal with his hands and made a light gesture. The icicles within the formation transformed into countless sharp swords, piercing through the sea of flames and completely extinguishing the scorching fire. The frost advanced to within inches of Hua Ming, halting abruptly. Thank you for the match, my friend, Lu Zheng said, withdrawing his spiritual energy and looking at Hua Ming with a calm and gentle expression. In mere seconds, the duel was decisively concluded. The surrounding Taoist students fell silent, clearly awed by Lu Zheng's overwhelming strength. While Hua Ming's flame talisman was undeniably exceptional, the gap between him and Lu Zheng, who was at the late stage of the 6th level of Qi refinement and had mastered both formations and Taoist techniques, was insurmountable. And this is just someone from a first-tier city who isn't confident in their abilities, someone murmured, their tone laced with helplessness. Lu Zheng turned his gaze to Bai Yi, who stood below the stage, and smiled slightly. Pressing his palms together, he said, classmate, judging by your earlier performance, you must be the top student of this year's Lan cohort, correct? My apologies, but could I trouble you for a match? The apologetic look on his face, paired with his almost sheepish tone, left Bai Yi momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He hadn't even stepped onto the field, yet he was already being treated as the next target. Seeing Bai Yi's silence, Lu Zheng grew visibly uneasy and lowered his head. I know this isn't ideal, but I truly have no choice but to participate in this duel. Bai Yi shook his head lightly and said calmly, regain your spiritual energy first. Lu Zheng, however, waved off the suggestion, his voice still steady. No need, I barely used any. As soon as Lu Zhang spoke, the expressions of Zhang Xingming and the others standing beside Bai Yi darkened. Bai Yi, however, remained completely unfazed. A faint smile played on his lips as he leapt lightly into the center of the dueling arena, landing with perfect stability. He cupped his hands toward Lu Zhang in a polite gesture and introduced himself, Bai Yi, from Lanshan's second high. The crowd's attention quickly shifted to the two swords strapped to Bai Yi's back, sparking a wave of murmured discussions among the observing Dao students. Within the Immortal Alliance, cultivation techniques were incredibly diverse. However, due to their profound complexity and the intricate Dao rhythms inherent in the arts, mastery was rare. Many cultivators preferred to rely on technological tools to aid their practice. Talismans, formations, and body refinement had thus become widely popular. Sword cultivators, though proud of their 3-foot blades, were not particularly prominent in the myriad paths of the Immortal Alliance. In fact, their path was often seen as somewhat declining. In the Alliance's millennia-long history, no sword cultivator had ever broken through to the nascent soul stage to achieve the rank of true sovereign. Lu Zhang's gaze lingered on the scabbards behind Bai Yi for a brief moment before he regained his composure and returned the greeting with equal courtesy. He flipped his palm upward, and a crystalline formation disc, as clear as carved ice, floated into the air, emanating a chilling aura. He smiled faintly. My friend, I beg your pardon. Before his words had fully settled, a glint of icy light flickered in Lu Zhang's eyes. He formed a Dao seal with his fingers, channeling spiritual energy into the formation disc. In an instant, frost-infused spiritual energy coalesced in midair, forming ice crystals that interconnected as the foundation of the array. With a rapid series of finger movements, the sky was engulfed in a blizzard. Snow and ice transformed into a raging storm, howling as it spread across the arena. Countless ice shards, sharp as flying daggers, tore through the air, instantly enveloping the entire dueling ground in a frigid tempest. Within the storm, Lu Zhang's gaze fixed on the spot where Bai Yi had been completely engulfed. A sense of relief flickered in his mind. Though Bai Yi's earlier effortless victory over the talisman cultivator had proven his formidable strength, sword cultivators were notoriously weak in defense. Under the power of his Winter's Chill Array, the outcome seemed all but decided. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he spoke with calm certainty. Well fought, classmate. Yet, before his words could fully fade, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the storm. A sharp, cutting sword aura surged skyward, its presence as fierce as a blade honed to perfection. In that instant, the sword in Bai Yi's hand, the Wenshin sword, unleashed a torrent of piercing energy. The radiant sword beam shimmered like a coiled dragon weaving through the blizzard. The sword aura rippled outward, shattering the ice shards and tearing apart the howling winds. As the brilliant light illuminated the arena, Bai Yi remained composed, his expression calm. With a subtle motion of his fingertip, his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, condensing into countless streams of sword energy. The gathered energy converged onto the Wenshin sword, and as the intricate Dao patterns of the white rainbow sword art emerged, the sword beam transformed into a blazing streak of light. Like a dragon breaking free of its restraints, it shot forward with unstoppable force, directly targeting Lu Zhang. Sword light transformation? The Dao school principals watching from the sidelines gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with shock. Earlier, even when Lu Zhang had displayed his Winter's Chill Array with its perfected Dao resonance, they had only shown mild interest. But now, this display of sword light transformation left them visibly stunned. Is sword light transformation really that impressive? Some of the senior Dao students whispered among themselves. It's an advanced sword cultivation technique, an experienced student quietly explained. It's impossible to master unless one is at the foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, the observing students collectively inhaled sharply. Their gazes turned toward the arena, filled with anticipation to witness the true might of sword light transformation. Back in the arena, Lu Zhang's expression shifted drastically as he felt the oppressive weight of the sword light bearing down on him. He dared not show the slightest negligence. His hands moved swiftly, forming seals as he activated the fourth layer realm of his small 5 elements technique and the secret refinement art, the cold water record, to their fullest extent. Spiritual energy crystallized into ice that hovered in the air, forming a barrier in an attempt to block the unstoppable sword beam. Lu Zhang swiftly reversed the Dao seal in his hand, and as the patterns of the frost array shifted beneath his feet, massive, unyielding ice pillars materialized in an instant, forming an imposing barrier before the sword's radiant arc. Yet in the next moment, the sword light pierced through like a shooting star, shattering the ice pillars into countless shards with a deafening explosion. Lu Zhang's heart tightened as he barely had time to catch his breath. His array disc glimmered with a sudden burst of cold light, and the array's formations twisted unnaturally. The frost-covered patterns beneath his feet surged with an overwhelming chill that seemed to seep into his very bones. Clenching his teeth, he let out a low shout, his hands forming intricate seals. The frost array erupted with an intense wave of cold energy, and a thick mist of ice and frost billowed into the air, obscuring the sky. Within moments, the freezing mist condensed into a massive crystalline ice serpent, lifelike and dazzling with a chilling brilliance. With a thunderous hiss, the serpent lunged fiercely toward the sword light, carrying an aura that seemed to rip through the heavens. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, a glint of calm determination flashing in his eyes. With a subtle movement of his divine sense, the sword light transformed into an ethereal breeze, weaving unpredictably past the serpent's assault. The breeze, carrying the Wunshin sword, traced an elegant arc in the air before reforming into a radiant sword beam, now more formidable than ever. In a flash of cold light, the sword pierced precisely through the serpent's vital point. The ice serpent let out a mournful cry of defiance before shattering into a cascade of frost and shards. The razor-sharp tip of the sword came to an abrupt halt, mere inches from Lu Zheng's neck, leaving the onlookers stunned. "Well fought," Bai Yi said softly, cupping his hands in a polite gesture. With a serene expression, he retracted the Wunshin sword and leapt gracefully from the dueling platform, landing steadily outside the arena. The sword spun elegantly in midair before sliding smoothly back into its sheath, as if punctuating its master's victory with a flourish. Lu Zheng felt the blade's oppressive presence withdraw and instinctively swallowed hard. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Bai Yi, who had already stepped off the platform. Still frozen in place, Lu Zheng's expression was a mixture of disbelief and frustration. The array disc in his hand trembled faintly. He was a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement, adept at wielding the frost array with precision. His mastery of the minor 5 elements technique had reached the 4th stage, and he had even made notable progress in the first chapter of the Cold Water Record, allowing him to convert his spiritual energy into frigid energy, enhancing his power by 20%. With such a foundation, his position among the top 15 of the 6th grade rankings had always been unshakable. Yet today, he had failed to withstand even a single strike from Bai Yi, leaving him with a profound sense of defeat. Meanwhile, among the crowd of spectators, the gazes of more than a dozen foundation establishment-level principals were fixated on Bai Yi. Their spiritual senses probed him with curiosity and amazement, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. While ordinary students might have only noticed that the sword light grew more refined, these seasoned cultivators saw the brilliance of that strike. The technique of transforming sword light into a radiant arc was already a hallmark of advanced swordsmanship. Yet within that sword light, they discerned the faint resonance of 2 perfected sword techniques, their Dao intent harmonizing seamlessly rather than clashing. This synergy elevated the strike's power far beyond that of an ordinary sword arc. Such a technique could even severely wound an average 7th level Qi refinement cultivator. What a monstrous talent! Truly extraordinary! Several Dao Academy principals murmured in astonishment, their expressions tinged with envy and awe. Among them, the principals of Luan Mountain exchanged complex glances with the elder principal of Blue Mountain Academy, their emotions a mix of admiration and frustration. A prodigy like Bai Yi, with a 70% likelihood of passing the 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary trials, was a rare treasure coveted by any Dao school. The elder principal of Blue Mountain Academy cleared his throat, stroking his beard with a proud demeanor. His gaze swept over his competitors, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Old Xiao, even borrowing students won't help you this time. The extra resources this year are still ours at Blue Mountain." The principals from Luan Mountain Academy frowned, their faces darkening as they glanced at the defeated Lu Zheng and the dejected students standing behind him. With a cold snort, one of them retorted, "We'll see during the trials." With that parting remark, they turned and left in a huff. Watching their rivals retreat in frustration, the elder principal and his colleagues from Blue Mountain exchanged knowing glances and couldn't suppress their laughter. But soon, their attention returned to Bai Yi, their gazes filled with admiration and reflection. "Old Qian, who would have thought your 2nd academy was hiding such a gem?" one of the principals remarked, clicking his tongue in amazement. His tone was laden with envy. Mastering the transformation of sword light into a radiant arc at the Qi refinement stage, and even comprehending 2 perfected sword techniques imbued with Dao intent, such talent is truly rare, truly exceptional. As foundation establishment cultivators, they fully understood the esteemed status of sword cultivators within the myriad realms of the Dao. Swordsmanship was an exalted path, yet the constraints of the Dao of Heaven made it exceedingly rare for sword cultivators to achieve true ascension within the Celestial Alliance. And now, before their eyes, stood a young man who had already displayed extraordinary swordsmanship talent. If nurtured properly, his future potential was limitless. This young man before them could very well be the most exceptional sword cultivator they had ever encountered. The old headmaster waved his hand cheerfully in response to the compliments from his friends. Noticing the surrounding cultivators from other cities drawing closer to watch, he quickly cupped his hands in greeting and then led Bai Yi and the others back to the massive leaf vein at the edge of the plaza. In just 1 month, your progress has surpassed all my expectations, the headmaster remarked, stopping to look at Bai Yi with a complex expression. However, the next assessment is the most critical part. The 4 institutes and 10 palaces are far more significant than you may realize. Don't underestimate this preliminary test. If you pass it, even if you fail the subsequent entrance exam, you'll still qualify for admission to top-tier academies as a special student. He paused, sighed, and added earnestly, beneath the 10 palaces, there's no hope of reaching the golden core stage. That's more than just an idle rumor. Hearing this, Bai Yi felt a slight tremor in his heart. While the opportunity to enter a top-tier academy without further testing was a dream for countless cultivators, he remained unmoved. From the very beginning, his aspirations had never stopped at the 10 palaces. He raised his gaze to the bustling crowd of candidates on the plaza, the sea of people only strengthening his resolve. As the sun shifted across the sky, candidates from over 300 cities gathered together. More than 1,000 Taoist students waited patiently in the plaza as time slipped by. Half a day later, an unusual sound finally echoed from the horizon. A warship shaped like a sharp blade gradually came into view, its silver-black exterior glinting coldly under the sunlight. Beneath its armor, dense arrays of weaponry could faintly be seen. The warship's arrival sent a ripple of awe through the crowd, and all eyes instinctively turned toward it. "It's here," someone murmured in the crowd, and in an instant, every gaze was fixed on the sky. The warship hovered above the plaza, and its hatch slowly opened. A figure with white hair and youthful features stepped out, walking on air as though it were solid ground. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the center of the plaza. Following him, dozens of young cultivators, clad in the robes of the 4 institutes and 10 palaces, emerged, taking their positions in the air behind the elder with solemn expressions. "Present your Taoist tokens," the elder said softly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a bell, ringing clearly in everyone's ears and making their hearts tremble. Upon hearing this, the various Taoist school headmasters promptly retrieved jade tokens from their robes, each token shimmering with intricate verification patterns. The atmosphere grew tense, and even Bai Yi couldn't help but hold his breath. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from the elder, sweeping across the plaza like a tangible force. Bai Yi felt as though his entire body had been struck, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, making even the act of lifting his head incredibly difficult. His mind surged with shock. A golden core cultivator. Such an imposing presence could only belong to someone at the golden core stage. He struggled to lift his gaze to look directly at the elder, but it was as if his vision were shrouded in mist, could only make out a vague silhouette. The elder's spiritual power swept over the Taoist tokens held by each headmaster like a tidal wave. After a brief moment, he nodded slightly, and the immense pressure receded. The suffocating force dissipated instantly, and everyone felt a sense of relief. Some of the less experienced candidates even staggered and fell, their faces pale. So this is the might of a golden core cultivator, Bai Yi thought, deeply shaken, as his fists involuntarily tightened. Though the power of the golden core stage weighed heavily on him, it also ignited a burning determination within. "I am the headmaster of Tianlan Academy and the chief examiner for the Kunlun City test site," the elder said calmly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "The preliminary test for this year's 4 institutes and 10 palaces is the Ascension Staircase." As his voice fell, he turned his palm, and a staircase, smooth and radiant like white jade, materialized in his hand. At the top of the staircase stood 14 lifelike white jade statues, each exuding a soft glow. With a gentle wave of the elder's hand, the staircase soared into the sky, expanding rapidly until it became a massive structure that blotted out the sun, like a comet falling to earth. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward, causing everyone's robes to flutter violently in the wind. Boom! The white jade staircase landed heavily in the center of the plaza, causing the enormous leaf beneath their feet to tremble violently, as though it might snap at any moment. The staircase continued to expand until it covered an area as large as several football fields. Finally, it stood tall, like a celestial ladder reaching into the heavens. With the ascension staircase now before them, the plaza fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their gazes filled with awe and longing. Amid a cataclysmic tremor that seemed to shake heaven and earth, the silver-haired youth slowly pressed his palm downward. The vast sea of clouds, spanning 10 miles, churned and gathered, transforming into a colossal hand of cloud that stretched over 10 kilometers. With a single motion, the hand stabilized the falling leaf, calming the turbulence. Within the clouds, divine majesty emanated. The silver-haired youth, like a deity overlooking all beings, gazed down with an air of authority. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable weight of command. For this trial, those who ascend 50 steps shall pass. His words echoed like a resounding bell, reverberating through the heavens and earth with a force that struck the soul. The crowd looked up to behold a massive celestial staircase, 5 to 6 kilometers wide, rising into the sea of clouds. Runes shimmered across its steps, light and shadows intertwining, forming an ethereal pathway that seemed to lead to a divine realm. Awe filled every heart. Amid the swirling clouds, the voice of the silver-haired youth echoed once more. Dao Shang, ascend the stairs. Before his words fully faded, thousands of Dao Shangs, the prodigies from hundreds of cities, leaped into action, forming streams of light that converged into a dazzling display. Talismans, artifacts, and Taoist radiance illuminated the sky, leaving brilliant trails in their wake. Among the crowd stood Bai Yi, his gaze calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his sword in hand, and ascended the celestial platform. His movements were steady and resolute, as if he had long been prepared for this moment. The instant his feet touched the ground, an endless mist surged forward, enveloping Bai Yi's consciousness and vision. Darkness consumed him. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself on a bustling city street. The scene was devoid of futuristic metallic buildings. Instead, it was filled with concrete structures and the lively atmosphere of everyday life. Vendors and pedestrians moved about, pulling Bai Yi back into the memories of a past life. Is this trial a test of the heart? Bai Yi murmured as he strolled through the streets, his calm gaze taking in the familiar sights of his previous life. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he let out a soft chuckle. With the sound of his sword ringing out, the scene before him shattered like a mirror, disintegrating into mist. When Bai Yi opened his eyes again, he glanced around. The other Daoshangs were still trapped in the illusion, but he had already taken control of his sword's light and ascended to the second step. Someone's moving up. Sword light? It's that sword cultivator. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even the heads of the Taoist schools, who had been closely observing the trial, couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a sword cultivator prodigy broke through the illusion in just 3 breaths. Those borrowed candidates haven't even awakened yet. Earlier that day, Bai Yi's duel with Lu Zhang had earned him initial recognition. Now, his performance in the trial was turning heads even more. Among the participants were top Daoshangs from over 20 Tier 3 cities, as well as more than 20 borrowed candidates geniuses deemed most likely to pass the trial. Yet Bai Yi's victory over Lu Zhang had already made him the center of attention. As Bai Yi emerged from the illusion, others gradually began to awaken as well. Seeing the sword light climbing higher, many Daoshangs narrowed their eyes in determination and quickly followed suit. On the second step of the celestial staircase, Bai Yi once again fell into an illusion. This time, he found himself as a newborn, cradled joyfully by 2 indistinct figures. Scenes of his life flashed by: kindergarten, elementary school, university, marriage. Decades of memories flowed like smoke. The vision settled on an image of 2 elderly figures, their hair grayed, gently holding his hands. Their voices were tender yet ethereal. Xiao Yi, don't leave mom and dad. The voices stirred a sigh from Bai Yi. As his breath escaped, the world around him crumbled like mist. He looked up at the sky, his gaze clear and resolute. Awake from the great dream, I am Bai Yi, and only Bai Yi. The final trace of attachment within him dissolved into dust. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Yi scanned his surroundings. Dozens of Daoshangs remained entranced in their illusions. Without hesitation, he summoned his sword's light and ascended to the third step. One illusion followed another: love and longing, the cycles of life and death, even his parents and sister in this life. Each illusion seemed designed to shake his resolve. Yet Bai Yi's heart remained sharp as a blade, cutting through one trial after another. His figure streaked upward like a meteor, and to everyone's astonishment, he soon stood upon the 10th step. Here, the mist and illusions faded. On the expansive platform, the clouds coalesced into the form of a rotund old man, bare-chested and carrying a gourd on his back. The old man picked his nose lazily, exuding a faint aura of the 6th stage of qi refinement. He glanced at Bai Yi with an amused smirk. Rogue cultivator from Long Hu sect? Huh? Against foreign cultivators, what can this little one possibly do? Meanwhile, the silver-haired youth, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, sent a wisp of divine sense toward Bai Yi on the 10th step. A faint smile curved his lips before he returned to his contemplation of the Dao. On the steps of the celestial ascent, an elder formed from the swirling clouds, shaped like a gourd, gazed at Bai Yi. His previously cheerful expression suddenly turned icy cold. Wei, you old ghost. This strand of Xian Yang heavenly flame, anyone who dares touch it obstructs my path to ascension. Since you've made your move, you are now my mortal enemy. The elder's voice echoed chillingly through the mist, carrying a murderous intent. Bai was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. His gaze fell on the elder, a rogue cultivator of the Long Hu sect, formed from the clouds. Before Bai Yi could speak, the elder raised a hand and slapped the air. From behind him emerged a verdant green gourd, its surface intricately carved with complex patterns. The gourd floated before him, trembling slightly as it exuded a menacing aura. Suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, 3 flying daggers shot forth, forming a triangular formation. The blades glimmered with Taoist runes intricately etched like seal script, emanating a sharp, metallic energy. A technique imbued with perfected Taoist essence? Bai Yi's eyes narrowed as he sensed the extraordinary nature of the daggers. Without hesitation, the sword on his back, the Wenshin sword, unsheathed itself and landed in his palm. Before the daggers could close in, Bai Yi lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, his figure vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Instead of retreating, he advanced directly toward the 3 flying daggers. His sword tip quivered slightly, creating a faint breeze as it struck precisely at the blade of the central dagger. A crisp metallic ring echoed. Using the force, Bai Yi twisted his waist, his sword moving with fluid grace, and deflected the second dagger. Finally, with a flash of sword light, the third dagger was also knocked to the ground. The triangular formation of daggers shattered instantly. Bai Yi didn't stop. Surrounded by swirling sword energy, he charged straight toward the elder. What? The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he watched his 3 flying daggers effortlessly neutralized. Shocked, he quickly channeled his spiritual energy, forming intricate hand seals and slapping them onto his gourd. The verdant gourd turned a fiery crimson, glowing with Taoist inscriptions. From its mouth erupted a torrent of acrid black smoke and sparks of fire. The black smoke surged like a tidal wave, carrying searing heat as it engulfed the air, distorting it with intense heat. Bai Yi remained calm, his expression unchanging as he pressed forward. Suddenly, he flung the Wenshin sword from his hand. The sword light transformed into a whirlwind, accompanied by a howling wind, and rushed toward the black smoke and flames. With a deafening boom, the whirlwind of sword light tore through the smoke and flames, continuing its momentum toward the elder. The sword light, like a silver dragon, pierced through the elder's body in an instant, shattering both him and his treasured gourd. The figure formed by the clouds gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. Bai Yi opened his eyes, his expression indifferent as he glanced at the crowd climbing the steps below. Without a word, he mounted his sword and ascended to the 11th level. Who is this monster? He cleared the test on the 10th level in just 15 breaths. Below, a group of Taoist prodigies had just escaped the illusions of the 9th level. Looking up, they saw Bai Yi effortlessly breaking the formation and soaring away. They couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Isn't swordsmanship supposed to be a middle-tier path? How could someone like this exist? One person muttered, their tone filled with resignation. Among them were a dozen transfer students from Kunlun City who had mixed feelings. Back in their respective schools, they were all top 20 prodigies in their grades. Coming to these 2nd and 3rd-tier cities, they had expected to dominate. Yet here they were, overshadowed by someone like Bai Yi, defeating Lu Zheng with a single sword strike, and now leading the assessment by miles, stealing all the glory. Someone muttered through gritted teeth, their tone drenched in bitterness. Stop whining. If we don't catch up, we'll lose even the reputation of being from Kunshan City. Among the group, a short-haired, round-faced boy with fiery red eyebrows bellowed. His gaze locked on the direction where Bai Yi had disappeared. With a determined step, he ascended to the 10th level. The mist reformed, and the gourd elder reappeared, his chest bare and his gaze as cold as before. The short-haired boy exhaled 2 plumes of white mist from his nostrils, his spiritual energy surging from his dantian. Scarlet flames enveloped his body, and he charged at the elder like a blazing meteor, his fists wrapped in fire as they struck down with explosive force. The elder sneered, and the 3 flying daggers once again whistled through the air, their sharp edges slicing toward the boy. The flames clashed with the daggers, and though the fire was torn apart, the boy gritted his teeth and pressed forward, his scarlet skin marked with blood-stained cuts. His brow furrowed as Taoist flames surrounded him, his spiritual energy surging relentlessly. With a flurry of fiery punches, he shattered the 3 daggers. Next time, I will catch up, the short-haired boy roared, his eyes blazing with determination as he continued his charge forward. Dark smoke engulfed the space, interwoven with flickering flames, as an invisible force seemed to suppress the entire area. The buzz-cut boy's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes devoid of any trace of fear. With a single step, his figure shot forward like lightning, plunging into the black smoke. A brilliant green glow gathered around his fist as he drove it straight toward the chest of the gourd elder. A dull thud echoed as the elder's ribcage shattered, his anguished cry fading into nothingness as his form dissipated. The boy stood motionless, scanning the space ahead with sharp eyes, silently counting in his mind. 13 breaths. I can catch up. As the mist began to clear, his gaze locked onto Bai Yi in the distance. However, the moment he got a clear view, the smirk on his face froze, replaced by sheer disbelief. Bai Yi stood calmly on the 12th step of the ascension platform, his expression serene and his gaze indifferent, as though he were merely assessing the boyer, perhaps not even paying him any mind. Without hesitation, Bai Yi ascended further, his sword carrying him upward in a streak of light toward the 13th step. This monster! The buzzcut boy muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with apprehension. On the 13th step, a middle-aged man radiated an oppressive aura, surrounded by arcs of crackling lightning. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, Bai Yi remained composed. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his Wanshin sword, unleashing the white rainbow sword technique in its full brilliance. Sword light poured down like a cascading waterfall, and after just over 10 breaths, it pierced precisely through the man's neck. The middle-aged figure froze, the lightning around him dissipating into a gentle rain of light as he faded away. Bai Yi sheathed his sword, his gaze calm as it swept across his surroundings. Internally, he pondered. It seems this stage is filled with cultivators who have mastered a single, perfected Dao arts technique. No wonder no one from Blue Mountain City has passed the preliminary test in the last decade. Even for the borrowed students from Kunlun City, this would require considerable effort. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi pushed aside his stray thoughts, ascending further on his sword. 14th step, 15th, 19th. As he progressed, the brilliance of his sword light and the white rainbow sword technique shone with unmatched intensity. Bai Yi moved through the challengers as if they were mere obstacles, dispatching them with effortless precision. His strikes were swift and decisive, leaving no survivors in his wake. Upon reaching the 20th step, the surrounding mist churned and condensed, transforming into a secluded, ancient-style meditation chamber. At the center of the chamber lay a cultivation mat, above which a Dao transmission jade talisman hovered, emitting a faint spiritual radiance. Simultaneously, the rules of the trial materialized in the void. Choose one technique and comprehend its fundamentals within half a day. Bai Yi surveyed the chamber, confirming there was nothing else present. He approached the jade talisman, picked it up, and seated himself cross-legged. Closing his eyes, he contemplated the meaning of the rules. Choose one. So the techniques within the talisman are open for selection? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He was currently in need of a sword technique to further solidify his foundation, and this jade talisman seemed to have presented itself at the perfect moment. Delving his consciousness into the talisman, he found himself in a vast, ethereal space, where hundreds of techniques shimmered like stars. Among them were the body-refining technique, white jade body, the elemental technique, chaotic water technique, and the sword technique, iron-cutting sword technique, among Othursa dazzling array. Bai Yi's gaze swept across the techniques before settling on the iron-cutting sword technique. The sword light is heavy, as though carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. This will do, he thought. While he felt a twinge of regret that these techniques were only of lower grade, mastering one to an introductory level within 2 hours would already reflect exceptional talent. Having made his choice, Bai Yi pressed the jade talisman to his forehead, allowing streams of text to flow into his mind. Within his consciousness, the imprint of the iron-cutting sword technique gradually took form. A heavy sword without a sharp edge, great skill that appears clumsy. By channeling force through momentum, nothing is unbreakable, Bai Yi murmured, reciting the technique's core principles as he familiarized himself with its pathways. His focus then shifted to the glimmer of enlightenment deep within his consciousness. Indeed, with my current aptitude, mastering this sword technique to an introductory level within 2 hours is feasible. However, merely reaching the basics pales in comparison to transcending the technique's forms and grasping its Dao essence, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. Bai Yi's eyes flickered with determination as he made up his mind. Without hesitation, he reached for a glimmer of enlightenment, allowing the mystical power within to elevate the iron-cutting sword technique to a higher realm. Meanwhile, in the plaza below the ascension platform, a gathering of Dao school deans watched Bai Yi's progress intently. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "What a prodigy! This young man wields his sword light with such precision, slicing through those rogue cultivators as if they were nothing. He's not even giving us old folks a chance to catch our breath. It's nothing much. Compared to the sword strike that defeated that temporary student from Lanshan First High School the other day, this little sword cultivator still seems to be holding back quite a bit of his strength on these levels." Hearing the murmurs of discussion among their colleagues, a few principals from the Daoist schools in Lanshan City couldn't help but let out bitter chuckles, their faces tinged with helplessness. This time, their Lanshan schools had certainly made a name for themselves in the assessment, not because of their own students, but because of this young sword cultivator who had come from another region. Not necessarily, a principal from a Daoist school in a secondary-tier city remarked calmly, his gaze sharpening slightly. This kid's swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, but the test on this level is about comprehension. Without sufficient insight, no matter how skilled his sword techniques are, he might not make it through. The moment these words fell, the elderly principal from Luanshan First High School, Chiu, flushed with anger. He slammed the table fiercely and roared, "Nonsense. Some people just can't stand seeing their own students outmatched, so they resort to snide remarks and backhanded jabs. They'll say it now within 2 hours. This sword cultivator will definitely comprehend the spell technique and reach mastery." Being publicly contradicted by Principal Chiu, the other Daoist school principal's face darkened. Though anger simmered in his heart, he managed to suppress it, letting out a cold chuckle. "If you're so confident, how about we place a little wager? But I'll bet hell only reach the entry level. Mastery? Oomph, not likely." "Fine, a bet it is." Principal Chiu agreed without hesitation, his eyes blazing with confidence in Bai Yi. "Count me in as well." Another senior principal, who had just arrived after hearing the commotion, spoke coldly. With a flick of his hand, a jade bottle containing 6 spirit-breaking pills floated into the air, glimmering faintly. He snorted and said, "I'll wager this bottle of spirit-breaking pills. Surely you can come up with stakes of equal value?" Seeing this, several other principals at the Foundation establishment stage became intrigued. Like spectators at a drama, they gathered around, cheering and expressing their willingness to witness the wager. The scene became lively and animated, though their gazes frequently darted toward the assessment platform, especially to Bai Yi, who was seated on the 20th level. Time ticked by, and over an hour later, many of the temporary students and prodigies from second and third-year cities, who had entered the level after Bai Yi, had already cultivated their chosen techniques to the entry stage and proceeded to the 21st level. Yet Bai Yi remained seated on the 20th step, eyes closed, unmoving. "It's been an hour and a half already, and still no progress? That's odd," someone murmured under their breath. With his talent in swordsmanship, his comprehension shouldn't be this poor. The principal from the secondary-tier city smirked slightly, a hint of smugness appearing on his face as he thought to himself, as expected, comprehension and sword skills are not the same thing. Just as he was about to voice a mocking remark, a sudden surge of heavy and profound sword intent rippled outward from Bai Yi's position. Bai Yi's seated figure trembled faintly as his one-sheen sword unsheathed itself. The dense sword light gathered around him, and as his sword techniques unfolded, they resembled the strikes of a massive hammer. Each swing seemed to distort the air slightly. His movements transitioned from slow to swift, from clumsy to fluid, with the sword light growing sharper and sharper. Gradually, a faint yet substantial trace of Dao rhythm began to coalesce, merging into the sword light. "Dao rhythm in its initial stage," someone exclaimed in astonishment. "Dao rhythm perfection," another principal shouted, eyes wide with disbelief. As Bai Yi's swordsmanship became increasingly refined, the sword light began to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy, its power surging several-fold. The gathered Daoist school principals stared intently at the platform, holding their breath without realizing it. 10 minutes later, faint Dao patterns flickered within Bai Yi's sword light, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. With that, the one-sheen sword slowly returned to its sheath, and the entire space fell into a serene stillness. Bai Yi opened his eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and maintained a composed expression, though a glimmer of profundity shone in his gaze. He murmured softly to himself, "This iron-cleaving sword technique, under the illumination of the Dao's guiding light, coupled with the foundation of my swordsmanship, was cultivated to Dao rhythm perfection in just 1 hour." At that moment, an overwhelming silence enveloped the room. Everyone present was so stunned that they were rendered speechless, utterly taken aback by what they had just witnessed. To master the art of the sword and ascend to the pinnacle of the Dao, one must embody the sharpness and brilliance of a true swordsman. The first trial of the blade, a display of talent that soars above the heavens. In a system governed by the Immortal Alliance, only true prodigies can command the attention of all, and that vast, ocean-like divine sense was the undeniable proof of Bai Yi's unparalleled power. At this moment, in the Grand Plaza, the heads of various Dao schools were still immersed in the shock of the scene Bai Yi had just demonstrated. The resonance of Dao filled the air, and the sword's intent blazed like a rainbow, as if the heavens and earth themselves bowed before him. A few principals exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. "This isn't just mastery of a sword technique, it's the direct comprehension of Dao resonance," exclaimed a middle-aged principal, his voice trembling as though even he couldn't believe what he was saying. 1 hour. No, to be precise, an hour and a half. He started from nothing, mastered the sword technique, comprehended the Dao resonance, and even showed faint signs of perfection, murmured another principal, his tone filled with admiration and astonishment. This is the potential of a sword immortal." The moment those words were spoken, the crowd erupted into a fervent uproar. The previously stunned school principals now broke into fervent discussion, their voices laden with excitement and awe. "Sword immortal potential," someone couldn't help but repeat, as if clinging to those 4 words to steady their turbulent emotions. These Dao school principals, who prided themselves on their vast experience, had seen countless prodigies, most of whom came from first and second-tier academies after breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Yet today, Bai Yi's performance struck them like a thunderous blow to their egos. Comprehending Dao resonance with a lower-tier technique, well, that's something even an ordinary Dao student from a third-rate private academy could achieve, remarked an elderly principal with graying hair, shaking his head with a complex expression. But to go from nothing to Dao resonance in just an hour and a half, that's simply terrifying. He stroked his beard, his gaze distant with reminiscence. I remember when I first cultivated the wind palm seal and entered the Dao resonance stage. It took me nearly 2 months. Back then, I was quite proud of myself. Now, it's truly humbling. The old man's words elicited nods and sighs of agreement from the surrounding principals. The younger generation is truly formidable, as the crowd marveled. The white-haired youth who had been seated cross-legged on the misty platform suddenly moved. In an instant, he appeared before the elderly principal of Lanshan Second Academy. "Greetings, honored one." The crowd immediately bowed in deep respect upon seeing him, their demeanor reverent. The white-haired youth's gaze was calm as he glanced at the old principal and asked, "This young man, is he a Dao student of Lanshan Second Academy?" The old principal quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, honored one. He is indeed a student of our academy, and his name is Bai Yi." Bai Yi. The youth nodded slightly, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. "Not bad. Once the evaluation is over, bring him to see me." "As you command, honored one." The old principal's heart surged with joy, but his tone remained respectful and measured. Before his voice had fully faded, the white-haired youth's figure dissolved into mist and reappeared above, seated once more in the clouds. In the plaza, the principals were left in even greater shock by the words of this esteemed Jindan cultivator, the head of Tianlan Academy. Some even felt a tinge of jealousy. A Jindan cultivator, a being with a lifespan of 1,000 years, and the power to dominate entire regions, had personally requested to meet Bai Yi. "Congratulations, my friend. With such a student, Lanshan City is bound to flourish with resources in the coming years." Someone spoke up, their tone filled with envy. "Congratulations," echoed the others, their voices tinged with complex emotions. The old principal clasped his hands in gratitude, unable to hide the smile spreading across his face. His gaze fell upon Bai Yi in the distance, brimming with pride and satisfaction. Even the principal who had earlier placed a wager against him stepped forward to offer an apology, handing over a bottle of spirit-breaking pills with a respectful demeanor. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had already reached the 21st step of the ascension staircase. He looked at the mist-formed figure of a sect maiden before him, his expression shifting slightly as he let out a soft sigh of regret. As expected, this enlightenment trial is merely a checkpoint, he thought to himself. What a pity I missed another chance to acquire more sword techniques. However, with one trial every 10 levels, it meant he still had 4 more opportunities for enlightenment. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened, his wandering thoughts quickly reined in. Sword light streaked like a rainbow as he unleashed the full power of the white rainbow sword technique. His sword energy surged like a rainbow piercing the sky, unstoppable. The maiden countered with water-based spells, but within mere moments, her defenses were overwhelmed, and she was utterly defeated by the sword's brilliance. Level 21, 25, 30, 31. Bai Yi climbed higher with each step, his sword light cutting through all obstacles. Day and night alternated as the opponents on the ascension staircase grew increasingly formidable, yet he fought with relentless vigor, revealing the true extent of the strength he had used to defeat Lu Zhang in a single strike. At the 49th step, his sword light merged with 2 layers of Dao resonance. The sword's radiance roared like thunder, striking down a fierce hanging-browed demon tiger. After a brief stalemate, his blade pierced through the chest of a phantom beast-taming sect disciple. Bai Yi exhaled softly, steadying the turbulent spiritual energy within him. He lifted his gaze toward the 50th step, the final challenge that symbolized the completion of the trial. The 50th step awaited him, quietly calling for his arrival. As long as he passes this final level, he will complete the preliminary trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces. Unfortunately, the challenge on this 40th level was to comprehend the basics of a chi refining Dao technique within 4 hours. Otherwise, he could have mastered an additional sword technique. Bai Yi lowered his gaze, observing the scattered examinees struggling to climb the levels below, while he stood at a far higher realm. His eyes sharpened, and with a burst of sword light underfoot, he soared like a rainbow straight toward the 50th level. In the distance, amidst swirling clouds, a white-haired youth sat observing. His gaze fell upon Bai Yi, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly in approval. A sword cultivator with such remarkable talent, it's rare to see someone of this caliber in a 2nd or 3rd-year trial, he murmured. His deep eyes seemed to pierce through Bai Yi's mastery of the sword. To achieve sword light transformation at the chi refining stage, and to merge the Dao rhythm of two sword techniques. Such talent would already make him an exceptional disciple in the nascent soul sword sects of the outer regions. But within the Immortal Alliance, he is nothing short of extraordinary. The white-haired youth sighed softly, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Comprehending the Dao rhythm of a sword technique in just an hour and a half, this level of insight and aptitude for Dao comprehension is truly exceptional. Reflecting on past candidates, he silently compared them and realized that even the most gifted of those who had passed before paled in comparison to Bai Yi's understanding. With such potential, if not for his current low cultivation level, Bai Yi would have already been fiercely contested by the top academies. But this was precisely the scenario that principals of first-rate academies like him hoped for. A faint smile curved the youth's lips as he seemed quite pleased with his discovery. He muttered under his breath, "It's because his cultivation level is still low that we stand a chance to recruit him." His gaze burned with intensity, already calculating how to bring Bai Yi into his fold. After the trials, he'll have to personally speak with him. While the 4 academies may lack the resources of the 10 palaces, we can still scrape together enough to support a disciple of his caliber. With this thought, his eyes turned toward the distant summit of the ascension staircase, shrouded in clouds. On the 60th level stood 14 solemn white jade statues, towering as if suppressing the heavens themselves. His gaze darkened slightly, a trace of worry flickering across his mind. He must not go any higher. As Bai Yi descended on his sword, his feet lightly touched the 50th level steps. In that instant, the surrounding sea of clouds churned. Iron chains stretched taut, and majestic mountains loomed. The cries of white cranes echoed, mingling with the wisps of blue smoke. The white jade platform beneath his feet gradually vanished, replaced by solid gray stone slabs. Layer upon layer of observation towers and staircases emerged around him, their presence tangible and real. At the center, a massive martial arena slowly took shape. Amid the swirling mist, a figure appeared. It was a young man dressed in a long, azure robe, his hair falling loosely by his temples, his expression sharp and brimming with vitality. Standing before Bai Yi, he cupped his fists and gave a slight bow. Though his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable edge. "Senior brother, I'm afraid this intersect position is not something I can concede. I humbly ask for your guidance." Before the words had even fully left his mouth, the young man's spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, emanating the aura of Qi refining stage 7. The air around them trembled faintly as he formed a seal with his hands, channeling his energy. Behind him, the spiritual power condensed into a vivid image of a white crane, its form flowing with Dao rhythm. His azure robes fluttered in the wind as he moved with purpose. The white crane's spirit let out a resonant cry, its wings spreading wide as it soared into the sky. With a single motion, countless feathers transformed into Dao-infused arrows, raining down like a storm to engulf the arena. Spirit Dao techniques. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed as he unsheathed his heart-seeking sword. The sword light coiled upward like a wandering dragon, forming a spinning wall of light above him. The barrage of feathers clashed against the sword light, producing a relentless series of metallic clangs before shattering one by one. The young man's expression remained steadfast. His hand seals shifted once more, and with a flash of spiritual energy, the white crane in midair let out an earth-shaking cry. In an instant, the misty clouds transformed into rain, with each droplet carrying a trace of the profound essence of water. As the rain fell and touched Bai Yi's arm, he felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow wrapped in spiritual energy. The rain cascaded like a curtain, and the world seemed shrouded in the boundless rhythm of water's essence. The raindrops, sharp as arrows, pierced Bai Yi's senses. His figure swayed slightly, a faint tremor spreading through his arm, causing his brows to furrow in caution. This was no ordinary rain. It was imbued with deadly spiritual power, each drop potent enough to shake his protective aura. Bai Yi raised his gaze. His peripheral vision caught sight of the white crane circling in the sky, and his focus shifted to the distant figure of his stoic, cold-eyed opponent. Behind him, the long-dormant Qingfeng sword began to tremble, its resonant hum echoing as if responding to its master's intent. In a flash, the Qingfeng sword transformed into a streak of azure light, slicing through the rain-filled sky. Countless streams of sword energy converged into a radiant arc, sweeping through and tearing apart the rain and the scattered feathers of the white crane. The crane let out a sharp cry, attempting to evade, but it was a moment too slow. The azure streak pierced through its chest, its sword light sharp and unstoppable. The rain curtain thinned slightly, and a gleam flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He pressed his fingers into a sword seal, and the one-sheen sword flew from his hand. Its light blazed like a comet, cutting through the stormy winds. The intertwining auras of the azure and white swords coiled like dragons, leaving trails of radiant arcs in their wake as they charged directly at the young man. "Senior brother, your skills are indeed formidable. Forgive my offense, the young man said coldly, his expression calm and unshaken. With his right hand, he formed a seal, conjuring the image of a crane. Behind him, the manifestation of the white crane reappeared. At the same time, his left hand flipped, and spiritual energy coalesced into the shape of a tiger's mark. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive, striped tiger materialized, leaping toward the Wunshin sword. Each swipe of the tiger's claws radiated the essence of its path, sending waves of spiritual energy rippling through the air as it clashed with the sword's sharpness. With a resounding impact, spiritual energy scattered in all directions. The tiger's ethereal body wavered but quickly reformed, letting out a deafening roar as it pounced once more. Bai Yi felt a heaviness in his chest but steadied himself, stepping back 2 paces. He lifted his gaze to the white crane circling in the rain and the roaring tiger charging toward him. His expression darkened. His opponent's mastery of 2 paths, complementing each other in both offense and defense, was indeed formidable. Within his dantian, the 5 elemental energy vortex spun rapidly, spiritual energy surging like rushing rivers. Bai Yi exhaled a slow, heavy breath, and the twin swords hovered by his sides. Facing an opponent with such exceptional mastery of Taoist arts and a cultivation level 2 tiers above his own, he knew that relying solely on his previously displayed iron-cutting sword technique and drifting snow sword technique would no longer suffice. However, Bai Yi was no longer the same as he had been before the Secret Realm trial. Beyond the 2 techniques he had revealed, he still held one sword technique that had yet to be unleashed. Above the clouds, a white-haired youth swept his divine sense across the 50 steps of the trial grounds, his gaze resting on the embattled Bai Yi below. A faint smile lingered in his eyes. This trial stage, replicating the promotion test of a top-tier golden core sect in the Middle Realms, demanded exceptional foundational skills and comprehension of techniques far beyond what an ordinary rogue cultivator could achieve. Passing this stage would be undeniable proof of extraordinary talent. This little one will have to work hard, the white-haired youth thought to himself, but his expression suddenly shifted, and his divine sense once again enveloped the trial grounds. He saw Bai Yi surrounded by swirling sword energy, with the Wunshin and Qingfeng swords flying in tandem. Their radiant arcs intertwined with the wind, exuding a profound, ancient aura as if heralding the descent of twilight. The Songyun sword technique, the youth murmured in astonishment. The fusion of clouds and wind unfolded, the twin swords dancing like dragons, their light undulating with agility and speed. One veered left, the other right, deftly evading the tiger's onslaught. In an instant, they tore through the void, obliterating the spiritual tiger completely. Without pause, the Qingfeng sword soared upward, its energy cutting through rain and feathers alike, piercing through the white crane's body with unstoppable force. Simultaneously, the Wunshin sword surged forward, skillfully bypassing the young man's defensive spells and talismans. Its light flickered as it shattered the reformed spiritual tiger, then streaked like lightning toward the young man's throat. As the sword's light descended, the young man's figure and the surrounding scene dissipated into nothingness. The twin swords retreated to their scabbards, their blades trembling faintly, as if still echoing the resonance of that earth-shattering strike. Bai Yi's face was slightly pale, but his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable joy. He sat cross-legged, retrieved a pill from his storage pouch, and swallowed it without hesitation. The small 5 elements technique within him began to circulate, and spiritual energy surged through his meridians like flowing streams, gradually restoring the energy he had expended. That strike, though dazzling and unparalleled, had nearly drained all of his spiritual energy. The intertwining of 3 Dao rhythms, combined with the enhancement of the sword light transformation technique, demanded an extraordinary amount of spiritual power. Had he not cultivated the small 5 elements technique to perfection and built a solid foundation with the profound teachings of the Heavy Spirit Sutra, that single strike alone could have left him utterly depleted and vulnerable. In the distance, amidst the shifting clouds, a silver-haired youth sat atop the mist, silently observing Bai Yi with his divine sense. His expression, initially calm and indifferent, shifted into one of astonishment and admiration as he stood up involuntarily. A murmur escaped his lips. At the Qi refining realm, to have mastered 3 perfected Dao rhythms and sword techniques, and to integrate them into a single strike, further enhanced by the mystical sword light transformation, this boy's talent in the way of the sword is truly extraordinary. His gaze flickered, his thoughts surging like waves. In the outer realms, the path of sword cultivation was revered as one of the highest pursuits, even earning the reputation of being unrivaled in offense within the same realm. Though somewhat exaggerated, this acclaim was not without merit. The prodigious sword cultivators of the outer realm sects were nothing short of remarkable. Yet within the Immortal Alliance, due to the constraints of the heavenly Dao, the path of sword cultivation had been in decline, and it had been years since anyone had achieved the nascent soul stage through the sword. Now, This young man before him seemed to ignite a glimmer of hope for the revival of sword cultivation within the alliance. However, Bai Yi's current cultivation level remained too low. The silver-haired youth furrowed his brows, caught between excitement and concern. He worried that Bai Yi might insist on competing in the entrance assessments of the 4 institutes and 10 palaces, challenging those who had been groomed with abundant resources and exceptional talent since childhood. Though the Tianlan Academy ranked among the top-tier institutions, it paled in comparison to the allure of the 4 institutes and 10 palaces. Clasping his hands behind his back, the silver-haired youth's eyes glinted with determination. No rush. If it doesn't work the first time, then the second, or the third will eventually bring him into Tianlan Academy. In that moment, his gaze burned with passion, entirely devoid of the usual composure expected of a golden core cultivator. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be taken aback. As he pondered his next move, his eyes suddenly fell upon the 50th step of the ascension staircase. There, Bai Yi, having finished his meditation, rose slowly to his feet. He glanced toward the end of the staircase, his eyes blazing with battle intent, and without hesitation, he rode his sword toward the 51st step. The silver-haired youth froze momentarily, his peripheral vision catching sight of the 14 statues atop the clouds. His heart sank as he sighed inwardly. This boy truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Though exasperated, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration for Bai Yi's persistence and courage. On the 51st step, Bai Yi landed gracefully, his sword beneath his feet. The surrounding environment shifted abruptly as the mist churned and parted. From the void emerged a young man in a crimson Taoist robe, his aura sharp and overwhelming, his gaze as piercing as a blade. Bai Yi's expression tightened, as if he had anticipated this encounter. He lifted his eyes toward the end of the towering staircase that vanished into the clouds, his resolve hardening. Since I've set foot on this ascension staircase, I must see what lies at its peak. Without further words, Bai Yi took a deep breath. 3 layers of Dao rhythms intertwined, and his twin swords shot out of their scabbards. Sword light streaked across the air like rainbows, aimed directly at the crimson-robed youth. After 4 strikes, the figure dissolved into mist, and the staircase returned to tranquility. Bai Yi sheathed his swords, his battle spirit undiminished. He sat cross-legged once more, meditating briefly before leaping onto his sword again, ascending toward the 52nd step. Since I've set foot on this ascension staircase, I must see what lies at its peak. 52, 55, 58. In the plaza, where dawn and dusk intertwined, the faint morning light fell across the temples of every headmaster present, yet none noticed. Their sharp eyes were fixed on the figure that had disappeared into the clouds above, as though afraid to miss even the briefest moment. With every murmured count of the steps, complex emotions rippled through the air: astonishment, tension, and even a hint of envy. "Old G, someone from your Dao Academy made it to the 50th step," a nearby headmaster muttered. Old G blinked, then waved dismissively, his gaze still locked on the clouds. "It's just a transfer student. Don't bother me, I'm watching that swordsman kid." Elsewhere on the ascension staircase, time flowed onward, and dawn gave way to dusk again. Many transfer students and elites from 2nd and 3rd year Dao Academies finally crossed the 50th step. Some relied on pills, others on talismans, barely managing to outlast the sect geniuses who challenged them. But instead of triumph, their faces held only bitterness as they looked up at the figure nearing the summit. Bai Yi. On the 59th step, Bai Yi stood like a war god amidst the storm. His chest heaved as sweat dripped from his forehead, tracing a path down his jaw before splattering onto the worn stone steps below. 2 flying swords danced before him, their arcs like rainbow streaks, each blade brimming with the resonance of triple Dao intent. The sword chi they unleashed churned the surrounding clouds into tatters. Opposite him, a sect youth stood with jade-like skin, his strikes entwined with Dao energy. Each punch and kick carried immense pressure, colliding with Bai Yi's swordplay in an unrelenting rhythm. Clang, clang. Each clash rang out like the toll of a bell, sending ripples of energy across the air. Suddenly crack, a fine fracture appeared on the sect youth's jade-like skin. A cold glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Seizing the moment, he poured the last of his spiritual energy into his swords. The dual blades raged like a storm, unrelentingly targeting the fracture. Ugh! The sect youth faltered, his movements momentarily sluggish. Bai Yi struck with precision, his blade slipping past the faltering defense to pierce through his chest. As the sword penetrated, the youth's form dissolved into mist, scattering into the clouds. Bai Yi dropped to one knee, his hands braced against the ground as his swords quivered at his sides. His breathing was labored, his body aching from exhaustion. With a self-deprecating smirk, he muttered, "If this drags on any longer, I'm done for." His gaze lingered where his opponent had disappeared. Though victorious, he felt the sting of his lower cultivation. The fight had pushed him to his limits, but it also deepened his understanding of the interplay between the three Dao intents, allowing him to conserve energy more effectively. For hours later, Bai Yi opened his eyes. Gazing past the veil of clouds, he could just make out the faint silhouette of the ascension staircase's peak. Suppressing his excitement, he summoned his sword and flew into the clouds. The sea of clouds parted, revealing a breathtaking scene. A pristine, jade-like celestial pool reflecting the boundless sky. In its center stood four towering statues, their forms majestic and imposing. On either side of these central figures were 10 smaller statues, shrouded in mist that obscured their features. Bai Yi dismounted his sword, stepping onto the 60th step. Surprisingly, there were no further clouds, only the pool, the statues, and silence. Those who reach here may enter the celestial pool and seek their destiny, a faint voice echoed. Bai Yi looked up, the 14 statues looming amidst the mist, their presence exuding an ineffable mystery. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the pool. The icy water sent a jolt through him, heightening his senses as he waded forward. Ripples spread gently with each step. When he reached the center of the statues, their latent power erupted, and an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain. Bang! The pressure forced Bai Yi's legs to buckle, his spine bending under the weight. His bones groaned in protest as sweat poured down his face. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed every ounce of spiritual energy, straightening his back through sheer willpower. One step I won't retreat, even one step, he roared, forcing himself forward. Boom! The pressure intensified. Bai Yi's body trembled violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, with unyielding determination, he lifted his foot and moved forward once more. I just want to cross with my 3-foot sword and see what lies ahead. The veins on Bai Yi's forehead bulged as the twin swords, Wen Xin and Qing Feng, trembled and unsheathed themselves, hovering protectively at his sides. The blades sliced through the air, stirring currents imbued with Taoist rhythms, creating a gale that swirled around him, forming a faint protective aura. The sharp edge of the sword energy alleviated some of the immense pressure pressing down on him. He lifted his gaze toward the foreboding array of statues 100 meters away, a faint smirk curling his lips as he let out a soft chuckle. Not bad. Not bad at all. With just a few steps forward, Bai Yi had to rely on the sword energy to dissipate the crushing force. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back, his eyes blazing with determination as he fixed his gaze on the 14 statues ahead. His steps were steady, resolute, as he pressed onward. Boom! Like a collapsing mountain, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, slamming into his body with ferocity. His expression darkened as he gripped the Qing Feng sword tightly. The blade glowed with a green light, unleashing a wind as sharp as knives that collided with the invisible force, slicing through it bit by bit. The friction generated faint ripples visible to the naked eye. Spiritual energy surged within him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Despite his trembling legs, he clenched his teeth, refusing to let his knees buckle. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. As he reached the 10th step, the surrounding sea of clouds churned violently, merging with the oppressive force and converging toward him. The pressure intensified dramatically, like a storm cloud looming over a besieged city. The Qingfeng sword emitted a piercing hum, its blade trembling uncontrollably. The previously stable Taoist rhythm of the sword's technique flickered like a candle in the wind, and its sharp energy began to wane. Bai Yi felt as though a massive hammer had struck his spine and joints, nearly forcing his legs to buckle instinctively. But at that critical moment, the Wen Xin sword suddenly slashed forward. A brilliant arc of silver light shot skyward, intertwining with the green glow of the Qingfeng sword. The two forces sliced through the oppressive clouds, tearing them apart. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi swiftly retrieved a pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Spiritual energy surged back into his body, reinvigorating him. Dragging his heavy frame, he pressed forward step by step toward the statues, with the twin swords cutting a path ahead until he entered the 100-meter range. The very void seemed to tremble faintly at this point. Bai Yi fixed his gaze ahead, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he stepped forward without hesitation. Buzz! The moment his foot landed, an indescribable force crashed down upon him like a thunderclap aimed directly at his soul. His mind reeled under the impact, his vision darkened, and his once steady steps faltered as his body swayed precariously. Yet, at this perilous juncture, the Xiaowuxing technique activated on its own. The 5-element energy vortex within him spun rapidly, stirring his spiritual energy into motion. His vision cleared, and the sharpness returned to his eyes. The Wenxin and Qingfeng swords simultaneously flared with Taoist rhythms once more. Their energies interwove, resonating and amplifying each other. The sword energy surged, spiraling around Bai Yi and forming a translucent protective barrier that shielded him from the mountainous pressure. That last strike felt like a direct hit to my soul, Bai Yi muttered, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Sensing the five-element vortex spinning steadily in his dantian, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If not for the Xiaowuxing technique reaching perfection, that single blow would have been enough to bring me down. This pressure was far beyond mere physical oppression. It directly targeted the soul. Without specialized methods or a solid foundational technique, no amount of offensive prowess could withstand it. Meanwhile, outside the ascension steps, a white-haired youth observed Bai Yi within the 100-meter range. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by a sigh of mixed admiration and regret. This young swordsman from a third-tier city's Taoist school had surpassed his expectations time and again. To have cultivated the Xiaowuxing technique to perfection before even the Academy Selection's feat, achieved by only a handful throughout the history of the Immortal Alliance, was nothing short of extraordinary. Within the vast expanse of the Immortal Alliance, third-tier cities are as numerous as the stars. Each year, millions of elite Dao practitioners undergo rigorous assessments. Yet, among this immense multitude, only a rare few can reach the level of the young sword cultivator standing before them. What's more astonishing is the precision with which he has mastered his Dao sword technique. His sword intent is sharp, unyielding, and awe-inspiring. Standing to the side, an elderly youth with silver hair observed the struggling sword cultivator with a piercing gaze. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This young man's talent is extraordinary, but his humble origins will likely keep him from joining the 4 academies. Still, he may have the potential to secure a position among the 10 palaces. Shaking his head slightly, a trace of regret flashed through his eyes. If only his cultivation were higher, the outcome of the true sovereign's test might be entirely different. As his eyes finally settled on Bai Yi's faltering figure, the silver-haired youth closed his eyes gently, his conclusion already formed. Reaching within 30 meters of the statue would be his limit. With his current cultivation and understanding of Dao resonance, it's unlikely he can cross that final stretch. Despite being a golden core cultivator himself, even he dared not act recklessly under the oppressive might of the true sovereign's aura. Meanwhile, the many Dao school heads floating midair as spectators were left utterly stunned, their judgment completely shaken. Within the celestial pool, Bai Yi's face was pale as paper. 2 flying swords trembled uncontrollably in the air, clearly pushed to their limits. He hastily swallowed medicinal pills while struggling to maintain the resonance between the Dao and his swords. Yet the depletion of his spiritual energy was like a dam breaking. It could not be stopped. His chest heaved violently as he fixed his gaze on the true sovereign statue. 60 meters away, a determined glint shining in his eyes. This can't go on. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, his hands forming a sword seal with sudden force. Around him, a surge of Dao resonance emerged, blending with the energies of his 2 swords, Wenxin and Qingfeng. Clouds roiled, and radiant lights intertwined with the breeze as his sword intent burst forth like a rainbow. The once overpowering pressure that had pinned his flying swords seemed to tear like paper. With a low shout, he commanded his swords to slice through the oppressive force, propelling himself forward like a falling star. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The distance rapidly shrank. However, as he stepped into the 30-meter range, the terrifying pressure suddenly doubled. Bai Yi's hurried strides were forced to slow, and eventually, he could only move forward in painstaking steps. His face grew paler, his spiritual energy nearly exhausted despite the support of the medicinal pills. Staggering slightly, his eyes still burned with unyielding determination. 3 types of Dao resonance, dual sword control, sword light like a rainbow. Is this truly my limit? Bai Yi took a deep breath, lifting his gaze toward the statue just within reach. A stubborn resolve crept onto his face. No, a sword cultivator seeks clarity within adversity, but above all, must press forward without hesitation. If 3 types of Dao resonance are not enough, then he'll merge a 4th. With a low roar, a heavy, mountain-like Dao resonance surged from his body. This new resonance coiled around his 2 swords, clashing violently with the existing 3, creating chaotic turbulence. Bai Yi felt an overwhelming force crash down on him, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. His muscles tore, his bones groaned, and his entire body was on the brink of collapse. Yet, under this crushing pressure, the 4th Dao resonance gradually took shape, like raw iron forged into steel. Slowly but surely, it fused with his flying swords. When the 4 resonances finally merged fully, the light of his swords flared brilliantly. Bai Yi let out a roar of defiance as blood seeped from his pores and his veins ruptured. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed his sword with all his remaining strength. The sword sang with a piercing cry. The 2 blades, infused with Dao resonance, roared forward like blood-soaked dragons, tearing through the oppressive aura in their path. As the sword energy collided with the void, ripples spread outward. An invisible shield-like resistance tried to hold back the onslaught, but the sword light forcefully pierced through. Wen Xin's sword trembled violently, its dual-core mechanisms working at full capacity to dissipate the pressure. Meanwhile, Qing Feng's sword, under the immense strain, was riddled with cracks, verging on complete collapse. Sensing Qing Feng's sword's breaking point, Bai Yi's lips curled into a grimace as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His Danshan's spiritual energy had been entirely drained. With his face contorted in pain, he let out a final, guttural cry, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength. Slash! The sword's radiance suddenly surged, and the chilling sword energy erupted like an unbridled dragon, tearing through the void in an instant and piercing straight beneath the statue of the heavenly pool. A sharp, piercing hum of the sword echoed all around, shaking the very core of those present. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that felt like his body was being torn apart. Taking advantage of the crack opened by the sword's light, he pushed off with his toes, his body darting forward like an arrow, leaping the final 30 meters with all his might. The moment he landed, a crystalline pearl emerged slowly from beneath the heavenly pool statue, emanating a soft yet undeniable brilliance. The suffocating pressure that had weighed heavily on the surroundings vanished abruptly, as though the heavens and earth had regained their balance. The sword in Bai Yi's hand, the Wen Xin sword, slipped powerlessly to the ground, while the Qing Feng sword shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions, clearly having been pushed to its absolute limit. Bai Yi dropped to one knee, his palm pressing firmly against the ground. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and blood seeped from his pores, staining the waters of the heavenly pool red. With great effort, he raised his head, his gaze falling on the pearl suspended midair. His eyes held a mix of complex emotions, relief tinged with lingering regret. "I did it," he murmured softly before everything went black, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. At that very moment, the pearl trembled slightly, releasing a gentle glow that enveloped his body. The light, like nourishing spring rain, seeped into his wounds, and Bai Yi could feel the torn flesh knitting together rapidly. Even the meridians and dantian within him, damaged under the immense pressure, were being restored at an astonishing pace, perhaps even stronger than before. Within mere moments, the glow dissipated, and Bai Yi stood up slowly, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. However, before he could take in the scene, a vast, profound aura suddenly surged forth. The end of the ascension steps was now shrouded in clouds and mist, which billowed and churned as if alive, spreading outward. Bai Yi's expression shifted slightly as he noticed 2 of the 14 statues of the true sovereigns suddenly light up. Their eyes gleamed with radiant brilliance, and the beams of light locked onto him with an almost tangible intensity. In an instant, Bai Yi felt the descent of 2 indescribable forces. These forces were both ethereal and profound, omnipresent yet beyond grasp. The Wen Xin sword, sensing the danger, let out a low hum, attempting to move to protect its master. But under the oppressive weight of the 2 gazes, it froze midair, unable to advance even an inch. Bai Yi's heart trembled. This overwhelming power far surpassed any pressure he had encountered before. The 2 gazes intersected in the air, creating an invisible collision before quickly subsiding. A clear, ethereal voice rang out, reverberating through the sea of clouds. "Well done. With this token, you may enter my Genie Palace. With this token, you may enter my Qianyuan Palace." As the voice faded, 2 rays of divine light shot out from the statues, hovering directly in front of Bai Yi. The divine light slowly descended as the statues' brilliance dimmed, returning to their original state, as if nothing had transpired. Bai Yi reached out to take the light, which dissipated to reveal 2 jade tokens engraved with intricate runes. The front of each token bore the character Shang, while the back was inscribed with Genie and Qianyuan, respectively. These are Shang Palace tokens, personally bestowed by the true sovereigns. Possessing these tokens exempts you from the entrance examination and grants direct access to the 10 palaces. An elderly voice suddenly spoke nearby. Bai Yi turned his head to see a youthful figure with white hair and a serene expression approaching slowly. The man's gaze lingered on the jade tokens, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. "I never imagined you could endure such pressure and integrate the complete Dao rhythm of a mere lower-tier sword technique into your blade," the white-haired figure remarked, his eyes studying Bai Yi with a mix of admiration and complexity. Internally, he was deeply shaken. To achieve such a feat with only a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivation, passing the 60th level of the Ascension steps, and confronting the 14 true sovereign statues, this level of talent was something he had never witnessed, even in his own youth. His gaze sharpened slightly as he thought to himself, those 2 true sovereigns must have recognized this potential, which is why they granted the Shang Palace tokens. After all, the rules of the Immortal Alliance are strict. Even for true sovereigns, the issuance of each Shang Palace token must be recorded, and is never done lightly. "These tokens only grant access to the 10 palaces?" Bai Yi asked, his eyes fixed on the jade tokens in his hand. He raised his head slightly, his calm tone carrying a hint of inquiry. He had already deduced that the appearance of this golden core cultivator was not solely to explain the token's purpose. The white-haired figure smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed, the Jini and Qinyuan Shang Palace tokens correspond to Jini Palace and Qinyuan Palace, respectively. With these tokens, you may enter directly without any examination. Are there similar tokens for the 4 institutes? Bai Yi's brows furrowed slightly, his tone betraying a hint of diminished interest. His reaction caused the white-haired figure to inwardly marvel. Such composure and discernment were truly extraordinary. In the entire Immortal Alliance, for over 95 of Dao practitioners, obtaining an upper palace token is an incredibly exciting achievement. Yet, the young sword cultivator standing before them seemed completely indifferent. His gaze remained fixed on the distant 4 academies, his expression calm but radiating an invisible sharpness. That air of pride and focus was reminiscent of the sword cultivators from the outer realms, as if the entire world only revolved around the path of the sword. The silver-haired youth nodded slightly, a trace of admiration flickering in his eyes. Since the 10 palaces have the upper palace token, the 4 academies naturally have their counterpart, the Immortal Academy token. However, in the past decade, only a handful of Immortal Academy tokens have appeared. Those who earned them were all unparalleled prodigies of their generation. Bai Yi pondered for a moment after hearing this, then calmly put away the 2 upper palace tokens in his hand. His expression unchanged, he said evenly, "From the very beginning, my goal has never been the 10 palaces. It has always been the 4 academies. Only the 4 academies are my true destination." Cui Tianyuan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint before his lips curved into a smile of approval. "It seems your ambition far surpasses what I had imagined. I am Cui Tianyuan, the headmaster of Tianlan Academy, elder of the Cui family in City. Greetings to Master Cui, and thank you for your guidance," Bai Yi said respectfully, bowing with a crisp and decisive motion characteristic of a sword cultivator. Cui Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively, but his gaze lingered on Bai Yi for a moment longer, as if deep in thought. "No need for formalities. I see you possess a secret technique. May I ask where you're from?" His tone was calm, but there was a hint of intrigue in his eyes. During the earlier test with the oppressive trial, the fluctuations of Bai Yi's secret technique had already overturned Cui Tianyuan's initial assumptions about him. An ordinary Dao practitioner could not possibly possess such profound abilities. Yet, if he hailed from a prestigious family, how could his cultivation level be so modest despite such talent? "I hail from the Bai family, a branch in Blue Mountain under the Qinghe lineage," Bai Yi answered straightforwardly. "The Bai family of Qinghe," Cui Tianyuan murmured, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. He sighed softly. "So, you're a descendant of Brother Bai. They say the Bai family has been in decline in recent years, but meeting you today proves such rumors to be untrue." With that, he turned his palm upward, and a flying sword, shimmering with a radiant blue glow and exuding a sharp aura, appeared in his hand. The light flowing along its blade carried faint traces of intricate arrays, marking it as a weapon of extraordinary quality. "Since you are the descendant of an old friend, I shall gift you this flying sword. Consider it a token of goodwill from an elder, and I hope that in the future, you will extend your support to the younger generation of Tianlan Academy and the Cui family." Cui Tianyuan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. Bai Yi accepted the flying sword with both hands, his gaze fixated on the blade as if unable to look away. As a sword cultivator, merely touching the sword sent a torrent of information about it surging through his mind like a lightning strike. This sword was forged using second-tier superior-grade Qingyuan stone powder and first-tier top-grade Bua iron. It was inscribed with 6 advanced formations developed by the Weihua group over a millennium, equipped with 4 spiritual energy processors, as well as cutting-edge dueling anti-vibration algorithms and smart reduction technology. In terms of technological prowess, it easily surpassed the creations of other major manufacturers, making it the pinnacle of first-tier magical artifacts. Although its listed price was 990,000 spirit credits, its actual market value exceeded 2 million. "Master Cui, this is far too valuable," Bai Yi protested verbally, yet his hands clung tightly to the sword as if afraid it might slip away. Cui Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight. When an elder gives a gift, it should not be declined. Besides, I hope you can look after the younger ones from Tianlan Academy and the Cui family in the future. Though Bai Yi harbored some doubts, he chose not to voice them. Instead, he simply nodded in gratitude. "All right then, young one. Having reached the 60th step, you've completed my trial. Once you've enrolled, if you're interested, feel free to visit Tianlan Academy for further exchange." Cui Tianyuan smiled faintly and, with a wave of his sleeve, the two of them reappeared in the plaza in an instant. He raised his hand, and the entire Ascension stair trembled violently before shrinking to the size of a palm and falling into his grasp. At the same time, His voice echoed across the plaza. For this trial, one individual has earned the Upper Palace token, 21 have surpassed the 50th step, and the rest are eliminated. Those who passed may participate in the entrance examination for the 4 academies and 10 palaces in 1 month, or opt for direct admission into a top-tier academy as a specially recruited student. Before his words fully faded, Cui Tianyuan led the students of Tianlan Academy into the air, heading directly for the distant warship. In the plaza, as everyone watched the departing warship, the gathered school principals and senior Dao students finally snapped out of their daze. They exchanged incredulous glances before a sudden uproar erupted. An Upper Palace token? Someone actually obtained an Upper Palace token this time. In the crowd, a few senior Dao students couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, and in an instant, all eyes converged on Bai Yi. Bai Yi, the sword cultivator from Lanshan's second high school, had become the center of attention, like a star surrounded by its celestial entourage. The extraordinary talent he displayed in this assessment had already left others far behind. And the genius mentioned by the Golden Core Taoist, the one who had obtained the Shanggong token, there was no need for further speculation. It could only be him. It had to be him. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing hard echoed through the venue. Whether it was the senior Dao students or the Dao school principals, none could conceal the shock and envy swelling in their hearts. The weight of a Shanggong token was immeasurable. It was a symbol of personal recognition from a nascent soul Taoist, a pass granting direct admission to the 10 palaces without further tests. For an assessment in a second or third city's Dao school, the appearance of a Shanggong token was as rare as a phoenix feather, perhaps even a once-in-a-century event. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Lanshan's second high school has truly produced a dragon this time. Isn't that right? The last time a Shanggong token appeared, it was also during an assessment of this level, wasn't it? The murmurs of the Dao school principals spread through the crowd as they exchanged glances, their expressions complicated as they looked toward the elderly principal of Lanshan's second high school. There was admiration, jealousy, and a deep sense of resignation. For a senior Dao school in a third-tier city to produce a student who had obtained a Shanggong token, this accomplishment would cause ripples across the entire Daoist academic community. Not only would the Daoist Association allocate a significant amount of cultivation resources as a reward, but the elderly principal himself would likely see his career soar. With the resources bestowed by the Immortal Alliance, living another 60 years might not even be out of the question. Feeling the sharp, almost tangible gazes of his colleagues, the elderly principal snapped out of his daze, his face unable to hide his excitement and disbelief. He quickly strode over to Bai Yi, his voice trembling. Bai Yi, was it really you who obtained the Shanggong token? Bai Yi's expression remained calm, as though all of this was nothing out of the ordinary. Casually, he reached into his pocket and pulled out not one, but 2 Shanggong tokens, tossing them toward the principal. Principal, would you like to take a look? Careful, careful. The principal fumbled to catch them, his tone betraying a mix of awe and trepidation, as though he were handling priceless treasures. Cradling the tokens with utmost care, he lowered his head for a closer look. The moment his eyes landed on them, his entire body froze. When he looked up again, his expression was one of utter shock. 2? Yes, one from the Zhenyi Palace and the other from the Qinyuan Palace, Bai Yi replied with an even tone, as if he were merely stating a trivial fact. Yet his nonchalance was like a boulder dropped into the crowd, instantly igniting the already restless atmosphere into a frenzy. What? 2 Shanggong tokens. All around, senior Dao students, school teachers, and even the transfer students widened their eyes in disbelief. Their expressions shifted from shock to numbness, and finally to a deep sense of inadequacy. The students who had just been celebrating their success in passing the 50th level now fell silent, feeling as though the world had lost its luster. What a monster. Exactly. How are ordinary people like us supposed to compete with someone like that? I thought the geniuses in our school were already terrifying, but I never imagined there'd be someone this absurd out there. The transfer students looked at Bai Yi with eyes that no longer held the pride and confidence they once had. Their previously impressive achievements seemed utterly insignificant in the face of Bai Yi's 2 Shanggong tokens. Whatever shred of self-esteem they had left was crushed, ground into the dirt, and stomped on repeatedly. In the crowd, Lu Zheng and a young man with a buzz cut exchanged glances, both letting out a long sigh. Their eyes reflected a mix of helplessness and bitterness. Forget it. A freak like him is out of our league, Lu Zheng said quietly, his tone tinged with a trace of acceptance. We should just focus on getting into a decent first-rate academy through special admissions. And so, as the scene began to settle, Bai Yi's calm and composed figure remained a striking presence amidst the crowd, shining brighter than ever. The square gradually returned to its usual calm after a period of commotion. Yet, the air remained heavy with complex emotions. The sobs of the defeated echoed intermittently, like a mournful dirge, while the laughter of those who passed the trial was faint, as if they feared breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Most others stood silently, their gazes fixed on the towering ascension steps, hearts filled with helplessness and self-mockery. These prodigies from various Taoist academies, who were usually celebrated in their own schools, were now harshly confronted by reality they couldn't even ascend to the 20th step. Among the nearly trillion-strong population of the Immortal Alliance, talents like Bai Yi of Lanshan's Second Academy were not uncommon. Compared to such figures, their understanding of the word genius seemed laughably naive. The group of 100 students from 5 Taoist academies gathered within Lanshan City's contingent, each looking dejected, tears still glistening in their eyes. Their gazes were fixated on the center of the square, as though the sting of failure had been etched into their souls. Bai Yi's brilliance was overwhelming. His effortless ascent to the 20th step was an achievement unmatched in all of Lanshan City. Amidst the crowd, Hua Ming, usually brimming with confidence, now appeared hunched over, staring down at his hands with bitterness in his heart. He couldn't help but lift his eyes to look at Bai Yi. That upright figure, as steady as a pine tree, filled him with a profound sense of powerlessness and defeat. He let out a bitter laugh and silently told himself, "Don't lose heart. Just standing here is already an honor for Lanshan City. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Who can truly predict the future?" At that moment, the principals of the Taoist academies began to speak, their voices low but resolute. "It's true that people are born with differences, but if you don't even believe in yourselves, how can you talk about cultivating the Dao? Stand tall. You are already the pride of Lanshan City, and the future holds endless possibilities." Their words were like a shot of adrenaline, gradually dispelling the gloom that pervaded the crowd. Over the next hour, under the encouragement of the principals, the students slowly reignited their fighting spirit. Someone clenched their fists, eyes filled with determination, and said, "That's right. We may come from ordinary backgrounds, but that doesn't mean we have no future. Even if we can't obtain the Shanggong token like Bai Yi, we'll strive to get into better academies." "Well said," someone echoed from the crowd, and the morale began to rise. Just then, a low rumbling sound broke through the sky. A small battleship sliced through the air, hovering above the Lanshan Second Academy contingent. Everyone looked up, their eyes filled with shock and curiosity. The hatch of the battleship opened slowly, and an elderly man with silvered temples but a spirited demeanor stepped out. Behind him was a lively girl dressed in jeans, her bright eyes scanning the crowd excitedly. When her gaze landed on Bai Yi, she waved enthusiastically and shouted, "Brother Bai Yi! Brother Bai Yi!" Hearing her voice, Bai Yi looked up, his eyes falling on the girl before shifting to the elderly man. The old man moved in a flash, appearing right in front of Bai Yi. His face carried a kind smile, and his eyes were filled with satisfaction, as if he had found a long-lost hope. "Bai Yi!" The girl ran up eagerly, standing on her tiptoes as she pinched Bai Yi's arm and shoulder repeatedly, as though confirming something. Her eyes crinkled with joy, and she laughed like a child. "You look so much like your great-great-grandfather." Bai Yi gently patted her hand to stop her movements. Turning to the old man, he spoke respectfully but with some confusion, "Are you third granduncle?" The old man nodded, letting out a soft sigh. "Ah, my good child." In that moment, it was as if he saw the shadow of his elder brother, and his expression grew tinged with nostalgia. A century ago, the old man had barely managed to establish his foundation, securing a precarious foothold within the Bai family's branch lineage. Over the years, the Bai family had weathered countless storms, and his branch had struggled to survive. It wasn't until Bai Guishan reconnected with the main lineage that the old man was able to use his resources to support Bai Yu and Bai Yi. Bai Yu, in particular, had benefited from the help of a friend, joining the Shangha sect and becoming the final disciple of a latest-stage foundation establishment elder. Initially, the old man had planned to find a second-tier academy for Bai Yi to enroll in, but to his surprise, within just a few months, Bai Yi had experienced an epiphany, advancing rapidly. Now, Bai Yi's remarkable talent had even caught the attention of the Bai family's sole Golden Core patriarch, who had ordered the old man to bring Bai Yi back to the Qinghe Bai family immediately. The old man looked at Bai Yi, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Child, are you willing to return to the Qinghe Bai family with your third granduncle? The appearance of the Shanggong token means you possess a talent that even nascent soul cultivators would admire." Bai Yi remained silent for a moment, his mind rapidly recalling the stories his father had told him about third granduncles' care for their family and the initial reasons for his pursuit of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he nodded solemnly. "Third granduncle, am willing to go." His gaze was resolute. In this moment, he wasn't just making a decision for himself, was preparing to bear the weight of his family's future. And the Qinghe Bai family was the next step on his journey. "All right, I'll have that boy Bai Luo head to Blue Mountain shortly and bring your parents to Qinghe," Bai Yunqi said slowly, his voice carrying a trace of gentle amusement. "It's been a few days since you've seen them. I imagine your parents must be thinking of you." He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze resting on Bai Yi. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of gratification. For someone as talented as Bai Yi, Bai Yunqi couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. Bai Yi nodded, his eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. Having faced hardships from a young age, his early experiences left him with a subtle sense of detachment toward the concept of home. Yet, in this moment, Bai Yunqi's care warmed a corner of his heart. Bai Yunqi seemed to see through his thoughts, offering a faint smile tinged with sentiment. My boy, this old body of mine hasn't got much time left, but seeing someone as remarkable as you emerge from our lineage, I can rest easy. After a pause, his gaze grew deeper, and he spoke softly. The dream your elder brother couldn't fulfill back then, I believe you'll be the one to realize it. Bai Yi was silent for a moment. Then he nodded, his eyes filled with determination, as though Bai Yunqi's words had placed an unspoken responsibility upon him. At that moment, the hatch of the airship slowly opened. Bai Yi turned to bid farewell to the old principal, then, pulled by Xiaojing, followed by Yunqi onto the airship. As the hatch closed, flames flared, sound waves roared, and the airship ascended rapidly, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared into the horizon. The senior students of Blue Mountain High watched the airship vanish into the distance. The plaza, which had only just regained a little vitality, fell silent once again. Among the crowd, someone murmured, I looked it up. The Bai family of Qinghe seems to be a golden core family. Wait, isn't Bai Yi from an ordinary family? How did he suddenly turn out to be from a golden core family? Another voice chimed in, full of confusion. And isn't Qinghe City under the Bai family's jurisdiction? Meanwhile, inside the airship, Bai Xiaojing could no longer contain her excitement. She hurried to Bai Yi's side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother, did you really obtain the Shang Palace tokens? Bai Yi smiled faintly and casually pulled 2 Shang Palace tokens from his pocket, tossing them lightly. Here, take a look. I'll catch it. Bai Xiaojing, quick-eyed and nimble, leaped up and caught them. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the tokens in her hands, examining every intricate detail as though holding a priceless treasure. 4 students of advanced Dao studies in a first-tier city. Merely passing the preliminary tests of the 4 academies and 10 palaces was an ambitious goal. Obtaining a Shang Palace token was a nearly unattainable dream. Yet here was Bai Yi, nonchalantly tossing out 2 tokens, instantly elevating him to a figure of awe and admiration in Bai Xiaojing's eyes. Watching this scene, Bai Yunqi was momentarily taken aback before letting out a light chuckle, his tone filled with satisfaction. Impressive, truly impressive. 2 Shang Palace tokens. No wonder the old ancestor was all smiles when he told me to come. Old ancestor? Bai Yi was startled upon hearing this. Remembering what true person Chui had mentioned earlier, his heart stirred slightly. Are you referring to the golden core ancestor of the Bai family in Qinghe? Bai Yunqi nodded, his expression tinged with nostalgia. That's right. It's been years since the old ancestor has been this happy. My boy, this trip back to Qinghe will be greatly beneficial for you. His tone shifted, and his face showed a hint of pride. Your aspirations lie with the 4 academies. As a prodigy of the Bai family, the clan will naturally pave the way for you, ensuring you step into the 4 academies. Bai Yi's heart quivered slightly as he turned a complicated gaze toward Bai Yunqi. Bai Yunqi smiled faintly and continued, all you need to do is follow the old ancestor's arrangements. Leave everything else aside. After all, those trivial matters are no longer worthy of your attention. Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged in Bai Yi's heart. Though he had never met this 3rd great-grandfather before, he could feel the deep care and expectations in his words. He nodded solemnly. I understand, 3rd great-grandfather. The city of Qinghe, built along the winding waters of the Qing River, unfolded before Bai Yi's eyes. Branching waterways meandered into the city, with Qinghe relying on a tributary of the Qing River as its central axis. The city was intricately constructed with numerous reservoirs and energy stations as nodes, forming a grand formation that harnessed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. While its spiritual energy wasn't as abundant as the first-tier city Kunlun, which boasted a wealth of natural treasures, Qinghe's utilization of its resources was far more refined compared to the crude exploitation of spiritual veins seen in Lanshan, a 3rd-tier city. The airship glided through the electromagnetic arrays densely packed in the sky. A cold mechanical voice echoed around them. Identity verified. Steward Bai Yunqi, welcome home. Bai Yunqi gave a slight nod and directed the airship to head upstream along the Qing River. A few minutes later, the surface of the river churned with waves as spiritual energy surged. Gradually, an island spanning over 50 square kilometers emerged. Bai Yi gazed out of the window, looking down at the scene below. The waters roared and surged around the island, yet the land itself stood steadfast and unmoving. The glowing patterns of the formation shimmered faintly, exuding a profound and mysterious aura that inspired awe. We've arrived. This is the ancestral land of the Bai family in Qinghe, Bai Yunqi said with a touch of pride in his voice. This island was created by our ancestor, who carved out a piece of spiritual land and, using the natural flow of the Qing River, forged this formation. Bai Yi was deeply captivated, his heart overwhelmed with amazement. Such feats of commanding rivers and reshaping landscapes were the powers of a true golden core cultivator. He sighed inwardly, realizing just how far he was from achieving such a realm. Let's go. The ancestor has instructed me to take you to him directly upon your arrival, Bai Yi said softly, then maneuvered the airship to descend above a lake at the center of the island. The cabin door opened, and the three of them disembarked in turn. Below their feet was the tranquil surface of the lake, tinged with a faint green hue, its shimmering ripples exuding a serene and harmonious atmosphere. The blooming lotuses on the water immediately caught Bai Yi's attention. The pale golden petals swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a soft glow. Bai Yi marveled inwardly, recognizing these lotuses as the rare second-tier spiritual plants known as golden jade night lotuses, which were described in his textbooks. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the cultivation chambers at his school. He's in the pavilion over there. Yunqi, bring them over, a calm voice called out. Bai Yunqi gave a slight bow and led Bai Yi and Bai Shaojing along a stone path by the lakeside toward a lakeside pavilion. The pavilion, constructed from reeds and bamboo, exuded an air of simplicity and elegance. Bai Yi focused his gaze and saw an elderly man standing within the pavilion. Dressed in a straw raincoat, his white hair flowed freely, and his face bore the marks of time. He held a fishing rod that looked as if it were carved from jade, casting his line into the lake. Ancestor, Bai Yunqi greeted respectfully. The elderly man hummed in acknowledgement and slowly rose to his feet. With a light flick of his fishing rod, the nearby empty fish basket disappeared into his storage ring. He turned around, his eyes landing on Bai Yi. Those deep and tranquil eyes seemed to see through the very fabric of existence. Bai Yi felt as if he were completely exposed under the gaze and quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Junior Bai Yi greets the ancestor. The old man gave a slight nod, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. That rascal Chui tells me your talent is extraordinary, born with a sword bone, destined to be a peerless sword cultivator. He wanted to bring you into his Tianlan Academy. But who would have thought you'd catch the attention of the true lords of Jini and Qinyuan palaces? As he spoke, he suddenly coughed lightly, his gaze sharpening as his tone turned severe. What nonsense! A Bai family prodigy doesn't need his praise. I knew that sly devil had ulterior motives. Inviting you to his Tianlan Academy? What a lousy place. I wouldn't even bother mentioning it. He raised a finger and pointed into the distance, as if Chui Tianyuan were standing right there. When he was building his foundation, I even kicked his behind. And now he dares set his sights on a Bai family prodigy? Humph. Out of respect for old Chui, I won't make a fuss, or else I'd have already kicked him so hard he'd be picking his teeth off the ground. Bai Yi was dumbfounded. The elder, who moments ago seemed like a serene and otherworldly figure, now resembled a grumbling old man. He couldn't help but glance at Bai Yunqi, his eyes filled with confusion. Bai Yunqi cleared his throat awkwardly and whispered, "Ahem, the ancestor has always been like this. You'll get used to it." Humph, if not for his flowery words, I'd have dealt with him long ago. The elder snorted, then turned back to Bai Yi. His expression returned to calm, and his gaze softened slightly. The Bai family hasn't had a Daozi for over a century. You'll have to take on the mantle for this generation. Don't let me down. Huh. Hearing the old ancestor's words, Bai Yi instinctively raised his head to look at him, a trace of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Beside him, Bai Yunqi also instinctively straightened up, his eyes filled with shock. Clearly, neither of them had expected the old ancestor to suddenly make such a decision. Daozi of the family. These four words exploded like thunder in their minds. It was a position of unparalleled prestige, overshadowing all peers in the family, commanding the lion's share of resources, and bearing the weight of the entire family's destiny. Ever since the Daozi, meticulously nurtured by the Bai family a century ago, fell in battle, the position had remained vacant. For 100 years, no one had been able to take up that mantle. And now, the old ancestor was proposing to reinstate the position of Daozi? What? Is there a problem? The old ancestor's gaze swept over the two of them, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. This boy Bai Yi is the only one in the Bai family in over a decade to have earned the Shanggong token. If that isn't qualification enough, then what is? With that, the old ancestor let out a cold snort, flicked his sleeve, and seated himself casually on the stone steps. It was as if even the mountain peak beneath him was unworthy of containing his aura. Bai Yunqi couldn't help but frown. Cautiously, he spoke up. It's just within the main branch. There are also 2 others who passed the initial examinations of the 4 academies and 10 palaces this time. If we designate the Daozi rashly, it might stir up some controversy. Before he could finish speaking, he felt the old ancestor's piercing gaze sweep over him like a blade. Startled, Bai Yunqi instinctively pushed Bai Yi forward. wearing a conflicted expression as if he, too, felt the decision was a bit hasty. Controversy? Nonsense. The old ancestor roared, his voice so powerful that the surrounding rocks seemed to tremble. He stood abruptly, his eyes blazing as they bore into Bai Yi. Don't bother pretending. Do you think this old man doesn't know what you're scheming in that head of yours, you brat? He waved his hand, pointing directly at Bai Yi, his tone resolute and unquestionable. This old man is already 950 years old. How much longer can I protect you all? If not for your lack of ambition, I wouldn't be forced to break precedent like this. The Bai family needs a Daozi, and Bai Yi is the most suitable candidate. As he spoke, the old ancestor turned his gaze to Bai Yi. Despite the cloudiness of his aged eyes, they shone with a sharp brilliance. Listen carefully, boy. From this day forward, I name you the Daozi of the Bai family. Whatever you desire, this old man will fight tooth and nail to secure it for you. But at the same time, the crises, challenges, and responsibilities of the entire family will rest upon your shoulders. Tell me, do you dare to take this on? Bai Yi's expression shifted slightly at these words. After a moment of silence, he took a step forward, his gaze firm and blazing, as sharp as an unsheathed sword. He looked directly at the old ancestor and declared with unwavering determination, "Why wouldn't I dare? No matter the obstacles, I will cut through them with a single sword." Good, good, good. The old ancestor threw his head back in laughter, his voice filled with both pride and emotion. He looked at Bai Yi as if he were the beacon of hope for the Bai family's future. Heaven has not forsaken the Bai family. With such a prodigy, how can we not rise again? As his laughter faded, the old ancestor's figure straightened, his aura surging like a storm. With his hands clasped behind his back, he rose into the air, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing across the entire island. All members of the Bai clan, gather at the ancestral hall to witness the ceremony of our Daozi. At these words, the island erupted into a frenzy. In the depths of a serene garden, within a study steeped in ancient charm, a middle-aged man was engrossed in calligraphy. Upon hearing the old ancestor's proclamation, his hand trembled, causing the brush to leave a glaring streak of ink across the paper. His face paled as disbelief washed over him. What? Daozi? What does the old ancestor mean by this? He abruptly stood, hastily commanding the servant beside him, Mingshan, hurry, come with me to the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, in a grand and brightly lit estate, laughter and celebration filled the air. Dozens of Bai family members were gathered, raising their glasses in honor of two young men. Their faces beamed with joy, their words brimming with praise. Honger and Fair both passed the initial examinations of the 4 academies and 10 palaces this year. This is truly something to celebrate. If they can pass the entrance exams and join the 10 palaces, our Bai family will surely produce another Daozi. A middle-aged man raised his glass with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. You flatter us, you flatter us. A couple seated nearby responded with modesty, though their pride was evident. But the 10 palaces are no easy feat to enter. Honger might have a 70 or 80% chance, but he doesn't dare let his guard down. However, amidst the joyous atmosphere, the old ancestor's voice suddenly rang out like a bolt of lightning over the estate, silencing the revelry in an instant. The once lively hall fell into a deathly stillness, soon followed by a chorus of low, incredulous murmurs. Daozi? How is that possible? Why would the old ancestor suddenly make such an announcement? A Daozi? My son is still here. How could the family appoint someone else as Daozi? The middle-aged man, unable to suppress his shock, voiced his discontent. Meanwhile, the expressions of two young men, who were usually the center of attention, also shifted noticeably. In front of the Bai clan's ancestral hall, thousands of clan members surged in from all corners of the island. The jade stone steps were abuzz with chatter, completely replacing the usual solemn and dignified atmosphere. Patriarch, when was this decision to appoint a Daozi made? Indeed, Patriarch, why were we not informed of such a matter? Several elders surrounded Bai Yi, their faces filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. The position of Daozi was crucial to the future of the Bai clan, with resources and authority that often surpassed even that of the Patriarch. For over a century, the Bai clan had not established a Daozi, and now, with the sudden announcement, how could it not cause an uproar? Bai Yi let out a bitter smile and raised his hand to calm the crowd. Clan uncles, I only just learned of this myself. However, since this is the will of the ancestor, he must have his reasons. Just as he finished speaking, a couple hurriedly approached. The man looked anxious, while the woman's furrowed brows showed her barely contained anger. Patriarch, my son Hong just passed the preliminary trials of the 4 academies and 10 palaces today, and his results even surpassed Fei's. How could this Daozi position suddenly appear out of nowhere? If all the clan's resources are prioritized for the Daozi, wouldn't that mean Hong has no chance at entering the 10 palaces? The man's voice was laced with suppressed fury, and the woman beside him nodded repeatedly in agreement. Xiaoming, please don't rush, Bai Yundu said in a soothing tone, attempting to calm them. Hong is so outstanding. The clan would never neglect him. Before he could finish, a gentle breeze swept through the ancestral hall. Amidst the curling incense smoke, everyone felt a blur before their eyes. In an instant, the Bai clan ancestor appeared in the center of the hall, accompanied by a young man. Greetings, ancestor. The noisy discussions abruptly ceased, and everyone bowed their heads in unison, not daring to utter another word. The Bai clan ancestor surveyed the crowd, his voice deep yet clear. For over a century, the Bai clan has not named a Daozi. Today, I announce to the entire clan that Bai Yi, a descendant of Bai Yunshan's branch, will be the final Daozi of the Bai clan before my passing. The moment these words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes collectively turning toward the unfamiliar young man standing beside the ancestor. Bai Yi's expression remained calm, unperturbed by the attention. Bai Yundu, ascend the ancestral hall and retrieve the Daozi seal. Yes, as the ancestor commands. Bai Yundu took a deep breath, glanced briefly at Bai Yi with a faint smile, then quickly stepped into the ancestral hall. He lit 3 long incense sticks, respectfully placing them in the highest incense burner, and retrieved the jade seal that had been stored there for generations. The Daozi ceremony should have been an elaborate event, but since the ancestor had personally ordered it to be simplified, who would dare to object? Carrying the Daozi seal with both hands, Bai Yundu returned to the ancestor and bowed deeply. Please, ancestor, grant the seal. The ancestor took the Daozi seal and swept his gaze across the crowd, stopping momentarily on 2 young men in the front row. Bai Hong clenched his fists tightly, his head bowed, the anger in his eyes barely contained. On the other side, Bai Fei also lowered his head in silence, his expression complex. The Daozi must be the most exceptional talent of the Bai clan in this generation. If anyone has objections, step forward now. As soon as the ancestor finished speaking, Bai Hong raised his head abruptly and stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on Bai Yi. Ancestor, I object. His voice rang out loud and clear, filled with defiance and anger. For years, he had been regarded as the most outstanding talent among the Bai clan's younger generation. How could he accept having the Daozi position taken by someone from a branch lineage he had never even heard of? The ancestor's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm. Does anyone else have objections? The clan members exchanged uneasy glances, but no one dared to step forward. Bai Hong's challenge was already pushing the limits. Everyone understood that provoking the ancestor without reason would only lead to self-destruction. Since there are no further objections, Bai Yi, you will face Bai Hong in a duel. The victor shall become the Daozi of the Bai clan. The ancestor glanced at Bai Fei, who remained silent with his head lowered, and let out a soft sigh in his heart. Then, with a single hand gesture, he pressed down into the void. An invisible force enveloped the ancestral hall, forming an arena that isolated the 2 challengers. Bai Yi's expression remained composed as he stepped into the arena. His gaze was calm, but carried an undeniable aura of authority. If he couldn't triumph over his peers within the clan, how could he possibly secure the position of Daozi? Main lineage Bai Hong, please proceed with caution, Bai Yi said softly, his tone devoid of any trace of arrogance or disdain. Bai Hong leapt onto the arena, his aura at the 7th level of chi refinement, surging like a tidal wave that swept across the crowd. With a single motion, lightning roared in his palm, condensing into tangible Dao patterns. He unleashed a strike, and arcs of electricity tore through the air, hurtling toward Bai Yi. Thunder echoed across the platform, and waves of energy rippled outward as the audience held their breath in anticipation. Buzz. The one-sheen sword responded with a resonant hum, its blade gleaming with an icy sharpness as it landed steadily in Bai Yi's hand. He raised his gaze, eyes sharp as lightning, fixed intently on the incoming thunder technique. With a flash of his sword, Bai Yi swung with one hand, his swordplay resembling rolling clouds, dense yet unyielding. A gentle breeze swept past, and 3 streaks of sword light were instantly unleashed. Infused with Dao patterns, the sword light carried an unparalleled weight and sharpness. With a resounding boom, the thunder technique disintegrated before the sword light. Show me your strongest move, Bai Yi said calmly, his voice as tranquil as a still pond, yet exuding an undeniable confidence. Bai Hong's expression darkened, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Bai Yi. How could someone at the mere 5th level of chi refinement so effortlessly dissolve his signature palm lightning? As a prodigy of the Bai family, Bai Hong had perfected his palm lightning to the pinnacle of Dao patterns, its power capable of overwhelming cultivators of the same level. Yet now, his pride had been shattered by a single sword strike. Anger and frustration churned within him. With a fierce shout, Bai Hong formed hand seals, summoning an endless cascade of lightning from the void. Bolts of electricity and fire rained down like a torrential waterfall. Raising his hands, he manipulated the lightning to coalesce, Dao patterns weaving through the air as the energy took Shopee massive, ethereal lightning dragon. The dragon roared, scattering sparks in all directions, its presence terrifying to behold. Bai Yi's expression grew serious. Confronted with the formidable lightning dragon, he pressed his index and middle fingers together, running them gently along the blade of the Wanshin sword. Instantly, 3 streams of Dao patterns emerged from the heavens, intertwining and enveloping the sword. Sword energy surged wildly, its sharpness sweeping through like a tempest. The Wanshin sword compressed its energy, transforming into a brilliant arc of light. Break! Bai Yi commanded, pointing his sword forward. The Wanshin sword shot forth like a thin streak of light, slicing through the void. At the same time, a fourth, overwhelming Dao pattern of indomitable cutting power emerged, merging seamlessly with the sword arc. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the sword light pierced straight through the lightning dragon. In just a single breath, the dragon's form dissolved into scattered arcs of electricity, vanishing into nothingness. As the lightning dissipated, Bai Hong's eyes widened in shock. Hovering mere inches from his neck was the Wanshin sword, its blade radiating a chilling glow and brimming with unspent killing intent. "You have my thanks," Bai Yi said evenly as he withdrew the Wanshin sword. The blade circled once before returning to its sheath. With a slight nod, Bai Yi turned and walked toward the Bai family patriarch, his demeanor composed, as if the earlier clash had been nothing more than a casual display. Bai Hong's throat bobbed as he tried to speak, but no words came out. Recalling the sheer force of Bai Yi's sword strike, he broke into a cold sweat. Finally, he lowered his head, clenched his fists, and cupped them in respect. "Thank you, Daozi, for sparing me." The Bai family patriarch's gaze swept over the crowd as his authoritative voice rang out. "The outcome is clear. From this day forward, Bai Yi shall be the Daozi of the Bai family." Without waiting for a response, he turned and left with Bai Yi, their figures disappearing from sight. For a moment, the area in front of the ancestral hall was silent, then erupted into uproar. That Daozi is really only at the 5th level of Qi refinement? A sword cultivator. And that strike contained 4 perfected Dao patterns. Bai Hong's palm lightning is immensely powerful, not to mention he's cultivated the Chongling scripture to the 2nd level. Yet it was shattered by a single strike. Just what kind of lineage does Bai Yuntian's branch of the family come from? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their expressions a mix of shock and intrigue. They were well aware of Bai Hong's exceptional talent, which only made the result all the more astonishing. That sword strike, had they not witnessed it firsthand, would have been unimaginable. If the two had been at the same cultivation level, Bai Hong likely wouldn't have even seen the sword light before being defeated. Of course. My elder brother Bai Yi even obtained 2 Shang Palace tokens. Bai Xiaojing tilted her chin proudly, a playful smile dancing on her lips. The 2 Shanggong tokens in her hand glimmered brightly under the sunlight. She gave the gathered clan members a slight wave of the tokens, as if silently showing off. Then, with a graceful spin that sent her braids swinging in a perfect arc, she took off toward her home, hopping and skipping like a carefree deer. Bai Hong remained where he stood, his sword trembling slightly in his grip, his expression complicated. His gaze lingered on Bai Xiaojing's retreating figure, finally settling on the tokens swaying in her hand. In that moment, the bitterness of defeat in his chest subsided just a little, replaced by a faint sense of acceptance. Losing to someone capable of claiming the Shanggong tokens was, in a way, an honor in itself. At the heart of the island's lake, a gentle breeze rippled across the surface, creating delicate waves. In the lakeside pavilion, the Bai clan patriarch stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze fixed on Bai Yi. There was a glimmer of satisfaction and expectation in his eyes. He nodded slightly before speaking in a measured tone. "You possess exceptional talent, but your time away from the clan has left a gap. Only through this battle can you truly gain the respect of others." Standing quietly beside him, Bai Yi felt a warmth rise in his chest. He lowered his head in contemplation, reflecting on the orchestrated battle he had just experienced and the guidance and support the patriarch had provided along the way. Every word, every action of the elder seemed to be paving the path for his future. "From this day forward, you are the Daozi of the Bai clan," the patriarch declared, his deep voice carrying undeniable authority. "As for the Shanggong tokens, do not dwell on them. The 10 palaces may be mentioned alongside the 4 institutes, but the gap between them is vast, far greater than most realize. The so-called 10 palaces are merely offshoots of the 4 institutes. With your potential, only the 4 institutes are worthy of your aspirations." Bai Yi looked up, his gaze firm with newfound resolve. He understood the patriarch's intentions and the weight of the responsibility now resting on his shoulders. The Bai clan patriarch turned his eyes toward the distant horizon, his expression contemplative, as though lost in memories or deep thought. In a voice tinged with gravity, he mused, outsiders often equate the 10 palaces with the 4 institutes, but only those who have entered truly understand the chasm between them. The 10 palaces are but the mundane under the Immortal Alliance, while the 4 institutes are the sole path to the Dao. Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly, his curiosity piqued. Why are the 4 institutes so unique within the Immortal Alliance? He asked. A faint, enigmatic smile played on the patriarch's lips as his gaze deepened. The Immortal Alliance has endured for tens of thousands of years. Among its history are 26 recorded nascent soul true lords. But have you ever heard of nascent soul clans? Where are the descendants of those who shaped worlds and established the Immortal Alliance? Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat, his eyes flickering with surprise. These hidden truths were entirely unknown to him, filling him with both awe and anticipation. The patriarch continued, his tone deliberate. Beyond the Immortal Alliance lie the blessed lands and hidden realms. The scions of those nascent soul families, as well as the progeny of the Alliance's founders, reside in those sanctuaries. It is well known that without entering the 4 institutes or 10 palaces, forming a golden core is but a dream. Yet few realize the second half of that saying. Outside the 4 institutes, there are no nascent souls. Bai Yi took a deep breath, his resolve strengthening. He now understood that his aspirations extended far beyond the 10 palaces. His true destination lay in the 4 institutes, and perhaps even the blessed lands the patriarch had mentioned. The patriarch suddenly turned to him, a mischievous glint in his eye. One more thing: if you join the 4 institutes and encounter disciples of the Solar Palace, teach them a lesson for me. Beat them so thoroughly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. That old Foxloo gave me quite the thrashing back in the day. Since I can't get to him now, you can exact some payback on my behalf. Bai Yi blinked in surprise before breaking into laughter. He could tell the patriarch was using humor to alleviate some of the pressure, but he also felt the depth of care behind the jest. With a sweep of his sleeve, the patriarch unleashed a surge of majestic energy, lifting Bai Yi effortlessly and carrying him to the center of the lake. The water beneath them churned violently, splitting into 2 roaring streams to reveal a spiraling vortex at the lake bed. The vortex slowly surfaced, its depths radiating a faint, otherworldly glow. The patriarch's voice was low and commanding. Your protective Dao techniques are beginning to take shape, but your foundational cultivation still falls short. I have sealed the Qinghe Water Eye for over a century. Its spiritual energy has reached the upper third here. With the addition of the last 100 top-grade spirit stones in my possession, the energy here will briefly reach peak third-year levels, capable of sustaining even a nascent soul cultivator. As he spoke, the lake roiled with increasing intensity. Fish scattered in panic, and the air around the lake grew dense with spiritual energy, so thick it seemed almost tangible. The sheer magnitude of the energy was awe-inspiring. Bai Yi drew a deep breath, feeling the overwhelming surge of spiritual power enveloping him. His heart surged with determination. He knew this was a rare and precious opportunity, one the patriarch had painstakingly prepared for him, and he vowed not to let it go to waste. I will stand guard and fortify the array, maximizing the potential of this water domain, the patriarch declared firmly. A faint light flickered within the swirling vortex of water. The elder of the Bai family flicked his finger, and a strand of true energy precisely entered the vortex. In an instant, the surging water seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force and vanished without a trace. The light at the bottom grew increasingly brilliant, accompanied by the low, resonant hum of mechanical movements. From the depths of the vortex, a massive technological sphere slowly emerged. Its surface was crystal clear, radiating a cold, metallic luster. Intricate patterns intertwined around it, shimmering with a flowing brilliance. It resembled a meticulously crafted masterpiece, exuding both awe-inspiring beauty and an unapproachable majesty. Mystical runes floated around the sphere, forming a grand and intricate array that securely protected it within. The azure river churned as countless spiritual fish swam about. Threads of spiritual energy were continuously drawn into the array, refined into pure energy, and funneled into the core of the technological sphere. Just then, a deep roar echoed from the riverbed, like the strike of a colossal drum, sending ripples across the water. Bai Yi furrowed his brows and focused his gaze on the river's depths. About 200 or 300 meters below, a water-dwelling demonic beast over 20 meters long was swimming rapidly toward them. Its body was covered in thick, keratinous scales. Its head resembled that of a shark but bore 2 sharp, fin-like horns, and it had limbs akin to human legs, moving with an eerie agility. Its red eyes glowed with greed and madness as it repeatedly rammed against the protective array surrounding the technological sphere. The runes shimmered, transforming into a sturdy barrier of light that firmly shielded the sphere at its center. Again, it's you, vile creature. The elder of the Bai family sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with icy determination. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding waters turned violent, coalescing into a massive waterspout under an unseen force, which then surged toward the riverbed like a dragon. Boom! With a single palm strike, the elder transformed the raging waters into a colossal, abyssal handprint that smashed down onto the beast's head. The creature had no time to evade and let out a pained howl as its massive body was forcefully driven into the riverbed. The waters churned, mud and sand surged, and blood mixed with shattered scales poured from the beast's mouth and gills, staining the surrounding river red. With just one strike, the ferocious beast, capable of commanding waves and wreaking havoc, met its end. Ancestor. Bai Yi stared at the beast's sinking corpse, his heart filled with awe. This creature was no ordinary existence. Its demonic aura was so intense that it surpassed the Foundation establishment stage. If it had appeared in the waters of any third-tier city, it would have been a catastrophic threat. Yet such a formidable foe had been obliterated in a single strike from the Elder. Bai couldn't help but feel a deeper reverence for the Elder's power, along with a growing sense of aspiration. "Just a small fish I once released while fishing," the Elder said indifferently, his tone laced with disdain. "To covet the spiritual energy of the Water Palace is to court death." He waved his hand dismissively, but his spiritual sense quietly swept over Bai Yi. Noticing the lingering astonishment on Bai Yi's face, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the Elder's lips. With a gentle motion of his true energy, he brought Bai Yi closer to him. Then, taking a single step forward, they passed through the protective array and arrived at the edge of the technological sphere. Up close, the sphere appeared even more exquisite, its interior faintly revealing a complex mechanical structure. Runes and spiritual energy interwove seamlessly, resembling a self-contained miniature spiritual energy hub. This gathering light capsule water palace is itself composed of 100 micro-spirit gathering arrays, intricately fused into one, the Elder began to explain, his voice calm and steady. Combined with the external array, it absorbs the excess spiritual energy of the Azure River, providing abundant energy while diminishing the suppressive force of high-level spiritual grounds. Though it can only reach the level of the 4th tier of the Tendi realm, it is more than sufficient for you. He placed his hand on the sphere's surface, and as true energy flowed through him, waves of light emanated from within the sphere, scanning his energy signature and blood characteristics. Moments later, a confirmation chime sounded, and a hatch slowly opened on the sphere's surface. "Here are 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, 10 bottles of spirit-breaking pills, and 2 bottles of meridian pills," the Elder said, taking a storage pouch from his robe and handing it to Bai Yi. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Go now. 10 days should be enough for you to make up for what you've lost." Bai Yi was about to bow in gratitude when the Elder gave him a firm push into the hatch. As the door closed behind him, the Elder was already seated at the center of the array, his golden core aura radiating outward. His gaze lingered on the water palace for a moment before he closed his eyes, channeling spiritual energy to reinforce the array. "This water palace was meant to be my final resort as my lifespan waned. But now, with my attachment severed, using it to pave the way for the next generation is a virtuous act," he thought to himself, letting out a soft sigh. A serene smile graced his lips, carrying a sense of liberation. Inside the vast and empty metallic chamber of the water palace, Bai Yi stood firm, his posture steady. The 100-square-meter space around him was filled with an ethereal mist, as the dense spiritual energy within had condensed into a tangible form, rolling and surging like waves of fog. With a light tap of his foot, a faint echo resonated from the metal floor beneath him, as if responding to the restless stirrings of the Shao Wu Xing Gong technique within his body. The abundant spiritual energy of this 4th-grade cultivation ground swirled in the air, almost alive, seeping into his pores and apertures. Each wisp carried an immense vitality, causing his qi and dantian to swell like a rising tide. Bai Yi steadied his mind, focusing on the growth of spiritual energy with each breath he took. A surge of excitement welled up in his chest. This cultivation environment was nothing short of a dream come true for any cultivator. Compared to this, the cultivation rooms at Second High were utterly subpar, even filthy in comparison. Bai couldn't help but think to himself, if even a pig were to cultivate here, it might very well ascend to a demon. Quickly dismissing such thoughts, he crossed his legs and sat down in one fluid motion. Before him lay an array of pills, their pristine surfaces gleaming faintly amidst the spiritual mist, reflecting the dense aura in the room. With his palm facing upward, Shao Wu Xing Gong began to circulate rapidly within him. His Danshan's chi vortex spun like a whirlpool, refining the incoming spiritual energy into pure spiritual power and storing it within his qi. Sweeping his divine sense over the pills, he locked onto a bottle of meridian pills. With a light surge of spiritual power, the bottle cap popped open. A single purple pill entered his mouth, dissolving instantly and coursing through his body. Its medicinal power not only protected his meridians, but also accelerated the refinement of spiritual energy. These meridian pills, considered priceless treasures for healing injuries among ordinary cultivators, were sold for as much as 10,000 spiritual points. Yet in the hands of the Bai family's elder ancestor, they were nothing more than common cultivation supplements. Without hesitation, Bai Yi opened another bottle, this time containing spirit-gathering pills. Compared to the ones he had obtained from a secret realm, these pills were superior in both quality and potency. As the pill melted in his mouth, its medicinal energy surged like a torrent through his meridians, boosting the speed of Xiao Wu Xinggong circulation by 40%. As spiritual energy surged within, impurities began to seep out from Bai Yi's body, and sweat evaporated into white mist around him. The spiritual power in his Qi and Dantian surged like tidal waves, pressing against a bottleneck and drawing closer to a breakthrough. Without pause, Bai Yi swallowed another spirit-gathering pill, extracting every ounce of its medicinal essence. 2 hours later, the spirit-gathering pill normally taking days to fully refine had been completely absorbed. His Qi roared with spiritual power, surging like a tsunami. Over the next 2 days, Bai Yi remained in an almost unbroken state of cultivation, opening bottle after bottle of pills. Spirit-breaking pills and spirit-gathering pills were alternated in his regimen, continuously refined within his body. His Qi and Dantian gradually expanded, the spiritual energy within flowing like mighty rivers, relentlessly pounding against the bottleneck of the 6th level of Qi refining. Finally, as the second bottle of spirit-gathering pills was depleted, Bai Yi's eyes snapped open. A powerful, invisible wave of energy exploded outward, sending the empty pill bottles scattering in all directions. With a simple wave of his hand, his spiritual power acted like an invisible force, catching the bottles midair and neatly gathering them back. Sensing the changes within his Qi and Dantian, Bai Yi's lips curved into a subtle smile. A glimmer of joy flashing in his Aishi had broken through to the 6th level of Qi refining. What would typically take 20 days to overcome had been achieved in just 2 days, thanks to the 4th grade cultivation ground and the abundance of pills. Such speed was almost unimaginable, even for the most gifted prodigies, and for ordinary rogue cultivators, it was nothing short of a miracle. However, Bai Yi didn't allow himself to revel in the breakthrough for long. After a brief moment of satisfaction, he closed his eyes again and resumed his meditative state. Time was of the essence, and he needed to seize the momentum. Swallowing another meridian pill to protect his meridians, he returned to the alternating refinement of spirit-gathering and spirit-breaking pills. The vortex of Xiao Wu Xinggong continued its ceaseless rotation, with spiritual power flowing like gentle streams, merging into his Qi and gradually filling the newly expanded space. Having just advanced to the 6th level of Qi refining, the spiritual power in his now broader Qi and Dantian began to accumulate once again, little by little. 8 days later, within the water mansion, Bai Yi sat with his eyes tightly shut, his brows slightly furrowed. The air in the mansion was thick with spiritual energy, resembling a heavy mist that permeated the space. Bai Yi sat cross-legged, his expression serious as waves of spiritual power surged around him, crashing against the bottleneck of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as his tightly knit brows betrayed his struggle. The previous night, he had already reached the peak of the 6th level, but the bottleneck before him felt as impenetrable as a wall of steel. No matter how much spiritual energy he summoned, it seemed impossible to shake it. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi winced as the turbulence of spiritual energy caused faint pain in his meridians. The excessive consumption of pills in a short period had left his spiritual energy unstable, making it difficult to consolidate the power needed for a breakthrough. After yet another failed attempt, his reserves diminished slightly. However, with a determined glint in his eyes, he steeled himself and retrieved several pills without hesitation, swallowing them all in one go. 3 or 4 spirit-gathering pills, along with a single spirit-breaking pill, dissolved in his body, unleashing a fiery surge of medicinal power. His spiritual energy boiled like molten lava, searing through his meridians. Bai Yi's face flushed red, veins bulging as if he were a sword on the verge of being unsheathed. Clenching his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain and channeled all his spiritual energy, directing it furiously toward his Dantian. As the energy within his Dantian climbed to its peak once again, Bai Yi's eyes shot open, sharp as blades. With a sudden exertion of force, his spiritual energy erupted like a flood breaking through a dam, charging relentlessly at the bottleneck of the 7th level. The pain tearing through his meridians was like being ripped apart, and thin streams of blood seeped from his pores. Yet, he pressed on without retreat. Under the unrelenting assault, the bottleneck began to loosen and finally shattered like a collapsing dam. Boom! A resonant roar escaped Bai Yi's lips, carrying shockwaves that dispersed the spiritual energy within the mansion. The air churned violently, as if a storm had swept through. He had broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi quickly activated the small 5 elements technique, stabilizing the turbulent spiritual energy within him. He was well aware that although he had achieved a breakthrough, his energy was not yet fully consolidated. Any carelessness could lead to backlash. Hours passed, and as the spiritual energy in the mansion gradually thinned, Bai Yi exhaled a long breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes, unable to hide the excitement shimmering within them. The 7th level of Qi refinement spiritual energy flows like a stream, unending and steady. He marveled at the abundant energy coursing through him, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Now, even if he were to use his swordsmanship, merging 4 layers of Dao rhythms, he could unleash 100 strikes without feeling drained. The thought filled him with a surge of exhilaration, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his chest swelling with pride. After calming himself, his gaze fell on the now empty pill bottles scattered on the ground. A trace of complexity flickered in his eyes. This breakthrough alone consumed pills worth several million spirit stones. In the past, such a feat would have been unimaginable. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, "Wealth, companions, methods, and land the wisdom of the ancients rings true." Just then, the grand doors of the water mansion slowly creaked open. A familiar figure stepped inside. It was the Bai family's patriarch. Bai immediately rose to his feet and respectfully bowed. "Excellent, truly excellent." The patriarch's gaze swept over Bai Yi, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. To advance 2 levels in just 10 days, especially breaking through the bottleneck of latest stage Qi refinement, is beyond even my expectations. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned, but quickly lowered his head modestly. "It was only thanks to the pills bestowed by the patriarch that I could achieve this breakthrough." The patriarch waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile on his face. "This is not solely the result of the pills, but also a testament to your own talent and comprehension. To use the pills as a catalyst and then rely on your understanding of swordsmanship to break through the bottleneck, such aptitude places you on par with the finest prodigies from the outer realms." Hearing this, Bai Yi's heart trembled, and a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Before he could speak, the patriarch waved his sleeve, and a metallic box containing a crystal storage chip, along with a translucent crystal artifact, descended from the air, hovering before Bai Yi. "Do you know why, despite being a golden core family with a 1,000-year legacy, the Bai family now has only me remaining?" The patriarch's gaze turned deep, his tone somber. Bai Yi shook his head, sensing that the matter was far from simple. He had always assumed the Bai family's decline was due to a lack of talented successors, but the patriarch's words hinted at a hidden truth. "The Bai family rose to prominence under my leadership. While no extraordinary geniuses emerged among the younger generation, 4 centuries ago, we did produce a second golden core cultivator. However, in his pursuit of his Dao, he ultimately perished in the outer realms." The patriarch's gaze grew distant, his voice tinged with melancholy. "As I have said before, beyond the Immortal Alliance, there are realms of fortune and wonder. These paradisiacal realms all originate from the outer domain. The myriad Taoist worlds are like stars scattered across the heavens, and the Immortal Alliance is but one small part of them." Bai Yi remained silent, his heart devoid of any ripple of emotion. Since his journey into the secret realm, he had come to realize that the world of immortality extended far beyond the Immortal Alliance. The words of the family patriarch merely confirmed his suspicions. The white family ancestor, observing Bai Yi's composed expression, nodded slightly, pleased with his steadiness. Slowly, he spoke. "The matters of the outer domain are not deliberately concealed by the Immortal Alliance. Ultimately, those who walk the path of cultivation will come to understand this aspect. That you have some knowledge of it is within my expectations." The patriarch's tone shifted, taking on a weightier air. He sighed and said, "The outer domain is fraught with dangers. Lin Lu, in his pursuit of fortune in a perilous land, returned gravely injured. Despite my best efforts to save him, I merely prolonged his life by a few years." The price of the White family's golden core cultivator's fall was the acquisition of this innate Dao Codex. From beside him, the patriarch retrieved a metallic box that shimmered faintly, clearly no ordinary object. He gently ran his hand over the lid, his gaze betraying a mix of emotions. Had Lin Lu not fallen, how could the White family have declined to this state? Yet the path of cultivation is one of struggle against others, against the heavens, and against fate itself. Such is the essence of the Great Dao. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions before opening the box. From within, he produced a crystalline storage chip. Carefully, he inserted the chip into Bai Yi's personal terminal. A faint glow emanated as the chip's information was seamlessly integrated into Bai Yi's bloodstream and neural pathways. This innate Dao Codex originates from the burial site of a nascent soul cultivator of the outer domain. It consists of 6 volumes. Lin Lu shattered his golden core to obtain 3 of them. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core, the patriarch explained with gravity. This method is simple yet domineering. Those who master it can absorb the essence of heavenly treasures, forging a spiritual physique and bloodline anew. A spiritual physique and bloodline forged after birth? Bai Yi's heart trembled. Though he was unfamiliar with the intricate details of such bloodlines, his memories from a previous life told him what this signified. Spiritual bloodlines were innately blessed by the Dao, bestowing exceptional talent. Within the Immortal Alliance, even triple spiritual roots were rare, and dual or heavenly spiritual roots were even more exceptional. As for spiritual bloodlines, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a gift. The White family ancestor nodded in affirmation. Precisely. It is because of such an extraordinary method that Lin Lu willingly shattered his golden core to secure these 3 volumes of inheritance. He believed it would elevate the White family to greatness, yet he did not anticipate the immense difficulty of mastering this technique. Coupled with the lack of successors in the family, this method has remained unstudied. He paused, his gaze falling on Bai Yi with a hint of hope. But your arrival has given me renewed faith. The patriarch's tone softened slightly as he continued. Your talent is exceptional. If you can master this method, the White family will undoubtedly rise to prominence because of you. Even if you cannot fully comprehend it, with such a foundation, you can ascend to the golden core stage and safeguard the family without worry. He chuckled lightly, his tone carrying encouragement. For now, simply familiarize yourself with this method. There is no need to rush. I have already instructed the family to search for heavenly treasures that align with your swordsmanship, to aid you in forging a Sword Dao bloodline. Bai Yi gave a slight nod, sensing the information from the crystalline storage chip gradually integrating into his being. He briefly touched upon it before setting it aside. With the Dao Mirror in his possession, he had never been concerned about mastering any technique. His only constraint was the accumulation of enlightenment light. Do not dwell too much on this method, the patriarch said with a faint smile, observing Bai Yi's demeanor. Then, he picked up another item, crystalline object encased in a glass cover. Within the crystal, a strange radiance flickered, exuding an air of profound mystery. His gaze was intense as he looked at Bai Yi, his tone growing solemn. For you, this second item is of utmost importance at this moment. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed as he focused on the crystal in the patriarch's hand, a faint sense of anticipation rising within him. Our Immortal Alliance, rooted in technology, first touched upon the myriad Taoist worlds 10,000 years ago. Though we faced near annihilation several times, we survived and gained a foothold. And what allowed us to endure and secure this power was none other than the technological advancements that emerged after encountering the Taoist worlds. The White family patriarch sighed deeply, his tone tinged with emotion as he channeled his true energy into the delicate glass dome in his hand. With a series of soft, clicking sounds, the intricate mechanisms and motors within the dome began to activate. The glass dome unfolded layer by layer, resembling a blooming lotus. A faint mist spread gently, carrying with it a cool, ethereal aura. As the mist dissipated, it revealed a crystal of unparalleled clarity, its surface shimmering with flowing spiritual energy, as though it held infinite mysteries. Beneath the crystal, at its base, lay a delicate golden nanostructure that continually shifted its form at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, exuding an air of vitality and intelligence. This artifact was none other than the hyperanalytical atomic framework spiritual root deriver, one of the 3 great treasures of the Immortal Alliance, a relic capable of altering the fate of any cultivator. Bai Yi's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the crystal, suspended effortlessly in midair. It seemed to autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming an invisible vortex. He was awestruck, but a glimmer of doubt surfaced in his mind. He raised his head and asked cautiously, Patriarch, in school, we were taught that the Qi refining stage is the foundation of cultivation. Implanting a spiritual treasure during this phase could potentially weaken one's foundation. His tone carried a hint of hesitation, revealing his partial skepticism toward the teachings of the school, though he dared not openly challenge them. After all, the patriarch before him was a golden core cultivator who had stood at the pinnacle of the Immortal Alliance for a century, while the school's teachings were merely long-standing conventional wisdom. The patriarch smiled faintly at Bai Yi's question, his expression filled with a mix of reassurance and approval. You are correct. Spiritual treasure implants are crafted from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, refined with the advanced technology of the Immortal Alliance. They harmonize with the cultivator's body without causing external damage and are recognized by the Dao. However, the Qi refining stage is indeed a critical foundation for cultivation. Hastily implanting a spiritual treasure during this phase may compromise one's core foundation. He paused briefly, his gaze resting on the crystal in his hand, a trace of pride and reverence flickering in his eyes. That said, there are exceptions. Among the spiritual treasure implants crafted by the Immortal Alliance, only a rare few, made from Dao crystals, not only avoid harming the foundation but can rebuild spiritual roots and enhance a cultivator's potential. This hyperanalytical atomic framework spiritual root deriver is one such exceptional treasure. As his words fell, the patriarch waved his hand, and with a surge of true energy, the crystal radiated an overwhelming and boundless aura. The nanostructure beneath it sparkled with spiritual light, as though it contained the essence of the Dao itself. He continued, this treasure's purpose is to use the Dao crystal as its core material to rebuild spiritual roots within the cultivator's body. With sufficient Dao crystals, even someone with 5 spiritual roots could gradually refine their aptitude to reach the level of a heaven spiritual root. His voice was calm and steady, yet his words struck Bai Yi like a hammer, resonating deeply in his heart. Heaven's spiritual root achievable after birth, Bai Yi murmured, his eyes narrowing as his mind surged with astonishment. Indeed, no matter the world, the resources of powerful factions were worlds apart from those available to ordinary people. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and continued listening attentively to the patriarch. However, as precious as this treasure is, even for a golden core cultivator like myself, it represents a tremendous expenditure of contribution points, the patriarch said with a sigh, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Just 2 days ago, I exchanged all my remaining contribution points for this. While it may not be enough to elevate your spiritual root to a heaven spiritual root, there's a fair chance it can push you to a dual spiritual root. He paused, his gaze flickering with a complex emotion. 100 years ago, I spent more than half of my contributions on the previous Dao child, only for him to perish unexpectedly, the cause still unknown. Now, with the little I have left, I can only raise your spiritual root to a dual spiritual root. Bai Yi fell silent, his emotions a mixture of gratitude and humility. As a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, his talent was mediocre at best. To receive such an opportunity was already an incredible blessing. With this in mind, he solemnly bowed to the patriarch, his eyes filled with heartfelt appreciation. The hyperanalytical atomic framework spiritual root deriver is a rare spiritual treasure implant. It can only be refined after reaching the late stage of qi refining, the patriarch said with an unquestionable authority in his voice. Now that you've achieved the late stage of qi refining, I will personally oversee your refinement of this treasure. As his words concluded, the patriarch enveloped the crystal in a surge of true energy, guiding it to float gently before Bai Yi. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi focused all his attention, following the patriarch's instructions. He infused the crystal with a drop of his essence blood and began channeling his spiritual energy and consciousness to refine the extraordinary treasure. Hearing the voice of the old ancestor, Bai Yi focused his mind, pricking his fingertip to let drops of his blood fall onto the nanostructured base below. The blood, shimmering like starlight, seeped into the microscopic framework, causing it to bloom. Sparks of light flickered as the structure transformed into the shape of pale pink lotus petals, resembling a blossoming virtual flower. Bloodline information detected. Proceed with spiritual consciousness and energy input, a cold, electronic voice echoed in his ears. Bai Yi took a deep breath, his spiritual consciousness descending onto the lotus platform. Streams of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, like a gentle brook, pouring into the platform. The lotus platform began to rotate slowly, and as the energy infused it, ribbons of spiritual energy danced in the air, resembling scattered petals, graceful yet carrying a hidden sharpness. Spiritual consciousness accepted, synchronizing energy frequency, the mechanical voice continued. The energy swirling on the lotus platform suddenly transformed into waves, integrating into the core points of the framework. Bai Yi's gaze remained fixed below, watching as the faint pink glow of the nanostructure gradually shifted to an intertwined blue-pink hue, like a mesmerizing fusion of ice and fire. Basic information input complete, initiating life essence connection with the final prompt. All the spiritual energy in the air was absorbed into the lotus platform. The framework's glow dimmed as it closed in on itself, taking on the form of a centipede. Its core, a crystal of spiritual essence crafted from Dao forging crystals, was tightly encased, resembling a delicate piece of art. Yet this art piece did not remain stationary for long. It flew toward Bai Yi of its own accord, attaching itself to his spine. A scanning beam swept across him, and Bai Yi felt a chill run down his back. Moments later, countless hair-thin nanoneedles pierced into his pores. The ultra-analytical atomic framework spiritual root generator flowed like mercury, adhering seamlessly to his spine. Its icy touch felt like a blade slicing across his skin. Then came a sharp pain, as countless microscopic nanobots began breaking down the spiritual root crystal, injecting its essence bit by bit into Bai Yi's spinal column. The brain represents the divine essence, the dantian the energy essence, and the spine the life essence. Steady your mind. Sense the life essence, and refine this treasure to draw it within. The old ancestor's voice echoed like a resounding bell in his ears. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the invasive itch burrowing into his bones. He closed his eyes, calming his mind. Inwardly, he visualized a cascade of starlight pouring down from the heavens, merging slowly into his back. Forming seals with both hands, Bai Yi's spiritual consciousness wove like threads, guiding streams of spiritual energy into the sides of his spine. Life Essence Scanning Vital Analysis OS at full capacity, the nanostructure device exposed on his back emitted another icy prompt. In an instant, waves of electric-like stimulation surged into his spinal cord. Bai Yi groaned softly, cold sweat dripping from his brow. Hold your mind steady. The ancestor's voice thundered in his mind like a warning bell. A surge of spiritual energy erupted around Bai Yi, his imposing aura rising sharply as he forcibly suppressed the unbearable itch. Clenching his teeth, he maintained his mental focus with all his might. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before the pain and itching finally began to fade. Bai Yi gradually loosened his tense nerves, sensing the flow of spiritual energy within his spine becoming smooth and gentle. Progress 106th Generation Ultra-Analytical Atomic Framework Spiritual Root Generator successfully bound. Current refinement progress. 5. The cold, mechanical voice sounded once more. The nanostructure on Bai Yi's back had quietly transformed into a thin layer of silver scales, covering the middle to lower sections of his spine. Faint glimmers of light flowed between the scales, like starlight twinkling in the night. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now radiant with spiritual brilliance. The entire world seemed subtly altered in his perception. The flow of spiritual energy became clearer, and the circulation of energy within his body, once sluggish like a grinding millstone, now moved with the speed of a spinning wheel. In that moment, he felt a power he had never known before. So this is dual spiritual roots, he murmured to himself, his tone tinged with awe and exhilaration. Haha, foolish boy, it's not that quick. The laughter of Bai Yi's ancestor interrupted his thoughts. Shaking his head, the old man looked at Bai Yi with a complex expression before turning his gaze to the distant sky. For now, you've only implanted the ultra-analytical atomic framework spiritual root generator. At best, you're in a temporary tri-rooted state. According to the records of the Immortal Alliance, it will take a year for your body to fully refine and absorb it. By then, even if the Outer Realm Dao World's array discs and spiritual pillars are used for testing, you'll officially have dual spiritual roots. Bai Yi blinked in slight surprise before nodding firmly, determination shining in his eyes. The old ancestor rose with a flick of his sleeve, his gaze distant as he looked toward the heavens. His voice, though low, carried a hint of melancholy. Perhaps the heavens differ, for the people of the Immortal Alliance are born with an incomplete Dao. Techniques and Dao insights that are easily comprehended in the outer realms are as challenging as reaching the heavens for Immortal Alliance cultivators. In the past, when the Immortal Alliance first encountered the outer realms' powerful beings, they could only respond with overwhelming firepower, and even when faced with invading enemies, they had no choice but to strike with indiscriminate destruction. After narrowly averting several near-apocalyptic disasters, the Xian Alliance's technological advancements finally surged once again, effectively resolving the long-standing issues of cultivators struggling to progress in their cultivation and their relatively weak combat power compared to others of the same level. As a result, while the Xian Alliance's cultivation civilization developed at a rapid pace, its technological sector not only avoided stagnation but also received increased investment. This fusion of cultivation and technology created a fascinating synergy, and young cultivators like Bai Yi became direct beneficiaries of this transformative era. Is this really just a 3 spiritual root constitution? Feeling the nearly doubled speed at which spiritual energy refined within his body, Bai Yi's eyes lit up with amazement. He couldn't help but marvel at the profound resources of such a powerful faction. The Dao building crystal, just a few grains of its powder, had consumed nearly half of a golden core cultivator's lifetime accumulation. If he had to gather it on his own, who knows how many years it would have taken. And this spiritual root enhancer astonishingly it directly raised the quality of his spiritual roots by an entire level. Standing nearby, the Bai family patriarch looked on with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. You've already refined the spiritual root enhancer. Now, there's half a month left until the entrance examination for the 4 academies and 10 palaces. Take this time to familiarize yourself with your new abilities. In 10 days, I will take you to borrow some items. Hearing this, Bai Yi considered briefly before suddenly speaking, Patriarch, I would like to study all the sword techniques in the family archives also. I've gained some insights into the innate Dao 1 manual, but I'll need to sense the sharp metallic energy of traditional artifact forging to test my understanding. Oh? The Patriarch was momentarily surprised, then chuckled softly. Young Bai, I am nearing the end of my days. To see someone as talented as you emerge in our family, I have no regrets. With that, he turned and disappeared, only to reappear moments later before Bai Yi. With a wave of his sleeve, Two metallic boxes and a pile of artifacts radiating an extraordinary spiritual aura appeared in front of Bai Yi. Here are over 30 foundational sword techniques and more than 40 artifacts. Study them well. The patriarch's tone was calm, but his eyes betrayed a glimmer of expectation. After speaking, he left the water pavilion and sat cross-legged outside the protective array, guarding Bai Yi as he worked. In 10 days, I must comprehend sword intent. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi's gaze swept over the artifacts and sword techniques laid out before him, a fiery determination flashing in his eyes. This was the advantage of being backed by a powerful faction resources that, if sought on one's own, would consume countless time and effort. He carefully arranged all the artifacts before him, enveloping them with his spiritual sense. Among them, 5 stood out with significantly greater power. His focus sharpened as he drew the 5 artifacts into his hands. As spiritual energy flowed through them, 2 of the artifacts faintly surpassed the others. Second-tier artifacts and their upper grade. A faint smile graced Bai Yi's lips as his consciousness delved into his spiritual sea, connecting with the Dao imprint mirror. A thin ray of light extended from the mirror, coursing through his meridians and into the second-tier artifact in his grasp. A faint sizzling sound followed as the artifact's spiritual energy rapidly dissipated, and in an instant, it crumbled into fragments, like iron corroded over millennia. 5.5 strands. Bai Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement as his heart raced with joy. This single second-tier upper-grade artifact had yielded 5.5 strands of Dao comprehension light. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued refining the remaining artifacts. Time flowed quietly as Bai Yi worked with intense focus, dismantling all 40 artifacts one by one. Each time an artifact shattered, a few more strands of Dao comprehension light appeared on the edge of the Dao imprint mirror in his spiritual sea, gradually forming a dazzling array akin to a starry sky. 20 strands, 30 strands, 36.5 strands. After a long while, Bai Yi gazed at the total of 36.5 strands of Dao comprehension light shimmering before him, added to the 8 strands he had previously accumulated. Now, 44 strands illuminated the mirror's edge. A confident smile curved his lips. With this foundation, I refuse to believe I can't grasp sword intent. Turning to the metallic boxes, he opened one and retrieved a crystalline storage chip. Without hesitation, he embedded it into his terminal. With a slight activation of his spiritual energy, the chip's contents instantly merged into his consciousness. Falling Leaf Sword Technique top tier for the Foundation Establishment stage. Its swordsmanship flows like falling leaves, graceful yet laced with deadly intent. The essence of the sword technique unfolded in Bai Yi's mind. Drawing a strand of Dao comprehension light into his consciousness, he guided it into the depths of his mind. In that moment, a celestial vision emerged in his mental realm, a cascade of falling leaves, sword light dancing among them with boundless killing intent, as though the entire world trembled under the weight of this sword intent. Bai Yi closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Sword intent is within my grasp. 2 hours later, Bai Yi let out a long breath, his composure calm and steady. The one-sheen sword left its sheath, its light gliding through the water manner like a withered leaf cutting across the surface of a tranquil pond. The falling leaf trembled slightly, imbued with the subtle resonance of Dao. The sword's movements were as fluid and natural as flowing water. After several rounds of practice, the sword returned to its sheath. With a swift motion, Bai Yi inserted another crystal storage chip into his bloodstream. As the chip merged with his body, a torrent of sword techniques surged into his mind. Tianfu Sword Technique. A mid-ear chi refining method, balanced and harmonious, blending strength and softness. Plum Blossom Sword Technique. A height-ear chi refining method, showcasing the resilience of winter plum blossoms, standing tall in the biting cold. Magnetic Light Sword Technique. A mid-ear chi refining method, harnessing magnetic fields with boundless kinetic power. Wind and Rain Sword Technique. Thunderclap Sword Technique. One sword style after another imprinted itself into his mind. Bai Yi closed his eyes in deep contemplation, the various sword intents weaving together in his thoughts, colliding and seemingly merging into something greater. 10 days later, the water manor was filled with crisscrossing sword lights. Bai Yi's hair was disheveled, but his focus was unwavering. The sword in his hand moved like a shadow, its techniques alternating between the swiftness of a storm and the gentleness of a stream. Amidst the dazzling display of sword light, another sword, the Qingxian sword, began to move on its own. Dozens of sword styles converged, their lights intertwining like a curtain, their sword energy surging like tides. The intense sword intent reverberated through the water manor, causing its walls to tremble. A sudden gleam appeared in Bai Yi's eyes as the Qingxian sword's blade shifted, its energy condensing into a radiant sword arc. Streams of Dao resonances flowed along its edge, coalescing into a sharp, piercing sword rainbow that shot toward the void. Good timing, Bai Yi shouted in a low voice. The one-sheen sword flew from his hand, its light spiraling like a bird in flight. meeting the fierce sword rainbow of the Qingxian sword Heiden. The two forces collided, the Wenxin sword maneuvering with intricate precision, chipping away at the sword rainbow's might. Suddenly, the Wenxin sword emitted a thunderous roar, its sword energy bursting forth like celestial lightning, shattering the Qingxian sword's rainbow into fragments. Leaping into the air, Bai Yi caught the retreating Qingxian sword. His figure transformed into a streak of white light, his sword radiance illuminating the entire chamber. In an instant, the water manor was engulfed in a web of intersecting sword energies. The essences of dozens of sword techniques converged into a singular, heavy yet razor-sharp presence, as if ready to break through all barriers. Outside the water manor, the Bai clan's patriarch sat cross-legged in meditation. The profound aura reached him, causing his eyes to snap open. A manifestation of Dao intent? The patriarch exclaimed in astonishment. Rising to his feet, he moved toward the water manor in a flash. However, the void suddenly froze, and an overwhelming sword intent erupted, as if it could tear the heavens asunder. At the peak of the water manor, cracks spread across the metallic surface, thunderous roars echoing as a cyan sword rainbow burst forth, piercing the sky and slashing toward the Bai clan patriarch. A nascent sword intent? The patriarch's eyes gleamed with delight. Though he did not practice swordsmanship, he could sense the profound Dao intent contained within this strike. Laughing heartily, he dispelled his protective energy and spread his fingers wide. Streams of water gathered in his palm, forming a river that surged to meet the sword rainbow. The rainbow clashed violently, its sword energy shattering into countless fragments that slashed at the water. With a sharp tearing sound, the water flow was severed, and the sword fragments dispersed. Yet the thunderous roars continued as the Qingxian sword, empowered by its sword intent, transformed into a colossal ethereal blade, striking down toward the patriarch's palm with immense force. What a brilliant strike! The patriarch laughed aloud, flipping his palm to summon a towering wave. The sword blade pierced through the wave, but the endless torrents gradually wore down the sword intent until it finally disintegrated with a resounding crash. The Qingxian sword was drawn into the patriarch's hand. With a graceful turn, he descended into the water manor, holding the sword firmly in his grasp. The figure of the White family's patriarch streaked across the skies above the water residence like a flash of light before landing steadily. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he prepared to let out a hearty laugh. However, his gaze was abruptly drawn to the scene before him. At the center of the water residence stood Bai Yi, his eyes closed, as still as an unsheathed sword. Waves of sword intent rippled outward from his body like water, sharp and awe-inspiring, sending chills down one's spine. The patriarch paused, his laughter fading, afraid to disturb Bai Yi's state of enlightenment. Instead, he stood quietly to the side, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction as he patiently waited for Bai Yi to emerge from his comprehension of swordsmanship. My swordsmanship encompasses all, mastering the art of 10,000 blades and unleashing their infinite sharpness. Bai Yi's voice resonated through the water residence like rolling thunder. In the next moment, his eyes snapped open, and an intense sword intent surged into the sky, piercing the heavens. Though raw and nascent, this fierce sword intent seemed capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. The clouds surrounding the water residence churned violently, resembling crashing waves under its power. Gradually, the sword intent receded, and the overwhelming aura dissipated. Bai Yi's expression returned to calm, though his eyes gleamed with a brilliance that hinted at endless sharpness. The moment he opened his eyes, Bai Yi noticed the White family patriarch standing quietly nearby. Startled for a moment, Bai Yi couldn't help but speak. Patriarch, this water residence. His gaze swept over the disarray around him, lingering on the gaping crack in the ceiling above. His words trailed off as he awkwardly rubbed his nose, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. The patriarch, however, waved it off with a hearty laugh, unconcerned. No matter. If the cost of a water residence means you've grasped even a fraction of the Great Dao, then no loss is too great for this old man. His tone brimmed with pride and gratification as he studied Bai Yi with sharp, approving eyes. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, until he couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. That sword intent. The patriarch's voice shifted, now tinged with excitement. In the outer domain's Dao realms, for someone at the foundation establishment stage to comprehend sword intent is enough to be hailed as a prodigy of the sword. But you, Bai Yi, have touched the threshold of swordsmanship's first realm while still in the chi refining stage. Though it is but a prototype, this talent of yours calling you a natural-born sword immortal would not be an exaggeration. His gaze burned with pride, his voice carrying a hint of triumph. Ha ha ha, let's see who dares to claim the White family has no worthy successors now. Bai Yi listened to the patriarch's praise, feeling both shy and a little proud. Before he could respond, The patriarch's tone suddenly shifted, now laced with excitement. The Tindi mark has arrived. Bai Yi, tidy yourself up quickly. I'm taking you to borrow something. Bai Yi blinked in confusion, his mind filled with questions. Borrow something? He asked, unable to contain his curiosity. But the patriarch offered no further explanation, merely urging him to hurry. Left with no choice, Bai Yi cast a cleansing technique to rid himself of the dust on his robes and used a sharp burst of sword energy to trim his disheveled hair. Just as he finished tidying up, a deep rumble echoed from outside the central lake of the island. Bai Yi looked up to see the lake's waters roiling as a silver-gray warship slowly ascended into the sky. Its triangular hull gleamed with a cold, metallic luster under the sunlight. The warship hovered above them, and a beam of light descended. The White family patriarch let out a hearty laugh, stepping into the beam with Bai Yi in tow. In an instant, their figures were drawn into the ship's interior. The hatch sealed shut, and the warship let out a deafening sonic boom before transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. In Qinghua Domain's Mingzhou City, mountain ranges stretched endlessly, resembling a coiled dragon resting upon the earth. The deep green forests were as dense and rich as ink, enveloping a bustling cluster of buildings. Streams of vehicles moved ceaselessly, transporting various resources, filling the city with vitality and the rhythm of industry. Suddenly, a loud boom resonated through the air, causing a faint tremor. Vehicles along the aerial pathways slowed down as passengers inside frowned and looked up. A massive warship was descending from the distant sky. Despite its size, the ship maneuvered with astonishing agility, performing a barrel roll in midair that left onlookers staring in awe. Shut your mouth, you fool. A middle-aged man inside a hovering cargo truck smacked the back of his young son's head, scolding him in a hushed tone. Remember, this kind of warship, custom-made by the Immortal Alliance, isn't something ordinary people can own. Only powerful cultivators are worthy of such a vessel. At the same time, the warship's internal AI system broadcasted a series of announcements. You have entered Mingzhou City airspace. Please reduce speed verifying credentials White Dao Jinren. You are exceeding the speed limit signal transmitted to Mingzhou City's guardian, Huang and Tian Jinren. Bai Yi clung tightly to the handrail, his face slightly pale, clearly overwhelmed by the patriarch's daring piloting. Just as he let out a relieved sigh, he noticed the patriarch reluctantly releasing the controls and switching to AI-assisted navigation. The warship's speed stabilized, cruising steadily toward the core area of Mingzhou City. At nearly 30 times the speed of sound, the series of aerial maneuvers performed along the way exerted immense pressure. If not for the exceptional load-reducing capabilities of the warship and his own cultivation level, he might have already collapsed on the ground, vomit painting a colorful arc. The patriarch of the Bai family, rubbing his aching lower back, couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Getting old, he muttered softly, though his gaze carried a hint of nostalgia. Back in my day, when I piloted a small star destroyer with my spiritual sense in the outer realm's gray zone. Oh, the glory! He straightened up before finishing his sentence, standing tall once again beside Bai Yi. His tone grew more spirited, tinged with a sense of pride. The Huang family of Mingzhou has maintained their legacy for over 3,000 years. This time, our goal is to borrow the Bai Xian Mu pearl nurtured by their third-ear spiritual plant, the Bai Xian Yulu tree. When the time comes, don't hold back. Forget about saving face and snatch it fiercely for this old man. Hearing this, Bai Yi felt a slight tremor in his heart and couldn't help but silently offer a prayer for the Huang family. Observing the curve of the patriarch's lips, he understood all too well that this so-called borrowing was far from a polite request. His family's patriarch, with his vast experience and formidable strength, now nearing the end of his lifespan, had long abandoned any concern for rules or decorum. Understood, patriarch, Bai Yi replied with a nod, though his gaze revealed a mix of emotions. Despite his youth, the past few days of following the patriarch had broadened his horizons. He knew well that this borrowing was bound to be anything but ordinary. Just then, the warship passed through the city's air defense array, the Crimson Flame Formation. From the distance, a figure shot toward them like a rocket, heading straight for the warship. Junior Huang Antian greets Senior Bai. In front of the warship, a middle-aged man in a brown robe, with neatly groomed hair and beard, cupped his hands in salute, standing in midair with a respectful yet cautious tone. His gaze swept over the warship, landing on the hatch, clearly prepared for these uninvited guests. Young Huang, it's been years. Come on in, let's talk, the Bai family patriarch said, narrowing his eyes slightly, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. The warship's hatch slowly opened. Huang Antian hesitated for a brief moment, but quickly reminded himself that this was Mingzhou, his territory. Steeling himself, he stepped into the warship. Senior Bai, have you come to celebrate the appointment of our family's new Daozi? Huang Antian asked tentatively, his tone cautious. New Daozi? The patriarch of the Bai family appeared momentarily taken aback before slapping his thigh in sudden realization. Ah, yes. I share a deep bond with old Huang, so of course I came for that. Huang Antian blinked in surprise before muttering, but the Daozi ceremony was 5 days ago. No matter. I'll just drop by for a casual visit. The Bai family patriarch waved his hand dismissively, his tone nonchalant. Without hesitation, he skillfully piloted the warship toward the Huang family's grove. Standing to the side, Huang Antian noticed the warship's navigation system already had a preset route to the Huang family estate. A wave of helplessness swept over him, though he dared not show it. Casting a sidelong glance at Bai Yi, his eyes gleamed with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. Junior Bai Yi greets Master Huang. Bai Yi quickly stood and bowed respectfully once the seniors concluded their conversation. Young Huang, take a good look. This is the new Daozi of the Bai family, the patriarch said lightly, his tone carrying a trace of pride. Huang Antian smiled warmly, offering a few compliments, but his expression soon shifted as if something occurred to him. His face slightly pale, he turned abruptly and said, Senior Bai, the Bai Exine Yulu tree is truly off limits. Ahem. The Bai family patriarch cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. You brat, do I look like that kind of person? I'm just passing through and thought of old Huang. I merely wanted to stop by for some tea. Before his words could settle, the warship had already descended onto the Huang family's grove landing pad. A crowd of Huang family stewards, well informed of the visitors, had gathered in anticipation. At the forefront of the group stood a young man with his hair tied in a traditional style, exuding an air of antiquity. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the Huang family head, his gaze curious as he watched the warship descend. As the hatch opened, under the watchful eyes of the Huang family, an elderly man with silver-white hair and a weathered face emerged, accompanied by a young man, both led by the Huang family patriarch. Senior Bai, please join me at my residence for some tea, Huang Antian said with a polite smile, his tone a mix of deference and probing. The Bai family patriarch glanced up at the Huang family's grand formation, ensuring everything was in order. He then cleared his throat lightly, his aged eyes sweeping over Huang Antian. Tea can wait. Young Huang, if I recall correctly, the Bai Exine Yulu trees by Jade Nectar should already be formed, yes? Huang Antian paused in his steps, then straightened his posture and glanced at the Bai family elder, saying, Elder Bai, today the Huang family has also welcomed the birth of a Dao child. I fear I cannot comply with your request. Achieving the golden core has certainly made you bolder. Have you forgotten how, when you were just a child, this old man used to spank you? Elder Bai's voice had barely faded when his figure flickered like a ghost, vanishing and reappearing before Huang Antian in an instant. With his 5 fingers spread, the air around him churned as mist swirled and water coalesced rapidly into a massive spectral hand. The hand, carrying the overwhelming force of a cascading river, descended with the weight of a thundering waterfall. The moisture in the air condensed sharply, as if the entire world was enveloped in the crushing momentum of the attack. Huang Antian's expression shifted slightly. He took a small step back, his energy surging abruptly. Clasping his hands together, strands of Dao energy radiated outward as the spiritual energy around him roared to life. From the ground, an enormous network of plant roots erupted, growing rapidly into a massive wooden hand. Towering like an ancient tree rooted in the heavens, it met the oncoming torrent heeding, its resilience seemingly unshakable. The two forces collided midair, unleashing a storm of spiritual energy that swept through the surroundings like a gale. The river-like water crashed against the wooden hand, each droplet transforming into razor-sharp blades that relentlessly sliced into the root's defenses. The wooden hand held firm for a brief moment, but soon fissures appeared, and it was torn apart. The water surged forward unchecked. Amid the cascading water, a figure moved with lightning speed, closing the distance to Huang Antian in an instant. Emerging from the mist, Elder Bai's form became visible, his hand now solidified with water energy. With a swift motion, he seized Huang Antian, who barely had time to react, and hoisted him into the air. In one fluid motion, the watery hand smacked forcefully against Huang Antian's backside, leaving him stunned. Elder Bai, I yield. I yield. Huang Antian quickly shouted, waving his hands frantically, no longer daring to summon his energy. The water dispersed gradually as Elder Bai chuckled lightly. He stepped back and brought Bai Yi to his side, patting him on the shoulder. Let's get moving, he said casually. Huang Antian forced a bitter smile, rubbing the sore spot where he had been struck. Watching Elder Bai and Bai Yi walk away, he sighed deeply. The members of the Huang family exchanged puzzled glances but dared not voice their questions. The group soon left the wooded garden, traversing several mountain ridges before arriving at the edge of a dense forest. At the forest's far end, a towering waterfall roared, its misty spray creating an otherworldly, ethereal scene. The Bishin Jade Willow realm opens once every 300 years, Huang Antian said, his tone carrying a hint of gravity as he surveyed the surroundings. This time, the younger generation of the Huang family may enter. One drop of the jade liquid from a single tree can fortify your foundation and enhance your physical body. Leaping into the air, he floated above the ground with ease. In his hand, he held a smooth white alloy token, which he raised high before channeling his energy into it. The token glowed brightly, its intricate mechanisms activating and extending toward the waterfall. A deep blue beam of light shot into the sky, piercing through the void. In an instant, a massive formation composed of hundreds of anchor points materialized in the air. Spiritual energy surged as the void twisted, creating a vast spatial passageway that parted the waterfall's flow. The realm is open. Go, Huang Antian commanded firmly. Led by the Huang family's Dao child, the younger generation of the family leapt eagerly into the realm. Bai Yi watched for a moment, then nodded to Elder Bai before stepping forward and diving into the portal. As Bai Yi disappeared into the realm, the Huang family head approached Huang Antian and whispered, Elder, are we really letting that Bai family Dao child enter? The third-tier Bishin Jade Willow? Huang Antian's gaze sharpened, and he let out a cold chuckle. Elder Bai has done much for our Huang family. Besides, we've cultivated the Bishin Jade Willow forest for years. Xuanyan knows what to do. Meanwhile, within the realm, Bai Yi felt a mild dizziness before slowly opening his eyes. What greeted him was a vast forest, each tree towering over 20 to 30 meters tall. Their branches drooped like jade-green willows, swaying gently in the wind. These were none other than the Bishin Jade Willows. The trees' branches and leaves shimmered faintly, partially obscuring their thick trunks. From the crevices of the trunks, droplets of translucent liquid, as clear as jade, trickled down slowly, gathering into shallow pools on the ground. Bai Yi crouched to examine the liquid closely. It was a vibrant green, though its luster was somewhat dim, indicating that these were only first-tier Bishin Jade Willows. Not the third-tier trees Elder Bai mentioned, Bai Yi muttered to himself. He retrieved a jade bottle artifact designed for liquid storage and prepared to collect the drops. With a sudden burst of speed, he pushed off the ground, launching himself toward the nearest tree like an arrow. Just as he reached it, a sharp screech echoed through the air. Scree! Two green-furred, scale-covered Bishin monkeys leapt from the treetops, their sharp claws aimed directly at Bai Yi. With a sharp hum, a dazzling flash of sword light flickered behind Bai Yi, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. A dull thud followed as the corpses of two jade-scaled apes crashed to the ground from midair. Moving with lightning speed, Bai Yi dodged the drooping branches of the Jadeheart willow tree and arrived beneath it in an instant. He swiftly retrieved a jade bottle and deftly collected all the jade essence into it. Pulling out the Wenshin sword, he extracted 2 demon cores from its blade, refining them into spiritual energy with a flicker of mystical light. Once everything was packed away, he looked toward the depths of the forest and leapt onto the treetop. From his vantage point, he could see the dense forest stretching endlessly. At its center stood a towering third-tier Jadeheart willow tree, reaching hundreds of meters into the sky. Its emerald leaves and branches spread wide like a canopy, casting shadows that blotted out the sun. Surrounding this towering monarch were countless second-tier Jadeheart willow trees, standing 50 to 60 meters tall, their swaying branches forming a natural barrier, as though standing guard for their king. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. A third-tier Jadeheart willow tree produced a single Jadeheart wood orb every 300 years, an invaluable treasure. However, second-tier and higher Jadeheart willows possessed a faint level of awareness, instinctively protecting the Tree King. Adding to that, the Huang clan's thousand-year-old air restriction formation made it virtually impossible for ordinary people to approach. Yet, these obstacles were mere trifles for a sword cultivator. Bai Yi chuckled softly. The sword cultivator's path was unmatched in offense, and their speed of movement far surpassed others of the same level. To him, the air restriction formation was no more than an inconvenience. After a brief moment of contemplation, he leapt into the air. A flash of green light burst forth as the Qingxian sword emerged from its scabbard, forming a perfect arc to catch him. Together, man and sword transformed into a streak of green light, shooting straight toward the towering third-tier Jadeheart willow tree at the heart of the forest. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, a group of several dozen young members of the Huang clan was busily collecting jade essence. The backs of their hands glowed with jade-colored runasunic glyphs of the Huang clan that allowed free movement within the air restriction formation. The leader of the group, a smug-looking young man, boasted, "Brother Xuanyan should be nearing the mother tree by now. Humph, without our Huang clan's glyphs, that Bai clan Daoist is probably still struggling at the outskirts." The others chimed in with laughter as they continued gathering jade essence. At the base of the trees, pools of jade essence had already formed, and the Huang clan members carefully filled their jade bottles with the precious liquid. However, just as they were engrossed in their task, the nearby Jadeheart willow trees suddenly grew restless. Thick branches, as wide as arms, began whipping through the air, striking several young clan members and sending them flying without warning. What? The leader's face turned pale with shock. He looked up to see a dense mass of branches surging like a tidal wave of fury. Amid the chaos, a streak of green light darted and weaved with uncanny agility. The figure within the light moved with precision and grace, evading the lashing branches as if surfing through a sea of emerald waves. The sheer speed of the movements left onlookers stunned. "Thanks for the help, friends." A familiar voice rang out just as the leader was about to react. A gust of wind swept past, and to his astonishment, the jade bottles in his arms were suddenly gone. Stunned, he caught a glimpse of Bai Yi's figure within the green streak. Standing atop his flying sword, Bai Yi shot him a mischievous smile before turning and vanishing like a bolt of lightning. "You bastard!" the leader shouted, only to be struck by a swinging branch that sent him tumbling to the ground. Elsewhere, Bai Yi effortlessly dodged the flurry of branches around him. The Qingxian sword beneath his feet moved like a nimble dragon, carrying him with ease. A quick scan of his storage ring revealed it brimming with jade bottles, and a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What a haul! He had initially planned to forego collecting jade essence in favor of securing the jade heartwood orb, but luck had delivered him a group of helpful collectors along the way. The Huang clan truly was full of generous people. Adjusting his breath, Bai Yi executed a sharp left spin to evade an incoming branch, then a 360-degree right spin before diving downward, skillfully avoiding another crossfire of branches. His eyes locked onto the towering mother tree ahead, its massive canopy blotting out the sky. The Qingxian sword beneath him flared with brilliant light, emitting a thunderous roar as it accelerated like a streak of nitrogen-charged lightning, hurtling toward his target. Moments later, Bai Yi made one final roll to narrowly evade the heavy hammer-like swing of the willow branch. A vast, open woodland emerged before him, brimming with vitality. Wisps of spiritual energy rose into the sky like ribbons, only to be absorbed by the central mother tree, magnificent by Xian jade willow, glowing like golden jade. Steadying himself, Bai Yi scanned the ethereal forest before him. His heart stirred with awe. The mother tree stood like a towering pillar reaching into the heavens, its branches and leaves radiating a soft, luminous glow. Faint golden sap trickled down the trunk, collecting in the pool below. Within the pool, concentrated life energy shimmered like countless stars in a miniature galaxy, evoking a profound sense of reverence. Taking a deep breath, he felt the rich vitality saturating the air around him, his expression growing solemn. Such an overwhelming life force, it was no wonder this place could nurture the legendary Bai Xian wood pearl. As his ancestors' instructions echoed in his mind, Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. The Bai Xian wood pearl could not only enhance the power of the Xiao Wu Xinggong technique, but also strengthen a cultivator's physical foundation and stabilize their Qi and Dantian. With this in mind, he wasted no time, striding directly toward the mother tree. He knew that Huang Xuanyan, the Dao scion of the Huang family, had likely arrived ahead of him. Sure enough, as he pushed past the drooping willow branches, the golden pool and the emerald green wood pearl floating above it came into view along with the familiar figure already standing there. Huang Xuanyan turned to face him, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before it was quickly replaced with confidence. As expected of the Bai family's Dao scion, you managed to break through the outer defenses so quickly. However, he smirked faintly. "You're still a step too late." Bai Yi said nothing, his cold gaze fixed on Huang Xuanyan, though his eyes subtly noted the other's movements. Huang Xuanyan's hand was resting lightly on a slender willow branch by the pool, as if discreetly channeling some hidden power. Sure enough, in the next moment, the branch emitted a faint, dim light, and the mother tree's tendrils came alive, gathering around Huang Xuanyan and lifting him toward the pool. Bai Yi's expression hardened, his mind racing to analyze Huang Xuanyan's earlier actions. In an instant, he understood his opponent's intentions. Without hesitation, his Qingxian sword transformed into a streak of azure light, propelling him to the pool's edge in a flash. Reaching out, he grasped the same willow branch. Huang Xuanyan's confidence remained unshaken as he sneered. "Bai Yi, I admit your reflexes are impressive, but the mother tree only chooses one individual to receive the Bai Xian wood pearl every 3 centuries. Its choice is based on the Dao resonance of those who touch it. My Huang family has nurtured this tree for 2,000 years. Its essence is already intertwined with our bloodline. You may have touched the branch, but you have no chance." Before his words fully settled, Bai Yi's lips curved into a faint smile. "Dao resonance? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Huang Xuanyan." Huang Xuanyan froze, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his mind. Just as he began to question, the willow tendrils supporting him abruptly loosened, as if losing interest, and unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. At the same time, the countless branches of the mother tree extended toward Bai Yi, cradling him with care and gently lowering him into the golden pool. Huang Xuanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. What? On what grounds? Huang Xuanyan blurted out in frustration, nearly losing his composure. Before he could think further, countless willow branches surged forward, swiftly driving him away from the vicinity of the tree trunk. Forced to retreat to the outer perimeter, Huang Xuanyan's enraged shouts echoed sharply in the open space. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as his furious gaze remained fixed on the mother tree. Yet, its willow branches formed an impenetrable barrier, shielding Bai Yi securely within, leaving not even the slightest gap. Inside the barrier of willow branches, Bai Yi sat cross-legged in the jade-green liquid, his eyes closed in serene concentration. His breathing was steady and deep, and with each inhalation, waves of vibrant life force seeped into his body through his pores, nourishing every cell. His muscles seemed to ripple gently, as though alive, while his cells voraciously absorbed the energy from the jade liquid at an astonishing rate. Even the nearly imperceptible telomeres in his DNA quietly extended, a change beyond the reach of spiritual perception. A thin layer of dry, dead skin silently peeled away from Bai Yi's body, revealing the smooth, jade-like skin beneath. At his back, a nanostructure within his body operated at full capacity. Countless nanorobots worked as if infused with boundless energy, amplifying the rate at which the Dao crystal was converted by several times. What had once been a gradual process now progressed at an unprecedented pace. Encased in the jade liquid, Bai Yi's body grew increasingly robust. His muscles became more resilient, and the flow of energy through his meridians became smoother with each passing moment. Every beat of his heart resonated like the pounding of a war drum, propelling the life force throughout his body and strengthening every cell. His consciousness gradually sank into his spiritual sea, where he could feel the surging vitality within himself. Within the spiritual sea, the Dao Mirror was surrounded by glimmering stars, faint traces of 6 radiant beams flickering intermittently. Bai Yi activated the Chongling Sutra, drawing his awareness closer to the faint light of enlightenment. Simultaneously, his physical body absorbed the life energy from the jade liquid with unrelenting intensity, like a vortex pulling in everything around it. 2 days later, the jade liquid in the pool had been completely consumed. Bai Yi remained seated cross-legged, his silver mercury-like blood coursing through his veins, exuding dense spiritual energy. As his spiritual energy surged, Bai Yi opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance emanated from his gaze. Lowering his head to examine his inner self, he found that his meridians had nearly doubled in width, and his spiritual sea roared like a vast river. He couldn't help but feel satisfied. In just 2 days, his physical foundation had strengthened by nearly 30%, and his total spiritual energy had more than doubled. The instability in his spiritual foundation caused by his recent rapid breakthrough had now been thoroughly solidified. Raising his head, Bai Yi looked at the jade-green wooden bead hovering above him. With a flip of his palm, he drew the bead into his grasp using his spiritual energy. Remembering his ancestors' instructions, he opened his mouth and swallowed the bead. Immediately, he activated the minor 5 elements technique, causing the 5 elemental energy cyclones within his body to separate. One of the cyclones reversed its flow, grinding and refining the jade-green wooden bead like a millstone. As the refinement progressed, wisps of green mist emerged from Bai Yi's pores, flowing into the reversed cyclone within his meridians and gradually tinting it a vibrant shade of green. After a long period, the jade-green wooden bead was fully refined. The cyclone within his dantian had completely transformed into a green vortex, and the circulation speed of the minor 5 elements technique broke through yet another bottleneck, increasing by 20%. Bai Yi could sense the faint vitality now present in his spiritual energy. As the minor 5 elements technique continued to circulate, this vitality worked to repair the subtle injuries in his flesh and meridians. The jade-green wooden bead had not only allowed the minor 5 elements technique to reach a new level, but also granted it a healing property, making it a truly invaluable treasure. As he observed the 5 distinct cyclones in his spiritual sea and dantian, Bai Yi's gaze grew contemplative. The opportunity to refine treasures of the 5 elements, he realized, might have been the true purpose behind his ancestors' insistence on obtaining the jade-green wooden bead. Just then, a faint tremor rippled through the secret realm, spreading in all directions. Before Bai Yi could process what was happening, a powerful force of rejection surged from the void. Space rippled and distorted, and all living beings within the secret realm that did not belong to it were abruptly expelled. As the space distorted and shifted, Bai Yi felt a sudden weightlessness under his feet. Darkness engulfed his vision, and the deafening roar of rushing water erupted once more, like a stampede of 1,000 horses surging past his ears. In the blink of an eye, his sight cleared, and he found himself back at the familiar waterfall. The mysterious aura of the secret realm was fading. It was evident that the realm had closed. It seemed Xuanyan has successfully refined the Bishinwood pearl, someone murmured amidst the crowd. Immediately, the members of the Huang family turned their attention to Huang Xuanyan, their faces alight with anticipation and congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Xuanyan. A chorus of flattery followed. Yet, Huang Xuanyan's expression remained stiff, and a slight twitch betrayed his unease. He raised a hand to rub his forehead, as though struggling to face the gazes of those around him. As the prodigy of the Huang family, he should have had every advantage, yet he had been forcibly ejected from the secret realm. How is this possible? Huang Xuanyan gritted his teeth, disbelief surging through him. He had been confident that his innate comprehension of the vitality essence of the Bishin Jade Willow Tree would ensure his victory, especially against a mere sword cultivator. But the reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Ah, luck just hasn't been on my side lately, he muttered to himself, his tone laced with bitterness and frustration. Huang Xuanyan's reaction quickly alerted the Huang family members that something was amiss. Their gazes instinctively shifted to Bai Yi, their eyes blazing with an intensity that seemed to threaten to devour him whole. Could it be true that their on-syndicate's prodigy had been defeated? Bai Yi, however, appeared entirely unfazed by the fiery stares. With an air of composure, he walked toward the Bai family patriarch, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Patriarch, I managed to scrape by with a narrow victory. The Bai family patriarch was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. He clapped Huang Antian on the shoulder, his tone brimming with pride. Huang lad, it seems the Bai family's young prodigy managed to edge out a win this time. Huang Antian's expression remained calm, though his lips twitched into a strained smile. As expected of someone chosen by you, senior. To be honest, my Huang family has fallen short this time. Despite his words, his gaze returned to Bai Yi, his eyes betraying his astonishment. The Huang family had held every conceivable advantage. Their intimate familiarity with the Bishin Jade Willow Tree's secret realm, the deployment of their anti-flight array, the use of specialized talismans, and Huang Xuanyan's innate grasp of the essence of vitality. By all accounts, the outcome should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, against all odds, this young Bai family prodigy had turned the tables and emerged victorious. Huang Antian couldn't help but feel a storm of emotions churning within him. Xuanyan, come here, Huang Antian said in a firm tone. Huang Xuanyan let out a quiet sigh before stepping forward to stand beside his elder. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Bai Yi. After a moment of silence, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and spoke. Huang Xuanyan, Dao child of the Huang family. My brother, I concede defeat to you today, and do so wholeheartedly. When the 4 academies and 10 palaces hold their assessments, we shall meet again to determine the stronger. Bai Yi's expression remained calm, his gaze unwavering as he returned the gesture. Bai Yi, Dao child of the Bai family. Until the assessments, then. Their eyes locked, and though the tension was palpable, there was an unmistakable sense of mutual respect between the two. Enough talk, Huang lad. This old man has urgent matters to attend to in Qiming City and won't linger any longer, the Bai family patriarch declared with a wave of his hand. With a sweep of his true energy, he lifted Bai Yi into the air, and the two disappeared into the sky. Moments later, a massive warship streaked across the horizon, taking them aboard before vanishing into the distance. Huang Antian watched the warship fade from view. Beside him, the Huang family head couldn't help but mutter in frustration, Patriarch, the Bishin wood pearl was meant for Xuanyan. Give him the one I left behind. Huang Antian interrupted coldly, his gaze sharp as it swept over the family head. His voice was low but carried undeniable authority. Our Huang family owes senior by far too much already. We've been quite unreasonable this time. He turned to Huang Xuanyan, his tone softening yet carrying a deeper meaning. Remember the name Bai Yi. For him to surpass you at the final step, he is no ordinary talent. The Qi Mingli family holds him in high regard, and Senior Bai's favor for this junior is anything but ordinary. Huang Xuanyan's fists clenched tightly at the words, his emotions a complex mix of frustration and determination. One day later, at the Li family's estate in Qiming. In the 5th match, the Bai family's Dao child emerges victorious. On the blazing hot martial stage, Bai Yi stood tall, his robes billowing in the wind. The Wenshin sword floated beside him, its sharp aura radiating an unyielding presence. His gaze swept across the crowd, his expression calm and resolute, like an unshakable peak towering above all. All the disciples of the Li family from this generation instinctively averted their gaze whenever their eyes met Bai Yi's. They couldn't help but recall the events of that morning. The patriarch of the Bai family, accompanied by Bai Yi, the Bai family's Dao child, paid a visit to the patriarch of the Li family. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Li family patriarch gathered 5 of the year's most talented disciples who had passed the initial examinations of the 4 academies and 10 palaces. He then made an astonishing announcement. If Bai Yi could defeat all 5 of them, the Li family would gift the Bai family their treasured scarlet flame essence. The moment his words fell, flames of determination ignited in the eyes of the five-leaf family prodigies. However, they had no idea they were about to step into a nightmare. As a sword cultivator, Bai Yi needed only 11 strikes to defeat all 5 of them. The most outstanding talent of the Li family managed to hold out for 7 strikes before falling, while the other 4 were defeated with just a single strike each. His sword light was like a rainbow, his sword energy roared like thunder, and his mastery of 3 Dao rhythms condensed into one blade showcased a profound swordsmanship that made every strike as unstoppable as divine lightning. Since that moment, the Li family disciples avoided meeting Bai Yi's eyes. It was as if his sharp gaze still carried the overwhelming pressure of those 11 strikes. Brother Bai, your Bai family has really made a remarkable comeback. The burly Li family patriarch stroked his beard and praised repeatedly. Our Li family may not have produced an extraordinary Dao child this generation, but we still have some decent talents. Yet, your young brother here defeated all 5 of them with just 11 strikes. Truly, a swordsmanship prodigy? The Bai family patriarch smiled dismissively and retorted. After all these years, your words still sound unpleasant. The conditions have been met. Now hand over the goods. The Li family patriarch laughed heartily, pulling out a tube of scarlet flame essence, its deep crimson liquid bubbling like molten lava. He handed it to the Bai family patriarch with a grin. I've been losing to you for over 4 centuries. Honestly, I thought you'd forgotten about this wager. The Bai family patriarch stored the scarlet flame essence and cast a nonchalant glance at the Li family patriarch before turning to leave. We're done here. If you'd like to visit me for tea, my Qinghe tea is always available. Seeing the patriarch prepare to depart, Bai Yi cupped his hands in courtesy, then soared into the air on his sword. As the warship's hatch closed behind him, he disappeared into the vessel. The ship roared to life, spreading its wings like a dragon, and sped toward the central region of the Immortal Alliance. Inside the ship, the Bai family patriarch handed the scarlet flame essence to Bai Yi with a smile. Refine it as soon as possible. Thank you, patriarch, Bai Yi replied, taking the scarlet flame essence. He sat cross-legged on the carpet, unsealing the tube. Instantly, a surge of blazing heat, as intense as a volcanic eruption, swept through the room. Bai Yi took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy like a tide to envelop the scarlet flame essence. Within his dantian, a second energy vortex began to reverse its flow, working in tandem with his spiritual energy to extract and absorb the fiery essence bit by bit. The searing pain coursing through his meridians struck like waves, causing Bai Yi's expression to tighten. However, he quickly used his verdant spiritual energy to alleviate the burning sensation. As streams of fiery essence flowed into his body, the once colorless vortex in his dantian gradually took on a crimson hue, with sparks flying as it spun. Sweat poured from his body, and under the tempering of the fiery essence, his flesh and blood grew tougher, like steel forged in a blazing furnace. Time seemed to blur. When the last drop of scarlet flame essence was fully refined, Bai Yi exhaled a breath of scorching white mist, and his reddened skin gradually returned to its natural tone. He raised his hand, summoning a swirl of spiritual energy in his palm, a blend of verdant green and fiery red. The quality of his spiritual energy had improved by more than 30%. Feeling the immense power within his dantian, now comparable to a 9th-stage qi refining cultivator, Bai Yi couldn't help but marvel at the strength of his family's resources. Just a month ago, he had struggled to break through to the 6th stage of qi refining. Now, he had reached the 7th stage, and his spiritual energy was dense enough to rival that of an ordinary 9th-stage cultivator. More importantly, he could now wield 4 Dao rhythms with his dual swords. Even in prolonged battles requiring hundreds of strikes, he no longer had to worry about exhausting his spiritual energy. At that moment, a bell-like chime interrupted his thoughts. Ding! You have an important notification. Bai Yi instinctively glanced at the terminal on his wrist, where a bold message was projected. Dao student Bai Yi, student ID 100869527, of Blue Mountain City's 2nd Advanced Dao Academy. The entrance examination for the 4 academies and 10 palaces will officially begin tomorrow at noon. Examination checkpoint, Ascension Dao Field, at the foot of Mount Buzhou. It seems you've already received the information about the entrance examination, the White family patriarch said with a smile, taking a sip of tea as his gaze followed Bai Yi's eyes to his wrist. Bai Yi gave a slight nod, lowering his gaze to the jade talisman on his wrist that glimmered faintly with spiritual light. In a calm tone, he replied softly, "Yes, patriarch." Although his voice was steady, there was a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his expression. The White family patriarch set down his teacup and gazed out the window, his eyes distant and thoughtful. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Bai Hong and the others set off for Buzhou Mountain a few days ago. His tone carried a subtle depth of meaning. Hearing this, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow slightly before asking, "Patriarch, is the entrance examination for the 4 academies and 10 palaces the same every year?" His tone carried a trace of inquiry, revealing his curiosity about the upcoming challenge. The White family patriarch chuckled lightly, stroking his beard with an air of confidence and composure. I almost forgot you left the family at a young age, so it's understandable that some things are unclear to you, he said. Pausing briefly, he continued, for ordinary people, details about the 4 academies and 10 palaces entrance examination are indeed difficult to obtain. But for someone of my status, it's hardly a secret. The host academy rotates each year, and this year, it's Sanshin Palace. Known for their aggressive approach, the examination may prove to be particularly harsh this time. Bai Yi's expression grew serious as he listened intently. Rising from his seat, he moved closer to the patriarch, his demeanor focused and attentive. He understood how critical this information would be for his preparation. The White family patriarch, pleased by Bai Yi's attitude, nodded approvingly before continuing. The 4 academies and 10 palaces are the foundation of the Immortal Alliance. Every year, they select the most outstanding talents from the Dao-born of the Alliance and the Dao-born from the Blessed Lands. Since the framework of the 4 academies and 10 palaces was established 8,000 years ago, the examination site has always been at Buzhou Dao Mountain. This year is no exception. The 7 domains of the Immortal Alliance, nearly 10,000 golden core families, and countless prodigies will gather at Buzhou Dao Mountain. After registering at the Ascension Dao field, the examination will officially begin. It consists of 4 stages: the climb to the summit, the 10 palaces trial, the 4 academies gate, and finally, the battle at the peak. While the host academy determines the specific content, the general structure remains the same. Bai Yi softly repeated the names of the 4 stages, his gaze growing more contemplative. After a moment of thought, he asked, Patriarch, while the first 3 stages are meant as a screening process, are there any special rules within them? The patriarch nodded, his tone solemn. Indeed. Although the first 3 stages are eliminations, your performance will directly determine whether you can advance to the battle at the peak. The 10 palaces trial, in particular, is crucial. It's the decisive battle. Once you enter the 4 academies, the White family will only be able to assist you minimally. From then on, your path will depend entirely on yourself. This is the way families survive within the Immortal Alliance. Bai Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but deep down, he understood all too well the road ahead would be fraught with competition and peril. The patriarch studied him with a complex expression, his tone tinged with a trace of sentimentality. Within the Immortal Alliance, so-called golden core families are merely tools for discovering and nurturing talent. For millennia, the climb to the summit has always hidden numerous secret techniques and treasures, offering a glimmer of opportunity to Dao-born from ordinary backgrounds. As for those from golden core families, they are provided with 20 sets of 5-element treasures as an incentive. These treasures are incredibly rare resources even for golden core cultivators. You must remain vigilant. Bai Yi's expression flickered slightly at these words. He finally understood why it was often said that the gap between the 4 academies and the 10 palaces was as vast as the heavens and the earth. For the examination, those 5-element treasures were merely incentives, while the secret techniques and methods seemed like generous gifts, rewards easily attainable with the slightest bit of luck. As the two continued their conversation, the sky outside gradually darkened. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt an immense and distant pressure, yet it was unmistakably clear. Following his senses, he looked toward the horizon, where a towering mountain faintly emerged in the distance. The mountain pierced the heavens, shrouded in spiritual energy and veiled in mist. Even from 1,000 miles away, its majestic presence was palpable. The White family patriarch followed Bai Yi's gaze, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. Buzhou Dao Mountain, he murmured softly, his tone laden with meaning. The battleship deftly avoided the mountainous terrain, navigating through an expansive airspace before descending toward a sprawling city. The city resembled an intricate hive, with structures of varying heights interconnected by solidified particle chainlock pathways that spanned both land and air, forming a vast transportation network. Bai Zhenren smiled faintly, his tone carrying a trace of solemnity. Bai Yi, welcome to Jufeng City. The battleship landed smoothly on the city's docking platform. Through the cabin windows, the city's grandeur was on full display, a stunning fusion of steel and spiritual energy. The distance to Buzhou Dao Mountain was now less than 1,000 miles, but only the tightly regulated orbital trains controlled by the Immortal Alliance could venture into that mysterious region. Standing at the edge of the deck, Bai Yi recalled the deep and measured words of his ancestor. Remember, do not hold back. Bai Yi nodded slightly, his gaze calm and composed. He understood well that the resources of the Immortal Alliance were scarce. If he wanted to stand out in this land teeming with prodigies, he would need to showcase his true strength to secure resources far beyond what his peers could attain. The battleship slowly ascended again, its deafening roar fading into the clouds above. Bai Yi withdrew his gaze and turned toward the nearby waiting hall. Jufeng City's rail network was intricate yet efficient, with countless intelligent hover vehicles darting through the air like shooting stars. However, today, being the day of the Immortal Alliance Academy selection, the city's usual orderliness had given way to temporary congestion due to the overwhelming traffic. The waiting hall was packed with people. Among them, a young man anxiously scrolled through the terminal on his wrist, his brows furrowed as he glanced repeatedly at his parents. "Mom, Dad, if we can't book a private car soon, we'll be late," the young man said, his voice tinged with urgency. "We've already used the temporary permissions granted for Academy candidates, but there are still no available cars." The middle-aged couple looked flustered, their fingers swiping frantically across the terminal's projection interface. They had deliberately left an hour earlier than usual, yet an unexpected issue with the 7th-level transit domain had forced everyone to wait for at least 30 minutes. Although the traffic management authorities had promptly adjusted the routes, private car resources remained in short supply. "I can give you a ride. You can book a car for the next leg of your trip once you get off," a calm voice suddenly interrupted. The family of three turned in surprise to see a young man standing not far away, a flying sword strapped to his back. His expression was serene, his demeanor extraordinary. The middle-aged couple hesitated, a hint of doubt in their eyes, but before they could respond, the young man tapped his terminal twice with practiced ease. Beep! A crisp notification sound echoed through the waiting hall. Above them, the transparent display lit up with new information. "Private car number 0731 has been force booked. Arrival at the waiting hall in 3 minutes. Thank you so much." The middle-aged couple was initially stunned, but quickly expressed their gratitude to Bai Yi. Bai Yi merely waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. He wasn't particularly concerned about their thanks. Having experienced the grueling college entrance exams in his previous life, he empathized with how crucial this day was for these young candidates. Offering a helping hand was, to him, a simple matter. 3 minutes later, an intelligent hover car glided smoothly into the waiting hall. As the doors opened, a mechanical female voice announced, "Destination, Buzhou Dao Mountain Special Train Platform. Access privileges verified. Please remain seated during the journey." The young man and his parents froze in their seats, their eyes instinctively turning to Bai Yi, who was seated in the front row. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. This seemingly ordinary young man possessed the rare privilege of traveling to the special train platform leading to Buzhou Dao Mountain, a place reserved exclusively for the most exceptional candidates participating in the admissions process for the 4 academies and 10 palaces. Bai Yi, however, remained unfazed. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes, appearing entirely indifferent to the world around him. The vehicle sped through layers of transit routes, its rapid pace turning the scenery outside into blurred streaks of light. Before long, a massive domed metallic structure came into view. The building was heavily guarded, with Immortal Alliance troops fully armed, keeping the surrounding onlookers and media at a strict distance. "You can book your next ride now," Bai Yi said calmly as the vehicle came to a stop. Without waiting for a response, he stepped out and walked through the security gate, disappearing into the train station under the watchful eyes of the family. After passing multiple layers of security that far surpassed those of any secret realm, Bai Yi entered the main hall. His eyes swept across the surroundings, his expression as composed as ever. The platform was enveloped in a sharp, metallic chill that hung in the air. A train, pure white like polished jade, stood silently in place. Intricate patterns of runes shimmered faintly across its surface, their soft glow emanating an aura of mystery and unapproachable power. Surrounding the platform, thousands of prospective students from the 4 academies and 10 palaces had gathered. Their attire varied greatly, but without exception, their expressions were solemn. All eyes were fixed on a middle-aged man standing at the forefront of the platform. Dressed in the robes of the Sanshin Palace, his eyes were closed, his presence dark and unfathomable like an abyss, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Time passed, and suddenly, the security gates around the platform lit up with a red glow. The piercing light cast an uneasy hue on the faces of the crowd. At that precise moment, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, an oppressive aura, as heavy as a mountain, erupted from him. As his gaze swept across the hall, the temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. "I am the steward of Sanshin Palace," he announced, his deep, commanding voice reverberating throughout the hall, silencing all murmurs. "This year's entrance examination for the 4 academies and 10 palaces will be overseen by Sanshin Palace." With that, he turned his palm over, and thousands of black wristbands materialized out of thin air. Guided by his spiritual power, they flew precisely to each candidate. "These are the wristbands for this examination. Please put them on and activate them with a drop of your blood." Bai raised his head slightly, his gaze lingering on the middle-aged man for a moment, feeling the overwhelming presence akin to that of a golden core cultivator. Lowering his head, he picked up the wristband that had floated in front of him. With a light stroke of his fingertip, he drew a drop of blood and let it fall onto the wristband. The band quivered faintly before fitting snugly onto his wrist. "Blood information authentication in progress," came a cold, Mechanical voice from within the wristband. Authentication complete. Student ID 108699527, Bai Yi. The moment the notification sounded, the personal terminal screen on Bai Yi's wrist went dark and became unresponsive, no matter how he tried to reactivate it. It seems everyone is ready. The steward's calm gaze swept across the crowd, his voice steady and emotionless. Now, I will announce the content of the first phase of the 4 academies and 10 palaces entrance examination, the Path of Ascent. The hall fell into a tense silence as everyone held their breath. This year's task for the Path of Ascent is elimination. The steward's tone was indifferent, yet the words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. He continued, the train will drop you off randomly at the foot of Dao Mountain. Each of your wristbands contains a single-use defensive barrier that will activate automatically in the event of a fatal injury. At 3 p.m. today, the wristband maps will unlock, displaying the locations of all candidates within a 3-kilometer radius. Over the next 3 days, you will gain 1 point for each person you eliminate. After 3 days, any candidate ranked below 20,000 will be directly disqualified. Before he had even finished speaking, the hall broke into a wave of murmurs and unrest. Some voiced their dissatisfaction in hushed tones. This kind of blatant killing, how does it reflect talent differences? Exactly. If someone gets ganged up on, no amount of talent will save them. Yet many others remained silent, their gazes wary as they glanced at those around them. Subtly, people began to put distance between themselves and their peers. Standing amidst the crowd, Bai Yi's expression was contemplative. He looked up at the Sanshin Palace steward, his thoughts churning. As the ancestor warned, Sanshin Palace's methods are indeed aggressive. But these rules, though they seem straightforward, surely conceal hidden dangers far more lethal. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the wristband on his wrist, his fingers lightly tracing its cold, metallic surface, lost in thought. If the barrier's protection were to vanish, does it truly mean that the threat of death becomes real? In such a scenario, how would a Dao practitioner like Dao Sheng cope? Rather than calling it a simulated assessment, it feels more like a prelude to the kind of trials only true cultivators would face. Bai Yi absent-mindedly touched the cold, inactive bracelet on his wrist. His fingers brushed over the icy metallic surface, his heart calm and unshaken. He then stepped forward, following the group as they slowly boarded the train. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was stifling, filled with competitors whose faces bore heavy expressions. The tension was palpable, making even the sound of breathing seem unnaturally loud. Everyone remained in silence, some with eyes closed, meditating, while others muttered incantations under their breath, quietly preparing themselves. Bai Yi's gaze swept across the carriage, taking in the faces of his fellow passengers. Many were Dao practitioners hailing from prestigious Golden Core families. Despite their familiarity with the assessments of previous years, even they couldn't suppress the furrows in their brows, their eyes fixed anxiously on the time displayed on the handrails. A hint of unease flickered in their expressions. Those who passed the 4 academies and 10 palaces preliminary test were undoubtedly the brightest talents of their respective sects and families. Yet this trial imposed a pressure unlike anything they had faced before. The subtle implications hidden in the words of the Sanshin Palace steward had not gone unnoticed. This assessment, if one chose not to forfeit, could indeed result in death. Under the shadow of looming mortality, the air in the carriage grew even heavier, as though even the spiritual energy in the space had thickened. Suddenly, an icy electronic tone shattered the silence. The train began to move, gradually picking up speed as it hurtled toward Dao Mountain. Bai Yi glanced at the number on the adjacent carriage and quietly committed it to memory. He would disembark during the 3rd stop, proceeding alone toward Dao Mountain. While others might choose to conceal themselves at first, observing the situation before making a move, a cold gleam flickered in Bai Yi's eyes. His ancestor had once said that the results of these first 3 stages would directly determine one's eligibility for the ultimate heavenly summit battle, not to mention the rewards of 25 elemental spiritual treasures. Whether it was the resources within the assessment or the cultivation support offered by the academy afterward, Bai Yi knew he had to make his mark here and now. If I must display my edge, then let it be a blade that carves its path, Bai Yi thought, his gaze sharpening. The way of the sword required not just the wisdom to sheath one's blade and evade danger, but also the resolve to strike decisively when the moment called for it. Outside the window, the majestic Dao Mountain loomed closer, its peaks stretching endlessly like the spine of a slumbering giant. As the train came to a halt, the doors slid open, and hundreds of Dao practitioners leapt from the carriages, riding streaks of Dao light as they surged toward the vast expanse of the mountain range. The broadcast sounded once more, and the Dao practitioners from the 3 train cars disappeared one by one into the skies above Dao Mountain. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, watching as the other Dao practitioners around him rose and moved toward the open door. Maintaining a calm composure, he followed the crowd to the edge of the carriage. A sudden gust of mountain wind swept through, causing his robes to billow. He gazed at the endless mountain range before him, took a deep breath, and unsheathed the one-sheen sword at his back. With a faint hum, the sword's light flashed, and Bai Yi leapt, transforming into a streak of light that sped straight toward the heart of Buzhou Dao Mountain. The blazing sun hung high above, casting its light over the ridges and peaks of the mountain range. Streams trickled softly, ancient trees towered skyward, and the dense spiritual energy wove itself into wisps of mist that lingered among the mountains. Bai Yi sat cross-legged on a sturdy tree branch, glancing down at the time displayed on his bracelet. A calm, steely glint flickered in his eyes. Slowly exhaling a long breath, he rose to his feet, his gaze locking onto the eastern expanse of an eerie, shadowed stone forest. 14 hours 58 minutes and 13 seconds, he murmured softly, clenching his hand slightly, his resolve as sharp as a blade. When the time ticked over 15 hours, a crisp notification chimed from his bracelet. A radar-like light screen unfolded before him, and 3 red dots lit up on the eastern side of the map, flashing continuously. "They're here," Bai Yi said with a cold, faint smile. His fingers brushed over the hilt of his sword, and with a sharp sound, the one-sheen sword unsheathed, its light streaking like a rainbow. In the blink of an eye, he was airborne, riding his sword like a gust of wind as he sped toward the eastern stone forest. In the desolate stone forest, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted. Debris scattered in all directions, and fragments of rock rained down like a storm. Before the dust could settle, 2 streaks of mystical light shot out from the rubble, transforming into 2 figures that collided midair. The resulting shockwave dispersed the dust and sand in all directions. "Wang Li, your Fenghua 3 transformations technique hasn't even reached the second transformation, and yet you dare to challenge me?" A mocking voice rang out as the mystical light faded, revealing a thin young man. His palms radiated a dark purple poisonous glow, and with a wave of his hand, a dense toxic mist spread outward, corroding the surrounding rocks and soil with a hissing sound. The poisonous aura was suffocating. Opposite him, Wang Li stood surrounded by fiery light. In his hand, a spear blazed like a fiery dragon, its tip shimmering with flames imbued with an aura of Dao. He swept the spear forward, the burning arc carving through the air like a fiery serpent, clashing directly with the toxic wind and incinerating the poisonous mist completely. In a flash, he closed the distance, his spear striking forward with unstoppable momentum. Fenghua transformation. Fengcheng's pupils contracted, a flicker of shock flashing through his eyes. Toxic energy surged in his palms, the mist roiling like waves. But Wang Li's spear only grew fiercer with each strike. Every thrust was more powerful than the last, and the flames at the spear's tip seemed ready to consume everything in their path. With a cold snort and eyes blazing, Wang Li declared, "O Fengcheng, during the Taoist competition years ago, I lost to you by just 1 move. Today, the first battle of my Fenghua transformation will be marked by your defeat." As his words fell, he channeled his spiritual power to its peak. The spear's movements created a storm of fiery blossoms, each resembling a flaming lotus, surging forward with a force to destroy all in their way. Fengcheng's face darkened as he concentrated his energy. Poisonous liquid gathered in his palms, dripping down to form a massive purple venomous serpent. The serpent hissed and lunged at the sea of fiery lotuses. The 2 forces clashed violently, sending waves of energy across the battlefield, shattering stones and cracking the ground beneath them. "You think you're the only one who's improved?" Fengcheng sneered. The venomous serpent coiled and grew more ferocious, as the dark glow of his palms intensified, seemingly attempting to overwhelm the flames entirely. At that moment, the map on Fengcheng's bracelet suddenly lit up, revealing a red dot rapidly approaching their location. Both combatants paused, their eyes meeting as their battle lust momentarily subsided. "Someone's coming," Wang Li said in a low voice. Fengcheng nodded, a glint of calculation in his eyes. "Let's take care of this intruder first, then we'll settle our score." With that, the 2 concealed themselves behind stone pillars, their gazes fixed on the horizon. Moments later, a streak of sword light shot across the sky, approaching at an astonishing speed. Wang Li's eyes narrowed as he muttered coldly, "A sword cultivator?" As the sword light entered the stone forest perimeter, Wang Li wasted no time. The flames on his spear reignited, spiritual energy surging as fiery blossoms once again enveloped the area, sealing off all escape routes. Leaping into the air, he roared, "Fall before me!" Simultaneously, Fengcheng used the momentum of the flames to propel himself upward. The poisonous glow on his palms intensified, and the venomous mist coalesced into an even larger serpent, which let out a deafening roar as it lunged toward the incoming sword light. The combined forces of fire and poison seemed as though they would tear the heavens apart. From a distance, a lone crow perched on a withered tree observed the scene with a glimmer of intrigue in its eyes. It shook its head slightly, thinking, Sword cultivators are known for their weak defenses. Even if they fend off one attack, they'll be overwhelmed by the next. Those two are working together so seamlessly. It's a good thing I didn't act rashly. However, just as the crow prepared to take flight, the sword cultivator within the fire and poison storm made his move. With fingers pressed together like a blade, his gaze remained calm and unshaken. In the next instant, a clear and piercing sword hum resonated through the air. A long azure sword flew out from behind him, its blade gleaming with a cold brilliance. The sword's aura carried 3 distinct Taoist essences, slicing through the fiery lotuses and venomous serpent with ease. Where the sword passed, the fiery lotuses disintegrated, and the venomous serpent was severed, dissolving into a mist that dissipated into the wind. The azure sword then shifted its trajectory, precisely striking the tip of Wang Li's spear. Clang! A thunderous sound echoed as a shockwave rippled outward. Wang Li felt an immense force surge through him, splitting the skin of his palm. His spear was wrenched from his grasp, and his body was sent flying backward like a broken kite. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. The azure light didn't falter. Its momentum remained unbroken as it turned toward Fengcheng, who was now filled with terror. He raised his palms in a desperate attempt to defend himself, but it was too late. The sword light spiraled through the air, creating a fierce gust of wind as it descended upon him. How is this possible? As the sword light descended, Fengcheng bit the tip of his tongue, swallowing a mouthful of vital blood. Instantly, his poisonous mist spiritual energy surged violently. His eyes turned blood-red as he struck out with his palm again in a desperate move, conjuring a massive serpent of toxic mist to block the incoming sword light. Just 1 second. Just hold it off for 1 second, and I can escape, he roared in his mind, pushing his spiritual energy to its limits. The giant serpent hissed fiercely, opening its gaping maw to confront the sword light heathen. The sword light was sharp as lightning, tearing through the first serpent of toxic mist in an instant. Its momentum remained undiminished as it pierced through the second serpent's open mouth, heading straight for Fengcheng's poison-threaded gloves. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as the terrifying force transmitted through the gloves, leaving his entire arm numb. The defensive spiritual glow from his protective robe flared up but quickly dimmed and shattered under the pervasive sword energy. The sword energy, sharp as a blade, closed in on his vital points. In a split second, the light on Fengcheng's bracelet flashed, and a semi-transparent, radiant barrier materialized, forcibly halting the sword energy. The powerful repelling force of the barrier caused the Qingxian sword to veer off course. Inside the barrier, Fengcheng's arm, slashed by the sword energy, healed rapidly. Yet, he collapsed to one knee, his face as pale as paper. One strike. Haha, just one strike, and I couldn't even block it, he muttered to himself, lifting his head to gaze at Bai Yi, who stood in the air above, wielding his sword. Bai Yi looked down at him silently, exuding the oppressive aura of a 7th-stage Qi refinement cultivator, as immovable as a mountain. A deep sense of powerlessness surged in Fengcheng's heart. With a bitter smile, his trembling fingers touched his bracelet, and he chose to forfeit. He knew that against such a monstrous opponent, persisting would only make him a laughingstock. Student Fengcheng of Tianyuan City No. 3 High School, student ID 799863272, has forfeited, the cold mechanical voice from the bracelet announced. Radiant light enveloped him, but the healing ability of the barrier caught Bai Yi's attention, causing him to frown slightly. His gaze shifted, and his sword turned, slashing toward the unconscious Wang Li nearby. Before the sword energy could land, the familiar radiant barrier appeared again, deflecting the Qingxian sword. Under its light, Wang Li's injuries healed instantly, and he regained consciousness with a jolt. His eyes darted to the kneeling Fengcheng before looking up at Bai Yi with terror in his gaze. He's also at the 7th stage of Qi refinement, yet I couldn't even withstand a single strike? Was that strike truly something a 7th-stage Qi refinement cultivator could unleash? His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, his voice trembling. Bai Yi spoke coldly. Are you not intending to forfeit? Before his words fully landed, the Qingxian sword quivered, its light gathering once more, exuding a murderous intent sharp as a blade. No, no. They'll forfeit. They'll forfeit right now, Wang Li shouted in panic, hastily raising his hand and pressing the bracelet. Student Wang Li of Luoma City No. 1 High School, student ID 423319203, has forfeited, the mechanical voice announced once more. As both individuals chose to forfeit, a mechanical sound echoed from the ground of Buzhou Dao Mountain. A drone glowing with radiant light emerged, enveloping Fengcheng and Wang Li before whisking them away. You have eliminated 2 participants. The ranking board has now been activated. Please input your information. A prompt sounded from Bai Yi's bracelet. Lowering his gaze, he saw the rankings displayed clearly. First place, Yu Tianming, Lingyang City Number 1 High School, 5 eliminations. Second place, Gusheng, Kangwu City Number 1 High School, 4 eliminations. Second place, Fenghuachen, Longlong City Number 2 High School, 4 eliminations. Second place, Chun Yixing, Tuashan City Number 5 High School, 4 eliminations. 23rd place, Bai Yi, Lanshan City Number 2 High School, 2 eliminations. Only tied for 23rd place. Bai Yi frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. It's been less than 10 minutes, and someone has already eliminated 5 participants. The 4 academies and 10 palaces truly gather all of the Immortal Alliance's prodigies. His gaze grew colder as he tightened his grip on the Qingxian sword, a faint smile of determination forming at the corner of his lips. But competing for first place like this, that's what makes it more interesting and more likely to gain the Academy's recognition. Bai Yi shut off the projection on his wristband and turned his gaze directly toward a flustered crow flapping its wings not far away. Without hesitation, his sword transformed into a streak of light, bypassing the crow and heading straight for the red on the radar, nearing its detection limit. Deep in the forest, amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, a ponytailed girl was riding a massive, three-meter blood shadow wolf, a 7th phase chi refining beast whose fur bristled like iron needles. She was fleeing in the opposite direction with urgency. One hand gripped the wolf's coarse mane tightly, while the other clutched a protective talisman, her face pale with panic and fear. What kind of monsters are these? She muttered under her breath, her voice trembling. The terrifying image of that sword light from earlier still lingered in her mind like divine punishment. It had nearly shattered her nerves. Glancing back with a look of lingering dread, she muttered, those two were strong, yet they barely withstood 3 strikes together. Bloodwolf, run faster, or we'll both be finished. The blood shadow wolf seemed to sense the danger as well. With a powerful surge of its limbs, its figure streaked through the forest like the wind. Yet just as the girl thought she had gained enough distance, a blinding light suddenly flashed across the sky, like a falling star hurtling straight toward her. Her heart skipped a beat as she hastily pulled 2 talismans from her storage pouch, slapping them onto the blood shadow wolf without hesitation. Awu the blood shadow wolf let out a long howl, its speed surging to an even greater level as its figure darted through the dense forest like a crimson shadow. The girl exhaled a shaky breath of relief, but her reprieve was short-lived. Behind her, the piercing whistle of a sword grew louder. The sword light, like an unstoppable aurora, was closing in. Damn sword cultivators and their flying swords. I hate them the most. She gritted her teeth in frustration but didn't dare look back. Instead, she urged the blood shadow wolf to run even faster. Standing atop his sword, Bai Yi rode the one-sheen sword with effortless grace. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression remained calm and composed. With a slight motion of his hand, the Qingxian sword flew forth once more. Empowered by 3 layers of Dao resonance, the strike descended like a meteor, carrying an overwhelming, unstoppable force. Sensing the impending danger, the ponytailed girl's face turned ashen. She shouted for the blood shadow wolf to halt. The beast growled low, its demonic energy surging rapidly. Its limbs tensed, and with a burst of immense power, its claws imbued with terrifying demonic energy swung upward to meet the descending Qingxian sword. Clang! The collision of sword light and wolf claws produced an ear-piercing metallic screech. The blood shadow wolf's demonic energy caused its muscles to swell, forcefully deflecting the sword light. However, the immense recoil sent the beast staggering to the ground. The girl quickly channeled her spiritual energy to assist, allowing the wolf to struggle back onto its feet. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the blood shadow wolf's resilience. Even though the strike was only imbued with 3 layers of Dao resonance, few at the same level could withstand it. Without dwelling on it further, he extended 2 fingers, and the Qingxian sword's light intensified, ready to unleash another strike. Awu the blood shadow wolf's body erupted with a burst of crimson light, swelling as if inflated. Its surging demonic energy erupted like a volcano. It opened its jaws, condensing a massive orb of demonic energy before launching it at the Qingxian sword. Simultaneously, its body transformed into a streak of blood-red shadow, leaping dozens of meters toward Bai Yi. But the Qingxian sword, radiant and unstoppable, shattered the energy orb in an instant. A streak of green light then slashed across the blood shadow wolf's back. Awu the beast let out a harrowing cry, its massive body crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound on its back, staining the forest floor. I surrender. I surrender. The ponytailed girl's face turned deathly pale as she saw the sword light gathering again. Without a second thought, she raised her hand and pressed it against her wristband. A shimmering barrier enveloped her and the blood shadow wolf, isolating them from further harm. Bai Yi cast a glance at the scene, sheathed the Qingxian sword, and resumed his pursuit. Standing atop his flying sword, he headed toward the next red that had appeared on his radar. What kind of monster is that? The girl slumped to the ground, tears welling in her eyes. She quickly retrieved a healing pill and fed it to the injured Blood Shadow Wolf, muttering softly, "Even with Blood Wolf's blood-burning demon art and my spiritual enhancement, it could only withstand 3 strikes. His strength must rival that of the young lattice white flame bright beast." A drone descended slowly, picking up the girl and her Blood Shadow Wolf to transport them out of the Notch Mountain training grounds. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, countless figures were fleeing in all directions. Along their paths, they deployed mines, spiked bombs, and other technological traps in a desperate attempt to slow the relentless sword light chasing after them. "Run! It's that insane sword cultivator!" Someone shouted in terror, their voice filled with despair. "Stop fighting. If we're too slow, we'll all be eliminated." Amidst the dense jungle, 3 or 4 figures darted swiftly, their bodies shrouded in spiritual energy. Under the radiance of mystical light, they moved like fierce tigers in the wind, leaping through the forest. Occasionally, they glanced at the radar map, focusing on a rapidly approaching light, before adjusting their trajectory. "Damn it, that guy's sword flight is way too fast. There's no way to outrun him," one of the Dao cultivators muttered through gritted teeth, his gaze locked on the light, closing in on the map. "Split up. It's every man for himself now," another suggested in a low voice, tinged with resignation. They exchanged a quick look and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Initially, the group had planned to join forces to take down the sword cultivator. However, it only took a few exchanges for the opponent to easily defeat one of their companions. Since then, these ordinary Dao cultivators had learned to avoid any light, moving too fast on the radar without hesitation. Especially just now when the dot was far away, the speed seemed manageable, but once it got closer, it transformed into a streak of light, impossible to evade. "We can't stay in this area any longer," someone sighed. With that, the 3 split into different directions, each using their escape techniques to flee at full speed. The figures vanished swiftly into the forest, leaving behind Bai Yi, who descended slowly from the sky. A flicker of spiritual light appeared in his hand as he casually tossed a spiritual grenade. The resulting explosion sent waves of dust billowing into the air. Watching the radar as the light dots scattered once again, Bai Yi shook his head slightly. "These guys run faster than rabbits," he murmured to himself, though a thoughtful glint flickered in his eyes. Since he had eliminated over 10 opponents with his sword flight, the Dao cultivators in this area seemed to have become wary of his presence. Whenever he approached, the light dots scattered like startled birds. Despite his sharp sword techniques, the sheer amount of time wasted chasing them down in this elimination field was frustrating. "No wonder this round is called the Hunt," Bai Yi mused, glancing down at the radar map in his hand. His gaze flickered with insight. These light dots reveal everyone's location, but they also make it harder for the hunters. It's not just about speed, it tests one's ability to corner and capture opponents. He mounted his flying sword once more, locking onto a lone Dao cultivator. The moment the targets sensed pursuit, they pushed their spiritual energy to the limit, fleeing desperately. Yet under Bai Yi's precise sword strikes, it only took 2 or 3 blows before the opponent's wristband activated, and their figure was whisked away by a drone, signaling their elimination from Buzhou Dao Mountain. Bai Yi sheathed his sword and stood still, tilting his head to gaze at the sky as a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his ears. "First place, Gusheng, Kangwu City No. 1 High School, eliminations, 37. Second place, Yun Yaoyao, Yunqing City No. 6 High School, eliminations, 35. Third place, Chun Yixing, Tuashan City No. 5 High School, eliminations, 34. Fourth place tie, Fenghuachen, Longlong City No. 2 High School, eliminations, 33. Fourth place tie, Bai Yi, Lanshan City No. 2 High School, eliminations, 33. Seeing his name climb to a tie for fourth place, Bai Yi chuckled softly, a subtle gleam in his eyes. 2 hours ago, the elimination counts for the top 10 started to slow down, he murmured, recalling his earlier battles. "As a sword cultivator, my flying sword speed gives me an edge, allowing my rank to steadily rise." However, he was acutely aware that this was only the first day of the hunt. The legendary techniques and 5 elemental treasures mentioned by the ancestors had yet to reveal themselves. The real competition would likely begin when those treasures emerged. Lowering his head in thought, Bai Yi's gaze flickered. He understood that for ordinary Dao cultivators, obtaining a rare technique or one of the 5 elemental treasures might be enough to prompt them to voluntarily withdraw, just to safeguard their newfound fortune. But such temptations would undoubtedly throw the elimination field into chaos. "We'll see how things change tomorrow," Bai Yi muttered, closing the ranking interface. He gazed into the distance before casually picking a direction and setting off on his flying sword once more. Though he anticipated unpredictable turmoil tomorrow, he had no intention of wasting the rest of today. Every elimination counted, no matter how small the advantage. At the peak of Buzhou Dao Mountain, within a grand and mysterious hall, 14 figures sat cross-legged on meditation cushions. Their breathing stirred the surrounding clouds, as though they were on the verge of influencing the heavens and earth. The essence of the three sword techniques flowed seamlessly, as if they were an extension of his own limbs. Bai Yi's Heavy Spirit Sutra had also been cultivated to its peak, with the interplay of fire and wood energies extending endlessly with each breath. At last, the Bai family had produced a promising talent. Amid the swirling clouds high above Zhenyi Palace, a middle-aged man with hair cascading to his chest sat cross-legged on a floating cushion. His features were refined and dignified, exuding the air of a scholarly gentleman, yet his gaze was as deep and unfathomable as a still pool. He was the director of academics at the Immortal Alliance's Zhenyi Palace. Before him, a reflective surface flickered, revealing the image of Bai Yi practicing sword techniques at the foot of the mountain. A true prodigy in the art of the sword, he murmured softly, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. To grasp the essence of swordsmanship at such a young age he already rivals the disciples of the sword sects from the outer regions. Across from him, an elderly man with a hunched frame and a weary expression gave a slight nod. He was the academic director of Qinyuan Palace. Though his gaze remained steady, there was a faint trace of worry in his furrowed brows. The Qinyuan and Zhenyi palaces had suffered heavy losses in the recent Heavenly Talents tournament, with nearly all their upper realm disciples falling. Now, the two palaces had just received a dozen upper palace tokens from the Immortal Alliance. Whether these tokens would attract true prodigies was still uncertain. Rest assured, both of you. At the head seat, a middle-aged man dressed in a robe adorned with purple star patterns and wearing a golden crown with white plumes offered a faint smile. He was none other than Chongqing Zhenren, the chief executor of the Immortal Alliance's Great Dao Academy. His gaze was calm, but his tone carried an undeniable authority. The Immortal Alliance has issued a special decree. Anyone bearing an upper palace token will be granted the exceptional status of a lower realm direct disciple. With such a shift in resources, the two palaces will not come out empty-handed. Thank you, Chongqing Zhenren. The two academic directors immediately stood and bowed respectfully. Although they were both at the peak of the golden core stage, they dared not show even a hint of disrespect toward Chongqing Zhenren. It was rumored that he was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, just one step away from ascending to a higher realm. Enough. A white-haired elder seated to the left of the head chair spoke indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. The younger generation from this year's Immortal Alliance shows great promise. A few have already caught the attention of the true sovereigns. All we need to do is wait for the results. The hall fell silent in an instant. The 12 golden core peak cultivators ceased their conversations. However, in the center of the hall, Luan Shan, the Zhenren overseeing this examination from the Sanqin Palace, turned slightly and asked the white-haired elder in a low voice, "Predecessor Pingyun, the time has come. Should we release the opportunities?" "Luan Shan, you are the host this time. The decision is yours," the elder replied with a slight nod. "Understood." The Sanqin Palace Zhenren gave a small nod, then raised his hand. A surge of true energy condensed into a rune and was slowly infused into a miniature mountain at the center of the Buzhou Dao Mountain Hall. In an instant, the entire Buzhou Dao Mountain trembled violently. Trees swayed, soil churned, and waves of spiritual energy surged forth like a flood from the depths of the mountain, spreading in all directions. Mechanisms within the mountain roared to life. The cliffs along the streams expanded rapidly, and spiritual energy merged with the flowing water, transforming into a spiritual spring that cascaded down the mountain, forming a majestic nine heavens waterfall. At the base of the waterfall, a dark, ink-like pool of water began to stir, shrouded in dense spiritual mist that enveloped the surrounding area for miles. Simultaneously, other parts of the mountain began to quake. Lava veins, verdant forests, and golden stone mines took shape one after another. It was as if the heavens and earth had been turned upside down, transforming the entire Buzhou Dao Mountain into a vast spiritual energy secret realm. At the base of the mountain, the Dao aspirants, initially panicked by the tremors, soon noticed the waves of spiritual energy emanating from various locations. Some had already discovered techniques and treasures within these areas. Seeing this, the previously scattered Dao aspirants stopped in their tracks, their eyes blazing with determination as they surged toward the sources of spiritual energy. It had begun. On the edge of a towering cliff, Bai Yi stood gazing down at the source of the radiant treasure light emanating below. With a swift command, he descended on his sword, heading straight toward the luminous spot 2 to 3 kilometers away. The cliffside was battered by fierce winds. Bai Yi stood atop his sword, Wen Xin, his sharp eyes fixed on the glimmering treasure light in the distance. With a flick of his wrist, a radar map materialized in midair, showing 2 red dots converging rapidly toward the same location. "Looks like some interesting characters have their eyes on this as well," Bai Yi murmured with a faint smirk. The sword's glow dimmed as he slightly reduced his speed, gliding forward like a prowling leopard, silently closing in on his target. Deep within a dense jungle bristling with thorns, a faint silver glow shimmered. Suspended amidst the brambles was a silver chip engraved with ancient runes, emanating a mysterious energy. On the outskirts of the jungle, a young man clad in a light gray, advanced Dao robe descended from a beam of light. His eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the chip, his breath quickened. The rewards from the 4 academies and 10 palaces assessment include something like this, he muttered under his breath. In the next moment, he activated his water shadow evasion technique to its limit, transforming into a stream of water that darted nimbly through the thorny undergrowth, making barely a sound. However, just as his hand was about to touch the chip, a thunderous roar erupted. Drop it! A streak of golden runes shot forth like lightning, blasting apart the surrounding brambles and forcing the young man to retreat in disarray. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a blonde-haired youth descended from the sky. His posture was upright, his gaze cold and arrogant as he swept his eyes over the young man's somewhat shabby Dao robe. A sneer tugged at the corner of his lips. Another lucky beggar, he scoffed. Scram. This isn't something you should even think about touching. With a single finger press, the blonde youth conjured a golden seal that expanded hundreds of times its size under the infusion of spiritual energy. Its overwhelming suppressive force bore down like a flood, locking the young man in place. The young man's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. His hands moved rapidly, forming seals, and 4 banners shot out from his sleeves, positioning themselves in the 4 cardinal directions. As the formation activated, a faint image of a towering pagoda emerged, forcefully resisting the golden seal's oppressive power. In the next instant, the banners transformed into 4 golden-breaking spears, which shot toward the blonde youth with piercing shrieks. Impressive nerve. The blonde youth's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. He sneered, waving his hand to summon a top-tier golden jade-chipped talisman. The talisman floated high in the air, releasing streams of golden runes that transformed into sharp blades, meeting the incoming spears heat. Within moments, the banners were destroyed, and the golden seal pressed down, shattering the young man's spiritual shield and slamming into his body. The young man spat blood as he staggered backward, his eyes filled with defiance as they locked onto the blonde youth. The blonde youth approached with a cruel grin, spiritual energy surging in his hand as he prepared to eliminate his opponent. But before he could strike, a fierce sword light suddenly descended from the heavens. The sword light, like a thunderbolt tearing through the dawn, obliterated the golden runes, scattered the golden seal, and aimed directly for the blonde youth's throat. His expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated, but the sword light was already upon him, slicing through the air and grazing his neck. A shimmering barrier appeared just in time to block the fatal blow, but the force still sent him stumbling to the ground. He looked up in terror at the newcomer. It's you. That crazy sword cultivator. His voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. Bai Yi remained standing on his sword, his cold gaze as sharp as a blade. Do you need me to help you decide to forfeit? Bai Yi's tone was calm, but it carried a suffocating chill. The blonde youth shuddered and hurriedly pressed the surrender button on his wristband. In an instant, a drone emerged from the ground and carried him out of Buzhou Dao Mountain. The young man clutched his chest and struggled to stand. Just as he was about to thank Bai Yi, another dazzling sword light streaked toward him. Alarmed, he quickly activated his wristband's protective barrier, barely managing to block the attack. I just didn't want to waste an elimination slot, Bai Yi said indifferently as he descended, heading straight for the silver chip. Without hesitation, he retrieved it from the center of the thorns. Chi refinement secret technique, Lingxi method, 2 layers, Bai Yi murmured as he read the chip's information. His brows lifted slightly. A second-generation neural carbon-based crystal storage chip? Interesting. Increased extraction attempts, and the ability to record insights for teaching. This update shows sincerity. His gaze shifted briefly to the young man, who was now watching him with a mix of awe and resignation, preparing to press his wristband. Bai Yi casually tossed the chip toward him. Extract it once, then return it to me. Really, I can? The young man's voice shook with disbelief, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. Bai Yi nodded, his tone cold but firm. For the Golden Core clans, this is nothing. But for you, it might change something in your fate. With trembling hands, the young man inserted the chip into his terminal. Moments later, he carefully removed it and held it out with both hands, bowing deeply to Bai Yi. His eyes glimmered with gratitude and reverence. With this secret technique, my future might truly be different. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. To the east of here, an important treasure is about to emerge. Many people are heading there. That's all I know. Sorry, that's all the information I can share. Bai Yi retrieved the chip with a flick of his spiritual energy, his gaze shifting eastward. Without hesitation, He adjusted his sword's direction and soared rapidly toward the eastern horizon. The wind roared past his ears as the one-sheen sword sliced through the skies. Bai Yi's deep, focused eyes stayed fixed on the path ahead, while his spiritual sense occasionally swept the surroundings. After a little over 10 minutes, he suddenly detected an intense surge of spiritual energy. His gaze sharpened as his sword momentarily paused mid-flight. On his radar map, countless red dots were converging rapidly toward a distant location in the east. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Bai Yi honed in on the aura of the spiritual energy fluctuation. His heart stirring this long, flowing, and nourishing essence unmistakably resembled the energy of a water elemental spiritual treasure. What's more, it bore a faint resemblance to the fabled Bishin wood pearl. A water elemental treasure, Bai Yi murmured under his breath, a surge of joy rising within him. The vast expanse of the Buzhou mountain range had left him concerned about whether he could locate all 5 elemental treasures in time. Yet, unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon news of a water elemental treasure. However, before his elation could fully take root, his attention was drawn back to the dense cluster of red dots on the radar map, causing his brows to furrow deeply. So many people, he muttered, his tone calm but his gaze sharp. It seems the news about this water elemental treasure has already leaked. Judging by the sheer number of red dots, there were clearly more than 100 people converging. Bai Yi calculated silently if he were to get caught in the crowd and have his movements restricted, even his strength might not guarantee a safe retreat before exhausting his spiritual energy. Moreover, the intense spiritual fluctuations suggested that the treasure's location was likely already a battleground on the verge of erupting. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotions within him. He sheathed the one-sheen sword and leaped gracefully into the dense forest below. Flying on his sword would draw too much attention, so he decided it was wiser to keep a low profile for now. Activating his spiritual concealment technique, he lightly tapped his toes on the treetops, his figure flickering like a phantom as he moved through the branches, blending seamlessly with the natural surroundings. In the forest, figures darted by like streaks of light. Several cultivators passed by Bai Yi, sparing him only a fleeting glance before racing toward the treasure's location without a second thought. Bai Yi's spiritual sense encompassed the area, analyzing the auras of those who passed him. Most of them seemed to be ordinary cultivators, no different from the ones he had previously bested. These people clearly understood how slim their chances were, yet they still refused to give up, hoping for a shot at fortune. Moments later, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air, reaching Bai Yi's ears. His gaze sharpened as he quickened his pace, finally breaking through the last stretch of forest. Before him stood a majestic waterfall cascading from the mountainside, resembling a silver river suspended in the air with a breathtaking and imposing grandeur. At the base of the waterfall lay a massive pool of water, spanning 400 to 500 meters across. In the center of the pool, a mass of dark, viscous liquid was slowly emerging from the depths. Its form constantly shifted, exuding a heavy yet nourishing aura. Shrouding the center of the pool was a deep blue formation formed by dozens of array flags. Each flag emitted a towering spiral of water, the spiritual energy swirling and surging with immense power, as though the entire pool was firmly suppressed under its might. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed as he studied the structure of the formation, a sense of caution rising within him. A heaven and earth formation, he muttered, his expression growing serious. The heaven and earth formation was a hallmark of the Celestial Alliance's array masters, utilizing tools like array flags to draw upon the natural forces of the world and create formidable formations. Once established, such formations could even repel attacks from cultivators of a higher realm for a brief time. The sheer scale and power of the formation before him, with its dozens of array flags, made it clear that its creator was no ordinary individual. Bai Yi's gaze shifted beyond the array flags, focusing on the center of the spiraling water. As expected, seated in midair at the heart of the spiritual energy vortex was a young man dressed in a deep blue Taoist robe. His sharp features radiated a calm yet formidable presence. Opposite him were 2 other youths with equally commanding auras, locked in a tense standoff. The atmosphere between the 3 was electric, as though a battle could break out at any moment. Surrounding them, at a distance of about 100 meters, was a crowd of over 100 ordinary cultivators. These onlookers watched the trio intently, not daring to act recklessly, but their gazes frequently flickered to the black water essence forming at the center of the pool, their eyes filled with greed and desire. Since ancient times, treasures have always stirred the hearts of men. The situation was already on the brink of eruption. Seeing the situation, Bai Yi temporarily stored the Qingxian sword in his storage ring, pretending to be an ordinary Taoist student as he briskly approached the pond. Another one? Buddy, you're late to the party. A rugged young man with a scruffy beard leaned casually against a tree trunk several dozen meters away. He glanced at Bai Yi with a mocking tone. Bai Yi smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping calmly over the surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the remark. Standing casually beside a patch of shrubs, his ears caught another voice. So, what's the deal? What kind of treasure is this, with such a powerful aura? A short-haired girl poked her head out from some bushes, smacking her lips, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Clearly, you're out of the loop. It's said to be a water elemental treasure of the 5 elements, she muttered under her breath, evidently having overheard the origins of the artifact from a nearby disciple of a noble family. Bai Yi's heart stirred slightly as his gaze flickered toward the center of the pond without drawing attention. The spiritual energy radiating from the area was indeed extraordinary. No wonder it had drawn so many Taoists here. For these ordinary Taoist students, obtaining such a treasure would be a monumental gain, even if it meant being eliminated from the competition. TCH, so what if it's a treasure? People like us who barely passed the initial trial can't compare to the disciples of those prestigious families. And don't even get me started on the 3 standing by the pond theory, said to be Taoist heirs from golden core families. The rugged young man let out a bitter laugh, his tone tinged with resignation. A glint of light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he followed the man's gaze toward the center of the pond. Sure enough, the 3 figures exuded a calm and formidable aura. They were unmistakably the Taoist heirs of golden core families. Recalling his earlier encounter with Huang Xuanyan, Bai Yi's suspicions were confirmed. These Taoist heirs were indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the 3 individuals by the pond had already engaged in a silent confrontation. Li family heir, Zheng family heir, why should I split this with the 2 of you? The Shun family heir spoke with a faint smile, his expression composed and confident. My 9 Heavens water formation is fully deployed, and I am confident I can hold out until the Blackwater elixir is fully formed. This treasure is invaluable to my Shun family's cultivation methods. You 2 would be better off seeking other opportunities elsewhere. His gaze swept over the 2 of them as his fingers moved subtly, activating the formation. Within the 9 Heavens water formation, streams of water light surged and spiritual energy roiled, exuding a faint but overwhelming pressure. As the master of the formation, he had the upper hand. Even if the 2 Taoist heirs joined forces, along with the many Taoist students lurking nearby, he was confident he could hold them off for at least a dozen minutes. The Li and Zheng family heirs exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing. They could clearly see that the 9 Heavens water formation had drawn upon the spiritual energy of the pond, making it difficult to break through in a short time. However, with the Blackwater elixir on the verge of forming, their hearts were far from calm. Just then, the Blackwater elixir at the center of the pond began to emit waves of water light, radiating an aura of completeness that slowly spread outward. The water elemental treasure is about to be born. Someone among the crowd murmured, igniting a ripple of excitement. The concealed Taoist students, numbering in the hundreds, all fixed their gazes on the center of the pond, their eyes brimming with greed and desire. Who cares about some formation? Are we just going to stand here and watch? A sudden voice echoed in everyone's ears, carried by a burst of spiritual energy, laced with defiance and frustration. The words were like a spark landing on dry tinder, instantly igniting the crowd's emotions. The atmosphere grew tense as the surrounding Taoist students began to stir restlessly. I never expected to make it into the 10 palaces anyway. If I can get my hands on this water elemental treasure, I might still have a shot at entering a top-tier academy. The rugged young man suddenly shouted, his face flushing as his skin turned a bronze hue. With a powerful leap, he shot toward the 9 Heavens water formation like a cannonball. Bai Yi, who had been quietly gathering spiritual energy to subtly manipulate the situation, was momentarily stunned by the sudden action. He turned to look at the young man, who charged forward without hesitation, his momentum unstoppable. Attack! Someone shouted, and the watching Taoist students could no longer hold back. Shouts of determination erupted as countless beams of spiritual light and techniques rained down like a storm, all aimed at the 9 Heavens water formation. The 2 Taoist heirs by the pond, seeing the situation escalate, hesitated no longer. The Li family heir clasped his hands together, summoning a thunderous spear of lightning that radiated a fierce aura. He glared coldly at the Shun family heir, his eyes filled with resolve. At this point, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Lightning arcs crackled and surged, as 2 intertwining currents of perfected thunder Dao intent coiled together, propelling a spear that pierced through the air and struck fiercely toward the great formation. At the same moment, the Dao child of the Zhang family unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, his aura exuding the essence of a dragon and tiger, almost tangible in its ferocity. With a single palm strike, a roaring gale swept forth, like thunder crashing down from the heavens. This strike resonated with the thunder-infused spear, creating a synergy that blanketed the formation in a dual-layered oppressive force. Inside the formation, the Dao child of the Shin family's expression shifted dramatically. His brows furrowed as his fingers moved swiftly, commanding several formation flags to reposition. These flags activated the spiritual energy deep within a nearby water pool. In an instant, 9 towering water whirlwinds rose from the pool, forming a dense water barrier that shielded an area of 100 meters, as impenetrable as a fortress. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts and waves of spiritual energy rained down upon the water barrier, sending massive torrents of water scattering in all directions. However, the shattered water quickly reassembled under the formation's influence. Spiritual energy surged as the barrier was restored to its original state. Yet, as the lightning arcs danced wildly and the two currents of thunder Dao intent intertwined, cracks began to form across the water barrier. The protective glow of the formation's shield also started to cave inward by nearly a meter. With a cold snort, the Zheng family's Dao child formed a hand seal. The dragon tiger seal reappeared, imbued with devastating power, and descended with overwhelming force. It converged with the thunder-infused spear and the myriad bursts of spiritual energy, all focusing on a single point. Thud! A deafening explosion shook the earth as water surged violently, the pool churning like a raging river. Yet, the Dao child of the Shen family remained unfazed, his hands moving rapidly to form seals, driving the formation to retaliate with full force. 9 enormous water whirlwinds roared like furious dragons, unleashing waves that surged to block the thunder spear, the dragon tiger seal, and the barrage of spiritual energy. Drawing from the seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy within the water pool, the formation began to show signs of a counterattack. "Gentlemen, it seems I have the upper hand," the Shun family's Dao child remarked, his face pale but betraying a hint of smugness. Seizing the moment, he swallowed a pill, a faint smile of satisfaction appearing as he prepared to assert his dominance further. But just then, brilliance erupted. Amidst the dazzling array of spiritual energy, a sword light, compressed to its ultimate form, tore through the void. The sword's edge, moving with unimaginable speed, struck precisely at the point where the thunder spear and the dragon tiger seal exerted their pressure. Sizzle! The sound of the sword slicing through rang like the tearing of silk. The sword light pierced through the formation's critical node, already pushed to its limit, and swept across, severing 2 of the water dragons in an instant. Accompanied by a faint, mournful wail, the shattered water whirlwinds dissolved into countless droplets, while a dozen dimmed formation flags plummeted into the pool like broken kites. The Shun family's Dao child stood frozen, his eyes filled with disbelief. With the loss of 2 water dragons that had been sustaining it, the 9 heavens dividing water formation could no longer hold. It collapsed with a resounding crash. How is this possible? Shin family's Daozi's face darkened. Ignoring the reason behind it, he swiftly waved his hand, sending a beam of spiritual light into the main formation flag before him. The remaining formation flags, as if drawn by an invisible force, quickly flew back, forming an array around him. In an instant, a miniature version of the 9 heavens water-splitting array took shape. As the array activated, the spiritual energy from the pool was drawn out, transforming into a scaled and armored water dragon. It gleamed with brilliance, exuding a sense of mystique. Roar! The water dragon let out a furious roar, its massive tail slamming into the pool, raising towering waves that formed a water wall several meters high. The wall firmly protected Shun family's Daozi, while also fending off the advancing crowd. Within the array, Shun family's Daozi's hands moved rapidly, forming intricate seals. His fingertips shimmered with spiritual light as he manipulated the Dao patterns, attempting to reignite the dimmed formation flags and restore the grand array as quickly as possible. Trying to restore the formation? Keep dreaming. Li family's Daozi sneered coldly. His sharp gaze caught the faint glimmer of the formation flags within the water dragon. Leaping into the air, his body erupted with crackling lightning, transforming him into a shadow of thunderbolts that shot skyward. In his palm, arcs of lightning gathered, condensing into a spear-like bolt. With a destructive force, it surged toward the water dragon's claw. Boom! The lightning pierced through the void, precisely striking the dragon's claw. Thunder roared as the claw shattered instantly, dissolving into a misty spray. The light of the formation flag within the water dimmed, seemingly damaged. Yet, Shun family's Daozi reacted swiftly, manipulating the array to recalibrate the formation flag. In the next moment, the dragon's claw reassembled as if unharmed, transforming the cosmos, ever-changing. Your mastery of formation techniques is somewhat impressive, Zhang family's Daozi remarked leisurely, though his tone carried a trace of disdain. With a single hand raised, the spiritual energy around him condensed into a faint mist. Within the mist, the illusory image of a towering pagoda emerged, radiating a profound Taoist aura that hinted at an oppressive force. The shadow of the pagoda trembled slightly, and the suppressive power erupted instantly. The surrounding pool water stilled at once, and even the water dragon's movements faltered. Zhang family's Daozi flipped his palm and pressed downward lightly. Countless beams of spiritual light rained down like droplets, striking the water dragon with pinpoint accuracy. The dragon's scales were blasted to pieces, and its form scattered into streams of water, unable to maintain its integrity. Shen family's Daozi turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze lingered unwillingly on the black water, profound liquid that was about to be born. After a moment of internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, commanding the water dragon to retreat to the side. He knew all too well that without the support of the Grand Array, he stood no chance against two Daozi of the same level, let alone with over 100 Taoists watching intently. Among them, there might even be a hidden expert of comparable strength. This water element treasure is about to be born, and there are too many people here. Why don't the three of us join forces to seize it first, and then discuss its division? Li family's Daozi proposed coldly, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding Taoists with a frown. Although the three of them, as Daozi of Golden Core families, were far stronger than their peers, the current situation was one of a tiger within and wolves without. Any attempt to seize the treasure alone would likely result in being besieged to death. Agreed. Let's do it. Shen family's Daozi and Zheng family's Daozi exchanged a glance, a tacit cold smile appearing on their faces as they quickly reached a consensus. Without further hesitation, the three turned their focus to fending off the approaching 100 Taoists. Shen family's Daozi swallowed a restorative pill, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within his body. He once again activated the formation flags, using himself as the core of the array to summon the water dragon. With its breath surging, the dragon erected water walls that blocked the incoming spiritual attacks from all directions. Meanwhile, Zhang family's Daozi's spiritual energy surged, solidifying the Taoist aura of the illusory pagoda. Its suppressive power became as heavy as a mountain, slowing the movements of the Taoists ahead. Forming a hand seal, he unleashed a thunderous strike, easily eliminating one Taoist from the fray. With the three Daozi joining forces, the tide of battle shifted instantly. The formation of the 100 Taoists quickly crumbled under their combined assault. Li Jia Daozi stood firm, gripping the thunder in his hand, as if wielding the wrath of the heavens. With a single pointed gesture, bolts of lightning coalesced into beams of silver light, dancing wildly like serpents. These beams, imbued with a terrifying penetrating force, relentlessly shattered the defensive arrays cast by the Daoshan cultivators. Each strike resonated through the air, leaving behind a scorched, electrified scent. Despite being encircled by 100 adversaries, the three cultivators relied on their profound foundations to withstand the relentless onslaught. Their movements were seamless, their coordination flawless, narrowly escaping danger time and again. Amidst the chaos, Bai Yi observed coldly, meticulously evaluating the unfolding situation. He could sense the immense strength of the trio. These scions of the Golden Core families had mastered multiple perfected Dao rhythms while still in the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Furthermore, they had successfully fused these techniques, augmenting them with the millennium-old secret methods of their clans. Their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. Suddenly, from the center of the pool, a surge of dense spiritual energy erupted. The energy was smooth and pure, exuding an indescribable sense of perfection. Within a 100-meter radius, a fine drizzle began to fall, and under the pull of this spiritual energy, the blackwater essence rose from the depths of the pool. It coalesced into a dark, ink-like liquid, hovering steadily in midair. A spiritual treasure had taken form. It was time to seize it and leave. The three exchanged a glance, and the Shen family Daozi was the first to act. He formed a hand seal, summoning a formation flag that radiated with spiritual light. The light expanded into a barrier, attempting to envelop the blackwater essence. However, just as the barrier was about to close, a streak of azure sword light suddenly tore through the crowd, piercing the night like a shooting star. The sword light was sharp and unyielding, slicing through the water dragon's swirling veil with ease. It severed the dragon's claw in a single stroke before transforming into a radiant arc, hurtling straight toward the formation flag. Humph, so you've finally decided to show yourself, the Shen family Daozi sneered, his eyes glinting with cold determination. This is the moment I've been waiting for. As the sword light neared, the Zhang family Daozi's spiritual energy surged. Behind him, a pagoda materialized, its Dao rhythms shimmering with golden light. Beams of brilliance poured forth, forming hand seals that intensified the pagoda's suppression. The sword light slowed under the immense pressure. At the same time, the Shun family Daozi gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. The water dragon soared into the sky, its head twisting as it unleashed an icy breath. The freezing mist spread rapidly, encasing the sword light in layers of frost. Break for me! Li Jia Daozi roared, his hand tightening as lightning converged into a long blade. The blade cleaved through the air, its edge sharp enough to tear through reality itself. Yet, just as the blade was about to strike the sword light, a clear and resonant hum echoed from within the crowd. Bai Yi had finally made his move. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, his imposing aura soaring into the heavens. With a single wave of his sword finger, the one-sheen sword flew from its sheath. Sword energy filled the air, interweaving 4 distinct Dao rhythms into a radiant streak of light that hovered in the sky, its momentum unstoppable. The sword radiance spiraled forward, targeting the roaring water dragon. The dragon's icy breath, formidable as it was, shattered like fragile crystals under the sword's might. In an instant, the radiance pierced through the dragon's head. The formation trembled violently as the Shun family Daozi's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror. "Help me quickly," he shouted, retreating hastily. While stabilizing the formation, he swallowed several recovery pills, barely managing to summon a new water vortex. Yet the sword radiance showed no signs of waning, pressing relentlessly toward him. The Zhang and Li family Daozi exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with shock. The Shin family Daozi was the strongest among them, and with the support of the formation, he shouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantage so easily. But the power of this single sword strike exuded an unprecedented sense of oppression. "We can't hold back any longer," Li Jia Daozi growled, his thunderous energy surging once more. The lightning in his hand erupted into a radiant arc, slashing toward the sword radiance with full force. At the same time, the Shin family Daozi bit his lip and summoned a top-tier first-grade formation disc. The disc shone brilliantly, stabilizing the 9 heavens dividing water array. Within the newly formed water vortex, a smaller water dragon, imbued with Dao rhythms, emerged. Together with the lightning blade, it charged fiercely at Bai Yi's sword radiance. Boom! The collision of lightning, water, and sword radiance erupted in a deafening explosion. Spiritual energy scattered in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth with its overwhelming force. The collision of 3 overwhelming forces, far surpassing those of the same level, sent shockwaves rippling through the air, blasting the water in the pool dozens of meters high. What kind of monsters are these? How can there be such a huge gap between individuals at the same latest chi refinement? Under the residual impact, 100 nearby disciples couldn't help but gasp, their eyes wide with astonishment. As the turbulent mist gradually dissipated, the one-sheen sword traced a sharp, icy arc in the air before flying back to Bai Yi's side. Across from him, the Dao heirs of the Shun family and Li family staggered backward over 10 steps, their faces grim as they struggled to offset the force. Yet their opponent, Bai Yi, merely swayed slightly, his feet firmly planted without retreating an inch. The sword light, infused with the power of 4 layers of Dao rhythms, had been so effortlessly neutralized. Bai Yi's gaze narrowed slightly. This was the first time he had unleashed his full power after fusing 4 layers of Dao rhythms, and yet, it hadn't inflicted serious damage on his opponents. However, from the start, this strike had been nothing more than a feint. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. As his hand shifted through intricate sword seals, the surrounding sword energy surged like an unstoppable tide. A sudden, piercing whistle shattered the air. The Dao heir of the Zhang family turned pale as the solid silhouette of a pagoda behind him flared with radiant light, attempting to reinforce his defenses. However, the blade of the Qingxian sword erupted with countless strands of razor-sharp sword energy, forming a cyan sword arc that shot straight toward the pagoda. The sword energy, as sharp as a blade, severed the Dao rhythms anchoring the pagoda, breaking its restraints. The sword arc did not stop there. It swept past the Zhang family Dao heir and headed directly for the Blackwater mystic essence. With a flicker of Bai Yi's divine sense, the Qingxian sword abruptly halted, its edge retracting as it circled around the Blackwater mystic essence. In an instant, the sword coiled like a serpent, seizing the essence and transforming into a streak of light that returned to Bai Yi's hand. Not a chance. Dream on. Both the Shun and Li family Dao heirs roared in fury. Seeing the Blackwater mystic essence, which they had poured their efforts into, snatched away, the 3 Dao heirs' faces twisted with rage. Their spiritual energy surged like a storm. The Li family Dao heir summoned crackling lightning, arcs of electricity intertwining around him. The Shun family Dao heir held an array disc aloft, transforming into a water dragon. Meanwhile, the Zhang family Dao heir, with the pagoda silhouette still looming behind him, unleashed thunderous roars with his palms. The 3 formed a triangular formation, murderous intent rolling off them as they advanced toward Bai Yi. Hand over the Blackwater mystic essence, they bellowed in unison, their combined aura shaking the heavens. Bai Yi snorted coldly and stored the Blackwater mystic essence into his spatial ring. Raising his head, his gaze turned icy and sharp as a blade. The sword energy around him solidified, his aura as a sword cultivator of the Bai family of Qinghe climbing relentlessly, piercing through the clouds. Bai Yi of Qinghe challenges the three of you to test my swords. His brows arched slightly, and as the Wenxin sword and Qingxian sword hovered by his side, he pointed forward. With a thunderous roar, both swords unsheathed. The four layers of Dao rhythms intertwined around their blades, the sword energy condensing into arcs of light. The twin swords, one blue and one white, spiraled upward, tearing through the air as they charged straight at the water dragon. Four layers of Dao rhythms fused? The Shen family Dao heir's pupils constricted in disbelief. Hastily, he bit his finger, letting drops of blood fall onto his array flags. In a flurry of motion, he cast several flags into the water dragon. In the void, the twin swords streaked forward like meteors, their terrifying sharpness augmented by the four-layered Dao rhythms. As the swords carved through the air, the dragon's claws shattered one after another, its anguished roars echoing. Seeing the water dragon on the verge of being completely destroyed, the Shun family Dao heir's face turned as pale as paper. Gritting his teeth, he forced out over a dozen more array flags, which merged into the dragon. With the added reinforcement, the dragon's claws rapidly regenerated, its icy breath surging forth in an attempt to block the sword light. Hurry! I can't hold on much longer, the Shun family Dao heir shouted, his spiritual energy nearly depleted as he struggled to maintain the dragon's form. His eyes locked onto Bai Yi in the distance, a deep sense of dread flickering within them. Bai Yi of Qinghe, is he that Dao heir ranked among the top 5 of the Bai family? The Shun family Dao heir's heart trembled violently. As the most accomplished formation master of the Shen family in nearly a century, he had always prided himself on his talent, believing himself invincible among his peers. Yet now, in this clash with Bai Yi, he truly felt the insurmountable gap between them. Without the help of the other two, he would have already been utterly defeated. Bai Yi had no way of knowing the shock surging through Shun family Daozi's heart. Before him, lightning coiled densely around Li family Daozi, arcs of electricity writhing like thunderous serpents, ready to cascade down at any moment. Bai Yi remained expressionless, and with just a slight mental command, the Wenxin sword and the Qingxian sword broke off their entanglement with the water dragon, transforming into two radiant sword arcs, one azure and one white. They soared through the air, converging and rushing straight towards the lightning. Wherever the sword arcs passed, the lightning shattered inch by inch. As the sword's resonance flowed, the Wenxin sword unleashed a fierce storm and icy shards, coalescing into a massive, phantom-like white sword shadow that charged directly at the Zheng family Daozi. Seeing this, the Zheng family Daozi's face darkened. His hands quickly formed seals, and the tiger dragon seal was pushed to its limit. His spiritual power materialized into the spectral forms of a tiger and dragon, coiling outward to meet the sword light Hedon, layer by layer weakening its momentum. Though the sword light's power was overwhelming, he gritted his teeth and held on, managing to stabilize the situation temporarily. However, it was clear that this stalemate was nothing more than a stopgap measure. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's other set of sword techniques suddenly shifted. The Qingxian sword's speed surged dramatically, leaving behind several afterimages as it pierced through the lightning like a laser, targeting Li family Daozi directly. Li family Daozi's pupils constricted, his heart trembling. He had not expected Bai Yi to handle a two-front battle with such ease. Hastily, he raised his palms, summoning a shield of crackling lightning to defend himself. Boom! The sword tip struck the lightning shield, and the clash of lightning and sword energy erupted in a deafening shockwave. Li family Daozi felt searing pain in his arms as countless wounds tore open, blood seeping out. Yet, suppressing the agony, he let out a low roar, fully activating his internal lightning control technique. The arcs of lightning between his palms condensed into a fist-like projection, which he slammed against the Qingxian sword's blade. Using the explosive recoil of the lightning, he managed to escape the immediate danger. Simultaneously, he gathered a sphere of lightning imbued with Dao resonance in his palm and hurled it at the Qingxian sword, forcing it to retreat. As the sword light was momentarily repelled, Li family Daozi felt a rare sense of relief. He knew all too well that Bai Yi's sword light embodied 4 different Dao resonances, its destructive power beyond comprehension. A single lapse in concentration could lead to devastating injury. By now, the unfolding battle had left the surrounding spectators' ordinary Dao students utterly stunned. Bai Yi, controlling just 2 flying swords, was managing to suppress 3 Daozi-level opponents. Such prowess was far beyond their understanding. Wait, am I seeing this right? What kind of monster is this? Is he really from the same cohort as us? Even the residual force of this fight is too much for me to handle. Aren't we all supposed to be prodigies who passed the initial trials? How can the gap be this vast? The battle among the 3 Jindan family Daozi had already been awe-inspiring, but now, witnessing Bai Yi hold his ground against all 3 and even gaining the upper hand shattered the pride of these self-proclaimed geniuses. Above the water's surface, Bai Yi's brows furrowed slightly. His sharp spiritual sense detected that Shun family Daozi had already recovered some of his strength. A cold glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as the Wenxin sword and Qingxian sword trembled in unison. Sword resonance surged, and faint thunderclaps echoed in the air. Sword Dao thunderclap. Li and Zheng family Daozi's eyes narrowed sharply. Before they could adapt, they saw the two sword arcs surge in power once more, their momentum like an unstoppable tide. One sword cleaved through the lightning, while the other shattered the defensive Dao resonance of the precious treasure. The hastily assembled defenses of the two Daozi were obliterated in an instant, and the sword arcs struck them mercilessly. Blood spurted from their mouths as protective artifacts barely activated in time to block most of the sword's force. However, the residual impact was enough to leave them gravely injured, their bodies plummeting into the pool below like broken kites, sending up towering waves. Sword Dao thunderclap. Shin family Daozi's pupils constricted in shock, his expression filled with disbelief as he involuntarily exclaimed. A sword technique infused with the profound essence of four Dao harmonies, capable of transforming sword light into a rainbow and evolving into the thundering sound of Sword Dao. Any one of these would suffice to elevate someone to the pinnacle of a Daoist master. Yet, all of these abilities are concentrated in a single individual. What kind of monster is this? And to think this monster is only ranked among the top 5? The Shin family Daoist scanned the area with his divine sense and saw the other two family Daoists who had fallen into the pool, their auras significantly weakened. A chill ran down his spine. Turning his gaze to Bai Yi, he was met with calm, almost indifferent eyes that sent a deep sense of dread through him, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Before he could dwell on it further, two flying swords streaked through the air once again. Their radiant sword light tore through the void with a piercing hum, heading straight for him. I can't take this, Hedon. The Shin family Daoist's face paled. With a swift motion, he touched the spatial ring on his finger, retrieving a golden talisman. As soon as he infused it with spiritual energy, it burst into brilliant golden light, enveloping him and transforming into an almost untraceable streak of light that fled at a speed far surpassing the incoming sword light. A first-tier Supreme Great Escape talisman, Bai Yi watched the golden streak vanish into the horizon with a detached expression, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He had already anticipated this. After all, these Taoist-level candidates had endless tricks up their sleeves, and eliminating them completely at this stage was almost impossible. The value of such talismans, worth millions of spirit stones, was not lost on him. His own ancestor had stuffed a stack of them into his hands before the exam. Shifting his gaze, Bai Yi's eyes pierced through the water's surface, landing on the figures of the Li and Zheng family Taoists. Feeling the tangible weight of his stare, the two trembled involuntarily, their eyes betraying sheer terror. Just moments ago, the three of them working together had been effortlessly defeated by Bai Yi. Now, with only the two of them remaining, they stood no chance whatsoever. Run! The Li family Daoist growled, and as if on cue, both he and the Zheng family Daoist pulled out their own escape talismans from their spatial rings. Without hesitation, they infused the talismans with spiritual energy. In a flash of golden light, their figures broke through the water's surface and disappeared into the depths of the forest in mere moments. Bai Yi watched the direction in which the two had fled, slowly withdrawing his twin swords. A faint trace of regret crossed his face. He had intended to negotiate a deal 80,000 spirit stones, each to let them go. Considering the market price of an escape talisman was 1 million, he would have been doing them a favor by saving them 200,000. Unfortunately, they had fled too quickly, leaving no room for bargaining. Around the pool, the ordinary Dao students finally began to regain their composure after witnessing the harrowing battle. Staring at this sword cultivator who had suddenly appeared and displayed such overwhelming power, their fear overtook their ability to think clearly. Run! Someone shouted first, breaking the silence. Immediately, the more perceptive students cautiously backed away. Once out of Bai Yi's 100-meter range, they wasted no time activating their light techniques, fleeing into the surrounding forest as fast as they could. What a joke! Those three Taoists had barely managed to hold their ground together against him. For the mere ordinary student to face a sword cultivator who could fly and single-handedly take on 3 Taoists, it would be as futile as a chick trying to escape the grasp of an eagle. As the first group fled, the remaining students finally snapped back to reality. Seeing Bai Yi approaching on his flying sword, some even mistook his gaze as a sign of impending doom. Alarmed, they immediately activated their minor 5-element techniques, summoning their own light abilities and running for their lives as if they had grown extra legs. Bai Yi watched the scattering crowd, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. He made no move to pursue them. Instead, he descended slowly to the edge of the pool, gazing at the ripples on the water's surface, as though lost in thought. In the distance, faint cries of fear echoed from the forest, only to fade into silence moments later. Damn it! Those sneaky bastards just ran off without even saying a word. Stop wasting time and run. My Earth Escape technique, honed to perfection with the 5 elements Dao, might not outrun that crazy sword cultivator, but I can definitely outrun you. In the dense forest, a group of Dao disciples fled in panic, the dry leaves and branches beneath their feet cracking noisily as they stumbled and tripped over each other. At the front, one of them cursed loudly, his voice filled with both fear and frustration. He glanced back, and his face turned ashen. Behind them, Bai Yi's figure moved like a phantom, rapidly closing the distance. 2 flying swords, one blue and one white, swirled around him, their sharp sword aura slicing through the air like the sides of death. He's coming. That maniac is catching up. Bai Yi's cold gaze locked onto the loudest of the fleeing disciples, and a cruel smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. His Qing Xian sword trembled slightly in his hand, its blade radiating the 4 layers of Dao resonance. In an instant, it transformed into a dazzling streak of sword light, piercing through the air. The targeted disciple felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily turned around and activated his Earth Escape technique, while simultaneously pulling out several talismans for protection. But the Qing Xian sword tore through his defenses effortlessly, triggering the protective barrier of his wristband. A handsome master. I'll eliminate myself. The disciple's face turned pale as he forced a sheepish smile. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on his wristband, and his figure dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene. Bai Yi let out a cold snort, his eyes icy as his sword light flashed forward, relentlessly pursuing the remaining disciples. The 2 flying swords spiraled around him with deadly precision, striking with unerring accuracy. Those whose escape techniques were even slightly slower found their defenses shattered and were swiftly eliminated. With each strike, Bai Yi cut down the fleeing disciples like a reaper harvesting souls. The 5-kilometer chase was over in a blink, and along the way, over 20 disciples met their defeat under his sword. Every flash of his blade subtly altered the leaderboard rankings. In no time, Bai Yi's name climbed to the top, becoming the center of everyone's attention. First place, Bai Yi, Qinghebai Clan, Lanshan number 2 High School eliminated 61. Second place, Gu Sheng, Kangwu Gu Clan, Kangwu number 1 High School eliminated 53. Third place, Yun Yao Yao, Yunsheng Yun Clan, Yunsheng number 6 High School eliminated 51. On the northern side of Buzhou Dao Mountain, the icy winds howled over the snow-covered cliffs. A young man dressed in a thin Daoist robe leaned lazily against a rock, his right hand casually tucked into his robes. His slightly disheveled hair gave him a carefree appearance, but his sharp gaze swept across the leaderboard with keen interest. Qinghebai Clan? He scratched his ear, frowning slightly. Out of the 20 golden core clans, I don't recall hearing that name. His tone was languid, but a flicker of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Ugh, another name to remember. What a bother. On the western side of Buzhou Dao Mountain, the sweltering heat of the volcanic region filled the air with waves of searing steam. A tall girl with twin ponytails stood at the edge of a volcano, glaring at the leaderboard with a hint of frustration. Damn it, I've been overtaken again. She gritted her teeth and turned to kick the nearby beast. Roar? The beast, its white flame-like fur shimmering and its limbs armored in crimson scales, resembled a massive tank, unyielding and immovable. It tilted its head in confusion, its round eyes staring at her. Xiaobai, this is all your fault for slacking off. The girl planted her hands on her hips, scolding the beast. You finished absorbing that fire element treasure ages ago, and you're still lazing around. Let's go. We can't fall behind any further. It wasn't just the north and west. Across all regions of Buzhou Dao Mountain, the leaderboard's shifting ranks caught the attention of countless prodigies. The scions of various prestigious clans sharpened their focus, quickening their pace in an effort to catch up to Bai Yi's achievements. On a cliff of golden stone, Bai Yi stood atop his sword, surveying the scene below. The terrain was a chaotic maze of jagged stone forests and scattered mining pits, with faint waves of spiritual energy rippling through the air. The entire area resembled a vast, untapped mine brimming with potential. Squinting slightly, Bai Yi's lips curved into a cold smile. After obtaining the water elemental spiritual treasure, Bai Yi realized that only the metal elemental and earth elemental treasures remained. His gaze swept across the horizon. Over the past few hours, as he eliminated Dao cultivators along the way, he also searched tirelessly for clues about the remaining 2 treasures. Finally, he uncovered information about a goldstone mine located more than 40 kilometers away from his previous position. The ancestor had once mentioned that along this mountain path, the 4 courtyards and 10 palaces would place 4 sets of 5-element spiritual treasures. Within a 100-mile radius, this mine seemed to be the only place capable of nurturing the metal and earth elemental treasures. Bai Yi descended on his sword, his sharp gaze scanning the mountainous terrain as he flew straight toward the heart of the mine. On his radar map, originally sparse red dots began clustering together, and faint yet pure spiritual energy fluctuations subtly emerged in the air. The aura of a spiritual treasure. A glimmer of joy flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly sensed another surge of intense spiritual energy not far away. Two treasures? Bai Yi paused mid-step, then focused on the radar map. Sure enough, the locations of two distinct spiritual treasure auras became clear. However, as these auras appeared, the dense red dots on the map didn't converge toward the center. Instead, they swarmed rapidly in his direction. Bai Yi let out a soft hum, quickly piecing together the situation in his mind. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he leapt off his sword. Two flying swords hovered beside him, trembling slightly as if imbued with sentience. Didn't get enough last time? Let's make up for it now, he murmured with a chuckle. With a light tap of his toes, he shot forward like a hunting leopard, heading straight toward the source of the spiritual treasure's energy. On the radar map, the red dots were closing in on his position, and the treasure's aura grew increasingly distinct. Before long, Bai Yi spotted a group of panicked Dao cultivators in his line of sight. They were frantically maneuvering their light techniques, clearly fleeing from some unknown danger. The leaders of the group froze for a moment upon seeing Bai Yi, then shouted loudly, "Brother, there's a big boss chasing us. Run for your life. Time to scram." After shouting, they noticed Bai Yi standing motionless. Cursing him as a fool under their breath, they decided not to bother further. In fact, they welcomed the idea of someone else serving as a distraction for the threat behind them. However, as they closed the distance to within 100 meters, they suddenly noticed the faint smile playing on Bai Yi's lips. A chill ran down their spines. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of two swords slicing through the air broke the silence, followed by a blinding flash of sword light. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sound of barriers activating echoed in succession as the leading cultivators felt a tremendous force slam into their chests. They were sent flying like sandbags, crashing into the companions behind them who hadn't had time to react. What just happened? Someone cried out, their eyes fixed on the streaking sword light. Damn it, it's that crazy sword cultivator from the south. Another exclaimed, their voice tinged with despair as they recognized Bai Yi. Crazy sword cultivator? There's so many of us here. If we can't handle the monster chasing us, surely we can take him down. One person shouted, trying to rally the group. Think for a second, why do you think he's called a crazy sword cultivator? Someone else retorted with a sneer, their tone dripping with both fear and mockery. Before the conversation could continue, Bai Yi had already plunged into the crowd. His twin swords, infused with the power of 4 layers of Dao resonance, moved like dragons weaving through their ranks. Wherever the sword light flashed, any resistance crumbled as easily as paper. Those whose barriers shattered but hesitated to press their wristbands to retreat were swiftly cut down by the relentless sword energy and the chaotic flashes of spells, their fates unknown. Witnessing this carnage firsthand, many of the Dao cultivators who had never encountered Bai Yi before finally understood the truth: this man was far deadlier than the so-called monster chasing them from behind. Compared to him, they might as well be weeds before a scythe. In an instant, as everyone snapped back to their senses, they abandoned all pretense of camaraderie. With a better you than me mentality, they grabbed at those around them, using each other as leverage, and scattered in both directions. Bai Yi stood by coldly, watching the crowd disperse like a receding tide, leaving behind only the disheartened and unwilling who had been eliminated. He took a deep breath, calming the surging spiritual energy within him, though his eyes remained firmly fixed on the spirit talisman radar in his hand. The single red on the screen flickered at an almost incomprehensible speed, leaping as though deliberately testing his reactions. Moments later, a figure emerged from the distant stone forest, walking at an unhurried pace. The man was dressed in a spotless, pure white robe, his hair meticulously groomed into a scholarly topknot that exuded an air of elegance. He held a bamboo flute lightly in his hand, radiating a calm and self-assured demeanor. "I am Chun Yixing of Tingyuan," the young man said with a slight bow, his voice gentle yet resolute. "I'm afraid this is where your journey ends." Bai Yi chuckled softly, his sharp brows lifting slightly as a glint of icy determination flashed in his eyes. "I am Bai Yi of Qinghe. Let us see what we are capable of." With that, he brought his fingers together, and both the Wenxin sword and the Qingxian sword shot out of their sheaths. The sword aura surged like a rising tide, reaching toward the heavens. Chen Yixing's eyes gleamed with a trace of intrigue as he scrutinized Bai Yi, his gaze reminiscent of a predator sizing up its prey. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "The name Bai Yi of Qinghe is indeed well-deserved," he remarked, his tone tinged with mockery. "But how deep your reserves truly run well, that remains to be seen." Before his words had fully faded, Chen Yixing swung the bamboo flute in his hand. A crescent-shaped blade of sound, imbued with an intense Dao rhythm, sliced through the air like a howling gale toward Bai Yi. Wherever it passed, the stone forest shattered into pieces. Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged as the one-sheen sword shot forward. Its icy light clashed directly with the sound blade. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air as the sound blade disintegrated under the impact of the sword aura, sending dust and debris flying. The residual force of the sword aura carved a deep scar into the ground. Chun Yixing's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He raised the bamboo flute to his lips, and as spiritual energy surged, an intense melody suddenly erupted. The music transformed into countless illusory shields of a battle formation, instantly blocking the swirling dust and sword light. Then, the tune shifted abruptly, and an overwhelming killing intent surged forth. The void trembled as countless spectral weapon swords, spears, axes, and halberds materialized, each radiating a unique Dao rhythm. Their sharp edges pierced the air as they hurtled toward Bai Yi. Leading the charge was the silhouette of a figure wielding a long spear, its form gradually solidifying. With a single thrust, it carried the momentum of an entire army, aiming straight for Bai Yi. "Brother Bai, how does my 1,000-army killing tune fare?" Chun Yixing asked as he lowered the flute, standing tall with a sharp gaze, as though awaiting Bai Yi's response. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing the immense power behind the spear strike. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The force of this melody alone is on par with the combined assault of the Dao heirs from the 3 great clans earlier. Chun Yixing's place among the top 10 of tens of thousands of geniuses is truly well-earned. His expression grew serious as he bent his elbow and raised his palm. The Qingxian sword hovered before him, its aura surging like ocean waves, tearing through the air. With a precise gesture of his sword finger, the Qingxian sword erupted in radiant light. For layers of Dao rhythm intertwined along its blade, and with the roar of thunder, it shot forward like a blazing streak of light. The sword light collided with the spear's shadow midair, sending shockwaves of spiritual energy rippling outward. The spectral figure of the warrior shattered instantly, and the Qingxian sword, its momentum undiminished, pierced through the spectral weapons, transforming into an unstoppable streak of light hurtling toward Chun Yixing. Chun Yixing's expression shifted slightly, though his composure remained intact. With a subtle flick of his bamboo flute, a ripple of spiritual energy spread outward, and the mournful strains of the broken heart melody filled the air. The fine drizzle conjured by the melody fell upon the Qingxian sword, dulling its once unyielding aura. He extended his right index finger, tapping lightly on the void. The raindrops coalesced into needles infused with Dao rhythm, striking the sword light with pinpoint accuracy and disintegrating it. With a slight motion of his finger, the drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, its murderous intent intensifying as it forced the Qingxian sword back several feet. Amid the sound of falling rain, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the killing intent thickening with every passing moment. The torrential rain, combined with the overwhelming force of battle, shattered the massive boulders along the way into dust. In an instant, the tides of offense and defense shifted. Despite his sword being blocked, Bai Yi's expression remained calm, showing no hint of surprise. Previously, the Dao heirs of the 3 major families had been able to withstand a single strike from him, and now Chun Yixing had effortlessly deflected his attack. This alone was enough to demonstrate the man's extraordinary strength. Bai Yi side in Wardlathis must be the cream of the crop among the Dao heirs of the Immortal Alliance. As the small 5 elements art circulated within him, a low hum resonated. In response, his twin swords, Wenxin and Qingxian, sang in unison. Their sword radiance merged, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The Wenxin sword emanated a Dao rhythm that was steady as a mountain, with each strike landing like a hammer crashing down, its power awe-inspiring. In contrast, the Qingxian sword was agile and elusive, darting like a swift swallow through the wind, weaving unpredictably. The 2 swords attacked in tandem, their light transforming into a dazzling rainbow, accompanied by thunderous roars. Their lethal force surged forward, bearing down on Chun Yixing. Chun Yixing faced the onslaught with a cold demeanor. Amidst the drizzling rain, the killing intent was palpable. As he moved, the mournful sound of a bamboo flute reverberated through the air, playing a somber, heroic tune. Wielding the flute, he conjured sonic Dao rhythms that formed a wall-like barrier, desperately fending off the twin sword rainbows. As the blades clashed against the sonic shield, it quivered violently but refused to break. "I give up. I give up," Chun Yixing shouted, a trace of exasperation and astonishment in his voice. "Are you some kind of monster? How many sword techniques have you mastered? Every single move is different." Within the curtain of swords, his sonic barrier trembled once again under the relentless assault of the sword radiance. His face turned pale, and with a sudden flicker, his body transformed into scattered bamboo leaves, reappearing dozens of meters away in an instant. Fixing his gaze on Bai Yi, his mind churned like a raging river. During their exchange, Bai Yi's two flying swords had unleashed no fewer than a dozen perfected sword techniques, each brimming with Dao rhythm and impossible to predict. Had he not forcibly escaped the battlefield using his family's ancestral green bamboo escape technique, a few more strikes would have surely spelled his defeat. So this is the sword cultivation path from the outer regions that the Chun family patriarch described as unparalleled in offense. Chun Yixing gritted his teeth, feeling a deep sense of dread. Bai Yi remained composed, his gaze locked on Chun Yixing. With a light point of his finger in the air, Wen Xin and Qing Xian resumed their aerial dance, their radiance intensifying as they once again charged toward Chen Yixing. Come on. I already said I surrender, why are you still attacking? Chen Yixing's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly played a melody of fine rain notes to intercept the sword radiance while flipping his palm to produce a mechanical sphere. He tossed it into the air. A beam of mechanical light expanded, forming a thin, protective barrier that enveloped Chen Yixing. When the sword radiance struck the barrier, it merely quivered slightly before stabilizing. Phew, that was close. Chen Yixing exhaled deeply, still shaken. He looked at Bai Yi with a mixture of frustration and helplessness. Don't you understand the concept of a gentleman's agreement? I've already conceded. Have some decorum, will you? Bai Yi frowned slightly. After delivering over a dozen more strikes and finding the barrier unbreakable, he sighed softly and withdrew his flying swords. Internally, he couldn't help but reflect on how these Dao heirs were not only formidable in combat, but also equipped with an astonishing array of survival techniques often more diverse than their offensive capabilities. Speak. What do you want? Bai Yi's tone was calm as he fixed his gaze on Chen Yixing. He showed no intention of leaving, sensing that Chen Yixing must have a purpose for staying rather than fleeing. Seeing that Bai Yi had stopped his assault, Chen Yixing heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly cast a cleansing technique to remove the dust from his robes, then straightened his attire before turning to speak. I won't compete with you for the gold and earth spiritual treasures. However, in return, you must agree to join our plan to restrict the movement of ordinary Dao aspirants within the competition. Chen Yixing licked his dry lips and continued. While the 5-element spiritual treasures are indeed rare, for top-tier golden core families with over 6,000 years of heritage like ours, it's not difficult to meet the needs of our Dao heirs through mutual trade. Besides, not every generation produces a Dao heir. Why? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with curiosity. Because this directly impacts the overall evaluation of this generation's top-ranked Dao aspirants, Chen Yixing replied solemnly. His voice was low, but there was a deeper meaning hidden within his words. Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly as he mulled over the elder's advice. The elder had mentioned that each round of the assessment would impact the final evaluation in the Celestial Summit battle, but had never said anything about evaluations among the current candidates. This unexpected detail stirred a faint sense of unease within him. Across from him, Chen Yixing seemed to have noticed the subtle change in Bai Yi's expression. A faint, confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips, as though he had already deciphered Bai Yi's thoughts. After carefully observing the two swords on Bai Yi's back and confirming his identity, Chen Yixing leisurely retracted the mechanical sphere hovering above him. His tone was casual yet measured as he spoke. Since we'll all be part of the 4 academies in the future, I might as well tell you directly. Chen Yixing paused briefly, his gaze shifting to the distant mountains, as if contemplating how to proceed. The assessments for the 4 academies and 10 palaces began from the very first round. Ordinary candidates simply need to strive to pass and aim for a spot in the 10 palaces. But for people like us, Dao's-level candidates, the real challenge lies in securing a place in the 4 academies and, more importantly, gaining better admission privileges once we're there. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable confidence. The so-called Celestial Summit battle, he continued, a hint of pragmatic clarity flashing in his eyes, is ultimately just a stage designed for competing over admission privileges. In the Immortal Alliance, where everyone possesses spiritual roots and cultivation is widespread, the sheer number of cultivators is beyond imagination, while resources remain limited. Even though the Immortal Alliance provides affordable cultivation materials and a fair assessment system for grassroots cultivators, those who truly stand out are always the exceptionally gifted. For the rest, success often depends on the foundation built by their families. Chen Yixing's tone shifted slightly, tinged with a trace of reflection. That's also why the Immortal Alliance released so many cultivation techniques and rare treasures during the first round of assessments. Those seemingly ordinary candidates, if placed in the outside world, would still be considered geniuses. Even if they are eliminated, with the resources provided by the Immortal Alliance, their descendants might still produce talents capable of entering the 4 academies or 10 palaces. This has been the guiding principle of the Immortal Alliance for millennia: emphasize the foundation, but select the best of the best. His gaze returned to Bai Yi, now carrying a hint of scrutiny. And you, Bai Yi, are clearly one of the most outstanding individuals in this year's cohort. That's precisely why I'm inviting you to join our plan. For us, Gaining admission to the 4 academies or 10 palaces is almost a given. The real distinction lies in what status we enter with. Bai Yi didn't respond immediately. He simply nodded slightly, signaling Qian Yixing to continue. His expression remained calm, but the thoughtful glint in his eyes revealed that he was carefully processing Qian Yixing's words. I assume your family elders have already told you some of the basics about the 4 academies and 10 palaces, so I won't go into unnecessary details, Qian Yixing said, clearing his throat before continuing. The admissions assessments of the 4 academies and 10 palaces are the cornerstone of the Immortal Alliance's annual selection process. They're nothing like the exams for ordinary academies. If I were to draw a comparison, the exams for regular academies are more akin to the college entrance exams of the mortal world, while the assessments for the 4 academies and 10 palaces are a blend of traditional sect trials and scientific evaluations, a form of specialized recruitment. Bai Yi nodded slightly, inwardly agreeing with Qian Yixing's perspective. His gaze softened just a little, signaling a hint of approval for Qian Yixing's explanation. Noticing this, a trace of satisfaction flickered in Qian Yixing's eyes. His tone grew more animated, tinged with a touch of pride. The 4 academies and 10 palaces assessments happen every year, but the quality of candidates varies. As a result, the years are divided into 3 grades, A, B, and C. For example, last year was a grade year. Even the top performer of the Celestial Summit battle could only secure a first-class core disciple status after entering the 4 academies. In a grade year, the top 10 from the Summit battle can all gain core disciple status. And in a grade year, the top-ranked candidate may even directly receive the qualification of a lower realm true disciple and study at the Dao Academy for a century. As Qian Yixing spoke, a flicker of longing appeared in his eyes. The status of a lower realm true disciple is exceptionally rare in the 4 academies and 10 palaces. In any given cohort, only about 10% of candidates are fortunate enough to earn such a title. And that, he added, his voice filled with conviction, is the ultimate goal for every Daoza-level candidate. If admitted, one would become a direct disciple of the lower realm, practically starting at the pinnacle of cultivation. Even the direct discipleship of the 10 palaces in the lower realm far exceeds the value of a spot in the ordinary 4 academies, making it something no one would exchange. Bai Yi felt a slight tremor in his heart, but maintained a calm and composed expression, betraying no emotion. His return to the Bai family had been too short, and with only 2 Jindan cultivators in the family's history ever admitted to the 4 academies' 10 palaces, the distant past had left him with little understanding of the examination rules. Hearing Qian Yixing reveal these hidden intricacies, he realized that the assessment for the 4 academies' 10 palaces had far deeper layers than he had imagined. Noticing Bai Yi's calm demeanor, Qian Yixing seemed unaware of his inner thoughts and continued. For ordinary Dao students, advancing in this round of the assessment merely requires making it into the top 20,000. But for people like us, if we can't reduce the number of eliminations to within 20,000, we'll be relegated to the C-Yearth category. He frowned slightly, a trace of helplessness in his tone. While the assessments in previous years have varied, they ultimately relied on individual strength. However, this year's first round of testing is impossible to complete by individual effort alone, no matter how hard one tries. After a brief moment of thought, Bai Yi nodded and replied, "Understood. I agree with your plan." Since this plan would make him the greatest beneficiary, he had no reason to refuse. Hearing this, Qian Yixing's eyes flashed with relief, and he smiled, saying, "Great. Then I'll leave the task of clearing the 30-kilometer southern area to you. You have no idea how exhausting it is for one person to cover 60 kilometers." His tone carried a mix of gratitude and liberation. Bai Yi wasn't surprised. As he had expected, such plans were designed for individuals with exceptional talent like him. As a sword cultivator capable of sword flight, he was naturally an indispensable part of the strategy. He nodded, his gaze resolute. "By noon tomorrow, try to compress the range to the central area of Buzhou Dao Mountain. Only then will we have a fighting chance." Qian Yixing twirled the bamboo flute in his hand and sighed lightly, clearly uncertain about the situation that would arise when tens of thousands of Dao students converged. But to secure a higher evaluation, he had no choice but to take the risk. After exchanging a few more words, Qian Yixing departed. Bai Yi turned to gaze into the distance, where the aura of a forming spiritual treasure grew increasingly intense. With one hand on his sword hilt, his one-sheen sword unsheathed with a gust of wind, and his figure vanished into the night, heading straight toward the treasure's location. Beneath the Jinshi basin, piles of spiritual ore stood like mountains. At the center of the heaps, a radiant multicolored stone gleamed brilliantly in golden light, emanating a dense aura of metallic energy. Less than a kilometer away from the stone, thick stone pillars stood upright, their interiors slowly seeping brown liquid that dripped into the pits below, carrying a rich essence of earth. Metal and earth in harmony indeed. 2 spiritual treasures are forming simultaneously, Bai Yi murmured as he descended on his sword, his eyes fixed intently on the radiant multicolored stone and the potent earth essence liquid. A faint smile played on his lips, unable to conceal his excitement. Combined with the Blackwater mystic liquid he had previously obtained, the 5 elemental spiritual treasures were now complete. Sitting cross-legged beside the spiritual treasures, he patiently awaited the final moments of their formation. Finally, as the spiritual energy fluctuations peaked, 2 flying swords streaked through the air like beams of light, collecting the multicolored stone and the earth essence liquid in one swift motion. With practiced efficiency, Bai Yi stored the treasures, scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense, and swiftly moved to a crevice between nearby rocks. Sealing the crevice with a swing of his sword, he sat down cross-legged and retrieved the Blackwater mystic liquid to begin refining it. Activating the small 5 elements technique in his dantian, his spiritual energy enveloped the liquid and gradually guided it into his body. As the spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, the small energy vortex in his dantian became infused with the liquid, slowly turning a deep black. It was unclear how much time had passed before the vortex had fully darkened. At that moment, the spiritual energy in Bai Yi's dantian surged by nearly 30%, and the flow of energy through his meridians significantly accelerated. Opening his eyes, a sharp glint flickered in them as a faint smile curved his lips. This harvest not only elevated his strength, but also bolstered his confidence for the upcoming assessments. After successfully refining the Blackwater Profound Essence, Bai Yi wasted no time. Without hesitation, he retrieved the multicolored stone, swiftly enveloping it in his spiritual energy. A sharp, cutting aura emanated from the stone, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. With a flick of his fingers, his spiritual energy flowed like water, tightly suppressing the piercing essence. As the energy vortex spun, his spiritual force continuously ground down the stone's edges, gradually dissolving its biting sharpness into a dense, metallic aura that merged seamlessly into the vortex. The aura flowed along Bai Yi's meridians with the spiritual energy, and the stimulation from the sharpness unknowingly strengthened the toughness of his meridians. By the time the multicolored stone was fully refined, the resilience of his meridians had significantly improved. Letting out a deep breath, Bai Yi shifted his gaze to the final spiritual treasure before him, the Earth Spirit Essence. Just one last treasure, and I'll have achieved the balance of the 5 elements that the ancestor spoke of, Bai Yi murmured softly, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, his spiritual energy surged forward like a tide, enveloping the Earth Spirit Essence. Thanks to the experience gained from his previous refinements, his technique was now flawless, and the energy vortex operated with unparalleled smoothness. This time, it took him only half an hour to completely refine the Earth Spirit Essence. As the Earth Spirit Essence transformed into an earthy brown aura and merged into his dantian's energy sea, the 5 energy vortexes scattered throughout the sea seemed to tremble faintly, as if drawn by an invisible force. Immediately, waves of spiritual energy surged outward, rippling from Bai Yi as the center, causing the surrounding sand and soil to lift and scatter into the air. It's happening! Bai Yi's gaze sharpened as he quickly formed hand seals, instantly containing his aura. The mental chant of the minor 5 elements technique flashed rapidly through his mind. Under his guidance, the 5 small energy vortexes within his dantian began to contract slowly. An unseen force pulled the 5 elemental energies together, gradually merging them into one. The spiritual energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth intertwined and fused, their tides crashing and refining within his energy sea. At last, the 5 energy vortexes coalesced into a single form. At the center of this vibrant vortex, a translucent, seed-like multicolored light flickered softly, emanating a gentle yet profound radiance. It's done. Bai Yi's face lit up with joy. He focused inward on his dantian, his gaze fixed on the spiritual seed nestled within the 5-colored vortex. A surge of irrepressible excitement welled up in his heart. This was the 5 elements spiritual seed the ancestor had spoken of. Memories of the ancestor's teachings flooded his mind. In recent years, the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance had seen a remarkable improvement in their foundations. Beyond the 3 great treasures, the greatest contributor to this advancement was the minor 5 elements technique. This cultivation method was the culmination of 10,000 years of effort by the Immortal Alliance, developed through simulations with the superterminal Nuwa, the integration of countless foundational techniques from external sects, and the insights of generations of nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators. It was a masterpiece without equal. The minor 5 elements technique not only solidified a cultivator's foundational path but also, once perfected across its 5 stages, created 5 elemental vortexes that could be permanently retained within the dantian. These vortexes provided tremendous support during the foundation establishment stage. For this reason, whether in first or second-tier academies, or among the 4 institutes and 10 palaces, the standard for exceptional disciples was to perfect the minor 5 elements technique before attempting foundation establishment. The most outstanding disciples even sought to condense the five elements' spiritual seed with the aid of five elemental treasures, laying an unshakable foundation for advanced cultivation. The ancestor had once said that the five elements' spiritual seed was a first-rate treasure among all the heavenly foundation establishment artifacts. Bai Yi focused inward once more, sensing the spiritual seed within his dantian. After a moment, he gradually withdrew his consciousness and opened his eyes, a resolute gleam flashing within them. With the five elements' spiritual seed complete, it's time to leave this place. Bai Yi stood up and, with a single sword stroke, split the rock in two. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, he took to the air, riding his sword, his figure streaking straight toward the location where he had previously arranged to meet Chen Yixing. On the Sword of Inquiry, his gaze fell on the radar screen. The display was completely devoid of any red dots, causing a subtle unease to rise in his heart. Though he had long been aware of Chen Yixing's strength, he still couldn't fully grasp how the other Dao children could maintain such close connections with him, as Chen had described. The Bai family had been absent from the 4 academies and 10 palaces for so long that many of the hidden rules and pieces of information had been lost to them. Bai Yi sighed internally, reflecting on how the Bai family had risen to prominence since the founding efforts of their ancestor, Bai Dao, and reached its peak during the era of Bai Linlu, their second golden core cultivator. However, after Bai Linlu's untimely demise, the family's fortunes seemed to collapse overnight. In the generations that followed, not only could they no longer enter the 4 academies, but even the threshold of the 10 palaces became insurmountable. A century ago, the Dao child of the Bai family at the time had forsaken their chance to enter the 4 academies, opting instead to join the Tianhua Palace in a final bid to secure a future for the family. Ancestor Bai Dao had expended the last of his connections to carve out a glimmer of hope for them. Yet, fate was cruel. This Dao child also perished in an accident, plunging the Bai family back into decline. Were it not for Bai Yi's emergence, Bai Dao might have already sacrificed his remaining vitality to pave the way for the family. Among the golden core families of the Immortal Alliance, their rises and falls were as fleeting as a speck of dust in the vast ocean. Reflecting on this, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of gratitude. Had it not been for his encounter with Chen Yixing, he might have overlooked these hidden dynamics. The fact that top-tier Dao children would join forces to compete over such a privilege underscored the immense value of the enrollment access it granted. As he flew on his sword, he gradually left the area under Chen Yixing's responsibility, and the previously empty radar screen began to light up with numerous red dots. Overall evaluation is key, but I can't neglect the individual rankings either. Bai Yi glanced at his own ranking, which had already fallen out of the top 10. His eyes sharpened, and he dove down on his sword, heading straight for the nearest cluster of red dots. His sword light streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, and one after another, drones emerged from the mountains, carrying eliminated Dao students away from Buzhou Dao Mountain. Bathed in moonlight, the scene took on a chilling intensity. Those Dao students who sensed something amiss scrambled to flee from Bai Yi's oppressive presence, using either their escape techniques or their cultivation-derived exploration skills. Inwardly, they cursed him as a lunatic. Yet Bai Yi showed no mercy. Wherever his sword light passed, drones appeared again and again, and the number of eliminated competitors climbed rapidly. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, within the Grand Palace, the divine senses of 14 golden core stage cultivators in their peak state swept across the entire mountain, closely monitoring the unfolding events below. Their gazes occasionally met, with faint traces of approval in their eyes. Not bad. This batch of youngsters is finally showing some intelligence, one of them said with a slight nod. It seems that out of the 20 families, 11 have sent their Dao children this time. That boy from the Gu family and the girl from the Yun family are particularly outstanding. Especially that girl's Bai Yin Fiming Beastroomer has it that Yun Buliyu went to great lengths in the Muxing Dao domain to obtain that third-tier exotic beast. As they observed, the group continued their discussion. Over the past century, while the 4 academies and 10 palaces had produced numerous inner disciples at the lower realms, true prodigies capable of standing against external domains remained scarce. Though the few top talents among the 4 academies' inner disciples had maintained their dominance, the lack of a strong reserve force was becoming increasingly apparent. This was one of the reasons they supported Sanshin Palace's significant reforms to the assessment process. That descendant of Bai Dao has truly exceeded my expectations, said Pingyun Jinren, seated in the center, his tone calm. To have mastered the fusion of 4 layers of Dao rhythms while still in the Qi refinement stage, and to be proficient in 2 distinct swordsmanship techniques, truly a born sword cultivator. At the mention of Bai Dao, Pingyun Zenren's voice carried a trace of emotion. For the Bai family to have such a descendant, it seems Senior Bai's legacy has not been in vain. As his words fell, a few of the other cultivators who were privy to the Bai family's history sighed deeply, their hearts filled with respect. The path of the Immortal Alliance, forged among the myriad worlds, was paved with blood and sacrificia truth outsiders could scarcely comprehend. This was why the second round of the assessment was so unforgiving. As the morning sun cast its warm glow over the forest, the air was thick with tension. The sound of heavy breathing and rustling branches echoed through the trees, breaking the stillness. A faint mist lingered in the woods as a group of Taoists clambered onto the canopy of a towering tree. Their chests heaved with each breath, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads, glinting under the sunlight. They occasionally glanced at the radar map in their hands, their expressions a mix of vigilance and exhaustion. Pant, they're not chasing us anymore, are they? One of them asked in a low, breathless voice, a hint of relief laced within. A young woman sat cross-legged among them, talismans and magical artifacts floating around her, emitting a faint, spiritual glow. Her gaze was fixed on the leaderboard, her pupils trembling slightly. Her voice was calm yet carried a weight of urgency. Only 4 hours left if we can hold on for 4 more hours, well past this round of the trial. Though her tone was steady, the numbers on the leaderboard were alarming. In just one night, the number of participants had plummeted, with more eliminations than the combined total of the previous 2 days. Now, only 28,000 remained on the list. Her expression was conflicted, tinged with frustration, yet overshadowed by resignation. And what's the point of passing this round? A deep, gruff voice broke the silence. A burly Taoist with rippling muscles leaned against the tree trunk, his tone cold and detached, as though he had already seen through the futility of it all. With our level of skill, even if we get through this round, there's no way we'll survive the 10 Palaces trial. His words cast a shadow over the group, and another Taoist let out a bitter laugh. Brother Liu is right, we've been running all night. From the eastern sector to the southern sector, what for? We're nothing but lambs being herded. It's sheer luck those pursuers didn't come after our techniques or manuals. Otherwise, we'd have nothing left. The words felt like a hollow attempt at consolation, and the others nodded in agreement, though their eyes betrayed their weariness. Indeed, while the pursuers relentlessly chased them, they seemed to hold back from actual confrontation. The real casualties of the night were those who fought over resources and techniques, tearing each other apart in desperation. Just as the group began to relax, catching their breath, a sudden red dot appeared on the radar map. Its rapid approach sent a jolt of alarm through them. We've been driven back into the sword cultivators' territory. Someone whispered in panic, their face turning pale. The group exchanged uneasy glances, ready to flee, when the burly Taoist suddenly stood up. His gaze locked onto the direction of the red dot, his expression devoid of fear. Instead, a resolute smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. No more running, he said, his deep voice steady and clear, carrying an air of finality. So what if we're eliminated? It's not like I ever had the strength to make it to the 4 academies or the 10 palaces. Instead of scurrying around like a beaten dog, I'd rather use the resources I've gathered to secure a spot in a top-tier school willing to take me. And if I don't face them now, they'll never even have the chance to stand before the peak talents of this generation. His words were firm, reverberating through the group. For a moment, they were stunned, then exchanged bitter smiles. One of them gritted their teeth and nodded. If we're going down, let's go down in style. The group stood together, their initial fear giving way to defiance and determination. Side by side with the burly Taoist, they turned to face the direction of the approaching red dot. Their expressions were solemn, as if bracing for an inevitable clash of fate. High above the forest, Bai Yi soared on his sword, its light streaking like a radiant arc across the sky. His sharp gaze cut through the distance, spotting the group standing resolutely beneath the trees. Their faces betrayed a mix of tension and expectation. Another group looking to test their blades against me, Bai Yi murmured under his breath, his voice devoid of emotion. Behind him, the azure immortal sword unsheathed itself with a resonant hum, transforming into a streak of blue light imbued with Taoist energy. It descended with overwhelming power. Bai Yi of Qinghe, wielder of the sword. His cold voice rang out, echoing through the forest like a divine decree. The group's eyes widened in shock, but their hesitation was brief. They unleashed their techniques and artifacts in unison, summoning talismans and spiritual tools to defend themselves. Yet the moment the sword's light struck, their defenses shattered like fragile glass. The impact reverberated like a tidal wave, sending them crashing into the surrounding trees with a series of heavy thuds. Their protective wristbands activated just in time, shielding them from total elimination. On the forest floor, the azure immortal sword stood embedded in the ground, its unassuming form emanating a chilling aura. Bruised and battered, the group struggled to accept their defeat, each pressing the wristband to acknowledge their elimination. The sword shot back into the sky, transforming into a streak of blue light, while Bai Yi disappeared just as swiftly. The forest fell silent once more, save for the faint rustling of leaves. The sword ascended into the heavens, and the swordsman vanished with it, leaving behind only the quiet stillness of the mountain forest. Qinghe Bai Yiso, this is the true genius of the Immortal Alliance? As they gazed at the merciless glimmer of his sword, a bitter taste filled their hearts. Wherever the sword light passed, several were eliminated without hesitation or sentiment. The group exchanged glances, their final struggle dissolving into resigned sighs. Even combined, they could not withstand the overwhelming force of a single strike from him. Bai Yi sheathed his sword and stood calmly, his gaze as placid as still water. His eyes rested on the radar map and leaderboard, his heart unshaken. That night, nearly 20,000 participants were eliminated. 70% fell victim to infighting over secret techniques and treasures, while the rest were hunted down by him and other top contenders. With his unrivaled mastery of swordsmanship, Bai Yi once again claimed the top spot in the elimination rankings, widening the gap between himself and the other strong competitors. The leaderboard displayed the rankings and data clearly. First place, Bai Yi, Qinghe Clan, Blue Mountain Second High School, eliminations, 573. Second place, Gu Sheng, Kangwu Gu Clan, Kangwu First High School, eliminations, 511. Third place, Yun Yao Yao, Yunsheng Yun Clan, Yunsheng Sixth High School, eliminations, 498. Fourth place, Yu Tianming, Lingyang Yu Clan, Lingyang First High School, eliminations, 482. With 3 hours left, Bai Yi had to maintain his lead. His sword, Wenxin, quivered lightly at his feet before transforming into a streak of light, carrying him swiftly toward a gathering of participants. Time slipped away, and 3 hours dwindled to 2. As the sun climbed higher, nearing its zenith, a crisp, melodic announcement echoed across the entirety of Buzhou Daoshan. Within the forest, those still locked in fierce battles or hiding to evade detection froze in place, their expressions a mix of relief and excitement. The remaining participants have reached 2,000. The first round of the path to the summit has concluded. Bai Yi, with 668 eliminations, ranks first. Please proceed to the Buzhou Mountain Road to begin the 10 Palaces trial. The notification from his wristband caused Bai Yi to pause briefly. A sword strike that was about to fall stopped midair, and Wenxin returned to its sheath. His gaze swept over a few fleeing participants in the distance before shifting toward the mountain's midsection, where the dispersing mist revealed a new path. The ground trembled as though immense forces were shifting Buzhou Daoshan itself. The mountain's lower layers began to rotate slowly. As the terrain twisted, the spiritual mist dissipated, revealing hidden landscapes of ice, molten fire, and metallic stone, all vanishing into the mountain's depths to await the next stage of trials. Beneath the clearing mist, a winding mountain road emerged, leading to a massive, mist-shrouded chasm halfway up the mountain. Is that where the 10 Palaces trial takes place? Bai Yi muttered as he looked toward the towering chasm, which seemed to have been torn open by an unfathomable force, its depths both profound and enigmatic. He glanced down at the reminder on his wristband, confirmed the direction of the mountain path, and took to the air on his sword. Choosing the nearest route, he sped toward the chasm. As Bai Yi's figure vanished into the distance, the remaining participants, after a brief pause, also began making their way toward the chasm via the winding mountain path. Gliding effortlessly along the mountain road, Bai Yi's journey was unimpeded. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the chasm. The fissure before him spanned over a kilometer in width and reached nearly 2 kilometers in height, resembling a colossal rift cleaving through the mountain. Suspended in midair before the chasm sat an elderly man in the robes of the Sanshin Palace, cross-legged and motionless, awaiting the arrival of the remaining participants. Bai Yi's gaze swept over the meditating elder, and he quickly surmised that the details of the 10 Palaces trial would only be revealed once everyone had arrived. Unwilling to waste any time, he sat down cross-legged himself, closed his eyes, and began adjusting his state of mind, preparing as thoroughly as possible for the challenges to come. A few minutes later, amidst the heavy sound of footsteps, a massive white-furred beast appeared, carrying a woman on its back, stopping in front of the fissure. Yun Yao Yao lifted her gaze, glancing briefly at the fissure before her eyes settled on Bai Yi, who was seated cross-legged, meditating. The man bore 2 swords on his back, his aura restrained, clearly marking him as the renowned Bai Yi of Qinghe. A flicker of intrigue flashed through her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Without lingering further, she leaned back against the white flame-flaming beast, closed her eyes, and quietly awaited the next round to begin. Time ticked by, and the number of people gathering in front of the fissure steadily grew. Figures from the top of the rankings began to arrive one after another, followed by the second and third tiers of Dao cultivators. Some carried solemn expressions, others radiated eager determination, and an unspoken sense of competition hung in the air between them. 2 hours later, the final Dao cultivator made his way through the mountain path to join the crowd. An elder from the Trifold Heart Palace, seated in front of the fissure, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, though clouded with age, was piercingly deep, as if capable of seeing through the very souls of those before him. I am not one for unnecessary words, the elder said in a low, commanding voice, exuding an undeniable authority. The second trial of the 10 palaces is the Fissure Canyon behind me. The last 5,400 to emerge from this place will earn the right to enter the 10 Palaces Academy. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd, but Bai Yi remained calm, listening intently. The elder paused briefly, his eyes sweeping across the gathered cultivators before his tone grew heavier. Remember this well. You must have unwavering faith in yourself, or your life may be at risk. Remember, remember. The final two words, like the tolling of an ancient bell, struck deeply into the hearts of the cultivators, causing those who had been dismissive to pale. Some whispered among themselves, others furrowed their brows, while many more wore uneasy expressions. Faith in oneself? Bai Yi frowned slightly, a faint unease creeping into his heart. Before he could delve further into its meaning, he saw the elder turn toward the Fissure Canyon, his expression solemn as he bowed deeply. A weathered command token in the elder's hand suddenly flew out, transforming into countless beams of light. In the next instant, the Fissure Canyon erupted with a terrifying pull, like the gaping maw of an abyss, swallowing all 20,000 cultivators in an instant. Captain, Captain? A frantic voice echoed in Bai Yi's ears as a searing pain pierced his head. Forcing his eyes open, his vision gradually cleared to reveal a disheveled, bloodied middle-aged man anxiously slapping his face. The man wore a tattered nerve-linked exoskeleton and gripped a high-powered kinetic rifle, his expression a mix of tension and relief. He's awake. He's awake. The man's face lit up with excitement as Bai Yi opened his eyes. Bai Yi struggled to turn over but was immediately overcome by a sharp, stabbing pain that forced a gasp from his lips. Looking down, he saw that his Taoist robes had somehow been replaced by an old, standard-issue exoskeleton. The armor on his legs and chest was torn apart, revealing wounds so deep that his bones and even faintly pulsing organs were visible. This is an illusion? How can it feel so real? Bai Yi's heart trembled as he instinctively tried to examine his dantian and meridians. To his relief, his five-element chi whirlpool and spiritual seed were still intact, and his bones and meridians showed no abnormalities. However, when he attempted to sense the Dao Mirror at the core of his sea of consciousness, he was met with an unsettling void. Captain, don't just sit there in a daze. The middle-aged man urged, hurriedly pulling a pale green syringe from a nearby field medical kit and plunging it into Bai Yi's thigh with practiced precision. As the needle pierced his skin, Bai Yi felt a slight sting, followed by the sensation of countless medical nanobots flooding his body. They rapidly began repairing his damaged flesh and organs. Our chain-locked particle barrier defense system won't hold much longer. Those bastards from Shinshin Supreme Sect will break through any moment, the man said urgently, his eyes darting around as he remained on high alert. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Bai Yi forced himself to stand. The sight before him was one of utter devastation, ruined defensive structures, blood-soaked remnants scattered across the ground, and the distant sounds of explosions and anguished cries. It was as if he had been thrust into a post-apocalyptic battlefield. The scene caused Bai Yi's pupils to constrict to pinpoints, his breath catching in his throat. Amidst a land ravaged by destruction, an unending sea of flames stretched for thousands of kilometers, consuming everything in its path. Within this inferno, cities the size of grains of rice were swallowed whole, leaving nothing behind. The air was thick with the stench of annihilation. Flames roared like feral beasts, devouring all signs of life. High above, countless spiritual treasure ships surged forth from a swirling vortex in the clouds, their metallic hulls gleaming coldly, like instruments of a merciless slaughter. From within the ships, cultivators clad in radiant battle armor poured out like locusts, obliterating whatever remnants remained in the sea of fire. At the center of the fleet, over a dozen colossal ships crafted entirely from the trunks of height-year spiritual trees hovered in the void. Their hulls were inscribed with intricate rune formations, glowing with a dazzling spiritual light that emanated an aura of divine weaponry. The runes converged abruptly, unleashing terrifying spiritual blasts that relentlessly struck the chain-linked particle barrier whereby he stood. The barrier rippled under the assault, its translucent blue glow wavering precariously. Bai Yi's gaze trembled as it lowered. The once majestic mountain stronghold beneath his feet had been reduced to rubble. The three-tiered mechanical war bastion, once a symbol of unyielding strength, now lay in ruins, littered with shattered metal fragments and charred earth. Amid the devastation, scattered corpses and flowing blood stained the foot of the mountain a sickening crimson. This was Buzhou Dao Mountaina, former bastion of the Immortal Alliance, now a hellish battlefield. Bai Yi's eyes swept across the scene, landing on a war-grade fortress constructed of steel. Countless figures moved frantically across its surface, clad in worn exoskeletal armor. They opened hatches, equipping themselves with ammunition and weapons. On both sides of the bastion, rows of high-energy ion cannons protruded from the walls, their barrels glowing faintly, as if ready to unleash their final defiance. Rescue hovercraft darted through the wreckage, their white-clad medical personnel, eyes bloodshot, hurriedly gathering shattered bodies. Whenever they discovered a survivor, a glimmer of hope would light up their weary faces, only to be extinguished by the tears of blood staining their expressions. They had grown accustomed to death, yet every lifeless body was a weight they could scarcely bear. Bai Yi lifted his gaze to the heavens. The vortex above loomed like a bottomless abyss, spewing forth an endless tide of spiritual treasure ships that carried with them the power to annihilate worlds. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. On the central spiritual treasure ships, two massive formations activated. The energy of the heavens and earth coalesced into two sky-piercing spears, which came crashing down onto the barrier. The chain-linked particle barrier quaked violently, cracks spreading like spiderwebs until, with a piercing crack, it began to shatter. The fourth-tier chain-linked particle barrier of Zhanqian Mountain is about to collapse. All logistics personnel, evacuate to the transfer routes immediately. A hoarse yet commanding voice barked through the earpiece. Heavy armor units in formations 1 and 2. Hold the fortress's summit and repel the enemy. Light armor units in divisions 1 through 3. Defend the eastern outer weapon systems. Divisions 4 through 6. Provide rotating support to the perimeter. All aerospace warships, deploy at once and bring down the enemy's spiritual treasure ships. Ultimate Weapon Division, initiate the Doomsday Protocol. Overload all remaining defensive weapon systems. Target cultivators above the Foundation establishment realm and bring them down. Comrades, the lives of nearly 10 billion compatriots stand behind the Immortal Alliance. If the Shinxian sect breaches Zhanqian Mountain, how will we face our fallen comrades? How will we answer to the millions of heroic souls who gave their lives at the foot of this mountain? The raspy voice, imbued with unyielding resolve, struck every heart like a hammer. Light armor divisions 4 through 6, acknowledged. Bai Yi glanced at the marker on his wrist, took a deep breath, and straightened his posture. A cold determination ignited in his eyes as he growled, "We fight to the death. Fight to the death." Countless roars echoed across the mechanical bastion, the cries of tens of thousands defying the inevitability of death. Yet the barrier could not endure. With a resounding crash, the chain-linked particle barrier shattered. Stripped of its protection, the spiritual treasure ships surged toward the final bastion like ravenous beasts. Swarms of cultivators, shrouded in radiant spiritual energy and wielding devastating techniques, descended in a frenzy. In that moment, it was as if the entire world screamed, heralding the final battle. The massive electromagnetic railguns, each with a caliber exceeding 500 millimeters, surrounding Bai Yi whirred into motion with precision. The gun barrels emitted a brilliant magnetic glow before unleashing a torrent of electromagnetically charged metal projectiles, raining down like a violent storm. The deafening roar ripped through the air as the barrage surged toward the approaching cultivator squadron in midair. The thunderous cacophony was both piercing and awe-inspiring, as if it sought to rend the heavens and earth apart. "Form the array." A commanding yet ethereal voice echoed among the cultivators. The frontmost cultivators swiftly raised formation flags, summoning an emerald green array that rose like an enormous tortoise shell, covering the skies for miles. The projectiles slammed into the array, producing dazzling bursts of fire and fractured mystical light. The spectacle resembled a deadly fireworks display, filled with lethal intent. Under the relentless bombardment, the array trembled violently, cracks spreading like a spiderweb until it finally shattered. Agonized cries followed as countless cultivators plummeted from the sky like broken kites, their blood and dismembered bodies exploding midair in a grisly rain that painted the sky crimson. Yet, in the wake of the shattered array's shockwave, more cultivators surged forward like an unstoppable tide. Cloaked in mystical light and moving with agility, they used the remains of the array and the sacrifices of their comrades as shields, closing in rapidly on the defensive position. Despite the relentless barrage from the defensive system, the cultivators pressed on like a pack of wolves. However, those who attempted to breach the defense were ultimately torn apart by an even denser web of firepower, their bodies reduced to a horrific spray of flesh and blood. "Damn it, cultivators or not, they all deserve to die," cursed a soldier clad in a standard-issue exoskeleton, his face twisted in fury. His hands trembled slightly from exertion, yet his eyes betrayed a mix of shock and disbelief. With firepower this intense, not even a Tianyu TX-95 aerospace battleship could push through. Another soldier muttered through gritted teeth. Bai Yi stood nearby, his gaze sweeping over their faces, though a chill gripped his heart. The shock in the eyes of these battle-hardened soldiers revealed their confrontation with a force that defied all conventional understanding. He glanced down at his own combat exoskeleton, powered by an external energy source, and a terrifying thought crept into his mind: could this be the first encounter between the Alliance and a true cultivator civilization? Boom! A thunderous explosion tore through the air, prompting Bai Yi to look skyward. Hundreds of cultivators, shrouded in dense mystical light, descended from the heavens. Behind them, faint manifestations of Taoist phenomena loomed, their figures streaking like lightning as they emerged from spirit treasure vessels flanking the battlefield. These cultivators displayed an agility that far surpassed that of fighter jets, maneuvering with supernatural precision. They wielded their techniques to break through the electromagnetic railgun's coverage with lightning speed. At the same time, the skies were filled with a myriad of Taoist phenomena. Dragons soared, fiery rains poured, and mists roiled. The artillery arrays on the mountain tops barely had time to realign before they were obliterated by waves of magical radiance. The shattered remains of the artillery rained down like shrapnel, scattering metal fragments and debris in every direction. Foundation establishment cultivators. Bai Yi's expression stiffened, his heart sinking. Instinctively, he tried to reach out with his spiritual sense toward the flying swords behind him, only to remember that since entering this realm, he had lost all connection to them. Even if the swords were still intact, they would be utterly inconsequential in the face of this overwhelming battle. He raised his head, his eyes fixed on the sky. Cultivators, bathed in mystical light and protected by formations, pressed forward relentlessly, only to be obliterated by explosions of cannon fire. Foundation establishment cultivators, wielding formidable individual power, managed to destroy several artillery arrays, yet they too were ultimately reduced to bloody mist under the unyielding barrage. A sense of despair began to engulf Bai Yi as his thoughts spiraled into darkness and the crimson haze that filled the battlefield. Death was omnipresent, and the insignificance of individuals was laid bare. He felt an overwhelming helplessness, as though he were an ant trying to push a boulder or a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. What difference can I make in a war like this? Nothing, nothing at all. Bai Yi's eyes grew vacant, and an eerie, haunting whisper seemed to echo in his ears, pulling at his consciousness, threatening to drag him into the abyss. Just as he was about to succumb, a sharp, resonant sound of a sword rang out from deep within his soul. The sound was like a bell tolling at dawn, cutting through the fog of despair and jolting him awake. To hold steadfast, this is what it means to hold steadfast. Bai Yi's eyes regained their clarity, a newfound determination lighting up his gaze. He looked skyward once more, where atop the lead spirit treasure vessel, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators descended in unison. They unfurled a massive formation flag, which slowly rose above them, emanating an oppressive and suffocating aura. Water surged and spread out evenly, light blanketed the ground, and the formation extended in all directions, encompassing all within its grasp. The water-converging eightfold formation was activated. Hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators sat cross-legged, their chi surging like tidal waves, channeling into the formation materials. This energy transformed into a vast and overwhelming flow of spiritual power, circulating between heaven and earth. In an instant, a suffocating pressure filled the air, as the spiritual essence of the world was drawn in madly, condensing into a massive deep blue formation that spanned several kilometers. Its intricate runes shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance, as if revealing the profound truths of the universe. Thunderclouds roiled overhead, and the once clear sky darkened oppressively. Lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down, steam rising as water coalesced into ripples that fed into the formation. Bai Yi's eyes burned with focus as he fixed his gaze on the center of the formation. Before him, the boundless water vapor gradually condensed into a colossal water elephant avatar, standing several meters tall. It wielded an iron halberd, exuding an aura of boundless might. The water elephant's eyes blazed with fury as it swung its halberd, unleashing a torrent of water that swept across the sky, engulfing and extinguishing the incoming barrage of artillery fire. Without pause, the halberd was raised high again, as if summoning the waters of the heavens, before slashing downward once more. Its target was the eastern artillery stronghold of the mountain fortress. This strike was like a force of nature, as if it intended to rend the heavens and the earth, its overwhelming momentum leaving all who witnessed it in awe. Bai Yi stared at the water elephant avatar's immense power, a tremor running through his heart. His face paled slightly, and the kinetic rifle in his hands quivered. Yet, just as he was about to take a step forward, the mountain fortress suddenly rumbled. The rock layers shifted aside, revealing a network of intricate mechanical tracks hidden within. Dozens of launch platforms ignited, spewing fire as medium-range guided proton explosive missiles were propelled into the air. The missiles arced through the sky with precision, locking onto the water elephant avatar as they closed in from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions tore through the sky, shockwaves rippling outward and whipping up fierce gales. The exoskeleton on Bai Yi's feet activated its ground-gripping mode, anchoring him firmly to the fortress surface. The fiery glow of the explosions lit up the sky, and under the relentless onslaught, the water elephant avatar gradually dissipated. Within the formation, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators turned pale as their life force was drained. One by one, they fell into the blood-red sea below. Yet, despite the damage, the formation did not collapse entirely. Its light dimmed slightly, but it continued to function, conjuring a smaller water elephant avatar. Like an undying warrior, it rose again, stepping forth amidst the waves. The water elephant avatar swung its halberd once more, summoning torrents of water that surged forward like roaring rivers, crashing toward the enemy's defenses. Behind it, tens of thousands of chi condensation cultivators swiftly formed ranks, using the water elephant avatar as their spearhead to forcefully breach the first line of hypermagnetic kinetic artillery. However, the mountain fortress trembled again. Bai Yi sidestepped to avoid the debris as the alloy-reinforced defensive doors on either side of the stronghold thundered open. With the screech of traction rails, dark gray mechs were launched into the fray. These mechs, with their rugged designs, were equipped with all-terrain propulsion modules and arms outfitted with an array of advanced weaponry. Thousands of them activated their radar systems at full capacity, locking onto the airborne cultivators with precision. As their weapons deployed, countless streams of fire and tracer missiles lit up the battlefield, creating a deadly zone of explosions and flames. Many chi condensation cultivators were annihilated before they even got close. This is Mobile Light Mech Unit 1. Requesting assistance in eliminating any stragglers. A deep voice crackled through Bai Yi's earpiece. His expression turned grave as he surveyed the hellish battlefield. Without hesitation, he responded, Mobile Task Force 456, acknowledged. His mind raced, recalling the layout of the fortress's defensive weaponry as if from memory. He quickly issued orders. Task Force 6, form teams of 3 and assemble hyper-long-range sniper cannons. Use terminal guidance for precision targeting. Focus on suppression, not destruction. Task Force 6, copy that, came the prompt and unified reply. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened as he observed the fortress's right flank, where thousands of soldiers sprang into action. In coordinated groups of 3, they expertly dismantled their equipment, assembling medium-caliber sniper cannons with 50mm barrels and gun bodies exceeding 4 meters in length. Captain, assembly complete. Bai Yi swiftly rolled over, gliding effortlessly to the side of his 3 teammates. His hand instinctively found the cold grip of the gun. In that fleeting moment, it was as if his body had been programmed, his muscle memory kicked in, adjusting his posture with astounding precision. His pupils contracted slightly, and the view through the advanced holographic lens instantly sharpened. Targets clustered 10 kilometers away appeared as if they were right before his eyes. With the robust physique of someone in the later stages of chi refinement and the aid of advanced targeting systems, he steadied the medium-sized magnetic sniper cannon in his hands. His finger tensed slightly, pulling the trigger with unwavering decisiveness. Bang! A flash of magnetic light burst from the cannon. The weapon barely recoiled as the bullet tore through the air, leaving a shockwave in its wake, streaking toward its target at lightning speed. The chi refinement cultivator, standing atop his magical artifact, barely had time to sense the impending danger. Before he could activate any defense, the bullet pierced through his chest. Flesh and blood erupted in midair, splattering onto the cultivators nearby in a grotesque display. Holy crap! Captain, you just one-shotted a cultivator with sensory abilities. The earpiece erupted with the incredulous and exhilarated shouts of his teammates. These cultivators, adept in maneuvering magical artifacts and detecting threats with spiritual senses, had been their worst nightmare since the battle began. Agile and heavily fortified, they could often shield themselves with artifacts in the blink of an eye, effortlessly neutralizing incoming gunfire. Yet Bai Yi's single shot had shattered that perception entirely. Stop talking and reload. Bai Yi barked coldly, his tone sharp and commanding. His brows furrowed as he kept his gaze locked onto the holographic lens, observing the cultivators and mechs plummeting to the ground. By now, his mind and body were fully immersed in the battlefield, operating with the detached efficiency of a killing machine. As soon as his weapon was reloaded, his sights locked onto another cultivator perched on the back of a mech. A slight adjustment of the barrel, a pull of the trigger, and another bullet found its mark. The chi refinement cultivator had no time to activate his artifact before being obliterated, his body exploding into a mist of blood. Focus on the fluctuations in their spiritual energy. Wait for the intervals before you fire. Bai Yi ordered in a low, icy voice. Yes, sir. His teammates responded in unison. Through their targeting lenses, they honed in on the cultivator's spiritual energy patterns, waiting for the opportune moment. The next second, gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot was accompanied by the sight of another cultivator falling from the sky. Hundreds of chi refinement cultivators were struck down in rapid succession, and it seemed as though a tear had been ripped through the oppressive clouds overhead. The soldiers had never witnessed such a staggering display of firepower. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces flushed with adrenaline. Their roars of triumph were laced with uncontrollable excitement. But the enemy wasn't idle. After several rounds of concentrated fire, the cultivators quickly adapted. One of them withdrew from the front lines, retreating to the rear to focus on orchestrating a defensive formation. Spiritual energy surged as the formation's activation speed increased dramatically. Though Bai Yi's pinpoint shooting was unmatched, the reinforced defenses began to nullify his effectiveness. Meanwhile, high above, the tide of battle was shifting rapidly. Tens of thousands of C-55 class lightweight mechs, equipped with particle shields capable of withstanding brief attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators, were being overwhelmed. The endless stream of Foundation establishment cultivators emerging from the Spirit Treasure warships completely countered the mechs' numbers and tactics. Within the span of an hour, over 1,000 mechs had been destroyed. Under the cover of the Chi refinement cultivators, the Spirit Treasure warships pressed forward relentlessly, gradually encroaching on the outer magnetic cannon positions. Without the indiscriminate firepower to cover the 10-kilometer radius, waves upon waves of Chi refinement cultivators descended like a storm cloud, swarming every corner of the fortress with unrelenting ferocity. Beep, beep, beep. The enemy has breached the outer fire matrix. Red War level activated. All combat personnel, hold your ground. Research and elite personnel, evacuate immediately via underground rail system to the rear. Zenkianshin is initiating its highest state of warfare. Blinding red warning lights flashed urgently throughout the fortress, accompanied by the shrill wail of alarms, like the tolling of a death knell. Inside the fortress, chaos reigned. The scene was one of frantic activity and suffocating tension, with countless figures darting about while the clatter of machinery and hurried commands filled the air. Bloodshot eyes and tear-streaked faces told silent stories of despair and defiance. "I'm not leaving." A furious roar cut through the clamor of hurried footsteps within the Central Terminal Research Lab, deep inside the midsection of Zenkianshin. An elderly man, hunched and gray-haired, stubbornly pushed away a middle-aged man who had tried to help him stand. His hands trembled slightly, but he clung tightly to the edge of the research table. His tear-filled eyes reflected the raging inferno outside the burning wreckage of warships scattered across the battlefield. Those faintly glimmering tears betrayed the inner turmoil and agony he fought to suppress. "Professor Shin, you must evacuate. Humanity cannot afford to lose you." The middle-aged man's voice was tinged with urgency as he made another attempt to pull Shun Weisheng away. However, the older man, with surprising strength, gripped the nearby shelf tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade as he coldly swept his eyes over the other man. "Leave? To where?" Shin Weisheng's voice was low, carrying an unyielding authority that could not be questioned. "The human alliance is already at its limit, holding off the four dominant sects of Hong Xiandao on the front lines. If Zenkianshin falls to Zuanshan upper sect, all of humanity will face annihilation." The middle-aged man fell silent, unable to respond. Under the weight of Shun Weisheng's calm yet despairing gaze, he opened his mouth several times, only to close it again in defeat, finally releasing his grip. The air grew heavy with an oppressive sense of impending doom. Shin Weisheng turned away, no longer looking at him, and fixed his gaze firmly on the terminal screen. The display detailed the enemy's forces. Several of Zuanshan Upper Sect's Golden Core ancestors had acquired the rare spirit-breaking Earth Essence, and the probability of their Grand Elder ascending to Nascent Soul was an alarming 78.3. This meant that Zenkianshin was likely facing an enemy sect on the verge of achieving the Nascent Soul stage. Zenkianshin is the final barrier. There is no retreat, Shin Weisheng murmured to himself. Though his voice was soft, it struck like a hammer on the hearts of everyone present. Meanwhile, high above in the skies, countless spiritual warships loomed like an oppressive black storm, steadily advancing toward the mountain fortress. Bolstered by the formations and talismans on their vessels, the enemy forces surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Despite the valiant efforts of thousands of intercepting mechs, the enemy's advance was relentless. Amid the rain of fire and destruction, the fortress's outer electromagnetic cannon matrix was overwhelmed and destroyed. On the fortress's observation deck, Bai Yi stood motionless, his piercing gaze locked on the massive fleet of spiritual warships ahead. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. The dozens of Chi refining cultivators he had just slain now seemed insignificant in the face of the overwhelming tide of the enemy forces. The sheer magnitude of the invading army was like an unstoppable tsunami, suffocating all who stood against it. "So, this is what war between worlds looks like," Bai muttered under his breath, a mixture of frustration and fury simmering in his tone. Just as the warships drew within 5 kilometers of Zenkianshin, a deafening rumble erupted from the surrounding mountain. The rock face slowly parted, revealing towering mechanical structures rising from within the mountain itself. These spire-like devices, built with intricate precision, activated amidst the tremors, and from them erupted over 100 beams of blinding particle laser energy. The dazzling light eclipsed even the sun. The lasers interwove into a massive net of destruction, carving through the sky with devastating precision. Countless spiritual warships were sliced apart, their fragments and fiery debris raining down like a violent storm. Survivors abandoned their vessels in a desperate bid to escape, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Moments later, the central hatch of the mountain fortress opened with a thunderous roar. From within, thousands of falcon-shaped aerospace warships launched into the sky. Missiles streaked through the air like meteors, striking the remaining spiritual warships not already consumed by the laser grid. Explosions lit up the heavens, bathing the battlefield in a fiery glow. Yet, from the enemy ranks, a cold, disdainful voice echoed across the battlefield, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Relying on crude external devices, how utterly laughable. Master Mulu speaks the truth. Another voice chimed in agreement. As their words fell, over 30 figures emerged from the largest spiritual warship, standing effortlessly in midair. Their presence was overwhelming, their auras so powerful they seemed to distort the very air around them. The leaders of the group raised their hands, and with a casual gesture, the golden core energy they unleashed formed massive hand seals that crushed an aerospace warship into fragments with ease. This is the true power of Xuantian Upper Sect. In this world, where spiritual energy is so scarce, if not for the discovery of those things, why would we go to such lengths? Mu Lu Jinren stood at the bow of the sky warship, coldly gazing down at the Zhenqian mountain fortress below. With a flick of his wrist, he casually discarded the warship as if tossing away a piece of tattered cloth. The massive metallic beast arced through the air before crashing to the ground with a deafening roar, sending clouds of dust billowing skyward. His disdain was evident in his eyes. This sluggish, poorly defended contraption dares to call itself a threat? It's nothing more than a minor inconvenience for Foundation establishment cultivators. To us in the Golden Core stage, it's no better than a pile of scrap metal. Turning around, his gaze swept over the numerous Golden Core cultivators behind him. His voice was icy and commanding, leaving no room for dissent. Once we breach this fortress, the mission of our Xuanjian sect will be complete, and you all shall receive your deserved rewards. By the decree of the sect leader, Zhenren Mu Lu speaks the truth. The Golden Core cultivators responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Their faces bore expressions of ease and scorn. To them, this fortress was merely a trivial obstacle. Since the two realms began their conflict, the Xuanjian sect had advanced like a storm, nearly sweeping through half of this world's forces. While countless Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators had perished, their Golden Core and higher combat strength remained virtually intact. Only a few major battles had claimed the lives of some powerful figures. Now, capturing a mere mountain stronghold was hardly a challenge. At Mu Lu's command, over 30 Golden Core cultivators vanished in a flash, reappearing above the fortress weapon arrays moments later. Surrounding them, their true essence surged like a storm, making them resemble walking strategic weapons. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth roared like thunder at their command. In mere moments, the fortress multi-layered defense systems were reduced to rubble. With its protective barriers destroyed, the outer layer of the fortress was left exposed to the onslaught of enemy forces. Tens of thousands of Qi refining cultivators surged forward like a tide, accompanied by spiritual treasure ships, swarming toward the fortress like a plague of locusts. Bring it on, you scum. Let me show you what real men are made of. Within the fortress, Bai Yi heard the furious roars of the warriors around him. Their faces were flushed as they stared intently at the approaching enemy horde. They might not stand a chance against the Golden Core cultivators, but if anyone wanted to breach the fortress, they would have to step over their dead bodies. Bai Yi stood in the fortress central command room, his expression grim as he watched the battle unfold in the skies above. There, the Golden Core cultivators effortlessly held their own despite being surrounded by countless sky warships. Even though the scarcity of spiritual energy in this world limited their abilities, their immense true essence allowed them to destroy thousands of warships with ease. The advanced technology of the Alliance seemed utterly inadequate in the face of these cultivators, like relics from a bygone era. In-game mode is about to commence. Humanity will remember this day forever. A raspy voice suddenly echoed through the communication module, like a whisper from the abyss. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned before the fortress beneath his feet began to quake violently. His eyes reflected the crimson light erupting from the depths of the mountain, which seeped through the cracks in the ground and spread outward. It's activated, Bai Yi murmured softly, his tone tinged with a complex mix of emotions. Amid the rumbling, the ground split open, and over 100 towering mechanical structures rose from the earth. The cultivators of Xuanjian sect barely had time to react before tens of thousands of crimson beams shot from the towers into the sky, weaving into a vast red net. The net expanded rapidly, enveloping both Zhanqian Mountain and the Xuanjian sect's fleet of spiritual treasure ships. Space twisted violently as pitch-black fissures tore through the surrounding void, forming a massive web of death. The razor-sharp spatial distortions from the rifts instantly shredded the spiritual treasure ships on the edges into fragments. Tens of thousands of cultivators had no time to scream before they were obliterated into dust by the spatial rifts. Bai Yi clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. At this moment, Zhangqian Mountain had become a battlefield of no return, and this apocalyptic showdown had only just begun. The forbidden power of spatial destruction? How is this possible? A mere mortal in this lifetime. Just as thousands of kilometers of space were torn apart, an elderly figure with white hair suddenly appeared on the leading Lingbao ship. His expression was shaken, and the aura he unleashed caused the entire isolated world to come to a standstill. The elder seemed to carry the weight of heaven and earth around him, his presence like a stormy tide, surging endlessly. His very appearance seemed to freeze time itself. Bai Yi's gaze barely landed on the figure before he was struck as if by lightning. His mind roared, his chest felt as though it had been struck by a massive hammer, and a metallic taste filled his throat as he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Crimson streaks trickled from his eyes, nose, and mouth, leaving him in a disheveled and wretched state. Nascent soul, true monarch. Bai Yi's heart churned with waves of shock as he quickly averted his gaze, enduring the searing pain while glancing to either side. Thousands of warriors, all under the oppressive might of the nascent soul true monarch, knelt on one knee, their faces pale as paper, blood seeping from their pores. Those who were already injured suffered even worse, their internal organs rupturing under the pressure, many dying on the spot. Ordinary mortals, lacking any cultivation, stood no chance against such a terrifying existence, even with the aid of external tools. This was the power of a nascent soul true monarch. With the elder's arrival, the tremors of Zhangqian Mountain grew even more intense. Deep within the mountain, the Yin system was activating, turning the entire mountain into a fiery red furnace, drawing upon the terrifying energy stored within the earth veins. It was as if a massive smelter was consuming everything in its path. The rolling heat waves carried an apocalyptic aura, throwing the spiritual energy of the world into utter chaos. The nascent soul true monarch's eyes sharpened as he sensed the anomaly deep within Zhangqian Mountain, his expression subtly shifting. He took a step forward from the void, and a jade seal flew out from his sleeve. It expanded rapidly with the wind, enveloping the surrounding space for several kilometers in an instant. Suppress. The nascent soul true monarch's voice boomed like thunder, resonating across the heavens. The inscriptions on the base of the jade seal radiated dazzling divine light, transforming into laws of the world, seemingly intending to seal Zhangqian Mountain, its earth veins, and even the spatial rifts all at once. However, just as the seal's power descended, the center of Zhangqian Mountain suddenly collapsed. Massive chunks of rock fell away, revealing a gigantic hollow cavity nearly 5 kilometers in diameter. Scorching heat waves erupted from the cavity, and even the slightest leakage burned the surrounding mountains and rocks within a tenth the sand-meter radius into charred remains. The crimson glow grew ever more intense, and as the earth's veins were drained dry, a pillar of red-black light shot skyward, tearing through the jade seal's suppression and hurtling straight toward the nascent soul true monarch. Wherever the light passed, the void shattered, storms raged, and it seemed as though the world itself would be torn asunder. A heaven and earth grand formation? Impossible! The nascent soul true monarch's expression darkened, his body surrounded by profound truths as he prepared to escape through the void. Yet, he suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping the entire realm. It was the grand formation, forged from the power of 10,000 miles of earth veins, sealing off this entire world and cutting off all his paths of retreat. The nascent soul true monarch's face turned grim, his eyes brimming with killing intent. With a cold snort, dozens of formation discs flew out from his sleeve, forming layer upon layer of towering arrays under the infusion of his nascent soul power. Interweaving heavenly fire and mysterious wind coalesced into a protective barrier, enveloping his body. At the same time, the jade seal's light flared once more, the profound meaning of the Dao of wind pressing down with mountainous force, smashing toward the red-black pillar of light. The two titanic forces collided in midair. The inscriptions on the jade seal glowed brilliantly, radiating dazzling power. Yet, in mere moments, the red-black pillar devoured the inscriptions entirely, shattering the jade seal's oppressive force. The pillar continued its unstoppable advance, heading straight for the nascent soul true monarch. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, the nascent soul true monarch's expression grew solemn. Behind him, a colossal Dharma figure appeared, channeling the power of heaven and earth into its hand. With a single palm strike, endless gales and fiery winds collided with the red-black pillar Hedon. The clash of energies erupted in a deafening explosion, ripping the void into countless fractures. A mere mortal in this lifetime. Yet you managed to achieve this with external means. The nascent soul true monarch sneered coldly, his voice tinged with disdain. But alas, the power of your grand formation, drawn from 10,000 miles of earth veins, still falls short. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.